supposed to be. That's what I
Okay,
believe.
but do you believe in the God of the Bible, Yahweh? Do you believe in Yahweh?
I believe in a supreme being and a God, but because I believe that Yahweh is a deity and there's many
O-
deities.
Okay, okay. Well,
What
we
what what?
only talked. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. What do you mean? You believe the mythology is true?
Like, the mythology, meaning like the stories and things like that. I believe that they're true. I just believe that they're not told in its um in its authentic or
So
the
not
origins.
mythology then, because the mythology isn't true. A
Well,
mythology is a myth.
well, I mean, like that's just what they call it, I guess.
They call
Like
it.
for example, Egyptian mythology
That's
or
because they're
that.
myths.
Well, I guess you guys can say that. Well, yeah, I think Christianity is a myth. I guess you could say. I'm just saying that the Bible just is told. I don't believe that it's true. I don't think that's its origins.
Can
But
we
I
can we get your
believe
age really quickly before you go further? Can we
I'm
get your age for
32.
TikTok purposes? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but when you say you don't, when you say that you don't believe it's true, but you believe it's true, that's what's confusing me.
No, I believe that it's true in the sense of um how should I say? I believe that just like how, like, for example, Greek mythology, I believe that, people, I mean, it was true to a certain extent. So I also believe that the Bible is true to a certain extent. However, the difference between Greek mythology and the Bible is that you can trace its origins back to a lineage of people versus the Bible. Or
Yeah,
even if you want to use the example of like Haitian Vodun, like it's a part of a culture of a lineage of people, but with the Bible, I don't believe it's being told by its in the way that the original people who actually came up with those stories. I don't think it's properly. I guess you'd say the story is not properly told. That's what I believe,
like
based
where,
off of its
but where are
origins.
you getting the proper telling of it then? Like
I
who
don't
do
think
you
we
think the
are.
original people were that wrote this, and for you to get like in a correct telling of the story?
I don't know who they are, but I just know that in regards to like spiritual belief systems, they always come with a lineage of people. It comes with a lineage of people. So it's like, like I said, like with like Vodun, like that comes from a group of people that have a land, language, and cultural practices. So with the Bible, it doesn't have those elements. So it's like, so where's the elements? Where's the origins of which the Bible came from?
Yeah, but I'm confused because you said you believe it's true.
I do, but I'm saying like I believe it's true because I believe that it came from a lineage of people that have culture and have a landmass, or had a landmass and had a language, but based off how we were taught, or this new age of what the Bible is, I don't believe it.
What new age?
New age meaning like how, like the Bible just in general, who put it together. I don't believe that whoever put the Bible together, that was the lineage of people that they got it from.
But why are you calling that new age? The Bible is like, old as hell.
Because yeah, but the Bible, well, first of all, the written the how should I say? Christianity is the
I'm
newest
not talking about
spiritual
Christianity.
practice.
I didn't say Christianity
And
is a religion. We're talking about text right now. We're talking about the stories
yeah,
in the
and
Bible.
written text is also the newest form of writing.
What do you mean the newest form? How old do you
I
think?
mean,
How old do
aside
you
from
think writing is?
Well, I mean, before there was writing, there was what do they call it? Hologlyphs, where
But
they're
how
writing
old do
on
you
the.
think writing is when you say new age? Writing, like the newest form of writing would be text messaging or like something like that. But like,
No, well, I was talking about New Age, meaning the Bible, like in regards
it's
to like
but it's not new
who's writing
age.
it.
The
Well,
Bible
maybe that
is
wasn't
old
the
as hell.
proper. Maybe that wasn't the proper terminology I should have used. But um, in regards to writing, that's, I mean, writing in a text on paper is the, I mean, is once is that's new compared. I mean, texting technically is the newest form, but the newest form down from that is writing on paper. It's true. Because
Are you
before they were
sure you're
writing on paper,
32? Are you sure you're
they were writing on
32?
scrolls. Before they were writing on paper in
That we
books.
haven't
Before
written on
books.
scrolls in decades. Like, are you sure
I
you're
know,
32? Like, you can't be
and
32.
that's why it's new.
But
That's
why
why
are you saying you're 32?
Answer the host question. You gonna
that's
answer me?
why it's.
Hold on.
I mean,
Why
what
are
did
you
I go
You gonna
wrong?
skip the host
why
What
are
did
you
question?
I?
you are not
What?
you,
No,
there's
okay.
no way you're 32. Why are you saying you're 32?
I wouldn't even flip that and say 23 because
Y'all,
that's
what
better
the
than
hell is
30.
going on with the numbers? Y'all see that?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
because
cause
she
she
was lying.
lying. She ain't no way in hell she 32.
No, she was way off base.
That baby was 12.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even say nothing else.
Something's up with the algorithm. Y'all see that?
Oh, man.
Yep, we finna be playing catch the algorithm all fucking night. I did an update before I went live. I probably shouldn't have done that shit. They updated the app again.
Are you on studio or on regular?
No, I don't fuck with studio like that.
They still ain't fixed it, huh?
Fixed what? It ain't broke.
Studio.
It ain't broke.
Oh, I
It's
thought.
just a different algorithm. I just like the algorithm on the phone better than studio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's just weird how the numbers just keep dropping instead of going up. I don't know if it's a glitch and if that's the accurate amount of people in here or what. But atheist Rasta Pasta, you can't share if you do that, they're gonna think I'm using a bot. You can't do that. They're gonna think I'm using a bot and they're gonna suppress the live. But I appreciate you for sharing it. But they gonna think that I'm buying engagement in here, and I don't want that. Everything we do in here has to be authentic. But I appreciate you because Atheist Rasta, damn, Atheist Rasta was on it. What's up to the YouTube fam? Happy almost weekend, RP. What's up, Satan was framed. Brian over there in YouTube land now. Insultus. Tilted Windmill. What's up? Yeah. A lot of people are deleting TikTok because of the new ownership. I don't know where we're gonna go. You said you uninstalled TikTok the other day, not putting up with the new terms of service BS. I saw the new terms of service. Like the only thing I saw so far that changed was the privacy, the location data. What terms of services are y'all talking about? Like what changed? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I read through the whole thing.
Yeah, what changed besides
Nothing.
the location data?
It's basically what you said, the same thing. That's the location's the only thing that changed.
Yeah, and then you can opt out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like I'm trying to see what everybody's talking about. Like that's the thing is like I don't jump on like all of these videos where these people are saying TikTok is changing. Like I scroll past a lot of those. There's only really one person on this platform who I trust when they read the terms and conditions, and I even still fact check them. but it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, just remove the ad cookies. Like they cannot force you to let them collect that data on you. There is a way to opt out of it, but there are like Meta and Facebook does the same thing. Like Instagram collects that data, so that what they're doing is the same thing that Instagram and Facebook does. So if you have Instagram and Facebook still on your phone, then you've already said yes to Instagram and Facebook on that. But that's the only thing that I see that's changed so far. But I do have my eyes open for content changes, and I haven't seen any of that just yet. Y'all, I am gonna have to do a reset because I don't know. That ain't we 25 minutes into the live stream and stuck at like it's going backwards. Something is not right. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Very good wizard says thanks for doing this. Thank you, grateful for you. Appreciate you so much and thank you for being here. I have no idea what's going on with that. I don't know. But I definitely don't feel like fighting this fucking algorithm. But let me end the live and play catch the rhythm, and I'll be right back. Okay?
All right, we'll do a restart.
All right.
Everything I learned from comedy, he taught.
All right. This is the second try, and we'll see what it do. YouTube, y'all all right over there? Oh, it doesn't show live on the on the inbox page, Curtis. Okay, awesome. Hello, lady, still dreaming. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Let's see if we can nurture this algorithm. Y'all know what to do. Hey, Kelly. It's just now showing up. Yeah. Yeah. I should not have done the update. But like the crazy thing is like if you don't update, then the content on your main page won't get shown in the algorithm if you're on an old update. That's the fucked up thing. Because the live streams and your profile content are on two different recommendation systems. They're on two different algorithms. It didn't show up for you the first time. Is it showing up? Are y'all getting notifications this time? Actually, I know how to tell. Hold on. If I just do this. It's gonna send me a notification. It's gonna say go back. Let's see. Well, damn. It's not notifying anybody. It didn't even send me a notification telling me to go back to the live like it normally does.
Wow.
Oh God, this is gonna be a whole entire fuck night trying to get this algorithm to do its thing. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Feed the beast. Send roses. Power ups. The super populars. Do that. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is already open. Remember, you do not have to be a believer to come on stage and talk to us. I did add a new topic. The Adam and Eve story in Genesis does not make sense. If there's something that you've thought about, questions that you have, things that made you start your deconstruction journey, you can come up and talk about that. For topic number 2, I think that topic is broad enough for people who are deconstructing or atheists to also participate in. And then still, I want to have discussions about the God of the Bible being the God of deception. I did fix it for Christians, though. I did fix it for them because for some reason they kept thinking that topic 1 was 2 different topics. So I fixed it so they can read it as a sentence. Since they need help on that one. But I do still want to have conversations about the God of the Bible being the God of deception. Yeah, it was definitely getting out of hand. This is interesting. This is interesting. I feel like I'm being like torpedoed into like a, I don't know. Hey Lala,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good. Laying here watching Bridgerton.
Oh, I started watching it today, but I fell asleep on it.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Trying to figure out this new algorithm because it's taking forever for us to hit the general population. We're
Right.
still, within the follower base. But we do need somebody within the follower base to come up and start a conversation so the algorithm can figure out what we're talking about in here and share it out to more people. The more silence it is in here, the less the algorithm's going to know who to show this to. Keep in mind, once we get to a certain amount of points in, I think it's comments and shares and things like that, then it starts featuring the live in the search results. So yeah, engagement is important to help us get outside of whatever box they have us in. Also, America is going to make this shit hard. Like America, like they don't understand algorithms, y'all. If we look at Facebook and Instagram, they think the FYP or explore page is the goal. So
Right.
yeah. So yeah, the algorithm is going to change because it's going to be Americanized, which means that we're going to have to work really hard for our audience in here, and it's all based on engagement. What's up, Salil?
Hey, it was just first of all, 41 deconstructing just for the live purposes. Um, I was interested in coming up about the Adam and Eve story because I just wanted to kind of touch on how it took me a long time to even catch on the fact that they believe that that shit is actually true. It's like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so when I was a kid and, learning about church or whatever, I had access to like, African folklore, like all kind of things. So I knew about, stories being told by, by mouth and, traditions and mythology and, all the kind of things that happen with, just trying to like explain things. But like when I became an adult and I realized that they were actually like, oh yeah, we were formed from dust, and I was like, wait, like no, I thought this was just y'all just telling a story. I didn't know like y'all like there's people that really believe this shit. So it was just absolutely insane. But yeah, like none of it makes sense. Like, and even the fact that like coming through and going through. Sorry, I'm like breathing heavy because of my breathing stuff and bronchitis. So I apologize. But just coming through these lives and like being able to learn the discrepancies in the story, how it's told, in one chapter one way, another chapter in another way, like it just doesn't make sense. And I just don't understand like how y'all how we get from two people, well, I guess incest, But yeah, like it just doesn't make sense.
There's somebody in the comments right now who says, yeah, these people who really believe it like us, we don't come from apes. I like
Huh?
First off, like, does evolving from an animal, even if it was an ape, although it's not, even if it was an ape, sound more insane than coming from dirt, than being made from dirt, and then your female counterpart being made from your rib after a god puts you to sleep and performed a C-section on you?
Nonsense. Absolute
That
nonsense.
sounds more logical to you, more sane to you than you evolving from an animal in the same kingdom.
We was ribs.
We are
Yeah,
made by
and you know
God.
what?
How does that sound? Listen to it. Your God put you on a hospital table and performed surgery on you to make your wife. Like, your wife came from your body. You gave birth to your wife. Listen, how does that make sense to you? And like, why is that something that you want to advocate for? Like, and then y'all say evolution doesn't make sense. You what? No, that's what you want to believe because you need to believe you are divine. You need to believe that you are something different than an animal when you're just an animal. You're an animal. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Right. And it also is like it also reminds me of just like knowledge gaps and how just people are just not educated just in general. Like I just came from Be Easy's live, and you know how they love to lie. Oh, I got this degree in this or whatever. So they start asking this man about his dissertation and his biology degree, and it was just nonsense. Like you already know where it went. Like it was just stupid. But like they just get up here and lie. And I don't understand like where the confidence comes from behind it, especially when you have no idea what you're talking about. Like you're anyway, yeah, you go ahead.
The ignorance. He said, "I'm not an animal. Maybe you are." Like, did you? They don't. They lack knowledge. Like, they lack education.
Thinker, this man said that people are billions of years old. That's what
He
he
said
said.
humans are.
Humans are billions of years old. That's what he said. He probably still over there saying that dumbass shit right now. Like it's crazy how people just are just fully unaware of how things work, and it makes me sad, but it also um puts me in a place where it's like you had to come to a point where you had to make a decision to continue to believe this shit or not. And you decided to believe it. Like there's no way that in your life of however old you are that nobody ever told you that people are billions of years old or that we evolved or that we made the chicken. Like they're literally arguing about stuff like that over on Be Easy's live. Like it's crazy. So yeah, I just want to come up and talk real quick because I know, we're trying to help the algorithm and all that stuff, but I I I I'm really just embarrassed that I even participated because I never really fully believed it, and I'm autistic, so I don't get, I'm not easily indoctrinated. Like things have to be logical in order for me to believe them and understand them. And this was just this is like an eye-opening experience because it's just like that cognitive dissonance and also the arrogance and then just the not wanting to do better. Like you can't want to do better if you sit up here not educating yourself or people telling you something different than what you've known your whole life. And instead of investigating, you just want to sit up there and stand on something that you don't even read. Like
I
it's just
I
insane.
think because it's all patriarchal bullshit. Right. And like, that's actually
For
what I was
sure.
going to change this to. And I actually have it made. I just haven't sent it to myself yet. But what I was actually changing this to was the Adam and Eve story in Genesis is patriarchal bullshit. And so they would rather be ignorant and say ignorant shit to preserve the patriarchy. This idea that that man is so fucking divine that God, like that, like this was the best idea this God has ever had, was to fucking make man. And that's why they rather say stupid shit like the guy was saying on Oso's live today. He said, this motherfucker said, you can't prove I have thoughts even though I'm speaking. Then Bash asked him, well, do you think before you speak? He said, what did he say yes
He
or
said
no to that?
no.
He
He
said
said
no.
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 But he said you can't prove you can't prove I have thoughts even though I'm
That was
talking.
a thing to behold. I was in that one. Absolutely hilarious.
That's crazy. That is literally crazy.
Said, what's up, Nina? I said, what the fuck am I listening to? I was getting mad at everybody on that panel for carrying that conversation on. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Because this man
Having
has lost
fun.
all touch. He lost all sense of reality. Like, he was changing words, like changing the definition of words. This motherfucker was making up the definition of empirical. I thought his ass was just gonna start saying empirical schmiracle. Like he just started, like he just started making up shit.
Oh my God. That's
Wow.
hilarious. Sorry, I wasn't cutting you off. I was just laughing. Oh, but anyways, sorry. What was I finna say? I took myself off mute to say something and I lost my thought. I'm sorry. I will go back
My
on mute.
no, go ahead. My bad, because that dude was something else. Was it about
Yeah,
empirical?
and it's actually like really, it gets to a point where I'm just like thinking about the fact that those people, coexist in life alongside us and, things. So I could be going to the grocery store and the person who is saying that, people are a billion years old could be bagging my groceries. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just like this, I don't want to be around these people. Like, it's just so, it's so crazy. And then I also think, I mean, yes, there's the funny aspect of it, but there's also the bending and all the things that they're willing to do to make this thing true, the things that they're willing to accept to make it true. And the fact that you can just say those things haphazardly and just be like, oh, if it ever came to that, if God ever told me to, G side, I'll do it. Like those people are scary in real life because they will hurt people. They will hurt people and they don't care and they'll justify it by the Bible.
And straight lie and make themselves look
Yep.
like the victim. We see that shit happening today, right? With the way the government reframes what the fuck happened in Minnesota. And it's those types of minds that have been
Scary.
prepared to just believe the opposite of what their eyes actually see.
Yeah, and I always like think about, the things that we don't know that were rewritten so well that they're buried, like stuff like that. Like that stuff kind of it bothers me. And I try not to, take in so much again because I'm an internal processor. I'm always ruminating on things and stuff like that. So I always try not to really like think about it, but it's actually scary that that they have that mindset and they're out there. And, we have somebody on Jay's live volunteering to be a slave if she can get Empress to accept Christ. Like this, and
Hmm.
Wait,
all of these things.
what?
Yes,
Yep,
yes,
yep,
yes, yes,
yep.
yes, yes. You
Mm,
were there,
that
Son
happened.
of Khalid,
Most
were you?
definite. Yep.
That
Yep,
happened.
yeah. She said she'll be a slave. She said she'll do it.
Jay freed her though.
Yep,
Jabraham Lincoln.
yep. So yeah, so yeah, those people are scary. You guys are weird. So just
And
anybody
they
who's
can't
listening in the chat, you
understand
guys are
why
fucking
nobody,
weird.
why we don't want to like associate with that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. But I know I just like the more I watch and the more I just feel so burdened by it, so I try to just laugh and, roast them or whatever. But like it's actually pretty scary that people out here think like this.
Yeah. Another aspect of it too is like on Zena's live yesterday. There was a nice lady on there. She was nice. She was a Christian. Her name was Queen something,
Queen.
and
Kingdom Barbarian.
yeah, and she was really nice. But I kept thinking about the fact that she was willing to reject logic and say that she couldn't question because her parents had taught her that you don't question God. Her parents are deceased. She's what was in her 30s or 40s by now.
She was 40.
40,
41. Yeah.
and she still can't question God. And she's like, she has like this childish mindset when approaching this, like just even how she talks about it. But it comes across as like she most likely is a very helpful person or whatever, but she apologizes so much for things that she didn't even do. Excuse me. She was even apologizing when people were talking about her, right? So she has like this
Hmm.
personality that puts her in the sight of abusers, and it's because of this belief system and the way that she was taught, the way that she can't question, that she can't even speak up for herself. Even her voice at 40 was like, like very
Hmm.
very soft, no authority. Like,
Infantilized, really.
yes. And
Hmm.
I think that's also something that an effect of this belief system is that it infantilizes a lot of people, and it takes their backbone away from them being able to defend themselves and set boundaries
That
that keeps
just
them
makes me so
safe.
mad because that's like this is really an institution that's built to abuse those people. Like those kind of people. Like that's the pipeline. That's the criteria is, someone who is going to take the information and not question it because they trust the person. And that's like prime for abuse. It's so scary. And
Yeah.
I just don't understand how people can sleep at night doing things like that to people. Especially that girl. I do remember her. Or not girl, woman. She's my age, but she's very, very sweet, very just, you know, accommodating, not really trying to like step on people's toes or whatever. But you can just tell like this is just what she believes and she knows and she feels like she really can't question it. And
Hmm.
just like Kalu said, like your mom's dead. Like you can question God. It's okay. It's fine. Like I'll be on all these lives listening because it scratches my brain. Like there's something about the logic, that happens in these that just really like undoes all of the gaslighting, over years or whatever. So I just really feel, I'd listen to all of these conversations just because it's just that level set. And also I learn a lot here too. Like I feel like I haven't known much about the Bible until like listening to these for real. So. Yep, but I just want to come up and share my thoughts and go to bed here because I got to go to work in the morning.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you feel better too.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because prednisone and like steroids and stuff, but I've since I had COVID, like it reactivated the bronchitis that I've had since I was a kid, so I've just been struggling. So anytime I get sick, it's like a long haul sick.
Oh,
So
damn.
that's all it was, but I'm better now. Thank you for checking.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Take care.
All right.
You too.
Right.
Hi, Soleil.
Y'all some bitches, man. Y'all hear me? Y'all some bitch ass motherfuckers, y'all.
Oh, I'm a bitch. Ah.
Fuck ass Christians, nigga. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all Christians.
We're atheists, dumbass.
Bitch ass niggas. Bitch ass niggas. Fuck y'all.
We're
Oh, I'm a
not
bitch.
Christians, stupid fuck.
Wow. Read the room.
This
Dumbass.
idiot just come up here and call us Christians.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Dumbass fuck.
He just obviously wasn't paying attention.
They stupid as hell. Like it literally says the God of the Bible is the God of deception. These motherfuckers can't read. This is what we was talking about in Oso's live today too. Like these young dumbass motherfuckers cannot read.
Sad.
What's caller?
Yeah.
How old are you?
How about you? Great.
What did you just say?
I said, how about you?
How by you?
Yeah.
What the fuck is
What does that
that?
mean?
Like, what are you trying to say?
It's like, how about you?
Oh, what language is
Yeah.
that?
It's like, mix. It's Nigerian with English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was singing "Come by here, dear
I
Lord,
thought he
Come
said,
on,
"How
come
here,
about
by
dear
you?"
you."
Lord.
Nigerian?
Lean
Uh,
I
on.
thought he
Yeah,
said
great.
yeah,
kumbaya.
like Kalu, is he
I like it.
lying?
Mixed
I
with
like it.
Nigerian. Nigerian's not a language. What is he talking
I
about?
like it.
So you lied? Like you just lying on some shit?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
someone is lying on that shit. Yeah, right.
Why? Like you just fucking bored?
What?
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm not from
Why the
Nigeria,
fuck you
really.
up here lying though? Like you bored or some shit?
Yeah, I'm like joking. I'm Joker. Joker,
That wasn't a
Joker
joke.
man.
This shit ain't funny though.
Okay, well, okay. What is your point? I don't
Like
understand.
what
What
the
if
fuck is
you
your
can?
point? Why are you here?
Yeah, I don't know why you wrote something above. It's
Why
like
are
not
you here? Why are
understandable.
you here?
Is it? Yeah, because I saw some sentences from aliens. It's like aliens descriptions on your
What?
screen. So
You're
that's why I'm
offended,
asking.
but you're offended because I'm talking about Jesus?
No, no, no. I'm not offended.
Yeah, you are.
It's up to you. I don't need to prove that Jesus is God.
Sure, you're
Jesus,
offended.
Jesus can
You're
prove
offended.
himself.
You're offended
It's
because
not like
I said
Allah. Allah
also
is
you're a
Allah need
Muslim.
to protect to be protected
So you're a
from
Muslim.
people.
You're a Muslim.
N- No, I'm not Muslim.
You're not Muslim.
I,
So
I
Muhammad
was
is
born in a
fake.
Muslim.
He done
Yeah,
lied.
Muhammad is PDF file.
So why did you bring up Allah?
No, I didn't bring Allah. I mean, it's
Yo, what?
like you are complaining about God, and
So what? You're a Christian.
I believe in God. Really, yeah, I
You
believe in
believe in
Jesus. Right?
Jesus.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So Jesus isn't God. Isn't a pedophile.
No, God of Quran is PDF file.
Did he not put himself in Mary so that he could have Jesus?
No, he didn't have intercourse. It was miracle.
So Jesus was
Yeah, it's like,
so there was
for
no semen
example, I
involved.
saw,
So there was no
man,
semen involved in making
man, look,
Jesus.
look, look, look. For example, I had asthma, and when I met Jesus, he healed me. It was 20 years ago, more than 20 years
Okay,
ago.
cool.
You're
So
So
talking
God of
okay,
alcohol
cool.
asthma.
so stop, 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 stop,
No,
stop.
don't fucking tell me
He
to stop, motherfucker.
no, no,
No,
no, no.
no,
He
no,
healed me.
no, no.
Okay.
I don't give a damn about no fucking asthma. So you're saying I just want to know why there was no semen. Are you saying there was no semen involved in creating your Jesus's human body? Is that what you're saying? You got asthma right now? I,
You do.
So why you turn off my
I
mic,
don't
man?
know. I didn't do that. You are you saying that so there was no semen involved in creating your Jesus's human life?
No, 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 at all.
No,
Not
no,
of
no. So
course. No, no.
your Jesus had 23 chromosomes.
Uh,
He only had the X chromosome.
no one checked his chromosome, man.
No, no.
No one
Hold on.
checked.
I'm sorry. Let me. What does it take to make a male? What chromosomes does it take to make a male?
No, it's no one. I said you, God can make
What
miracles. I
chromosome?
said you.
What
For
So
example,
hold on. So
I saw.
The Holy
Listen,
Spirit
okay,
carried the Y
all right.
chromosome.
You don't give me to explain. Okay, I will explain you. For
No,
example,
answer
God.
my question. The Holy
Oh
Spirit
my God.
carried the Y chromosome.
What? What?
The Holy
Holy Spirit?
Spirit.
What?
The Holy Spirit put the Y chromosome into Mary.
No, 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 no. Nothing with chromosome, really.
So Jesus didn't have a Y
No.
chromosome.
No, no.
So
It
Jesus was
was
female.
miracle. No, you don't understand. I'm
Yeah, I
telling
do
you.
understand. I know
Listen.
what human biology
No,
is.
for example, okay. Let me take another way. I saw miracle with a hand without a hand, man. Hand appeared. What can you say about that?
That your motherfucking ass is lying.
It's not a
And
lie.
that I don't give a fuck
I
because
saw.
I didn't
Damn.
ask
Okay,
you about no
let's
fucking
talk.
appearing and
Let's talk.
disappearing
Okay,
hand.
ma'am. Let's talk about myself. I had asthma. I'm mathematician. Do you know what does arts and algebra mean?
What the fuck does that have to do with your
Can
Jesus
you
not being
see?
not?
Eh,
What does that have to
you
do
know,
with
you
no
you you
semen
want
being
to,
present to create your half
ma'am. Oh my
humanoid
God! You
Jesus?
want to make okay? You want to make yourself clever woman, ma'am. But you are not. because
What?
if you are good at science, you will understand there is
I'm trying
something
to talk to you about science, and I'm trying to talk to you about your Jesus not
Okay,
having a Y
what
chromosome.
is your
But you're
science?
running from that shit. I don't give a fuck.
What
No,
is your
stop. I don't
science?
care about
Just
math. Stop. I
chromosome.
don't
Just
care.
what?
I'm not talking to you about math. I don't care about appearing and disappearing hands. I want to talk to you about your Jesus not having a Y chromosome and what that means.
Ma'am. Are you stuck with chromosomes Y and
Yes,
X? I tell
yes,
you. Oh my
yes.
god.
Why are you
No,
running from
listen.
it? Why are you
No,
running from
I'm
it?
not running, ma'am, because you are so.
I fucking hold on,
You are
shut the fuck up.
total
I knew
education.
your
You are
ass.
not
I knew
educated.
y'all dumbasses was going to try to clip that shit because I said I don't
You
care
are
about
not
math. You
educated.
motherfuckers don't care about fucking reading.
You don't.
Shut up. Y'all motherfuckers
You
don't
don't
care
have.
about reading. I don't
You
give a
don't
damn
have the.
about what the fuck you got to say about math.
You don't.
I don't give a
You
damn
don't
about what
have
the
the.
fuck you got to say about disappearing hands. I want to talk about why Jesus did
Ma'am,
not have a Y chromosome. Why didn't
you
your
don't
Jesus have
have.
a Y chromosome?
Do you have degree in medical?
Why didn't he have a
In
Y
medicine?
chromosome?
Do you have
Why didn't he have
degree
a
in
why
medicine?
didn't your
Oh
Jesus
my
have
god.
a Y chromosome if
Do
he's
you,
a male?
I will answer you
Males
if
have
you
males
answer
have
me.
XY chromosomes. How was he
I
Damn.
will
how was he a
answer you
male
if you
without
answer me.
that? And
I will
you said
answer
the
you.
Holy
Oh,
Spirit, you
listen.
said the Holy Spirit
Do you
didn't. Shut
have
up.
degree in
Stop talking while I'm
medicine?
talking. This is why you get muted. You said the Holy Spirit did not give Jesus the Y chromosome. That's what you said. He didn't get it from semen. He didn't get it from semen because no semen went into making this baby. So how the fuck did Jesus become male without Y chromosomes? A human male at that. Human male.
Okay, there is such kind of thing like in Bible as miracle. Do you have you heard about
Even
that?
if it was a miracle, he would still need to have the Y
No,
chromosome.
no, no. No. Listen, I want to say, for example, there are a lot of miracles in science. Do you know that?
No.
And I
I
want
don't
to
give a
say that
fuck about
stop,
that.
stop, stop.
I don't give a
Please
fuck
don't
about that.
bother.
I'm talking
I
about your
didn't bother
Jesus.
you,
I
man.
answer the
I
question.
didn't.
I'm talking
I
about your
want to tell
Jesus.
you. I will.
I'm talking
Oh
about
my
your Jesus.
god.
I don't give
Oh,
a fuck
Shinda
about that.
Kaira
I stop
Masanta Killer Ramon.
I don't care.
Ramon
I
Chimbashila
don't care.
Kurabana.
I don't care. I'm talking about your
Listen.
Jesus.
Yanda Kaira Masula
Kamakosha.
Rabana.
I do not care.
What is
Yeah.
I'm talking
happening?
about your
Speaking
Jesus.
Listen.
Nigerian.
Okay, let us talk. So you don't give me the speech.
Then
Let me
stay on
finish my
topic.
thought.
Stay on topic. If you stay on topic, you can fucking talk.
Oh my god.
Ishokolodoboshi.
Yanda killer
Da
machine
da
Kaira
kata.
Masanta Kili Kiramona. Yanda Rabar Machine
Ejodoloboshi
Masanta
kitere.
Santa Kaira
Akatara
Kurabana.
dorobosha. Ey shakadade
Yanda
shikite de
killer
madora
Rabana.
shika. Ishotono doroboshi kitina de shana dorobosha.
Crying.
Yeah, so poor,
No
I
just
want to say you.
dorobo.
Oh,
Get
Shinda
it
killer
about.
Ramona. Listen. I want to say you are like pretending you like taking X chromosome, Y chromosome, but you
Yeah.
don't understand what that.
I wanna know.
What does Y? Okay, what does Y chromosome? What does Y chromosome? Tell me.
What
What
you
is
don't
it?
want to
Is
talk
it
about
what?
science?
Is it?
You
Is
don't
it?
know what the
Is
Y
it?
chromosome is for? You don't know
Listen, you are so poor. You don't know science.
you don't know
What
why
does Y chromosome
the
mean?
Y chromosome is important here?
Oh, what is that? What is that? Tell me. Y chromosome.
It's
You
what
don't even know what
makes
it
the
is?
male. It's what
Okay,
I
what is that?
it's what
Okay.
identifies, it's what makes the male. What the
Y
fuck?
chromosome makes male. What is that, man? What is that? What is constance or what is that? Tell me. Y chromosome. What? You sit over there. You don't know anything about science. You know, oh, Y chromosome, X chromosome.
Yeah, okay.
And he laughing.
Oh my gosh.
He laughing in
Your
Nigerian.
God? Who is your God, ma'am?
You are.
Yeah, I'm your God. Yeah. No, God
His
for
brain, his
forgive.
brain is running on reserve because there's
I don't
something
even
wrong
think
with.
he don't. This
Ma'am, I
motherfucker ain't got shit
understand.
to reserve.
Ma'am, I understand you want to prove something, but first you learn science and come up. You don't know anything,
What?
and you want to
What
prove
is that?
something.
What is that
I don't
sound
know what
effect?
that is.
What is that?
That's me.
Oh,
That's
I was like, what the hell is that?
Oh my God! So naive, Learn what is Y chromosome. Do you know what does Y chromosome?
Caller,
What does X chromosome?
caller,
Go and learn, and you will
caller,
learn. You will understand that can happen miracle with that.
caller. Can you hear me, caller? Can you
Why
stop talking
is
for a
not
second?
why is not a less?
Caller, can you stop talking for a second? Caller, can you hear me?
What do you want?
Call
Can you hear me, sir?
hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Caller, you can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can talk.
Okay, listen very closely, okay? Caller,
Okay. Yeah,
are you
talk.
listening?
Yeah, I am listening.
Okay. You stupid.
Really? Okay, you are clever, right?
nah, that was
Tell me
funny.
what does you are sitting, you are telling about Y chromosome. What does Y chromosome mean? Explain me. I'm waiting for you. Tell me.
Go study a science book.
What is
Go
that?
study biology.
Listen, stupid. You are stupid. You even don't know what that's Y chromosome,
Yo,
and you don't know
you
why
can't even
miracle
say
can
stupid.
happen. You don't know anything. You sit here.
Are you drunk? Are you drunk?
You drank, man.
You
You
drunk?
drank. You don't know science. I call people drank if they come and if they don't know science. They only learn Y chromosome, X chromosome, and that's it. Do
You're
you have any
drunk.
kind
You're
of
drunk.
science?
You
Man,
and
listen.
your wife are over
You
there
don't
tipsy as hell.
listen. Don't start doing like
Y'all are
don't
tipsy.
come to the personality. I'm
You and your
talking
wife
to
are
you,
tipsy.
and I'm
What
saying
you
you.
drinking on?
Oh my God!
What you got in your cup?
Listen, you are like now. You came to personality.
What you got?
I'm telling
What's in your
you.
cup?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, don't. Okay, tell me what you have. Science. What degree do you have in science? Tell me.
No.
Can you see?
No.
Can you see? You don't have any science degree.
No.
I got
And
one.
you are sitting here and telling me what Y chromosome, X chromosome, but you don't know anything about that,
No.
right?
No.
Can you see? Go
No.
and have a rest. Did you
I
understand?
know your Jesus didn't have one.
Don't go
I
to
know your
personal.
Jesus didn't have a Y chromosome.
Listen,
You know what I think your God didn't put a Y chromosome in Jesus.
go and pray. You don't know
You know
anything.
why he didn't.
I proved you. You even don't know what does Y
Sure.
chromosome and
Yeah,
X chromosome,
he
and
didn't
that's
put
why
the
go
Y
and pray.
chromosome in Jesus because that shit actually means sorry.
Damn.
He's sorry that he
That's
fucking made
crazy.
y'all dumbasses.
That is wow.
DB Truth.
I'm sorry. I did not mean. I was just laughing at this. This was the most entertaining live. I apologize. I didn't mean to push requests. I
That's okay. That's
apologize.
okay. Have a good one. Okay. You're
Thanks.
welcome.
Like to welcome everybody to Thinkers Comedy Hour.
JP. JP, are you there?
JP, are you with me? Oh
I see.
Yeah, let's get these likes to 75K. And don't forget about Thinker's Gift Goal. Continue to share the live and repost.
Dawn and Chelsea, I see y'all in the request box. Are y'all in there on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, and you must be 21 and up. Tonight's topics are the God of the Bible is the God of deception because it makes believers lie. Like it turns you into deceivers in order for you to defend it. God lied to Adam and Eve in the garden. He is the God of deceivers. Aside from him, the believers who believe in it becoming deceivers to defend it, he's a God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who are all deceivers at some point in this story. He can forgive without sacrifice. We see it done many times in this story. So blood didn't need to be spilled. He just wanted to kill his son. And then he created supremacy ideology. But also, I just think the Adam and Eve story don't make any sense. And I actually think it's patriarchal bullshit. So if you are someone deconstructing and you've thought about these two topics, you have something to add to the conversation, you have questions about it, maybe you've asked your family questions and you got weird responses or whatever, the guest box is open to you. This is the perfect place for you to come in, ask your questions if you're thinking about deconstructing and you're not quite sure if deconstructing is for you. Atheists, if you have anything to add to this, and then believers, if you're not scared to have your faith challenged in a way where people are going to push back on your dogma and your theology, you must be 21 and up to have the conversation in this room. It's about Babylon. Nelly, you got your whole soundboard set up. You ready to go. When you going to have your first line?
Yeah, I got an interface.
When you going to have your first live?
I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to, make sure that I don't clash with anyone. And I like to be at home when I do it. Because right now I'm in my truck and I got everything wired up in my truck now. And,
you have your setup wired up in your rig?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I just took one of my microphones and I bought me another interface. And
so you have it set up at home too?
Yeah, I have it set up at home. But I use this same soundboard though. So all I got to do is just plug my this little soundboard in. And I don't have to, because it won't work with my double XR mixing board. It won't work with that.
Oh, okay.
That's for studio, so it won't work.
That's what's up. I kept hearing that sound. I thought that was first. I thought it was Kalu saying what.
I wish I could say it like that.
I put those in there myself. That's my voice, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's even funny.
But I got other stuff that came with the soundboard, like, congratulations, all that stuff, and amazing, all that.
I'm tripping how my tongue sounded damn near like his whatever language he was speaking. Maybe maybe we all speak it in a different language. I don't know. I felt like I could match exactly what the fuck he was saying. I don't think you can save it, but it's streamed on YouTube. You can follow us on YouTube at Arch Thinker. But I don't think you can save it on TikTok. All right, y'all, don't let it get quiet in here. Do not be afraid. Y'all believe that your God sent angels, and these angels scared the shit out of the people in the Bible, and they were not afraid. So you cannot be afraid to have a conversation. You are in your house, in your room, safe, and it's just your voice that people hear. So don't be afraid. Can one of the mods put the YouTube in the comments for me, please? Thank you. Bion.
That's correct. Hey, thinker.
Hi. How are you?
I am good. I am over 18 and I am an atheist. I ran into you from watching Deconstruction Zone. I've watched hundreds of hours of that yet, and I loved you on it, and I was happy to see another person of color atheist because we are rare.
Mm-hmm.
We are very rare.
Yes.
And yeah, just ran across your live, and it got quiet, so I hopped in to say what's up.
Well, I appreciate you. What are your thoughts about the topic? One of these topics, right?
I think it's spot on. So, interesting enough, I'm in Nashville, and the snowstorm knocked out the power, and I went to like a park to just sit and clear my thoughts, and a Muslim walked up to me today in the wild and gave me a look at the trees argument. It was so surreal.
Out of the blue?
Yeah, out of the blue. He was walking by. He had two books, and it turns out he had a KJV Bible so he could show Christians how their book had so many contradictions, and he was claiming the Quran was contradiction free. So obviously I had to go to Chrome really quick and pull up 10 quick contradictions. The first time I've ever seen the inside of Quran, it was beautiful. I have to say Bibles need to do better. The font and the layout inside the Quran was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I will give it to it. But yeah, there was a contradiction about Allah creating the earth at one point in 6 days, and the next one was in 8 days. And it was a young guy, and he was like enthusiastic and looking for converts, but he was a little bit arrogant about the way he was doing it. So it was just interesting to actually see. I didn't think people actually used that argument. Look at the trees. His was look at the lake, but he told me, look how perfect it is. And I was a little bit frustrated. And I stopped him and I asked him, because like I'm sitting here because my power's out. There's 200,000 people in the city have no power. Trees are out all over the place. People are going to food banks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what the fuck is perfect, man?
Right.
That water's cold as fuck. Even the ducks in it don't look happy, right? It's a gloomy, overcast day. Like, what's perfect? And he just kind of looks at it. It's like,
Were you at Centennial?
No, Percy Priest.
Percy
you
Priest.
know Nashville.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was over by
at Percy
over by
Priest.
the
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm shocked. When did Muslims start converting people though? What did they? I know they like to debate, but I didn't think they did like the missionary thing. They have a commission to convert, or is this new so that they can like outpace Christianity?
He was definitely on a mission. He was looking for someone to have a talk with. It had evangelical vibes all over it. But the strange thing was, I almost had to educate him on the fact that he was a Muslim apologist. You know, he's walking around doing the job. He had never heard the word before. He didn't know what the word objective means. I was expecting that he was going to make a claim for objective morals and all the other bad arguments that you get, but he was very undereducated on what. So he was moving completely off of, you know, emotion, which I thought was rare. And the interaction ended, I think, on the place that most of these interactions end with Muslims, on Aisha and the person's thoughts on, you know, a 9-year-old marriage being consummated. And just par for the course, this guy co-signed it. You know, he said it was normal at the time. And as I walked him through the argument, you know, I let him know I'm not debating that it was normal. I'm debating that it's right. Normal doesn't equal right. And this guy, he was born after 9/11.
Wow.
And I remember a story from 9/11 where this Muslim woman, she had kids, was punched and then knocked to the ground, kicked, and spit on, right? Because of the anti-Muslim bias immediately after 9/11. And I told him, like, that amount of hate towards Muslims was normal then. You weren't born yet, but that was normal. And I asked him, does that make it right? And obviously he's like, no, I
That
said
was
that.
good.
I said that
That's a
specifically
good
to
one.
evoke his mother because he gave me the vibes of a kid that like very sheltered. But regardless, once we went back to Aisha, he stood there defeated. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. He was stumped, but he would, I don't know what I thought, that he would move away, that it would change. He wholeheartedly still supported that behavior from his prophet. So I had to separate myself at that point from him.
They don't understand uh, how we see their logic behind that, because when they say it was normal back then, I don't fucking do formal debates. You're just gonna have to be one in that shit. And the fact that y'all daydreaming about that shit or slobbering over that shit is wild as fuck to me. I've told y'all 1,001 times I don't fucking give a damn about a fucking win in this shit. I don't do this shit to cook anybody. I don't do this shit to get a fucking trophy. The conversations in here are for understanding. I don't give a fuck. Wrap that shit up in a bow. Go ahead and post your fucking video and tell everybody you fucking cooked me. I don't give a fuck. We can come in here and duke it out over understanding, motherfucker. And if you teach me something, you teach me something, bitch. I don't give a fuck about your fucking need to secure your fucking male ego that you believe your God fucking gave you on that fucking operating table. Fuck. Anyway, as I was saying, the what they don't understand is like when they say it was the times, right? It was normal at that time. That's an excuse for humans. They forget that they're throwing in an all-knowing God, right? And so an all-knowing God who they believe created the body of a 9-year-old little girl should have known better than to give a 9-year-old to an older man, right? Because just because the body was 9 years old in the late Bronze Age doesn't mean it doesn't feel pain. Doesn't mean she doesn't feel frightened, right? That's why I wrote the song "Lots Daughters and Lots of Daughters," and in the song I say, "Do they think we never cried? Do they think we went along with pride? Like our bodies, the things that happen to bodies just like mine happen. It doesn't matter if it's modern or ancient, right? And they don't understand that they're telling us to look at the lake or look at the trees because this all-knowing God knew enough to make something so perfect, but this all-knowing God had to be patient with human beings who wanted to have sex with children. That shit doesn't make any fucking sense. Fuck a God who made a lake. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. That same God allowed a 9-year-old to be raped by a 70-year-old man, by a 60-year-old man. That's what they don't understand. Like why those arguments will never stand up to a logical thinker. They shoot themselves in the leg, in the foot, because their God is all knowing, and you can't fucking get around that shit. There is no fucking excuse for an all powerful, all knowing being to allow some shit like that to go on.
I think it's all an excuse because what that kid today showed me walking around with the Bible as well, and I've had this question, is I've met really smart people who turn their brain off when it comes to their religion. And I've wondered, how do they do that? And I remember when I was young and I used to struggle with these questions. And I was afraid to ask the questions as well. It's just they wouldn't go away. Now, I do have ASD, so that's probably why. But as an adult, I still expect them, especially if they're challenging other people's religion, to at least apply the same arguments to their own, at some point throughout their life. And I think they do. And I think their adherence to the religion in a lot of cases is a justification for having power over people. I think a lot of them fantasize about the stories that are in these religious texts and want to live them out, like the guys in the States who have houses full of guns, beer bellies, but think they're Navy SEALs. Like they're daydreaming about the chance that they get to be this violent hero. And I think these people do the same thing.
Yeah,
I think they want those wives.
yeah, and a lot of them are ICE agents today.
Right.
That I saw a video where they actually have machinery that is used in war. The machinery that was used to take down Osama bin Laden is on the fucking weapons of these ICE agents knocking on civilians' doors. And these are just random motherfuckers signed up to be ICE agents. So a lot of them are getting to live out those fantasies right now.
When you say the machinery, you mean like
Their weapons.
pieces of the weapons that the SEAL team used,
Yep.
and they're wearing them as like medallions?
No, they're on their guns.
Yeah.
They're on their weapons. They're using them against civilians. The scopes, the silencers, all of that. The infrared, all of that. The exact same machinery that was used.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
So they're getting the opportunity right now to live out these fantasies. And it's those mindsets that is these religious mindsets that they need to go out to do their dirty work, that they convinced to do their dirty work. We saw a video of Netanyahu talking to his war general, and he said the way you get a civilian, a citizen, to blow up a bus full of innocent children is tell them that it's for a bigger purpose. Convince them that it's about religion. Convince them that it's about ethnicity. Convince them that it's about race. And once you do that, they will blow up a building of innocent people for you. And he literally said that to his war general. And that's what these religious text do, this doctrine does. It puts it in the mind of people that all this egregious violent shit that this God does in this book, it's okay because it's for a bigger purpose, and that bigger purpose was for me, because that God loved me so much that he formed me with his hands, and then he came down here and he died for my sins. So it doesn't matter that he killed a bunch of people 500 years later. Mind you, he didn't go to them and say, hey, I'm killing y'all because of what your ancestors did. Like, I'm punishing y'all because of what your ancestors did. That's okay, because it's for a bigger purpose. And then in their mind, they've accepted bullshit like this. And then in their mind, when the call comes, they answer the call and they're willing to do it. That's how it works. I was thinking about this today in Oso's live when he was talking to dumbass McCoy. And I was going to ask McCoy this question and ask him, like, what do you think about the fact that your God slaughtered the Amalekites 400 years or 500 years after their ancestors supposedly attacked the Israelites, and never goes to the Amalekites and say, you're being punished for what your ancestors did? Like, who benefits from that? Like, when you punish somebody, the punishment is to teach them a lesson, is it not? It's to make them better, hoping that they would change their behavior. Right? Bayan, are you still there?
Oh yeah,
okay.
I am. I'm sorry. I didn't know. No, I 100% agree. Except I think, obviously, I think there is an evolution of the Yahweh of the Bible. I think that you can see like several different traditions. So I did not get to finish my college education, but while I was there, it was philosophy and religion, and I got to put my toes in it a little bit. But I've learned a lot more from this community than I ever did at school. But one thing that I think is pretty clear to me is that the story is told the way gamers say it. What do they call them? NPCs. Everybody but the Israelites are NPCs.
Yep, that's my point. Yep.
And we are pawns and pieces of the story. And if we're lucky and we prostrate ourselves enough between Yahweh, like he might let us hang out with the Israelites in heaven. But by and large, we are cannon fodder for them. We are lessons to be experimented with, learned, and you know, not important.
Yeah.
We're not important to the God of the Bible.
Yeah, that's why the so called punishment of the Amalekites years later, the only people that actually benefits from it is the Israelites, and what the Israelites benefit from is God got your back. So how is it a punishment? And the believer never allows themselves to see it from that way, or even think about the fact that this story is being told from one perspective, and that is the perspective of the Israelites. You don't hear any other perspective in this book but the Israelites. And like that, they anytime they see police brutality, they say it's always two sides to a story. Or they'll say it's three sides to a story. Theirs, and then the truth. But they don't say that shit about this book. They don't
With the
say
Amalekite story, I
exactly.
don't think it gets better. I've heard someone, an apologist, say that at another point in the Bible, the Amalekites are mentioned. So obviously they weren't all exterminated. And I don't think he realized what he was saying there, because even if that's true, and Amalekites survived, that means you guys are doing apocalypse porn with these people. That even when the society wasn't wiped all the way out, you lied and tried to sell that story to the people. And why the hell would you fucking advertise genocide to someone as like, this is how far you can go and still make it into heaven? It just shows that there is no limit to the depravity of Yahweh.
Yep, I agree. I agree. Did you have anything else?
A thought that popped in my head today. I think that something that's relevant to all of the unrest that's going on. I think a danger of the Bible right now, because most of my family is still very religious Southern Baptist, uh, and they try to jump over the ugly parts and accentuate. Everybody wants to hop to the nice parts of the New Testament, right? They I've noticed lately that Christians quote the Bible the way witches in movies use spell books, right? Like the witch in the movie could easily read that entire spell book, memorize all those spells, and just be a badass at it, right? They could know it all backwards and forward like Justin knows it, but they don't. Instead, when they have a challenge, they turn to a specific script or a specific verse, like, here is where I find my power and rebuke this non-believer. But I think the danger of having those genocides in this book, and I realized this with the Muslim kid, is that even if they don't realize it, what's being told to them is that this is how far you can go and still win, right? You can sin this far, and history shows it too with the Crusades and all of the people burned at the stake. Like, you can do these horrible things and still make it into heaven, and all you have to do is say sorry. And I think people are operating like that right now. I think a lot of those ICE agents are operating like this right now. Like, I don't think you can do what these people are doing without having questions in your head if it's wrong. Like, people, regardless if they like empathy or not, like, on some level, this is resonating through their brain. But I think that you can justify it away. Like, if you can pray it away, why worry about it?
Yeah.
What do they say? God washed it off of them.
They have it's like they have an unlimited pact to sin, but somehow they've convinced themselves that they don't. I was talking to a young guy named D12 today in Oso's live in the comments before he got on stage with this bullshit. But he was saying that Jesus came to give them the freedom from sin. And I said, so then you don't sin anymore and you're, sin free and perfect like Jesus. He says, no, we will always sin. And then he quotes Proverbs something, and he says, Proverbs says that we'll fall down 7 times but get back up. I said, oh, okay, so you have I said, so you mean free to sin with unlimited forgiveness and grace? And then he goes, no, we're supposed to turn from our sin. I said, okay, so there's an expectation for you not to sin. No, God knows we're going to sin because it's in our nature. So then he just gave you a writ of unlimited forgiveness. No. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? Your God is saying, you're saying your God is saying that you will sin because it's in your nature. Like you can't not be a sinner because it's in your nature. But you supposed to turn from your sin. You have you don't have unlimited forgiveness, but you can get back up unlimited amount of times. Like it does not make sense, but they've convinced themselves in their mind that because Jesus died, because they are always a sinner, right? It's in their nature. If I do some fuck shit, I can't help it. God expects it because it's in my nature, but Jesus, if I fall down, then all I got to do is get back up because Jesus. And they do not see that as an unlimited, like just a writ of unaccountability and unlimited forgiveness to just be fuck shits.
Thinker, did you say you were a musician?
No, I'm not a musician. No, I write songs. I sing, but I'm not a musician. No. What does that sound like? That sounds like a believer. I write songs and I sing. I have albums out, but I'm not a musician. I don't call myself a musician.
Yeah, I can feel that gray spot that you live in. There, it feels like a commitment level, right, before you cross that boundary all the way. No, I can tell. I was just wondering because you have such good projection of your voice.
Yeah, I've sung my whole life. Also a public speaker, but I don't want to be an artist. My daughter is working on being an artist though. I just write music for, like, if there's something that's on my mind, and then the lyrics start coming to me, I write the shit. I wrote a cool song today with the community. The community helped me write a song. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Hey, this YouTube, since y'all are not on TikTok, those of you over there that have deleted TikTok and to the YouTube fam, this is the new song that I posted today. Give me just a second and make sure the YouTube is on silent. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, I said it clear. If you region, this is literally that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and the name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah. Adam had a baby. C-section kinda shady, but you say men can't give birth and explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny it, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. God told Moses man came first, dirt in his hands. No woman in the scene, just God and a man. So how was reproduction gonna work back then with no womb in sight? New life can't begin. The story make no sense, I got reason to doubt it. How you gonna tell me he produced an indie from an Audi? Make it make sense, shit sound like a lie. Adam was a madam before his brothers died. They say be fruitful and multiply. Okay, cool. How we gonna do that without the proper tools? Ain't no ovaries present till the end of chapter 2. But they swear it's history, not metaphorical news. Hey, Adam had a baby. Yeah, I said it clear. If you read Genesis literally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and her name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby. C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth and explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. He put Adam to sleep, divine anesthesia. Opened up his side like a surgical procedure. Put Adam in the prostrate, then gave him a prostate gland. That's the place they tap the O for every man. They called her a rib, but hell nah. He had a baby, new life from his body, now she his wife. That's crazy as this. When he gets tested, that's basic class. So what came out his body? Flesh, cells, and ass. You say miracle, spiritual, when logic failed. That's not reality, that's avoiding detail. If Eve came out Adam's frame, then he had a sex change, yeah, that's rewriting the game. I want my rib back, really? Baby back ribs? Hold up, baby back ribs? Genesis Kitchen, wow, who cooking this meal? Side door surgery, barbecue psychology. Adam on the table like this can't be biology. They said rib, I heard entree, whole human plate, somebody explain. Baby, baby, yeah, I said it clear. If you read Genesis literally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and the name was Eve. That's when Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby, C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth, then explain how he was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too, cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual, the Lulu, drop blue. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, Adam had a baby, Adam had a baby. With a rib at.
Hey, Thinker,
Huh?
when you play music, does your comment section always go wild like that?
Yeah.
Does that usually happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the algorithms would love that interaction. That was crazy good. So I'm going to have to hold your feet to the fire here. You said you're not a musician. Where did that come from?
Actually, the community, we were on Oso's Live today, and I started writing the song a couple of days ago, and I had wrote the first verse and the hook, and then I read the hook to the community, and they gave me some ideas. So I brainstormed with them today, and then it just, like, I hopped off the live, and then it just came to me.
No, it was fire. It was fire.
Thank
Someone
you.
in the comments said, "Is this a diss track to God?"
Yeah, the Broveries was Son of Kalu. Oh, excuse me, Broveries, and he gave me the idea of to use prostrate and prostate.
Oh, Broveries is Mac.
Oh, was that Mac? I thought that was you.
Nah, I did the prostate.
Okay, yeah, that was Mac. Mac also said. It was something else that Max said. I wrote down the stuff that they said and I put their names by it so I can give them songwriting credit. And then Glow came up with Adam was a madam. Mm-hmm. Yeah, John Glow. Adam was a madam. Yeah. Yeah. So.
No, that stabs kind of deep, especially with the anti-trans hate going on.
Yep. So, because if man can't have babies, then explain Adam, because he had a whole ass C-section. You know, I mean, that's exactly what it is. Like, I even let me see to make sure that they can see the image. Like Adam, he had a whole ass C-section, friend.
Wouldn't this technically mean that Adam had every vagina in existence inside of him?
Yeah. So the same way women, like, we're carrying our great grandkids, right? Mm-hmm. So he had a whole ass C-section. Like, that shit, just imagine. Like, just look at that. Like, how you gonna ignore that? How y'all gonna ignore that? He had surgery. He took Eve out his rib. Motherfucker had a C-section scar.
That is the topic. Thinker, you need to have that picture on the background. Adam had a C-section. Prove me wrong. That shit will go wild.
Yeah. Somebody put in the comments, there's no biblical refute in the comments. Like, there's no Bible verses in this. I said the whole song is biblical. The whole song is biblical. Moses wrote that shit. You said, thank you, forget TikTok. Let's head to the studio. Album will be called The Book of Lies. Thank you, forget TikTok. Let's head to the studio. Let's head what?
Let's go to the studio.
Forget TikTok. Let's go to the studio. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Damn. That took. Thank you, Selena.
Of course.
It's called Adam Had a Baby. and then Eve in parentheses, but I haven't released it yet. Did you have anything else, Beyond?
I did not. I'll hop back down. I just wanted to hop in and say hi and introduce myself.
No, it was nice meeting you. Thank you so much for coming up. Looking forward to talking to you again, and hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Show you in the Bible where Adam had a C-section, because last you read, did he open his body when he put him under?
That was dumb. That was a dumb reason to say that Adam didn't have a C-section. God put him to sleep.
He said, because last I read, he was put in the deep sleep. What happened under the deep sleep? Was his midsection cut to take out a rib that created another life? What happened with the rib? When he put him to sleep, how did he remove the rib, Wallace? How did they don't know how to conceptualize shit. How was the rib taken out, Wallace? Was it magic? Is the story telling you that he said abacadabra? How was the rib taken out? Exactly, Nora. Exactly. She was his baby, then she became his wife. Yikes. Wallace, we're literally reciting Genesis 2:7 to you. We're literally telling you the story.
Comprehension is
They
not.
were the first that admitted incest.
Yep. There's logical entailments there, Wallace. Give you the words where it says he was cut open. What the fuck do you think it means when he says he put him to sleep and took out his rib? What do you think it means? Okay. Are the atoms losing their fucking minds right now? Like, are y'all just now realizing that story is saying your God performed surgery on him? How did he take it out, bud? How did he take it out, bud G? YouTube, do y'all see what the fuck I'm dealing with these TikTok nitwits? Like, they actually think the rib just popped the fuck out of his body, and like the story is saying that the rib just popped out with no fucking scar, like he wasn't opened up or nothing. They are freaking the fuck out over here about Adam being cut open. they are freaking out in these comments over Adam having a C-section. 3D printed is wild, Masaki. Oh my gosh. What do y'all think happened? Chelsea, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Rising Phoenix? Rising Phoenix, are you there? This shit is hilarious. Wait, where did all the men go that was in the request? Where did y'all go?
Scared of a little surgery?
Evidently, I think they know they can't get past that one. I don't know. I want to know what y'all thought that story said. Like, what did y'all think happened? Like, did he just like put his hand over Adam and the rib popped out and no scar? Like, what is it that y'all think happened? How did he get the rib out of Adam's body, off of his rib cage without cutting him open? That, can y'all explain that to me? Scribe?
So
Hold on. How old are you?
you, I am about to be 19.
No, you can't be up here.
Does it
You can't be up here. No.
is matter?
Yeah, it matters. You got to be 21 and up. I don't talk to kids in here without my teenage host. Hey, Chelsea.
Hey,
How are
Thinker.
you?
Good. I always miss your lives. Like last time I saw you, you were on Easy's panel, and I always miss your lives because I go to sleep around this time. I be knocked out.
Well, I'm glad that you're
Knocked
here
out.
now.
You said something, so I'm 21 plus, you know this, but you said something profound. I had stumbled in here from Easy's live, and what I see in my line of work, and it's just like the cognitive dissonance. It's frustration. It's frustrating to me because I'm like, how can you not see the correlation? It's the women who are in this cult, and that's what I'm gonna call it from now on. It's the women who are in this cult and don't realize it is a cult of child sexual assault, and it's a cult of child sacrifice. Even when you were talking about the 40-plus-year-old woman not using her voice, that is but it's not, it's like a socio-linguistic artifact, but it's like a phenomenon called the Fundy baby voice. And it comes from the fundamentalist Christian church. Like they train their women, they train their girls to talk in a very small baby voice because they inherently believe that men or boys are attracted to little girls, little children. So they like shrink themselves because of it. And I've never heard anybody talk about it on the panel. Every time I try to like make a video about it, TikTok says I'm violating community guidelines and shit. So I'm like, man, fuck y'all. But you're the first person I've ever heard talk about that. And but yeah, that's real. Like whenever I see that or whenever anybody hears, it's like a signifier of abuse and control. Like whenever you see a fully grown woman with chin hairs talking a very small baby voice, like she's doing that because she's been trained to believe that Christian men or men in general are attracted to children. Like they know that, they know that it is not safe for children and women, this canon, this cult, but they still try to integrate with it. Like they truly believe this bullshit and they suppress themselves, like their whole identity. And it leads to people coming to the domestic violence shelters with their children or making excuses like, look, my husband raped my child. What to do? Girl, we about to go to, he about to go to jail, but it's no, that's against I gotta submit. We just gonna pray about it. And I'm like, hold on. No, he about to go to jail. Like they will fight you on it because they feel like they are defying or going against their God. But what I wrote about to my manager, my LCSW, I feel like it gets blurry because they go from worshiping a male deity to worshiping their husbands and their boyfriends. Like it's so sick. But I've never heard anybody talk on TikTok talk about the Fundy baby voice. And I'm like, it's real. It comes from the church.
Yeah, there's a documentary on Netflix. I think it's called Stay Sweet and Obey. Have you seen that? It's about the Mormon
I know what you're talking
Keith
about. I
Sweet.
couldn't sit through it. I
Yeah.
couldn't. I know what that means. It's a mantra, and it's linked to. I didn't watch it, but I know that mantra is linked to like abusive religious systems. Like they take you to camps where you learn how to do this bullshit, and it's just like, why? Why? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're normalizing a dangerous ideology that's not going to be safe for you. It's not going to help you, because when something like heinous happens, what do they say? We're just going to pray about it. We're going to sweep it under the rug, or that's under the blood. Like, it's so sick. Like, how can you exist in a society and say you're not helping, you're not harming anyone, or people are attacking Christians, when you're literally letting your children and your girl, like your sisters, all these people, your brothers, fall prey and victim to this cult? Like, how can you not see it's a cult? You
The
know,
fundamental FDLF, oh my God, SDLA, fundamentalist 7 day, what is, not 7 day Adventist, oh my God, I can't think of this damn church now. Something about the Latter Day Saints. What's the name? Latter Day Saints of Jesus Christ. What the fuck is the Mormon church
Latter
name?
Day Saints of Jesus Christ. Ain't nobody helping her on the panel. I'm like,
God
she don't
damn.
get
I don't
it.
remember.
She
It's
don't
too
figure it
late.
out,
The
Tinker.
fundamentalist Latter Day Saints of Jesus Christ is the name of this damn cult. Like, it's a damn long name. But that, yeah, so the way he trained them, and he had them, like, older women, making sure that they talk like soft voices, even when the government came and took the kids, right, when they realized that they had over 415 kids in this cult that they were, selling to other families, sending them across town. He was marrying underage girls to older men, and the cult leader had 24 underage wives. He had 78 wives total, and 24 of them were minors. And when the police came to rescue them, the older women in the cult, used their real soft voices on the news. They went on to like I forgot what show, like something like Oprah Winfrey or something like that, and used their soft voices and turned America against the Child Protective Services. And Americans just saw sweet Mormon women being bullied by Child Protective Services. Their children had been kidnapped, and Child Protective CPS just washed their hands of it and sent the kids back. And the man was in jail for raping a little girl, because one little girl spoke out against him, and he was in jail doing a dime, and he was running the cult from the jail, to the point to where whenever he would go, when the women would go visit him in jail, they would sit there with like notepads and take notes for what on what he was saying, like his scribes, and then they would call the compound, and everybody would have to stop what they're doing whenever he called, and then they would play his call over the loudspeaker. And it was the women holding this shit up through their softness and their soft voices, and they were manipulating the minds of people to make people believe that everything was okay there was even a lady who had escaped, and they had taken her children. When CPS was giving the children back, the men at the cult, the leaders called her and was like, you need to come and identify the children, because they're only giving the children to the natural mothers, and you need to lie and tell them that everything's fine, that we didn't take your kids. And she did it. She lied for them. And like, it's that, it's the one of the reasons why they do it is because they also use it as a weapon or a cover for themselves and the bullshit they do, because they know that society is going to see an innocent woman, right, and be like, oh, let's take the side of the innocent woman. She can't be lying, especially when they're innocent and when they're like white, like, their voices are, tiny, and they're white. They're automatically gonna believe whatever they say. I don't think a black woman can whisper in that motherfucker give a fuck.
they do, Thinker. Like, they exist.
I'm saying I don't think that society would give a fuck about a black woman presenting herself as innocent. Society, like, society will demonize the fuck out of a black woman even when she's whispering. She's aggressive even when she's whispering. Like,
even when she's silent, right?
yeah, like, yeah. So I don't think that would work for like a black woman unless it's a white man using it. Does that make sense? Like if it's a white man trying to protect himself, they'll know how to do it. But I think it's a weapon. It's a weapon and a cover. If that makes
Would
sense.
No,
it
it
be
is, but it's like I want people to understand how serious and scary it is. Like if you see it out in reality, out, I'll say in the wild, it's like the scariest manipulation tactic you'll ever see because they talk like babies, but they are actually evil, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Like they don't protect their kids, they don't protect themselves. Like they go from worshiping this male deity to I'm just going to worship a man. I know my child is having all these issues, but it's okay because this man, he's the head of the household. He's the closest thing to God, and whatever he say goes. And it's like it's a disconnect for me because I'm like, especially a black woman, how can you as a woman, more so as a black woman, align yourself with this type of with this type of ideology, with this type of cult? Like, what does it do for you? How does it help you? Like, what are you doing? Like that's my frustration every day when I go into work. Cause like why are you with this? Like your counterparts are the triple K. Your Christian counterparts are the triple K. Your Christian counterparts are the Mormons. Like why do you think, what is it? And it's just that's the thing that always gets me because you're 40 plus 50 plus and you're suppressing yourself like this, or you're being a tool to the patriarchy. You're being a tool to hurt yourself in your children, male children alike. Like why would you want to raise people that go out in the world and think it's okay to own a woman, think it's okay, they get in America, women and children are the original proprietary class, but why would you seriously go out in the world and perpetuate that type of violence? That's what gets me. Like you can even look at the contradictions in the Bible and be like, okay, this is some bullshit. Like where is the disconnect? If that makes sense.
Yeah. Kalu, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know if it makes sense, but is the term infantilization is that related to this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, entirely.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking about this earlier on Oso's live. Like this is the weapon that they use. I talk a lot about how the women in the Bible are subjugated, right? And in the beginning of the story in Genesis 1, the God is subduing the feminine celestial bodies, and he captures it, right? And he uses her power throughout the story to do a lot of the evil shit that he does. He uses her power to do it, and he wraps himself inside of her when he shows up to Job, right? When he's riding on the cloud, like that's a feminine celestial body in the Hebrew text. And when I see how supremacy culture works, supremacy ideology, the women in the culture are used as war weapons, like military weapons. If we look at Jael, the story of Jael rode her sexuality. She had sex with a man, rode him so good that he went to sleep in her bed, and then she drove a fucking knife in his head and nailed his head to the fucking ground. And she did that for the Israelites, right? Esther's sexuality, her sexuality was used to protect the Israelites. As long as a woman's body, her voice is used for the men, and then she's okay. It's okay. But the moment she uses her voice or her sexuality for herself, even for her own pleasure, then she's a demon. She's a Jezebel. She's a Lilith. She's a Eve. She's rebellious and wicked. Like that's how supremacy ideology, supremacy culture uses the women and in their culture.
I just want to say, keep making your art, keep making the connections on your platform, on YouTube, because maybe it can reach someone, because it's so dangerous to even want to sound like a sexualized child. It's very sick. And people use it, like you said, people use it as an actual weapon, as an actual tool to even go out and recruit other women and children into the cult. And it's a cult. You know, people keep saying, "Oh, it's a religion." It's a cult. You
I mean,
know, that's
it's what
all it
we're
is.
taught. Like I mean, black women, we do it too. Like we teach our daughters that shit from birth. Now I didn't. And when I first started teaching my daughters that whole patriarchal shit, with girls wash the dishes and the boys take out the trash and make sure your room clean, because the same shit that my parents just said to me, ain't no man gonna want you. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what the fuck am I doing? And then my daughters would say, why they don't have to wash dishes just because they boys? Like, mama, that's
Mm-hmm.
not fair. And I'm like, you know what? It's not fair. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I teaching y'all this shit? But we learn this shit from church, uh, from the moment like you know the indoctrination starts. Girls are to be very feminine, and they start putting bridal magazines in front of us, and Tinkerbell and Cinderella, like the whole Cinderella complex, and you have to be soft and feminine, and the perfumes and the shaving your legs and the like all the feminine stuff. Like they start that shit at a young age, and this is where the soft voice comes from. All of these things, and I don't think that we're even thinking about that. Like it's so much that goes into creating that infant voice, that soft voice in women.
It's an entire conditioning, like you said, built from this church, built from these religious institutions. That's where it comes from. And the religious institutions is a tenet of patriarchy and supremacy. So this, that's what it is. Because I remember growing up in the deep South, you got to do this to get a man. Ain't no man gonna like Chelsea, you cuss too much. You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff, as if our only purpose was to be a helpmate. I hate this. Be a helpmate to a man. Like, I don't have a purpose with my life. I have to be a helpmate to a man. I have to revere him just because he has a phallus. I never understood that. So if you don't ask those questions, like you said, if you don't critically think, you just gonna go along to get along. And that's dangerous as hell.
Yeah, I always ask the question, what about your dick makes you qualified to lead? Like, what's in your dick that makes you qualified to lead? And I don't say phallus. I say dick. I say what the fuck I want to say. And they come in here and they tell me
Thinker.
that I'm aggressive, that, like, they say whatever the fuck they want to say about me.
No, Thinker, TikTok hates me. Anytime I try to make a video about these things, oh, you're violating community guidelines. I'm trying to, get my lexicon together because I'm like, well, damn, somebody gonna report me. But like you said, people need to hear it. It's dick. Like people need to, hold on, TikTok, don't get mad. People need to hear these things, like it needs to connect. Like, yeah, what about you and your dick makes you qualified to lead? Like what makes you the head of the household? Because you was born with, a Y
I
chromosome.
don't
The
even
man
say
earlier didn't even know what that
I don't
is.
even add, like, what about you? Because, like, the you part, that's where your skill sets come in. But what this story is saying is because you have a dick, you should
Mm-hmm.
lead. So tell me, like, what
By
about your
default.
dick makes you a leader? Like, help me understand that. Like, just because you have one of them things slinging between your legs, you supposed to lead me? Like, fuck my education. Fuck my ability to critically think and have foresight and insight. My ability to learn, right, from my past experiences, to recognize patterns, right? The network that I've built, right? Fuck all of that. But you supposed to lead me because you have a dick and you got a second grade education? Like, help me understand that. That's what I don't
Because the God
understand.
of the Bible says so. And like it's full of contradictions. They don't make the connection. And even when you talk about Adam and Eve, that if you really think about it, that's an incestuous relationship too.
Mm-hmm.
With the whole Eve shit, like, come on now, like it's getting creepier. Like as the farther you go and you critically think about it, all this shit is kind of weird. It's getting Twilight Zone. It doesn't make sense. It's gross. It's sick. Like even it's just gross to me as a whole. And it's just like for women, black, indigenous, people of color, I get the conditioning, but it's just like at what point, at what age your frontal lobes develop that you kind of snap out of it. If you seeing it's hurting you, it's hurting your family, you're staying in these abusive relationships and partnerships and marriages, and it's a detriment to you, but you want to be pleasing in God's sight. How does that, what does it make sense? You're going to be 6 feet under. Like, how? It's a cult at that point. You're forfeiting your own wellness, your own well-being to please an imaginary, what's it called? An imaginary figure, or something that's like Santa Claus. So, Santa Claus kind of friendly. Something that's like, what the fuck, Krampus. Because it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense as a woman to go along with this shit. That's my thing. I heard you and another young lady talk about the 40 plus woman who had suppressed herself so much that she talks in a baby voice. And I was like, oh, that's a name for it. It's the Fundy baby voice. And it originates with the fundamentalist Christian circle. Yeah.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Chelsea.
Yep. I'm going to go to bed now.
All right. Have a good night.
I'll see you later.
All right. It's the Rugrats. Digital Karen, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
What you want? You.
Not a Rugrat.
An actual Rugrat?
No, on my hat?
Oh, the voice. You didn't hear the voice?
What?
I don't know. This is a kid right here.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why we
That's
were
what
saying
we were
actual
talking
Rugrat.
about.
Oh.
Y'all remember CAPTCHA for mods. Even one word will get you muted, and that goes for nerds, ops, and friendlies alike. We
Unless
have
it's
no
like, oh
respect
my
for their
gosh, or
persons.
stuff like,
Um,
unless it's like,
yeah,
oh my gosh, or what the fuck.
yeah.
Yeah. Undercover God,
Good night.
how are
Good
you?
morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
42.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. And which of the two topics in red do you want to discuss?
Lies to Adam and Eve. He is the God of this.
I can't hear you. Can you?
Can you speak up,
No,
please?
I'm reading. I'm
Oh,
reading. Sorry.
to yourself?
Yeah, I'm
You
reading.
said, please reveal our community gift. You can find it by tapping live gifts.
The lie about Adam and Eve.
That's not a topic. The topics are in red.
The topics are in red.
Yes.
God of the Bible is the God of discretion.
Yeah, that's the one you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible was written for the Lamb, right? The Bible is like a seal, and only the Lamb will open the seal.
We're talking about the God of the Bible being the God of deception. What are your thoughts on that topic?
Why would you say that though? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help you out. It says there points, right? You and I can't talk at the same time.
Sorry.
Thank you. The points are underneath the topic. These are why I say that. He lies to Adam and Eve in the garden. He is the God of deceivers. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were all deceivers at one point in the story. And then a lot of times when we talk to believers of this God, in order to defend this story or the things that this God does in the story, they end up lying or manipulating or gaslighting or, changing words, definitions of words, ignoring reality or logic in order to defend it in a very deceptive way. The story says that Jesus cannot forgive your sins unless he died for you, and that the blood of his sacrifice was needed. I tried to look for it. I don't know where it is. I don't know how to find it, y'all. unless he died. I'm sorry, under cover of God. Let me finish. Except there are many times in the story where sins are forgiven with no blood sacrifice, with no sacrifice at all, really. And even Jesus forgives sins before he dies, before he sacrifices himself without any sacrifices. And he says that he does it because he wants you to know that he can. So this idea that he had to die and bloodshed for your sins to be forgiven is just deceptive to me, and it feels like it's more of a way for you to feel indebted to this God and loyal to this character, because you feel like you didn't deserve for him to die for you because he's so innocent and he suffered for you and it's all my fault. And then he created supremacy ideology. And a lot of people, when they read this story, they don't see the supremacy culture in the story of a chosen people, special rules for a chosen people. Those on the outside get treated a different way. And they're typically used as pawns for the chosen. And then even when Jesus comes, right? When Jesus comes, he's a Israelite supremacist, but believers today don't really recognize that because they focus on the sacrifice. They say Jesus is only about love, and he is about love, but his message is primarily love of the Israelites. You don't see this change in, opening it up to outsiders until after he dies and he goes to hell. Like, he has to go to hell to get the authority or keys to love y'all. And that is just hilarious to me, because in so many ways he was saying that y'all were children of the devil and he had to go and get y'all from the devil, and y'all accept that. And the Israelites were automatically from the beginning children of this God and holy, and y'all accept that for yourself. And so for me, that's why I see this God as the God of deception.
Okay. Okay, let's start with Adam and Eve, right? Say you have two kids, right? You create a boy and a girl, and you want the world to advance, multiply. And how can you do that? You got to deceive what you create.
Wait.
So if you don't deceive them, they will never procreate.
Insert your
You
voice.
have to lie to them. You got to pretend to be somebody else to lie to them.
Huh?
Like the snake, the serpent in the garden. If the serpent didn't lie to them and tell them the truth, how they would know the truth?
Damn.
If you
Anyway.
understand where I'm coming from. Okay, you have two kids, right?
Not at all.
You want your two kids to have sex, right?
No, hold
No.
on.
What?
No.
Sorry,
You want
sorry. Gotta
you
What
watch
are
it.
we
No.
talking about?
you
No,
want
absolutely not. Do you hear what just came out of your mouth?
you want them to have sex.
Hell no. Who
No.
wants their kids to have sex?
But how can you get them to have sex though?
What?
To
What
multiply,
happened?
multiply.
Your kids, your children,
Yes,
your son and daughter. You want your son and daughter to have sex?
yes. If there's the only two people in the world, right? How can I
Oh
get
my
them
But he
to have
God.
made them.
another kid and another
Oh,
kid?
Are you okay?
If not for them having sex with each other, you wouldn't be here today. Think of it.
I don't want to.
No,
this
I don't want to
just
think of
goes
it.
from worse.
Abraham and Sarah was brothers and sisters, right? But
Yeah, that makes
how?
it better.
Thinker.
How?
Nigga,
That makes it
It's
better.
a common sense. The Bible was never written for mankind. The
that's the
Bible was
bad
written,
part. This sense is
the
too
Bible
common.
was written for
It's
the
too
ones to
common.
come.
Okay, stop
Hold
talking.
on,
Stop, stop,
stop.
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 Wow.
You said the Bible is not written for mankind, but it was mankind that wrote the Bible. Make me
Oh my
understand that.
God.
Okay, we all are reincarnation. We
Huh?
all come. We
Reincarnate.
all come. It doesn't matter. We all gonna die and come back. This is heaven.
You ever met somebody that died and came back?
My dad.
Your dad
All
died and came
all
back.
three of all three of my kids in America is reincarnation because I bring them back.
Man, get
Oh
the
my
fuck
You
out
got
of here.
god.
covered?
What?
I bring them back.
You ain't brought
You
back
brought them
shit.
back?
Okay.
So you know how
Nelly.
to raise them up from the
Man, you
dead?
trolling.
Wait. I killed my dad.
Huh?
I
What?
killed
What?
my dad. I just say. I just say and it happens.
You just
I
saying it happens.
no, my dad ended up with cancer. He was a dying. He was dead already in the bed. Can't only drinking out a straw.
And
So
you brought him back.
I said, God, take his life.
Oh my.
Bring him back. My son.
Did you pray for Trump? So,
Huh?
Girl.
No, say what you just say. Say what you just say.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about going to see a psychologist?
I see everybody.
No, medical, like mental health.
Mental health. I put myself in mental health.
Right.
I put
Yeah.
myself in jail.
Right.
I put myself every way that people suffer today.
When's the
it's a
last time you
psychosis.
had a CAT scan?
Well, last time I had a CAT scan. CAT scan for what? I am who I
What's going
am.
on in your
No
head?
one on earth is not me.
Like you're
Not
Jesus,
even the
right? You're
government.
Jesus reincarnated.
I ain't Jesus. I'm the one that Jesus talk about.
Right.
Oh, you the son of
And
man.
John 14.
Oh, here we go.
John 14. John 14. Jesus says someone worse than him. I am that person. And I prove it
Oh,
already. It say
oh, okay.
in 2011, when the spirit hit me, I run to Barbados. When I came back, 2011, December 17th, I came back.
Can you
When I was in
demonstrate your power right now for us?
I,
For
I
it's
actually
about
think
400 people in here.
I actually think he's in
Demonstrate.
demonstrate my power,
psychosis. I think he's in psychosis,
Uh,
and I don't. Yeah,
yeah, I don't, I
yeah,
man.
don't
no,
I
no,
stopped.
no. He's in
Witness.
psychosis. No, no. Mm-mm. So
So,
no, no, no. We're gonna
you
end it
know,
here. No,
wait, wait,
no,
wait, wait,
no.
one
You
minute,
don't.
1 minute.
I suggest you go to see a psychologist. Okay, you don't sound well. And
I'm
I
coming
wish you the best. Please go see a psychologist. Okay.
for this world. I'm gonna fuck this world
Yeah,
up.
go see a
Oh.
psychologist. We're gonna
Okay.
block you.
Block
Go
me,
live
so what?
life. Go bye. God damn it.
No, I'm coming for this.
No, you're not.
Oh. Okay.
That dude is
There's
not
something wrong
okay.
with him.
He's not okay.
No.
Uh, That's sad.
Wow. You know, believe it or not, it's people out there that actually believe his ass.
Hmm.
That's what's sad.
It's people like him, just like him in the comments. That's,
Wow.
and they
That
think
is
that's
ridiculous.
normal.
Mm, mm.
Tyson, psychiatrist, yeah. Tyson. Okay. No, this ebony person is a kid. I'm gonna block you because nobody got time to be playing with y'all asses. Digital, Karen, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Right. Man, when he said he killed his dad, I was like,
Mhm.
it's like what? Y'all, the guest box is open. I don't know if we're gonna get any decent conversations. I think that Adam had a baby song scared off all the motherfuckers in the request. I don't know what happened in 2011, Jack Keto. What are you talking about? What did he say? Something happened in 2011?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
It was
gonna
in
have to follow
2004
him.
he came back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to follow him and find out. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't even want to know.
Yeah, that man was not okay.
No.
Mind you, the two believers that came up tonight, neither of them were okay. Neither of them. The first one was the
Nigerian.
yeah, the fake Nigerian guy. And this is what this belief system does to your mind, because you have to, like Bash said, you got to rip up reality. You have to completely destroy reality in order to hold on to this. And once you destroy reality, once you rip it up, then what?
Mm.
What were you getting ready to say, Nelly?
No, I agree. I say it all the time. This belief system has caused us to lose touch with what's real, what's factual, what's historical. It just it's it's sad. It really is. It's sad. You know, that alternate reality is a motherfucker.
I think like I want to understand from the men. Like my mind is just gonna be thinking about this, because what did y'all think happened? Like from the men that was shocked that Adam had surgery. Those of you that say he did not cut Adam open to get his rib out. Like, why aren't you coming up here? And I want to know, what is it that you think happened? If you don't think he was cut open, what is it?
But it says he closed it up with flesh. So what did he close up if he wasn't cut open? Like, ah.
The anal. He pulled it out his anus.
Anal option is
But he closed it up
crazy.
with
Oh
flesh.
my gosh! I'm gonna read a super chat. Um, let's see, son. I can't say your whole name. It says son of the. Thank you, son of the. Hold on. It almost went to it. Let me see. Damn. How do I see the name? Actually, let me just go to your channel right quick. Son of the Clippy. Thank you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Son of the Clippy says, Thinker answers all the questions I had when I was being raised in the cult, indoctrinated into creationism, and taught that God's ways are higher. Yeah. Welcome. Glad to have you here, son of the Clippy. Sorry, go ahead, Selena.
Mm.
I was just saying it literally says he closed the place with flesh. So if it wasn't open, what would he have to close? Like the the critical thinking skills are nil.
I'm in. What up, y'all?
What's up? Y'all go ahead. I'm going to fix me some coffee. I'll be right back.
What up, Mr. TSA? What's good with you, say?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Ain't shit. What's good? What's good? You a Christian?
No, I used to be a Christian though, but nah, I ain't hell no.
You deconstructing?
Yes, sir.
Type shit. You above the age of 21?
Yeah, I'm 38, gang.
I bet. Pick a topic.
Now, what y'all was just talking about, like, did they open up the rib and all that? I don't even think that's the story, gang, at all.
Nah, gang. You see the two red topics on the left?
Uh-huh.
You gotta pick one of them joints.
The God of the Bible is the God of deception.
Mm-hmm.
And the Adam and Eve story in Genesis don't make sense. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's when you talk about I bet type shit,
Yeah.
type shit. So you don't think that it was a surgery?
I don't even think it happened like that at all.
How you think it happened?
I'm pretty sure you familiar with like the Anunnakis and shit, right?
Nah, gang. I ain't never heard of that.
You playing with me, bro.
Nah, I'm dead ass. You teaching me.
Yeah. Look, bro. It's a story, bro,
Mm-hmm.
that come from ancient history, bro.
Mm-hmm.
and basically some motherfuckers from another planet called Nibiru came down here. It's a long ass story, but I'm gonna make it short. You hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
So some motherfuckers from they human like us type shit. They just been living for so long, bro, like thousands of years type shit. They planet was going to dirt and all that. They had to seek for a substance to fix their planet, right?
Hmm.
They came down here. They found out the substance that they need was down here, which was gold. You feel me? To fix their planet. So they came down here and long story short, bro,
You
they
making
start.
you making the story shorter?
I'm trying, bro, because it's so much information in this story, bro, that you'll probably, like you'll think I'm going all over the place. So I'm just really trying to nip it in the bud. You feel me? I know you probably ain't got that much time. You feel me?
Type shit.
Yeah. So they came down here, you know what I'm saying? Found the gold, woo woo. Then next thing you know, they start sending more of their peoples down here. Basically, the name of those peoples called Egigis, right? They sent them down here. It was gods, you feel me? They came
From
down
where?
here. It's a
From
planet
where?
called
Nibiru.
it's a planet called, you can look it up, gang. It's a planet called Planet Nibiru. You feel
Nibiru.
me?
Yeah. That's what you said. Yeah, my fault. I wrote it
Yeah,
wrong.
you
I wrote
feel
it
me?
wrong. Yeah.
So when they came down here, they found out, okay, it's stock down here, it's food down here. They can come down here and go ahead, man, this gold and say they planet, right?
Okay. Wait, can I just ask you a question real quick, gang?
For sure.
All right. So this story that you telling me,
Hmm.
this makes sense to you though, right?
Yeah,
All right.
100%.
But the Adam and Eve story, when we say like it was a surgery, that don't make sense.
Don't even like go with it at all because
Mm.
that story, it came from the story that I'm telling you.
Oh, okay.
It was like a remix. You know what I'm saying?
I
Oh,
got a
like
question.
okay. So the story you telling that was like the original,
Exactly, bro.
and then they took that. They said, "Hold on, let me flip this shit real quick."
Yeah, exactly. 100%, bro.
I got a question. How did they get here?
The same way we get out there today.
Oh, they got spaceships.
Same way, bro. They
Where the
look,
ships
bro.
at?
As above, so below, gang. As above, so below, bro. And everything that's happening right now, been happening, gang. Like they say we made it to Mars, or we just got up to Mars, bro. They been in and out this Mars.
We've
You
never
feel me?
been to Mars.
Hey, hey. To each, I mean, you believe what you believe. You know what I'm
No, we've
saying?
never been to Mars. Period.
Hey, you
We
believe
got
what
a
you believe.
rover there.
Do you believe in ancient history, gang?
Spaceships, flying
No.
saucers, outer space creatures.
Yeah,
No,
but it ain't it's like a lot of facts, like a
no,
lot
no.
of.
There's no facts of an alien creature nowhere.
I
I
ain't gonna
don't
say
think.
nowhere, bro, but like as far as you know,
As far as we know, period. What you're hearing is stories from the human mind to come up with another perception on how I guess
but
Earth was born
but
or
technically
humans
though,
were
bro,
born.
ain't all the stories from a human man though?
Are you shit?
Excuse me?
I said like technically ain't every story you hear is from the human man, right? As far
Absolutely.
as you know. So when you
Absolutely.
just said that, it ain't really hold no weight because that's
It
the
holds
same
all the
thing.
weight because behind stories, if it do you know what facts mean?
Wait, what topic he
100%.
picked?
He
He
picked the Adam
chose,
and Eve one.
Aliens.
yeah. He said Adam and Eve. That story, like we were talking about the surgery and shit. He's like,
Kalu,
nah.
what's up? Why you talking like that?
That's how,
Just
cause that's how
listen.
gang right
Just
here.
listen.
Like me and
Oh,
him, like we on the same kind of vibe. We on the same type of time. You feel me? Think it like.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Okay,
Hey,
go
but
go
you want
ahead.
me to finish? You want me to try to finish it real
Yeah,
fast,
yeah,
or
No,
yeah. Yeah, let me hear what he said. Let me see.
all
What
right?
he
So,
doing?
Pete, right? So they come down here. They find out it's gold. It's the substance they need. You feel me? To fix their planet. So, mind you, these people is people who been living for thousands of years, bro. They technology is way bigger than ours,
You all
way
Anunnaki
advanced than
shit.
ours.
Hmm.
She know what I'm
Yes,
talking about on my
yes.
mama.
Yeah, she know on game, bro.
Yeah, on my mama. So they came down here, you feel me? They figured out, you feel me? Yeah, we could man this goal to save our planet. So they had trial and error on matter of fact, I skipped some too much. So when they start, you know what I'm saying, creating, I mean having they lesser gods man for the goal. The lesser gods, they got tired of manning for the gold because they low key gods too. So they tell them like, man, look, y'all got us down here manning for all this gold, bro, for too long, like we slaves or something. You feel me? So low key, they ready to go to war with the big gods, and they like the big guys like, look, it's only like 5 to 10 of us down here. It's too many of them down here. They really can win. You feel me?
I need you to speed it up, homeboy. So the lesser gods create the
That's what I'm
humans.
trying to
No,
do. Oh
like
my
so the
God.
lesser gods create the humans to do their dirty work, right?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's easy. Like speed it up. Well, okay, but what this got to do with
Hey,
Genesis? We talking about that. It
if
says,
you if you could slow down for a second.
Hold
No, no,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
man.
no,
hold
You
no.
on.
can't
If
you
you could
can't
slow
Says
down
interrupt the
for a
this
host.
second, I'm
says
gonna get to
the Adam and
no.
Eve story in Genesis. This ain't got nothing to do with Genesis.
You can't interrupt the host, gang. Like you really can't do that shit over here, fam. You gotta chill with that.
Salute.
All of y'all special, Jackito. Like if you are a believer in this shit, you special. Yahweh told you so. But can you hurry up and get to like the Genesis part? Like we
That's
like we know about the story of the Anunnaki and all of that. Can you get to the Genesis part?
sent you an invite. I think it said 48 seconds. Hold on. All right, you got like 30 seconds or some shit. You feel me? Like just give it a minute. You gonna get back on talking your shit. You feel me, gang?
see, they lightweight came
Now.
down here, and they wanted to kind of take over. They needed the gold. You know,
He can
Nice
unmute
try,
now.
Nelly.
Just wait for him to unmute.
Nelly sound like Kumo D. I don't know.
ain't that it?
I don't know. We old Nelly. I don't think we gonna be able to do that shit.
Nah.
Like the best thing I might be able to say type shit on that shit on God on phone
Oh
them.
God,
On
I was
phone
so
them,
doing
on
it.
phone them grade shit, you know. I keep clean. Is that your name? I just see keep CL. Is it keep clean? Keep clicking.
Keep TSA. Keep climbing. TSA.
Keep
Yeah, keep
climbing.
climbing.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. Can you get to the Genesis part? Why are you back on mute?
Bro, what is happening? Hit the button.
He explained the Genesis part of it. He said that that man took that story, the Genesis story, from the
Hey,
Anunnaki.
so you aware of the Genesis part as far as like Anunnaki story?
Yeah, I'm aware of the similarities, but that my what I'm saying here is Genesis does not make sense. The Genesis story of Adam and Eve. That's
Right.
Genesis 2, Genesis 3, and Genesis 4.
And
You
I
can
was saying it
hold
don't
on,
make
let me explain
sense.
to you what I'm talking about. Okay, this is what I want to talk about, okay? Genesis 2, Genesis 3, Genesis 4, even with Cain and Abel, even the new lineage in Genesis 5. The story about Adam and Eve in Genesis makes absolutely no sense.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And I know that's what you saying, and that's why I'm telling you it don't make sense because it wasn't real. It was stolen and remixed. That's why it don't make sense.
Even though it was stolen, even the stolen one don't make sense.
Oh, they remixed it.
The
That's why it
stolen
don't
one
make
literally
sense.
says that Inky ate from a tree. A snake named Ishnu came to him and was like, hey, that tree got some
No,
good
it
shit on it.
don't. You don't
Like,
even know
yes,
what
it
you're
do.
talking
Like,
about.
stop, shut up. Yes, the fuck I do know
Nah,
what I'm
you
talking
set
about.
up.
It came from the fucking Sumerians. The original text comes from the Sumerians. Inky eats from a fucking tree, and a snake named Ishnu comes to him and say, hey, that tree got some good shit on there right there, dog. Go and try that shit out. And Inky like, I ain't supposed to eat from that tree. And Ishnu say, hey, it's gonna make you smart. It's gonna make you beautiful. Inky eats from the shit and he fucking gets sick. And then he's like on the ground crying and whining because he having all these fucking contractions and shit because the fucking fruit done made his ass pregnant. And then this queen, this god comes, and she's a female god name. I can't remember her name. It started with an N, like Nahana Naringa or something like that. Nursag or something like that. She comes and she like, hey dog, you done got your ass pregnant, didn't you? You done ate from that fucking tree, didn't you? And Inky's like, yes, can you help me? And she's like, all right, here, I'm gonna put you inside of me and I'm gonna birth your babies. So then she puts Inky inside of her and she births these fucking humans. But then Inky ass is like, my rib, and she's like, oh, you about to birth another bitch. You about to birth a goddess. You about to birth a female god. I can help you with that. You gonna have to do that shit yourself. So then Inky births a woman, a goddess, because he ate from the fucking tree. They just flipped the shit. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I also know that you're talking about the Enuma Elish, where the demigods with their hard headed asses were supposed to be the ones doing all this shit, but then they created humans, and then they got jealous of the motherfuckers. It's a whole lot of these remixes out here, but even that shit ain't real. So what the fuck is you even talking about?
Oh, thinker, I think you missed it. Like he deconstructing on some real shit. I don't know if you heard that part.
How is he deconstructing if he think the Samaritan texts are real? If he thinks that the Anunnaki story is real, how are you deconstructing? All you did was just change your belief.
Yo,
But
you
they
gotta let her
flew down
know.
here. Think of they flew down here.
Yeah, you gotta let her know, gang. You gotta let her know how you deconstructing for real. I don't think like she really get that shit for real.
They got spaceships and shit, and they flew way before we knew anything about spaceships. They had them.
Man, it's another narrative that say Inky pulled out his dick and he like nutted in the water. And
Yeah, I heard
yeah,
that
and they like go down there, drink that shit, and make you some humans. Like it's all kind of remixes of this shit.
You still there, gang?
You're on mute, Bookie.
Whoa.
Where you at, Klein?
I'm right here. I thought you was hearing what I was saying.
No, you on mute.
I don't know. You keep muting me,
I ain't
gang.
muting you, gang.
What you
Look, my
on,
hands right
bro?
here, gang. I ain't touching no mute button.
That's crazy,
It's
bro.
me.
I,
It's me. It's
like
me.
y'all
I
can't
want
see
you to
that.
know
Like
it's
my
me.
hands, like I talk with my hands, dude. Like I'm not muting you.
Bro, everything you saying is not even in the Sumerian text,
Yes, the
bro.
fuck it is.
You getting that shit from somewhere
From a
else, bro.
Samaritan text. Samaritan
Look,
text. Like, dude, yes it
no,
is.
bro. That is not how the story
Yes
go in
it
the Sumerian
is.
text.
Yes it is. You are talking about one
I can
tradition.
send you
You are
screenshots, bro.
talking
That is
about
not how that
one
shit go.
tradition, gang. You do realize that there are multiple traditions of this story. Like you done fell in love with one
But
motherfucking
what you
tradition
said,
because you saw
what you
that
said is
image,
not in the
because you saw
Sumerian
that
text,
fucking
man.
image of black men with long ass heads, and you actually think that the Anunnaki were niggas, and that's why you done fell in love with that one motherfucking story. That's what you done did. This story, there are multiple versions of this story that was passed around in the ancient Near East. How the fuck do you think the Hebrews remixed it?
Bro, why my shit keep getting
I don't
muted,
fucking
bro?
know. Maybe the Anunnaki doing that shit.
I'm not gonna hold you. It's cause when the host is talking and you trying to talk too,
Mm-hmm.
bro, that shit don't fly over here. Cause like the mods, they gonna mute you, gang. That's why
Oh
I don't
well,
talk when the host
that's
talk.
cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, at the end of the day, the only thing I'm trying to say is, bro, the shit she saying is not in the original Sumerian
Do
text,
you
bro. I
read? Do you
read the
read
shit.
Samaritan? Do you read
That's
Samaritan?
why I'm telling you
Do
what I'm
do
telling
you
you.
read it? You read Samaritan?
That's why I'm telling
Yeah.
you what I'm telling
So
you,
you
man.
do. You read
Let me
Sumerian.
say this again. That's why I'm telling you,
So tell me,
bro. That's
what
why
do
I'm
the
telling.
Sumerian language look like?
What the fuck you mean? What
What
do it
does it
look
look
like? A
like?
cuneiform? Like what
Yeah.
is?
What does it?
What is
What
you
does the
talking
language
about?
look like?
What? That don't make sense, gang. It's in
How do you
cuneiform,
read
bro.
it if you don't know what the language looks like?
What the fuck is you talking about, bro? You tweaking.
What does the English language look like?
What? Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, explain the English
I'm
language to
speaking
me.
fluent English, and
Yeah,
you asked
what
me
does the
what do the
language look
English
like?
language look
What
like.
do vocabulary words look like? Cause I fucking can, Kurt. And if you don't like that shit, get the fuck out, you whiny ass motherfucker.
What you talking about?
What does the
What
English
did you?
what does the
He
What did you
English
just
language
respond
look
to?
like?
was talking to somebody in the comments, gang.
Talking to someone else, dude.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
What does the English language look like?
Calm off mute. Calm your nutsack.
Bro, only thing I'm saying is, bro, the shit you talking about is not in the Sumerian text. That's not the story.
Inky in Ninhursag. Who is Ninhursag? Who is
That ain't got
Ninhursag?
shit to do with what I
Yeah,
just
yes,
said, bro.
that's the fuck it does. Do you know who she
No,
is? Do you know who Ninhursag is?
don't got nothing to do with what I
That's
just
because you
said,
don't
bro.
fucking read Sumerian and you are lying. Like you don't have to come up here and lie. That's what I don't like.
Bro,
Like
I'm not lying
look,
to you,
gang,
gang.
I can fuck around with you,
You
joke
the
with you
one
all
saying
fucking
these.
night, gang.
You
Listen, I will joke around with you, I'll fuck around with you all fucking night. I'll laugh with you all fucking night. But one thing I cannot fucking stand is a fucking liar. You don't fucking read Sumerian. If you can read Sumerian, your motherfucking ass can read Hebrew, motherfucker.
bro, this shit is set up, bro. Like, just cause you talking, I can't talk. You can't hear what the fuck I'm
You
saying.
fucking
Like, that's what
lying.
this
Don't
is.
lie. Don't lie. You ain't got to
Okay,
lie to
bro,
kick it,
because
motherfucker. You don't have to lie to kick it.
Shorty, look, Shorty. I'm trying to tell you
What,
something you
Biggie?
don't know.
What, Biggie?
Look, you lame as hell
Yeah, and
talking
then
about
you
what
lame.
Biggie.
You lame. Don't
You a
fucking call me
goofy.
shorty, motherfucker.
You a
Don't
goofy,
fucking call
Shorty.
me shorty then,
I'm
motherfucker.
trying
You
to.
don't want to be called Biggie. Don't call me shorty.
You
My
ain't gonna
name is
never
Stinker.
learn,
My
bro.
name is Stinker. I've called you
You
by
never
your
gonna.
name. I've called you by your name. I'm not called you anything else but your name. I'm not fucking shorty.
Do you realize that it is very, very, very few people who can read Sumerian text? Do you realize that?
What they got to do with it though?
It got to do with your ass can't read Sumerian. That's what the hell it got to do with. You couldn't even explain what the language even looked like.
That's crazy.
Okay, what
I'm.
does it look like?
You entitled to believe what you believe, bro.
What
Like
does it look
because
like?
because I won't answer
What
you
does
the answer
it
that you
look
want to hear.
like? What
That do
does it look
not
like?
look. That do not prove what you saying, gang. I ain't gotta
Oh my
do the
goodness.
extra for you. Like you could
Because you
listen
sitting
to
up here
me.
just lying. You take us for
If
some
you want, look.
idiots.
If you want to believe online, that's cool. I don't have to prove
It's
to
not
you
a
that.
matter of belief.
It is,
Look,
gang. You
No, it's
don't
what's a
not.
listen. That's what I
moonis? What's a
know.
moonis in Sumerian? What's a
Look,
moonis?
look, look,
No,
look,
no,
look,
no.
look,
Since
look,
you
look.
read Sumerian,
Look, you
no.
don't know
Since you
nothing
read
I know,
Sumerian,
gang.
what's a moonis? What's a moonis in Sumerian? What is a
Come off
moonis?
mute.
You don't know.
Extra commentary.
What is a moonis in Sumerian? You're on mute, gang.
Answer the question. Don't give no extra. We're just wanting the answer.
Like y'all, all y'all got to do is come up here and be honest. That's it. Like we can have a good conversation, and if you just be honest, like the line is just ridiculous.
You don't even know what you're
What's a
talking
moonis?
about.
What's a moonis in Sumerian?
The only thing I'm talking about is you don't
What
know
is a
the story
moonis?
you
What's a
said is not
cag?
the story.
What's a cag in Sumerian? What is a cag?
The story
What
you
is a
said ain't
cag?
even the story.
What's a cag?
That's the bottom
No. We're
line.
talking about your claim that you read Sumerian. What is a cag?
All right.
What is a
What
cag?
is a
No, you finna look it up?
No, no, I'm trying to gather my thought,
No,
bro.
you're
Like,
not. No, you're
no,
not.
real talk.
What is a ging?
What about a can you put this plan?
No, the fact is that you cannot read Sumerian. Now, are you going to admit that you lied so we can move the fuck on?
I just want to
Are
know if
you
you
going
know
to
about a
admit
can you
that you
put this
lied?
plan?
Are you going to admit that you lied so we can move the fuck on?
I don't know nothing about it. Can you put this plan? That's and you
So
talking
you
out.
can't admit that you fucking got up here and lied in front of
You can't.
500 people.
You
You
can't.
got up
You
here and
can't
lied.
admit. You can't admit you don't know about it. Can you put this plan though?
Motherfucker, get the fuck off my stage. I don't like
This
liars.
guy's a fucking
I don't like
idiot.
liars.
Could you?
Get the fuck off my stage. I don't like liars.
And gang, you gotta go now, fam.
What's it? Can you put this?
You gotta go now. You can't be here no more. She don't want you here no more, gang. You gotta respect that. Oh God.
The line is just fucking ridiculous. You know,
What's it? Can you put this plan
get
though?
Gotta
leave,
go.
bro.
What's it? Can you put this?
Y'all have
Gotta
no
leave.
motherfucking shame. Like y'all's
What's
fucking
it?
egos be eating y'all the fuck up. You have no shame. Like
What's it? Can you?
y'all can't even admit when you fucking lie, and then when someone tell you they don't fucking want you around, you still stay.
What's it? Can
Y'all
you put?
should be embarrassed, but you not.
Wow.
What's it? Can you put?
You gotta get back on that TSA line for real. You feel me? Like you gotta leave, gang.
Motherfuckers believing in Anunnaki. Like leave, bro.
Your ass believe in. You believe in a white man.
Do you
Sure.
know how to leave?
You believe in a white.
Sorry, your spaceship. Get back on your spaceship and
You
get back
believe
to
in a.
Nibiru, nigga.
Motherfucker,
Come on.
You a whole
you
African.
waiting on black ass aliens to come and save your
Believe in
ass.
a.
You waiting on Negro aliens. You
You a whole
believe
African.
in Negro
You a whole African.
aliens. You believe you are waiting on black ass aliens to come and
You a
save
whole
your
African.
ass.
You waiting on a white.
Some shit that was written by
You waiting on a white
Babylonians.
man.
Shit that was written by Sumerians. You believe
You waiting
like
on the
your
white.
ass has gone all the way to fucking Iraq. And believe that is where your creation came from. You haven't researched shit. Then you up here on TikTok at fucking 2
You
o'clock
waiting
in
on
the
the white man.
goddamn morning lying about speaking fucking
You waiting on the white
Sumerian.
man.
Like you have no shame, motherfucker.
You
You
believe in a white man.
uneducated Anunnaki piece of shit. You have
You
no
believe in a white man.
motherfucking shame.
A white man your daddy.
Okay.
A white man your God.
Okay, cool. Cool.
And I'm tripping.
All right.
White man your
Here's
God.
the odd part. You probably just had a white girl in your bed.
A white man your
You
God.
probably just had a white girl sucking your dick the other night.
A white man your
Hey,
Right?
God.
yo.
Right?
A white
Huh?
man your God. Though.
Huh?
Is that all
A
he
white
just
man
Like
your
said?
God.
you probably
A
just
white man
told
your
a
God.
white girl you my
A
black
white man
queen
your.
the other
A
day.
white man your God.
Like that's the
A
crazy
white
part
man
about
your
it.
God.
Okay, Ian?
A white man your
Oh,
God
okay,
though.
okay, in what?
A white man your God though.
Okay, in what?
Dumbass.
In what, motherfucker?
White man your God.
Okay,
Yeah,
in
Mr. White
what?
Man.
What? What? You mad it ain't your
A white
Anunnaki
man your
black
God.
ass?
A white man your
You
God.
mad that it ain't your Anunnaki black ass?
A white man your.
Huh?
A white man your God.
And you mad it ain't you?
But a white man your God.
But it ain't you.
And I'm lost.
But it ain't you. It ain't you.
Wow.
Therefore I'm winning.
Type shit. See you later. Catch you later, gang. Oh God. See you later.
He done sat there and did not know where he was. They're so dumb. So dumb.
Chantel. I don't fucking debate. No. Y'all please stop asking me to debate. I don't fucking debate. I don't care how much money you paying. I'm not debating. Chantel official. Why are there two chatty Cathys? Like who's pretending to be chatty? No,
He
wait.
was
Huh?
doing
No,
that
I
earlier with
see
someone
that.
else.
There's two digitals.
I thought I blocked
Yeah.
Ebony Lovely.
You blocked Ebony, and why? What?
I think TikTok is messing up again.
Yeah, cause what?
Chatty Cathy, Miss Cathy. Y'all know Miss Cathy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like to lie and say you read Sumerian?
He could barely speak English. Talking about he reads Sumerian. Boy, go
Motherfucker
sit
talking
down.
about gay. Like, imagine, like, what the fuck would he say in Sumerian? That moon has got that gimme on that keg and that Sega no much that. Like, what? Type shit on gang, man, with that cur and that loo motherfucker. That moon is not, I'm talking about that. The fuck? This lying for no fucking reason at all. Yeah, you should be able to block people.
His story kept getting longer and longer and longer, and I'm like, you kept making long stories short.
He was gonna tell
He
y'all
said
the whole
just
story of that Numa Elish. That's what the fuck he was
Yeah,
finna do. The fact that he thinks
yeah.
that's the only version of this story is crazy. Look, y'all, let me tell y'all. This is the Inky in Nursag where uh he nutted in the Tigris River. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
That's a dang shame.
Uh, where is this? What's the name of it? Inky. It's okay. Here we go. Let's see. I just want to find the part where this is a long story, so I just want to find the part where he nuts in the river.
yo.
Uh,
I'm trying to be serious, but you said it twice.
that's what they say. He ejaculated into the Tigris River.
Not in the water.
He said, "Get in the water."
Not in the water. Not in the water.
Let's see. Hold on. See, for she fashioned one who could not hold back his urine. Wait, third, she fashioned one with broken feet, one with paralyzed feet. Inky looked at the one with both feet broken, the one with paralyzed feet, and for in him for the work of, and the silversmith. She fashioned one, a third one, born as an idiot. Inky looked at this one, the one born as an idiot, and decreed his faith. He appointed him as a servant of the king. Fourth, she fashioned one who could not hold back his urine. Inky looked at the one who could not hold back his urine and bathed him in enchanted water and drove out the Namtar demon from his body. Fifth, she fashioned a woman who could not give birth. Inky looked at the woman who could not give birth and decreed her fate. He made her belong to the queen's household. Six, she fashioned one with neither penis nor vagina on his body. Inky looked at the one with neither penis nor vagina on his body and gave it the name Nibru, eunuch, and decreed at his fate to stand before the king. Nimma threw the pinched off clay from her hand on the ground, and a great silence fell. The great Lord Inky said to Nimma, I have decreed the face of your creatures and given them their daily bread. Come now, I will fashion somebody for you, and you must decree the fate of the newborn one. Inky devised a shape with head and mouth in its middle and said to Nimma, pour ejaculated semen into the woman's womb, and the woman will give birth to the semen of her womb. Ninma stood by for the newborn, and the woman brought forth in the mist in return. This was Umul. Its head was afflicted, its place of was afflicted, its eyes were afflicted, its neck was afflicted. It could hardly breathe, its ribs were shaky, its lungs were afflicted, its heart was afflicted, its bowels were afflicted. With its hand and its lolling head, it could not put bread into its mouth. Its spine and head were dislocated. The weak hips and shaky feet cannot carry it on the field. Enki fashioned it in this way. Enki said to Nimrod, for your creatures I have decreed faith. I have given them their daily bread. Now you should decree faith for my creature. Give him his daily bread. Nimrod looked at Umul and turned to him. She went nearer to Umul and asked him questions, but he could not speak. She offered him bread to eat, but he could not reach out for it. He could not lie on. He could not. Standing up, he could not. Sit down, could not lie down. He could not. It's broken translation because of the stone, so I can't. Hold on, I don't want to read all this. I'm trying to find the part where he ejaculated into the water. I think I might have went past it.
Is Inky do?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hey, where is it? Hold on. The gods, your creatures are smashing their sons. Wake up from your bed. That's in there.
Whoa.
What?
Hmm.
Well, damn.
What? Hold on. At that time, the one of great wisdom, the creator of all the senior gods, Enki lay on his bed, not waking up from his sleep in the deep and the flowing water, the place the inside of which no other god knows. The god said, weeping, he is the cause of the lamenting. Nema, the primeval mother who gave birth to the senior gods, took the tears of the gods to the one who lay sleeping, to the one who did not wake up from his bed, to her. Are you really lying there asleep and not awake? The gods, your creatures, are smashing their son. Wake up from your bed. Please apply their skill deriving from your wisdom and create a substitute for the gods so they can be free from their toil. Maybe smashing their sons mean beating them, not smashing. I don't know. Where is the part about the ejaculation? PT, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, you must be 21 and up to come up. Don't be scared to come up. Just don't lie. Like, you ain't gotta be right, but don't lie. It's okay to be wrong. We are going to be wrong, right? Just don't lie about some shit. Like, that's all. You ain't gotta be perfect to kick it.
Lying is bad, okay?
Where is it?
Y'all Thinker only needs 8 more gifts to complete her goal. So, and get these likes also up to 200. Okay, thank you.
It shows somebody else in the thing, but it's showing PT. says Inky lifted his penis. He poured semen into the canals. He filled the tigers with flowing water. He filled it with life-giving abundance. The fields became fertile. The orchids bore fruit. Dilmun drank water in abundance. Inky let the water of life flow from him. He directed it into the river. The river rejoiced, bringing abundance to the land. So Inky created the vegetation, flew up from Inky nutting in the Tigris River. So, like, if you think about it, in the garden story where it says there are 4 riverheads that flow into the garden. Well, in the beginning, it says that the God looked down and there was not a man to till the ground. And then it says a mist came on the ground.
Ew.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. And then it says that there are 4 rivers that flow into the garden. And one of those rivers is the Tigris. And this story is saying that is filled with Inky semen. It says Inky let the water of life flow from him and directed it into the river, and the river rejoiced, bringing abundance to the land. And this is where the orchids, the ground became fertile, and the orchids bore fruit. So this is where the vegetation comes from, Inky's semen. Now, mind you, the Hebrews, when they wrote this story, they're writing it from the influence of them being in Babylon. Right around the Babylonians, like a lot of their stories reflect the cultures of the cultures that they lived amongst. But that's what I was trying to tell gang, that there's different traditions of this story.
What'd you call him?
Gang, that's his name. That's his name, gang. But that's what I was trying to tell him. Like, don't get stuck on one tradition. Like, it's like these people were just telling stories back then. But you could tell what he did is like what most of us did, right? Like when we first read different shit, we're like, oh, this must be the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's where he is. But he wouldn't fucking listen to shit. Yeah, he just traded one thing for the next. That's what a lot of us do in the beginning until and some of us just fucking stop. Some of us don't keep asking questions. We stop. But you got to keep asking questions. You got to keep researching. Now, he sound like he read a whole damn, like, I don't know. He was trying to tell the whole fucking history of the Anunnaki. Y'all don't get quiet up in here. It's 2:00 in the morning. We got a long ass way to go. Keep tapping it up. What's a golden buzzer? I wonder what that does. Let's see. Are the men scared to answer the question about if Adam didn't have a C-section, then what was it? Because y'all were talking about it in the comments and none of y'all have come up to talk about that. Like, I want to know, if it wasn't a C-section, what was it? If it wasn't like a surgery, you don't even have to call it a C-section. If you're saying that Adam was not cut open, what is it that you think happened? Like, I really need to understand your mind. I need to understand what it is that you're saying happened and why you would say that something like that is not that. Don't be scared, because like you're in the comments. Thank you, Empress, for the raid. Don't be scared.
Hey, listen here, you black piece of shit. If I
on.
saw you walking down the road at night, I'd fucking kill you. I'd shoot you in your fucking black head. You fucking nigger.
Cool.
God, I want to fucking shoot you. You're useless. Fucking nigger. Nigger, 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 nigger. You're gonna get banned, you fucking retard. Nigger, nigger. I'd kill you and I'd kill your kids. I'd kill your husband.
Just keep talking. Just
I don't
keep
have a
going.
husband. I don't have
Just
kids.
just keep on talking.
I'd kill you.
Keep going.
You can't find shit, you fucking retard. I'm not scared of you. You guys are
Neither am
fucking
I scared of
pussies.
you. Uh-oh. Who got violated? Not I.
Damn.
You
Not I.
did.
Mm.
Those of you, y'all know what to do with that profile for me. Thank y'all.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi. How old are you?
I am 18.
You can't be up here. You gotta be 21, okay? To the user, you need a username before I can bring you on stage. PT, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? Oh, it's okay. The FBI is gonna find that ass. That's okay. When you threaten someone's life on social media like that, it's a federal crime. And hiding from a mock-up account, from a fake account, does not save you.
At all.
At all. That's Fed time.
They don't know that the FBI hires hackers that do this for real.
They don't know. You can't hide from that shit. That's Fed time. And when you play about mine, I don't play. But the crazy thing is I don't actually think that person is doing it because he's mad that I'm talking about Jesus. It's because they know that this is the thing that has kept black people in place for so fucking long, that has sustained their so-called power, that the thing that they don't have to yell white power. Now they're having to yell white power because black people are starting to wake up and unleash, like, take off the shackles of this fucking religion. And it's the religion that has kept them in power. That's what's making them mad. Not because he loves Jesus. Because if it was really about love and Jesus, then it wouldn't be nigger this, nigger that. And then if you notice, anytime anything starts setting the mind of the black people free, they want to every fucking time. Because keeping the black mind in shackles is what keeps their ass in power. That's what it is. And then, like, they hate black people so much, but they gotta be where black people are so they can hear what black people talking about, so they can know when are they waking up, when are they starting to run away, what insurrections is being planned. And then they go and they get cooneries. They go and they get coons. So they go back, Massa, they reading. Massa, they telling stories. Massa. And then they go and they drag the Massa back with them. That's exactly what y'all do. So, how old are you? So,
Hello.
hi, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Believer.
Which other topics do you want to discuss?
Um, uh, honestly, any one of them except the fourth one because I don't really understand that one.
There are only two,
Yeah,
sir.
they're in
It's the
red.
two in red.
It's
Two in
interesting how
red.
you say
Okay.
you don't understand supremacy culture and ideology. That's interesting. Everybody understands supremacy culture and ideology. It's in the world
I don't.
everywhere.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand it.
You don't know what
The
it
God of the
is?
Bible.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. So,
You've never heard of supremacy culture?
I might have. Can you explain it to me if you don't mind?
What is supremacy?
I don't know.
You're full of shit.
Are you gonna judge me for
No, you're
not
just
knowing or
lying. Like,
just
I don't
educate me?
understand why you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Like,
I don't know what it
how
is.
old did you say you were? 27?
I'm 26 and I
26,
don't
and
know
you've
what
never heard of the
supremacy
word
is.
supremacy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That
There's
is very
plenty of
something
things
wrong
you
with that
might.
because you're not being
There's
honest.
plenty of things that
You've
you might not.
never
Hold on,
heard
hold
of
on.
the
Don't
word
interrupt the
supremacy,
host.
even in school.
I know I've heard of the
Okay,
word
so
supremacy.
what is supremacy?
I don't know. Can you tell
So your
me?
teacher never taught you the definition of supremacy?
I'm pretty sure they have. I just don't know it.
Then that means
I
so.
forgot.
No, you
But can you
didn't.
just tell me?
No,
Is
no, no. There's no way
all
in
right? You
hell.
don't have to. That's
Yeah,
fine.
there's no way in hell you're going to tell me that you. What is culture? You don't know that either.
I don't know the exact definition, but
Then
I do
there's no
have a
point in us
grasp of
having a
what that is.
conversation. If you don't know the definition of supremacy or the definition of culture, what else?
No,
What do you think that you could talk to us about?
I was here to talk about the topic.
For what? Like you don't know definitions of words, like simple words, like supremacy or culture. What could you? What could you teach us?
I just want to talk about the topic. Is that
If
okay?
you don't know, because if you don't know the definition of supremacy, if you don't know the definition of culture, that tells me your literacy rate is low, and there's nothing that there's no point in us talking to you.
You're a hypocrite. There's some things you don't
Sure.
know either.
What?
Now, no, your literacy rate is low. Ours is higher than that. There's no point in us talking to you about this. All you're gonna do is
That's
like you
you don't
don't know
know
the
if that's
definition
true
of
or
what
not.
you don't know the definition of supremacy or culture.
Why are you belittling me for
You
not
belittled
knowing this?
yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
I was
did.
honest with myself to
You
tell you
don't
I
know
don't
you
know.
don't know the definition. Do you order supreme pizza?
I could have lied
Do
and
you
said
order
I know and
supreme
looked it
pizza?
up.
Have you ever ordered a supreme pizza?
I have.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What are you asking?
What does supreme mean?
I mean, I don't know the definition
I'm
of
so
it.
fucking done. I'm so
I can
fucking
look it
done.
up on Google and learn it. I just don't know.
That's sad that you
It's
don't. And what I'm saying, if
that's
you
not
gotta look
sad.
that,
There's nothing wrong with that.
it is. Yes, it
It's
is.
called being honest
No,
instead of lying. I
no,
could tell you
that
that I
is very
know and try
okay.
to be smart
Okay,
with it and
all
just
right.
be
I
honest.
appreciate your honesty, and here is my
All
honesty.
right, so stop belittling
Here
me.
is my honesty. If you don't know the definition of supremacy, if you don't know the definition of culture, then honestly, you don't belong in this room in this conversation. Our intellectual level is higher than that. And we would be bringing ourselves down to have a conversation with you, and it would be a waste of time. That is honesty for you.
Okay, maybe we got off on the bad foot because
No.
I'm not here to like
You
argue or
you like
anything.
honesty. I just gave you honesty. If you don't
All
know
right,
the
thank you.
definition of those words, then a conversation in here is not on your level. It would be a waste of our time and a waste of yours. There is nothing that I want to hear from you about the God of the Bible being the God of deception, because we go deep. We study. We do archaeology. We read Hebrew. You are not on that level, so you can't have a conversation with us, even on the basic level of just basic reading comprehension, because you just told us what your literacy level is, what your comprehension level is. You don't know basic words. That's honest for you.
You still have a computer in your hand.
I do. I mean, I can look up these words, but I'm not. But if
You
when
refuse
you
to.
answer this question, it
No.
determines if I'm gonna leave or not.
I'm not
Would
answering
you
no
like
question for
another
you.
one
You
of
are
those?
going to leave. I just said there's no point in having a conversation with you.
All right. Well, peace and love to you. Have a great rest of your night.
What?
Good night. He said, I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to choose ignorance.
Like, there is no fucking way a 27-year-old don't know what the fuck supremacy means. That fake ass shit. And then like the only reason why he's saying that shit is because he's trying to deny. Like he's one of those people that tries to deny that supremacy, white supremacy don't exist or supremacy don't exist. And if in order to say that it's, I don't know what that word means. I don't know what that word means. I don't even know what culture means. Shut the fuck up. As much as people talk about supremacy, white supremacy, and culture on this fucking app, you are trying to tell me that you don't fucking know what it means? That's why I didn't talk to him. Because he's fucking lying.
Supreme pizza.
Yeah, how the fuck you gonna order a supreme pizza and you don't know what supreme means? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Don't nobody praise me, motherfucker. Just don't, like, you are a liar. You are a liar. That's why I said y'all want to come up here and you want to lie and you want to get mad when you get caught in your. You want to get mad when you get held accountable for the shit that come out of your mouth. Deal with it. Don't fucking be a liar. And I was honest. If you don't have the basic fucking vocabulary, then there's no point in me having a conversation with you. That's honest. You want to be honest? I was honest. Now stop fucking whining. DeAndre, how are you?
Oh, hey, how you doing? My bad. I wasn't trying to join. My bad.
No worries.
My phone was in my pocket. I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good one, okay?
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know why you're backing my request, motherfucker. I said no. Had you come up here and act like you had some goddamn sense and stop fucking lying and just said that you don't believe supremacy, white supremacy exists or supremacy culture exists, instead of fucking putting your literacy level on -0, then we would have had a conversation with you. Oh, what were you doing? Tapping the live? You didn't mean to request. What were you doing? Liking the live? Were you praising me, Masai, whatever the fuck your name is, Massagil? What were you doing? Praising me and you accidentally requested?
You don't know many words.
What? Maybe he is
Y'all
limited
got
with
off.
his vocabulary.
Y'all got off on a bad foot.
Like, that is crazy.
You don't know many words.
Like, all you had to do was tell the truth. I don't know what supremacy means. I don't know what culture means. I can look it up. He knows what they mean. Everybody knows what supremacy means. Like, he's a fucking Christian. There's no way he doesn't know what supremacy means, and he believes that his God is the only God. He believes that his God is the one and only true God. There's no way he doesn't know what supremacy means. Exactly. Like, just lying for no reason. Unnecessary. We could have had a conversation about whether supremacy ideology is within his religion, but instead, so his way of denying is that word don't exist. I don't know what that word meant. Eric,
Hey, how you doing, Thinker?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
um, so it's a complicated question. I'll answer best I can if you allow me to. I don't subscribe to the word Bible, but I do believe in the God of the scriptures. But maybe not in the traditional sense, and I don't call myself a Christian either. So, but
So
yeah, that's my position.
I do need to understand, when you say you don't subscribe to the word Bible, is it the same text that is in the book that we are discussing? Or are you subscribing
Some
to
of them,
different texts? Are you a Hebrew
different texts.
Israelite?
No, ma'am.
Are you a Gnostic?
No, I'm a follower of the way, so I do believe in Yahusha.
So
But
okay.
like I said, I don't subscribe to one religion.
So I'm not asking about religion. I'm asking
Okay.
about the text, the Hebrew scriptures, and the New Testament Greek scriptures. Are you subscribing? Let me ask the question, and then you can answer. Are you
Okay.
subscribing to the text that is written from these two time periods, these two cultures, or are you reading a different set of texts that would either otherwise be deemed Gnostic texts? What are you reading from?
Both and. So I read from the Yah scriptures, the
What's the Yah
Besorah.
scriptures? What is that?
They're the original Hebrew writings,
Where?
and
Where?
we're in so the Besorahs, and then there's
The
the
what?
compiled, the Besorah. It's called the Besorah of Yahusha.
The Basar. Let me look this up. I've never heard of that, and I read Hebrew, so give me just a second.
Okay.
Um, it's a that this is a Hebrew Bible translation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's give me just a second, and it
Okay.
was translated by. So this Bible, so the difference between this Bible is it took the King James and it just translated it to, it says the original Paleo Hebrew names for the creator, but it translated
Yeah.
it from the King James.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
why I
this is
read
not
the
the
Yah scriptures
original,
with him.
but it's not, this isn't the original though. That's not true.
No, no, it's not the original. Not what I said the original Hebrew text,
It's
not
not though.
necessarily the original Hebrew scrolls. So maybe I misspoke. Forgive me for the semantics. I wasn't trying to
No, it's
say that these
okay.
are the actual scrolls. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing it did is it's claiming to have translated, restored the original Paleo Hebrew names for the creator. It's interesting to
Mm-hmm.
me that it's saying that it's restoring the Paleo Hebrew names.
Mm-hmm.
Paleo Hebrew is a script. It's like saying it restored the Times New Roman or it restored the bubble letters. Paleo
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew isn't a language. It's a handwriting style. The letters in the earliest Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
the Phoenician writing system, are the same. Like the sounds are the same. That they use
Mm-hmm.
pictographs in their early writing, but the letter the sound for aleph, bet, dalid, gimel, they're all the same. So the sounding the words would be the same. The only thing that really changed would be
Mm-hmm.
the vav was wah, right? Um, and now that it sounds like a v. Sometimes like you can
Mm-hmm.
still pronounce it as wa. And then the vowels were added later by the Masorets in Babylon. But the
Mm-hmm.
paleo saying Paleo Hebrew does not change the sound, the way, the phonics of the words. So I
Yeah,
don't quite
that wasn't my
understand.
argument.
No, I'm talking about this Bible. I'm talking about this translation, the Besorah of Yahusha. It's claiming to
Yeah.
translate. Let me just say, claiming to translate and restore the original Paleo Hebrew names of the Creator. It's still like if it's Yod Hey Vav Hey, it's still going to be Yod Hey Vav Hey, even if you write it in pictographs. It doesn't change. So I'm a little confused at their claim here.
Yeah. So that wasn't my position. Was that Paleo Hebrew, with Hebrew being the language, is still a language. Paleo being the adjective of the language, but it's still a language nonetheless.
What do you mean the adjective of the language? It's just the way
Huh?
it's like writing in
Hey,
cursive.
so how so Okay, so cursive is the adjective of the actual writing.
But does
So
it
writing
change? But when you write in
it
cursive, does it
describes.
change the, like if I wrote the in cursive
Hmm.
versus writing it in print, do
Are
they
you still
still mean the
writing it in
same?
English?
Yes, no, but does it still mean the same? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not
Does it sound the
changing
same?
the. Yes, it was the same.
Yeah, so that's what Paleo Hebrew is to biblical Hebrew. So I don't quite understand this Basora of Yahusha claiming to restore the
Uh,
Paleo Hebrew name. That's what I'm asking. I don't understand that. What's different?
well, well, what's different is the actual pronunciation of, for
How?
instance, um, the English version says Jesus, right? The Basora is actually a different
No, I'm talking
name
about verses. I'm talking
entirely.
about verses Hebrew. We're talking about the Hebrew scriptures. You said you're reading the original Hebrew. So in the Hebrew, it says Elohim, and then it does a tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, right?
Hmm.
Okay, in Paleo, it would still be Elohim Yod He Vav He. How is it Yahusha or Yahuwah in Paleo?
Maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to say because it doesn't change the fact that the language is Hebrew. So I'm trying to understand your
Okay,
position because I
so
wasn't making a position.
the Basora of Yahusha, right,
Hmm.
is claiming that it restores the original Paleo Hebrew names for the Creator, and it says that the
Okay.
name should be Yahuwah, right?
Hmm.
Yahuah, and it's claiming that that is Paleo Hebrew. I'm trying to understand how, when in Paleo Hebrew, Yod He Vav He is the same. It's just the way it's written. The letters are
Hmm.
the same. The words of the phonics are the same. So if in biblical Hebrew it's Yod He Vav He, Elohim Yod He Vav He, in Paleo it would be pronounced Elohim Yod He Vav He, or they don't even pronounce that name. Like it doesn't have it doesn't actually make a word. Like they don't pronounce it. They say Adonai. So I'm trying to understand how Paleo Hebrew changes it to Yahuwah.
Yeah. So I'm not understanding your actual question because it's still Hebrew, and
No,
so
how
maybe I'm missing it.
how what in the Hebrew reads Yahuwah? It's only Yod He Vav He. That's not Yahuwah. So how does Paleo Hebrew turn the Tetragrammaton Yod He Vav He into Yahuwah? Where is the U and the A?
That's just how it's pronounced.
There is no pronunciation in
That
Hebrew for this word.
and because they didn't have vowels back then. I understand
Exactly,
it, but
but
that's how
they,
it would be
neither did
communicated.
when they the Paleo Hebrew is the oldest script, right? The oldest handwriting of the Hebrew. So
Hmm.
if they didn't have vowels when they graduated from Paleo, they definitely
Hmm.
didn't have vowels when Paleo was used. So where are y'all getting the vowels now? Because it, like if you're using the vowels that the Masoretes established, the vowel system that they established in Babylon, and then you're applying it to Paleo Hebrew, like for what? Like you might as well just study biblical Hebrew. I don't even know what
Hmm.
this whole Paleo sensation is, because it's the same thing. It's just the handwriting style. If you're going to use the vowel system
Hmm.
that was created by the Masoretes and Babylon, then
Hmm.
you might as well just, because they still are using the King James Bible. I don't understand
Yeah.
this.
I wasn't finished, and I wanted to let you finish. So I read more than that. So I read the Ethiopian scrolls, and I read the Tanakh, and so and I said I read the Yah scriptures, which includes the Apocrypha. So this isn't like the only thing that I read. So, but you wanted to talk about Paleo Hebrew, so I just wanted to give you the space to do that.
The Tanakh is
I know the Tanakh. I know it's the Old Testament, but I read it through the Septuagint and the Qumran scrolls. So this is what I'm communicating in totality. I don't just read one thing. I tried to read most of them to see how they synchronize.
So you're just reading the Bible. Like you're reading the Bible, and then you're reading the Ethiopian Bible, which has 88, I think 88 or 80, 82,
Yeah, it's 88. You're right.
88 books,
Hmm.
which are also apocryphal, some pseudepigraphal. The that was written in Ge'ez. The
Hmm.
Ethiopian Bible, what's in the King James and in the Ethiopian matches. There's nothing really different. It might use different words, but it matches. And then you have extra books that are not in there. The Catholic Bible has some of what the Ethiopian Bible has as well. You
Hmm.
mentioned the Yah scriptures again as if they were something different, but that's what you said the Basora was. So, is there a
Well,
is there a different set of Yah
well,
scriptures?
well. There's actually a compilation of the Yah scriptures, which actually compiles the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Apocrypha all together. So in total, you have about 120. I think it's 121 writings. So it's a little bit more than the Ethiopian, which is 88. And so the reason why they're
Uh,
not the Bible is the Bible itself was the English 66 canonization, which the Roman Catholic will have a bit more, but they removed certain books that would make the writings distinct and complete. And so that's why I say I just don't read the Bible in and of itself. I try to read the scrolls that were already here, the scriptures that were here.
okay, so you do real. Let me ask you a question. Have you, when you're reading this, like let's take the Book of Enoch for example.
Hmm.
Have you researched the construction of the Book of Enoch, like the writers and the time frame of when those books was written and who the authors
Yeah,
were?
I have.
Okay, when was the Book of Enoch, the first book written?
When the first book was found, I
Not
think that
found.
would
Not
probably,
found. When was it written? When is it
well, I couldn't
estimated to have been
actually,
written?
well, that I would have to research because I don't know
So you
when any of
haven't
the books are
researched that.
written.
Well, I just asked if you
Well,
researched that, and you said yes.
well, I did, but I said, but I also clarified to say that when it was found and not when it was written, because I wouldn't know when it was written.
Well, I know when it was written. I know when it's estimated to have been written. Book one and book two.
Okay,
Like, do you think
I would love
Enoch
to hear
wrote?
your
Do you
thoughts.
think Enoch wrote the Book of Enoch?
I think, I think it was a testament of his life, and I think he was took part in it because there was a prophecy that he has written in there. So I do think there's legitimacy to that. Yes.
And when you apply like these beliefs of like prophecy and
Hmm.
take them to be true, does it matter to you whether you investigate these claims before you accept them to be true? Like the
Yeah, it does.
logic behind. So you investigate the logic behind the claims in the Book of Enoch? Just even from the
Yeah,
fact of when would Enoch have existed?
yeah. So I mean, I investigate those things and the logic, how it could be a valid document, and has some validity to it, which would make me want to read it and research it.
When would Enoch have existed though?
Enoch would have more than likely had to exist probably up to 3000 BC or um, somewhere between that and the birth of Yeshua.
No, Enoch would have existed about 600 years after Adam. Like you do realize that Enoch is in. Let's see, Enoch is, where is he at in this timeline? Enoch. Let's see, he's in. Let's see, Enoch. Enoch, Canaan. Mahalalel was 65. Became the father of Mahalalel. Jared. Okay, Jared lived 162 years, and he became the father of Enoch. This is in the line of Adam. Enoch
Hmm.
would have lived about 600 years after Adam. After
Okay.
Adam, right? And
Hmm.
so the first book of Enoch was written around 299 BCE. And so, and that's approximate 299 BCE. That's about 3,000 years after the biblical Enoch would have lived. And so, logically, you would have to believe that Enoch's story was told orally, perfectly, for 3,000 years, with nothing added and nothing left out, for 3,000 years before the first person in 299 BCE wrote it. Then the second book of the Watchers was written in our time, first year 1 to year 20 CE. Between that, you would have to believe that that person kept that they told those stories orally, the prophecies orally, over time, before anyone wrote that down during first century Rome. What is the likelihood? What logically, because we're talking about logical, right? We're talking about logic here. What is the likelihood of Enoch's stories, all of his prophecies? We're talking 2 books, right? Of his life, his prophecies, these dreams that he had, all of this. What is the likelihood of those stories being passed down orally for over 3,000 years and being written down with no detail removed and no detail added?
Yeah, so I don't think that it was passed down with no detail removed or no detail added. Neither do I subscribe to the second book of Enoch. I haven't read it. I only read the first because I've researched it enough to see that the first may have some validity to it as far as my belief system. So I'm a little bit divided on my answer because I don't subscribe to the second book of Enoch. Um, and as far as oral tradition, regardless of however many times it was said that the people, or excuse me, Enoch would have written it, the reality is it was not uncommon for oral tradition to be written down by different people in their lineage, then passed down and still have it on scrolls. And so it's hard to determine, even with carbon dating, because I don't believe carbon dating is accurate, but it's hard to determine when they were actually written. That's why when they discovered, and when you discover something, the best you can do is try to get an approximate of when they were written. So there is no actual factual evidence that of the timeline in which you're saying that it was written. What it is more so, the validity of corroborating stories of key witnesses, not only those who are written in Scripture, but those who are a witness to a parallel timeline, like for instance the Canaanites or the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Rome before the Greco-Roman Empire in the New Testament. Ancient Rome existed way before Jesus even did. So to answer your question, I can't logically give you an answer of a date that I'm unsure of. But what I can say, there are corroborating stories that say that these artifacts were found around 300 BC.
I don't know what artifacts you're talking about, but every credible, there is no credible
The
biblical
papyrus.
scholar. I'm sorry, one second. There's not any credible biblical scholars who, assert that the book of Enoch is authentic. It is well known throughout scholarship that the book of Enoch is pseudepigraphal. And it actually, I just looked up the dates to make sure that I was giving it to you correctly. It is highly respected during the Temple period and written roughly between 300 BC to 100 AD. So the book of Enoch was compiled sometime between 300 BC, well into first century Rome.
Compiled? Do you mean written?
Written, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
By
and they take when scholars are doing textual criticism and they're dating text, they're not carbon dating it. They're looking at linguistics, like language that's used during a specific time period and how what the writer writes. They are looking at mentions of specific things that existed during a specific period, right? And that's how they're dating things. That's how they date the text, because the authors may mention, for example, in Exodus, it mentions Pi Ramses and the storehouse, and it says the Israelites have to build that. Well, that helps date the composition of Exodus, right? Because Ramses was not the Pharaoh during the late Bronze Age, where the Israelites are claiming to have been enslaved in Egypt, right? And
Yeah.
so,
So,
yeah, that's how
oh, sorry. I thought you
that's
was
how
done.
they're getting the approximate time frame for when a text was written.
Yeah. Well, I hear you, and I think one of the things I want to address that you said is that you said Christian scholars do not
I
validate the
said
Book of
credible.
Enoch. You
I
said
didn't say Christian. I said
it's not a credible.
credible. I said credible biblical scholars. That they could be any denomination. They could be atheists. There are atheist biblical scholars, archaeologists, biblical scholars. I said credible biblical scholars.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard you accurate. That's why I was asking. So thank you for letting me know. So most credible biblical scholars with a Western Roman Catholic origin European worldview, I question their credibility anyway. So the Qumran scrolls existed, and a part of those Qumran scrolls were Aramaic fragments of Enoch, which were radiocarbon dated with paleography, and they dated around that same time frame in which I communicated. This is a pre-Christian, pre-canonization to what we know now as the Bible from the Western lens. When I say Western, I mean the European colonial lens. So it was already predated, and the reason why it doesn't exist in their text now is because of some of the things that it reveals. And so I would question any scholar that is European influenced when it comes to the text that didn't originate in their hands.
Sure. Do you know when the Qumran sect existed? Do you know
Yes.
what the Qumran sect is also?
Which one do you want me to
The Qumran sect, that the
start from?
both. That's one question, right? Like, do you know what the
Okay.
Qumran sect is and when they existed?
Yeah. So they existed during the Second Temple of Judaism.
But what
So
is
if
that? What
when the
time period
second,
is that?
so that's roughly around 150 to 130 BC.
Right. So if the book of Enoch was written around 250 BCE and they existed 100 years later, why is it surprising that they would have Enoch in their writings?
It's not surprising. I
Uh,
didn't.
yeah.
That wasn't
So
my.
yeah. So then, like, you brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you said that the Western scholars you question them because Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, I question the credibility of any European Western view scholar. That was the totality of my statement.
And you stated because, and then you brought up the
Yeah,
Dead
because
Sea Scrolls and stated that Enoch is in those scrolls. So if I'm misunderstanding your reasoning for saying because Enoch is in the Qumran scrolls, then please help me understand what you mean by that. Like why you added that.
yeah, so well, because they accepted Deuteronomy and Isaiah, but because of the things that were written as it was being translated, and they were understanding what the things were being written in Enoch, it was left out. So they validated two of the scrolls, but invalidated one, which was largely held by that Hebrew community, the Qumrans. And so, if it was already in existence within the Ethiopian scriptures prior to the Roman Catholic Empire, which would later come and say that it doesn't belong, we already had scriptures with the Ethiopian Jews. And so, my question of their credibility and validation is, who are they to say with a religion or belief system that didn't originate from a European worldview? Why would they get to determine what comes into a European worldview Bible? And so they left that out intentionally when for years these Akibluan people, these Jewish people, they kept a hold of these scriptures and kept them as sacred, and all of a sudden you get to throw them out. So yes, I question their credibility.
I, saying like they left it out because it basically they know that Enoch did not write it. Like
So how did
I
they
don't.
know?
Well, again because of the typology, the linguistics that's used,
Hmm.
right? And then it could be like other reasons, but like I don't quite understand your reasoning for discrediting scholars in the field by saying, oh, they accepted these texts, but they did not accept Enoch, as if Enoch should have been accepted because it's authentic. Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, and I think that comes from the different worldviews. And because the scholars that you speak of that don't accept that as the text aren't the scholars that I'm speak of that widely regard them as text. So you have a split even in that realm of credible
Are they
scholars, if you will.
regarding them as
They all
sacred
don't agree.
texts? Because Enoch was used as scripture. No one is saying that. It was used as scripture, and it was seen as sacred. But it was not
Okay,
written by Enoch, is what I'm saying. And so I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying,
I probably.
yeah, I'm not saying that scholars do not see Enoch as a sacred text that was used and distributed throughout the Levant. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Okay.
scholars know the text is pseudepigraphal and that it is basic fan fiction, that it was written by multiple authors over a period of time to fill in the gaps, to answer questions that Genesis and other texts do not answer. So it's basic, like they know it's
Yeah.
fan fiction, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's where. Okay, so maybe that's where what I'm addressing because most scholars of the scriptures that I'm aware of, they're still split. There's no one side is more than the other. That's why the Ethiopian scriptures existed prior to what we know now is the King James Version or his canonization, which excluded them. Because many of them do regard them as sacred and actual texts. Not saying that Enoch himself was the author, but saying the worldview, or at least the prophecies and his sayings and his teachings, were written down. And so those same historians and them same scholars, they can't answer for the quotations that are in the 66 that they didn't cover up. So they're quoting directly from those scrolls, not necessarily the second and third book, because like I said, I haven't read those because I believe those are fan fictions. But the first scroll that was found with the Qumran scrolls and the Dead Sea scrolls, that has been widely accepted among scholars. So I'm kind of confused at which scholars say
I don't know what you mean
that
by
is fan
widely
fiction.
accepted. Accepted as what? Because again, I do know, and scholars do know that the ancient Jews in the Qumran sect, right, who reinterpreted the Hebrew scriptures to fit their idea of what righteousness is, like they do know that they regarded the book of Enoch as sacred text. But what I'm saying is scholars know that it is pseudepigraphal. That's what I'm saying. Like your claim that these
Hmm.
prophecies are legit, like I don't know how you're going to prove that, right? Again, these are people writing thousands of years later saying Enoch said, right?
Hmm.
Having a belief it is one thing, but actual empirical evidence is another. And I think you
Yeah.
and I are talking about two different things.
Well, maybe because I think we are. What is your when you say it's fan fiction? Is that you think is that what you mean by pseudepigraphal? Pseudepigraphal? Do you think it's
Yeah, so the pseudepigraphal is like writings that is fiction and attributed to another author. Like it'll use another author's name for authoritative purposes, like to give the
yeah.
writing authority.
Yeah, well, that's saying somebody writes an autobiography means that it's fan fiction, but it's still a nonfiction story. So pseudepigraphal doesn't
It's
mean it's
not the
fan
same
fiction.
thing.
I
That's
I would
that's
I would
not that
agree
isn't the
with
same
you.
thing. When someone writes an autobiography, then they're writing factual information about another person's life, and then they are the author of the autobiography.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the definition of pseudepigraphal doesn't
It
necessarily make it fake or fan fiction.
pseudepigraphal is written for the purposes of like it's made up. It's false information attributed to another author, or sometimes it's anonymous.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding where you're going with it, or I mean, I don't know what the point of it
Like
is. It,
it's
and
fan
I'm not trying to be.
Enoch is fan fiction. Enoch is fan fiction, and it's stories written to answer to close gaps in the stories in the Hebrew scriptures, in the Hebrew text. Like that's
Yeah,
yeah.
I get you. I get you. Well, the authors of the New Testament scriptures, and they would disagree, um, because they quote from him, and so the same scholarly credible authors would then have to
What
discredit the
credible
people that they
authors?
credited. No, what I'm saying is what I meant to say was credible scholars that. So we're talking about the same group. So forgive me if I misspoke, please. But those credible scholars who discredit Enoch would then have to discredit the people who wrote of Enoch, who regarded his text as actual prophecy, but they don't. They actually confirm those.
No,
So
there
if
are a
they
lot of
confirm
scholars
those,
that discredit the writers of the New Testament. There are a
no,
lot of
I don't disagree
scholars.
with that.
Yeah, so like I guess I'm confused what you mean. Like saying, oh, because it's in the the New Testament, it that proves that what's written in Enoch is true. Is that what you're saying?
No, no. What I'm saying is that they didn't see it as fan fiction, and so the credible. We have to actually decide who the credible
Wait, you're
scholars are
talking
because
about the
depending on
writers of the New Testament didn't see it as fan fiction?
yes, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. They
no,
didn't see it as fan
yeah,
fiction,
that
and
doesn't mean anything. They like literally there are multiple writers of the New Testament. There like some of them are
agreed.
attributed to Paul, but we know that Paul didn't write um all of the Pauline letters.
No, he didn't.
The epistles were, but they were attributed to Paul. They were
Yeah,
that
well, he didn't write all of them.
some of them are pseudepigraphal. Like but they were attributed to Paul after his death.
Which ones?
Timothy, Hebrews. Um, Let me see. Hold on. Because I want to make sure I give you the right list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul wrote. I think he wrote. Paul wrote Romans, First and Second Corinthians, Galatians.
Paul didn't write Romans.
Okay. Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians 1 and 2, Thessalonians 1 and 2. Timothy is questionable. I'm sorry. Romans, First and Second Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, First Thessalonians, and Philemon. Ephesians, Colossians, Second Thessalonians are questionable, but he definitely did not write First and Second Timothy and Titus or Hebrews.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he was the author of Hebrews for sure. Romans, it was his words, but it wasn't him who penned it. So I get you there. So I'm not disagreeing with you there.
I mean, you kind of are, but
No,
there
I
like
agree
there
that he
are
didn't write all those epistles.
yeah, and so people write in the names of other people. Isaiah has multiple writers. You have Proto Isaiah, Deutero Isaiah, and the original Isaiah, and the writers of the second Isaiah and third Isaiah attributed their writings to Isaiah, and second Isaiah had multiple writers, but they
Okay.
write and say as if Isaiah is the one writing, Isaiah is the one speaking, and they attribute it to Isaiah. This is the same thing that we see done with the book of Enoch.
Yeah, so I don't doubt that the Book of Enoch, especially the second and third one, the second, third one was definitely is questionable. I'm not, I would concede to that with no rebuttal because I agree with you. First Enoch is the only one that, although it could be authored by different people, which I don't disagree, makes it no less true, and from my worldview. And so, yeah, I mean, most of the things, especially with the New Testament epistles, a lot of people think Paul wrote a lot of the epistles. I know that for a fact he didn't pen Romans, and but it makes Romans no less a letter to the Roman Church. So I guess I'm wondering yeah, I don't, I just wondering what we're talking about.
So
So
you brought up all of these books to say that you don't only just read the Bible and you don't subscribe to the word Bible because of all of these other books that you read. You don't remember saying
I
that?
mean, I do. You asked me though, so I was only answering
Right.
your question. I didn't know that it was going to go into all of this. I just was answering
Well,
your question.
I like the reason why I asked that because I when you say you don't subscribe to Bible, but you read the original Yah scriptures, and then you read other texts. But when like if I didn't ask questions, I wouldn't know that you actually do just read the Bible. You're just calling it something else. You attribute Paleo Hebrew to the pronunciations of your God, which changes nothing. And then you're subscribing to the Ethiopian Bible because of the book of Enoch and the apocryphal text. And that's really all you're doing. But I would not have known that. And then also understanding the authority that you give to these scriptures for the conversations that we're going to have. I would not have known that had I not asked you questions, because you
Yeah, I
answered in
respect that.
a like a non you know like in a non normal way about whether you are a believer in this God. But honestly, like an
Yeah, I'm
easier way to
definitely a
answer
follower of the
that
way.
would be, yeah, I believe in the God. Um, I, I take, the Bible plus apocryphal texts into consideration. I study the Qumran scrolls as well. Like I think that's an easier way of answering that question, because it sounds confusing. It sounds like you were claiming to have access to a different text that nobody has. Is what it sounded like.
Well, yeah, well, I do actually, and so that's why
Which is
I
what?
wanted to
Because we
clarify.
haven't heard.
Like
What is the text you
the
have that
the
nobody
book.
has?
Well, it's not that nobody has it. There's copies of it. What I distinction I was trying to make is that the Bible, as is canonized with the 66 books, I do not believe is the complete uh, set of scrolls, right? So that's what I was trying to communicate. Maybe if I would have said that the first time simply, but I just started answering your questions, and I think I just got in a loop of answering your questions, which I don't mind doing. So
Right. So,
forgive me if I
like
wasn't
you
being
read the
clear.
Bible plus the apocryphal. That's it. Like you're not talking about a set of texts that nobody has though. You take the King James Bible plus the apocrypha. I don't hear anything outside of that. Am I missing something?
Well, yes, but I mean, I want to wait to see where the conversation goes because I
No,
don't want to
what
get
other
caught in a
text?
loop.
What other text are you?
I'm sorry.
What I'm asking,
Forgive
am
me.
I missing the other text that you're going to discuss? We know the
No.
Bible and the Apocrypha. What else?
Uh-huh. No. So when I mean other texts, like they're within the Yah scripture, so like the book of Jasher or the book of Gad, things like
That's
that.
the Apocrypha.
Yeah. So that's the only distinction I was trying to make. That's all.
But that's
There's
not a
nothing more than
distinction,
that.
though. That's the Apocrypha.
It's a distinction from the Bible, which was the
What? What?
original
What?
question.
Well, I said the
That's all I'm
Bible
trying to
plus
clarify.
the Apocrypha, and you still said, well, no.
Well, maybe I misspoke because I was trying to describe what I meant to say in the beginning and when you first asked me if I read the Bible. So forgive me if I misspoke, please.
Okay. So now that we know that you do read the Bible and you take the Apocrypha has authority with you. Which one of these topics do you want to discuss?
Well, I was actually more curious what y'all believed about what the lie was to Adam and Eve.
So that's not a topic. We can get into it, but the topic is the God of the Bible is the God of deception. Those are the reasons
Okay,
that I feel that way. And then
got
topic
you.
2 is at the bottom. The Adam and Eve story in Genesis doesn't make sense.
Okay. Um. So we can talk about whichever one. I would say that we can start with the Adam and Eve story in Genesis. Does it make sense?
Okay. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. A lot of it, like, it just sounds like patriarchal bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
The One of the main things is, like, I've been asking lately. The God creates Adam from dust. Do you subscribe to that ideology? Like, is Adam? Do you read Genesis 2 literally, or is it an etiology for you? Do you read it the way
It's
it's meant to
literally
be
for
read,
me.
literal? And
Yeah.
okay, and so you believe that the God. Wait, do you know, like, from your studies, that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are two different creation stories?
Yes, I don't think there are two different creation stories. I think one is an creation overview, if you will, and then the Genesis 2 starts the creation of man. It describes it in detail. It's like an executive summary. If I'm given a parallel analogy, it's like if I'm going through a pitch deck and I'm given abstract or an executive summary of what the pitch is about, right? And then after the overview, I start at one, the section one. It'll be the same thing I've covered in the overview. So the way I view Genesis 1 is the story of creation, and it talks about male and female being made. And then Genesis 2 actually describes in detail the creation of man.
Have you recognized that in Genesis 1, the vegetation and the herbs of the field were created prior to the God in Genesis 1 creating humanity?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
I believe that.
All right. And then in Genesis 2,
Hmm.
the creation story starts at Genesis 2 4b. And
Hmm.
in that creation story, when the God creates Adam, there is no vegetation yet on the earth. Have you recognized that?
So can you help me oh,
Sure.
I guess I'm
Yeah.
not understanding. Yeah, help me a little bit.
Yeah. So if I let me go to Genesis 2 right quick and we'll read it. Okay. So again, it starts at Genesis 2 4b. And it says, "These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and heavens, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up." Right? So this is the beginning of this creation story. And the earth is bare, and there is no vegetation and no herbs on the earth. Okay?
Yes.
Then it says, "For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground. But a stream would rise from the earth and water the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became
Mm-hmm.
a living being." So at this point in the story in Genesis 2, the earth does not have any vegetation, any herbs of the field. It was just dirt, and then a stream watered the ground, and then the Lord forms Adam, and he becomes a living being. And then it says, "And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil."
Mm-hmm.
So at this point in the story, Adam is formed before the vegetation and the herbs. But in Genesis 1, the vegetation and the herbs is brought forth and formed before humanity.
Mm-hmm. So, is there a question? No. I just want to make
Well,
sure
you said that
that I
they
answered
line
something.
up. You said they line up, right? You said in Genesis 1, it is the pitch deck. And in
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 2, it is the actual execution, and it lines up, but it doesn't, because in the pitch deck, the vegetation came first, and then the humanity came last, and at the same time, right? The animals,
Mm-hmm.
the animals came before humanity, and then humanity comes. In Genesis 2, in the execution, we see man come before vegetation and before the animals.
Yeah. So again, it's a summation, and summation doesn't automatically mean succinctiveness in sequential order. So, um, I guess I've already answered. Maybe I'm trying to struggle and see if there's a different
I'm
answer,
sorry, you
or
originally said it did. Now you're saying it doesn't. So,
no.
like
I'm
Genesis
saying,
1 says day 1 this, day 2 this,
hmm
day 3 this, right? It's giving the days that the God created, is giving an order in Genesis 1.
yeah,
And Genesis 2, the order is different, but you're saying it's the same story. So
yeah.
was
I
was
don't think it's a
Adam,
different story.
okay, was there vegetation when Adam was created?
It sounds like it was in according to the scriptures.
According to what scripture? Because like Genesis 2 literally says, "No plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation had yet sprung up." So how do I take
Hmm.
that to mean that there was vegetation?
Yeah. So like I said, in Genesis 1,
No,
there's a
I'm asking about
summation.
Genesis 2. In Genesis 2, it very
Hmm.
distinctly says, "No plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up." Like that's painting a picture for us and telling us what is going on here. So, how do I take this sentence to mean there is vegetation on the earth at this time?
Yeah. So Genesis was written in like a ancient Hebrew history. So it like
I can't
compresses
hear you. Say that again.
long periods of statements into like,
I'm
you
sorry,
know.
I couldn't hear you. You cut
So
out.
what it could what
I'm sorry, you cut
in
out.
Hebrew,
Go ahead.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I think I have a delay, so I apologize. Okay, so what I was saying was, can you hear me? Can you hear me still?
Hmm.
All right, Genesis was written like in an ancient Hebrew historiography style. So what it does, it compresses long periods of time into like meaningful statements. So they're trying to get and communicate what's actually happening. This is the style in which they wrote. All
Mhm.
right. So it's the same thing as if the book would say the Hebrew term taladat. So it means generations or accounts. And so they're giving accounts or giving the accounts of generations. So when we read this through an English worldview, at times it would seem as if they're contradictory when in actual they're doing is they're giving the taladet. So it's literally it mean accounts or generations of.
Yeah, but I'm
So
asking
that's
about
why
this
I'm able to.
specific. I'm asking about this specific statement, right? So it says, "V'kol shecha hasadeh torem Adonai ba'aretz v'kol aser erev hasadeh terem yitzmach ha ki lo ha metor." I'm sorry, ha matir Adonai Elohim al haaretz va'adam ayin la avod et ha'adamah.
Mhm.
Which one of those words in Hebrew is suppressing the taladet when it comes to no shrub of the field? V'kol
Okay.
sacha.
Yeah. So if we're looking at it, we have dashe, right, which is general vegetation, and then we have sf, which is plants in vegetation, and then we have etz, which is trees. Okay. So the siyak ha sadeh, which is plant, shrub of the field. This is actually a different term that's used in Genesis 1. It's not the same term. And then when you have sf ha sadeh, which is herb of the field, right? It's still not the same term that's used in Genesis 1. So the author in Hebrew is still giving a different account of the type of vegetation that existed. So Genesis 2 is zooming into creation. Like I said, Genesis 1 was an overview. Genesis 2 is in detail. It's not necessarily rewinding it or contradicting it. It's giving you the details. So there was no cultivated crops because there had been no rain yet. And so this is not any different because they're talking about two different vegetation writings by their own language. So that doesn't necessarily contradict.
So let's see. Give me just a second. In Genesis 1,
Hmm.
Vayomer Elohim Tadashe Haaretz
Hmm.
Deshe Esev
Hmm.
Matria Zerev Et Pri Esa Pri Lamenu Aser Zar or Bo Al Haaretz Vayehi Cain.
Hmm.
It's, what word are you saying is different here for vegetation?
So the terms used in Genesis 1
Mm-hmm.
are, remember when I said Genesis 1 is an overview and a generalization of the summation of events of creation. So Genesis 1 is pointing to a general description of vegetation, deshe, plants, sf, and trees, etz, right? In Genesis 2:5, what you're referring to is referring to vegetation that requires human cultivation, which is different from general wild vegetation. So the wording for that is different in Hebrew. It's not the same. It's shiach ha-sadeh. And then that's your plants, your shrubs of the field. Your eseh ha-sadeh. That's your herbs of the field. So ha-sadeh is the main descriptor here, which is land that requires human cultivation. So they're talking about two different vegetate types of vegetation. It's the difference between, an apple tree and a red oak, or a redwood. So it's literally in their language different.
So when he says no herbs of the field, how is that different?
Because he doesn't use that language in Genesis 1. He used that, you
In
see it in
Genesis 1, he
English.
says that he brings forth every
Mm-hmm.
plant of his kind, every herb of its kind in Genesis 1.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But you're reading it in English, and if you read it in its original text,
No.
it is different. It is different
That's what I'm asking. So what is it? How is it different in the Hebrew when he says every herb of its field?
because herb of the field, there it doesn't use it in Genesis 1 in Hebrew language. In Hebrew language in Genesis 1 is esef and deshe. So it's general vegetation and it's plants in general. So they're talking generally. Herb of the field is a specific type of herb, according to Hebrew scholars, according to Hebrew writings in their language. Esef ha-sedeh, right? So this is a herb of the field that requires human cultivation. It is a different type of plant than in Genesis 1.
Hold on, give me just a second. Let me see. I have to look at the Genesis 1 is Esev Matsri Zara, seed bearing plants. So if the seed bearing plants are in Genesis 1, and then Genesis 2 is saying they are not present, I don't get how you're saying that's different. Like if Genesis 1
Yeah.
is saying they were brought forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 1 says the seed bearing plants, which is for farming, that's agriculture,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then Genesis 2 says they were not there. I don't understand how you're saying that's different.
Yeah. So you can have every plant that exists and every tree that exists is not for agriculture. So that's what the language
But
is
he
telling
says
you
of
here.
every kind. That's
I
what I don't.
understand that they existed.
No, in
I'm not
Genesis,
disagreeing with that point.
but in Genesis 1,
Mm-hmm.
the plants needed for agriculture have already sprouted up in Genesis 1. Every seed bearing plant, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is agriculture,
Mm-hmm.
right? They have
No,
sprout. Yes, it is.
no, it's
That's
not.
for farming. Seed bearing plants. That's farming.
Yes,
That's
farming. You
agriculture.
cannot farm. Yeah, well, agriculture doesn't mean every tree or plant that
I
exists.
didn't say
It
that.
it requires.
I did not say
Well,
that. I said seed bearing plants. That is farming. That is
okay.
agriculture. What I'm saying is in
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 1, it says that every seed bearing plant of its kind has sprouted
Mm-hmm.
up. Right? So they
Mm-hmm.
already exist in Genesis 1. How are you saying that's different in Genesis 2?
Okay. So every seed can, and I want to make sure, am I going to be able to finish the complete thought? I just
I
want to.
have been letting you finish the complete thought. When you say I
I'm
said
not
something I
accusing you.
didn't say, I'm going to interrupt you because I did not say every tree exists. I said seed
Okay.
bearing plant. So if you say something I didn't say, I'm going to stop you and correct you. But I have been letting you
Gotcha.
finish your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not accusing you of anything. I just wanted to ask before I started. Thank you, though. So every seed bearing plant, every seed bearing plant does not mean it's good for agriculture. There's not a farmer that I know that would
It's a,
farm a whole bunch of
you're hold
poison.
on, you're adding things. I didn't say good for agriculture. I didn't say anything about whether good seed or bad seed. Don't add that. What we're talking about is whether the plant's before agriculture, seed-bearing plants existed in Genesis 1. That's what we're talking about. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter
So
if they're good. Doesn't matter what type of seed. It said every seed bearing plant. That is farming. That is agriculture.
okay. How can I say this with uh it's actually not because you can't farm everything. You can only farm
What?
you so agriculture. Can you define agriculture for me?
Can you define agriculture? Right.
I already
I just
said it.
want to.
Agriculture is farming.
Okay, so can you farm every plant that
I
exists?
didn't say
Every
every.
plant.
I didn't say every plant. It in Genesis
Okay.
1. In Genesis 1, it said
Mhm.
every seed bearing plant. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter if you think it's the good kind, the bad kind. It doesn't matter. It says every seed,
Okay.
every seed bearing plant
Mhm.
was sprouted up in Genesis 1. That's what it says.
Okay. Yes. So in Genesis 2, not only is he creating man, but he's also creating a garden for him. So the garden is very critical because the garden had not been created yet. And the reason why I'm trying to communicate in what the language they were using is different in Hebrew from Genesis 2 and 1 is because the beginning of the garden is starring. So there's a difference between creating wild forests or wild trees or general or every vegetation than creating a garden. Because if the Lord is making a garden, as if when we continue to read, we'll see that's what He's creating. So the regarding hasadeh, it requires human cultivation, which is the sf sadeh, which is the herb of the field in Genesis 2. That's not mentioned in Genesis 1. So the reason why I say agriculture is specific here because he's in the process of forming a garden, which is distinct from general vegetation and plants in general.
The thing is, like, the here, like you said a bunch of stuff, cool, but you did not address the fact that Genesis 1 talks
Hmm.
about seed bearing plants, right? Esef
Hmm.
Masaria Sera, right?
Hmm.
It also talks about deshe, right? The vegetation,
Yep.
right?
Hmm.
And it talks about etz peri, or pri, etz pri,
Yep.
right?
The,
The fruit trees,
hmm.
right? In Genesis 2, even the agriculture, the seed bearing plants that sprouted up in Genesis 1, they do not exist, right? Right?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
So
Like
no, no,
they
they.
don't. Right.
I believe that they exist. I believe that the author in Genesis 2 is talking about a specific kind of vegetation,
It
which
says
I gave
every
you
in
that
Genesis
language
1
from.
though.
It says
That's what you're missing. Right? It
I'm
says
not.
every. It doesn't matter if Genesis 2 is talking about a specific type. Genesis 1 says
Hmm.
every seed bearing plant existed before Adam was created.
Hmm. Yeah, so remember my initial statement to the Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 when you first asked about this. I said Genesis 1 was an overview anyway, and Genesis 2 was a zooming in of the creation accounts. And so even if they created vegetation on every seed in Genesis 1, it's still an overview of the specificity, and it still doesn't negate that there's two different type of vegetation. We're reading a 3, 4 times removed translation of a Hebrew text. When the Hebrews knew what they were writing about general vegetation in a general sense, and then a specific creation account for agriculture regarding the garden. So it doesn't negate one or the other.
So let me ask you a question. When would the fruit
Hmm.
trees in Genesis 1, the fruit trees existed before Adam, correct?
That's what it sounds like. Yes.
That's what it says, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the fruit trees exist in Genesis 2 before Adam?
Potentially.
Where does
And
it show
you're
me
talking about in
where?
the garden or outside of the garden?
Just before Adam. If I
Yes,
ask
I
before
agree.
where does these fruit trees exist before Adam?
Where in a physical sense, when I can
In the
on the
text,
ground in the earth.
in the text, where are the
Okay, thank
fruit
you.
trees at
I'm
in the text?
sorry, I didn't. Okay, let me go to Genesis, and we got in Genesis 2
Mm-hmm.
or Genesis 1.
And so I'm asking. So in Genesis 1, we know the fruit trees were made before humanity,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In Genesis 2, where are the fruit trees in the text in Genesis 2 before Adam?
Okay, before Adam,
Mm-hmm.
uh, it doesn't communicate where they are before Adam.
Okay. When does the God plant the trees that are good for food?
Verse 8. That's when he
The,
starts.
verse 8 and 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the trees that are good for food were the fruit trees, correct? Fruit bearing
Yes.
trees?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And these trees in Genesis 1 existed on the earth before Adam.
Well, these not specifically. So it
So,
says the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and he put the man who they were formed. And out of the ground the Lord made every tree to grow that is pleasant in the sight, good for food. So this one is actually in the garden. So this is a specific place.
so outside of the garden, there were where it says no vegetation. There had been no, you just said there was no agriculture, no fruit bearing trees, no seed bearing trees outside of the garden when your God made Adam,
No, I said there was no agricultural.
which
So
would
that
be
means
fruit
there,
bearing trees.
yeah, it's not exclusive. So
I'm
it's
sorry,
whether they're fruit bearing
it
trees.
would be
Okay.
agriculture. It would include fruit bearing trees, seed bearing trees.
I'm not denying that.
Okay,
What I'm
so
saying you
it says no, none of that. No agriculture, according to you as well. There's no agriculture in Genesis
mhm.
2.
Yeah, so that's not what I said. What I said is that there was no Shiach HaSadeh, which
Yes,
is
that's
different
the grass.
from the Etz,
That's the
which is
grass,
different from the Etz in
right?
Genesis 1.
That's the grass,
Hmm.
right? When it says no vegetation and no herb of the field, that is the fruit bearing seed. That you're saying that's the seed. You're saying that you originally said that is what Genesis 2 is saying did not exist.
No, what I'm saying and what I've said before is that the She, Esef, and Etz is what existed in Genesis 1.
Oh my
In
goodness.
Genesis 2, it was Shiach HaSadeh, Esef HaSadeh. So this was vegetation and plants that require human cultivation. I haven't changed my statement.
Are you saying that Genesis at the beginning where it says no vegetation and no herbs,
Hmm.
that
Hmm.
is just grass, that's just talking about grass?
No, it's
Okay, so
not.
that's talking
It's
about seed
specifically
bear,
talking about.
that's talking about seed bearing
So,
trees, right?
mm, so I think we're probably gonna keep going in the circle, and
I'm trying to
I really
understand
would
what
love
you are
to.
saying. I'm trying to understand what you are saying.
Well,
What did not exist?
okay. So what did not exist was the conditions for Shiach Hasadeh,
Not conditions.
Esef
Not
Hasadeh.
conditions. Not talking about conditions. what I
Okay.
need to understand, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I get you saying that the grass and the regular trees did not exist. That was created in Genesis 1, right? Although Genesis 1 also says every fruit bearing tree sprouted up, and every fruit tree of its kind sprouted up in Genesis 1. When we get to Genesis 2, and it says no vegetation of the ground. Let me go back to Genesis 2. And it says, let's see, the hold on. Siyach Hasadeh
Mm-hmm.
did not exist, right?
Right.
Okay.
But the Shay did, and the Sev did.
It doesn't say that though. Like, where are you getting that?
It does in
Where
Genesis 1.
that's Genesis 1. Where does it say
Mm-hmm.
that it existed in Genesis 2?
Well, it doesn't need to say that. This is making a distinction of a different type of vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I said Genesis 2 was a zoom in to specificity. And so if we're talking Genesis 1, it's already gave an account for vegetation being made. And then in Genesis 2, they're talking about a specific kind of agricultural things that can be used in gardens, not wildlife, not wild things that can't grow in gardens, because the context of the scriptures, he's literally making a garden. So, so it's a different sayings to say that no agricultural type of vegetation existed that he's trying to make for a specific garden versus creation in general. I can have a whole bunch of weeds and trees in my front yard, but in my garden, I'm making some. There's no tree that exists. There's no weed that exists until I put them there, until I put the Shihak Hasadeh there or the SF Hasadeh there. So the context is saying he's creating a garden in which these things don't exist. That is a very practical analogy of how that can be true, even in our own lives.
Like, it's like I think you're confusing it because you're like what you're doing is you're looking at the words Esef Hasadeh, and you're
Hmm.
looking at it like it's different, right? But you're not looking at Esef and seeing that it's still talking about the same seed. The difference is it hasn't been cultivated, right? So it's there. It in
Yes.
Genesis 1, right?
Hmm.
Genesis 1 says that the trees were sprouted up, that they existed, right? That the trees were there. Genesis 2 is saying they were not there because there was no cultivation. And I
Yeah.
think, and so what you're doing is like, I think you are missing that there is no need for cultivation in Genesis 1. There is no need for rain in Genesis 1. There is no need for a human in Genesis 1 for these trees to sprout up. Genesis 1 is saying that the God spoke them into existence and they were. Genesis 2
Hmm.
is saying they did not exist because they needed to be cultivated. And that's the thing that you're missing when you're looking at
No,
where you
I,
are when you're looking at the Hebrew language. Like you're not paying attention to the fact that it still uses the word esif, right? That it uses in Genesis 1 and
Mm-hmm.
Genesis 2. And what
It does.
right. And what Genesis 2 is saying, right, is that it did not have this specific tree because it had not been
Mm-hmm.
cultivated. But in Genesis 1, that tree existed and it did not need cultivation. It was brought forth
Okay.
through this God's word. That's what it's saying.
Yeah. So it's actually not. In
Yes, it
Genesis 2,
is.
it is a. So what does Hasadah means? Do you know what that means?
That's the grass.
No, Hasadah is not the grass.
The
That's not what it means.
what does it mean?
It means of the field, of the land that humans cultivate.
Oh goodness.
So, so
Does
notice that Genesis 1 does not
are
have
you
a
saying
Hasadah.
shadeh? Are you saying deshe? Ha shadeh? Ha deshe? Are you saying ha
It's
deshe? What
not
are you saying?
Deshe. I'm saying Hasadah.
Shadeh?
Sadeh.
Shadeh? What are you saying?
Sadeh. Hasadah. So it's the descriptor of both the Esef and the Shiach in Genesis 2.
Oh,
So notice that in Genesis 1 they don't have that.
Shia ha shadeh. Ha shadeh.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
descriptor. So
Uh-huh.
Hasadah is the descriptor,
Mhm. Yeah.
and that means of the field which requires human cultivation.
I think I said that, right? Genesis 2 is saying that the it's cultivated grass, and in order for it to be cultivated, it needs rain and it needs humans, right? And it's still
Hmm.
talking about the same type of trees. But it's saying
No, it
it.
doesn't mention trees till after.
I'm 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 saying when I say trees, I mean vegetation and seeds.
Okay.
It's still talking about the same vegetation, the same seeds. The difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 is that it is cultivated, that it needs rain, it needs a man to till it. Genesis 1 does
Hmm.
not need that for this vegetation to sprout up. Genesis 1 sprouts up the grass and trees of the field. It sprouts up every seed bearing tree, every of its kind, and every fruit
Hmm.
tree of its kind. But it's not cultivated, right? It doesn't need cultivation in Genesis 1. Genesis 2 needs cultivation. And
Hmm.
that's the reason that he creates Adam, because he needs a man
I
to till the ground.
Well, I agree with you there, and that's why it says when it says there was no vegetation in Genesis 2, when it says that in English, what it's saying is a different type, which is why you have to go to the Hebrew to see what type it was. And he specifically in the context of Genesis 2, a garden. So you have wild vegetation and general vegetation, which is what those words mean in Genesis 1. And in Genesis 2, we have vegetation that requires human cultivation. So to say that it didn't exist is saying that the vegetation that requires human cultivation in this specific garden did not exist. So we're taking a generalized, hey, here's the trees, here's the garden seeds bearing every kind, and to a specific account. Remember, there was no chapters until the 13th century, so that Genesis 2 throws people off when he's
Genesis
saying,
2
and
was written
this is
before
the history of the
Genesis
heaven.
1. They didn't read these stories,
That's
and they didn't read these stories in consecutive order the way y'all do. Genesis 2 was
that's
written way
that's
before
that's what
Genesis
I'm
1.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing that you're saying. There were no chapters. So when I'm saying that it says this is the history of the heavens of the earth when they created in the day of the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And this is a summation of Genesis 1 and then in accounting for the garden that God was going to create with man. So this is it still doesn't negate that both were true, that there was no cultivating type of land, right? Or cultivating type of herb, if you will, for the garden, while there was general herbs, trees, fruits, and everything else that was existing. So this account is him about to create a garden, and that's what he's saying. If we keep reading, and that's why the Hebrew text, the word for the vegetations are different because they're describing different kinds.
Thinker,
Huh?
I'm sorry. Didn't he say that Genesis 1 was the outline and Genesis 2
Yeah,
was
and he
zoomed
said they
in?
line up, and now he's saying that they don't. And his like, I don't quite understand how he is parsing that Genesis 1 has vegetation, right? The dashe, before Adam, which is the grass. It's vegetation. It has the Esav Matzaria, which is the seed bearing plants. It has
Mm-hmm.
the Etz Pri, which are the fruit trees, right? Which
Mm-hmm.
is which includes agricultural trees, right? That's usually cultivated and farmed. Genesis
It doesn't
1,
say that though.
but it does. You know damn well fruit trees have to be planted. You know fruit trees have
Yeah,
to
I'm
be
not.
cultivated. Hold on. You
Mm-hmm.
know fruit trees have to be cultivated. Genesis 1 is saying that God spoke those things into existence and did not
Mm-hmm.
need a human to cultivate it.
Agreed.
That's what Genesis 1 is saying. And so if Genesis 1 is the comes before Genesis 2, this is the predecessor, then that means that these fruit trees, no matter where, if he said he put it on the earth, they should have already existed before your God created Adam. There shouldn't be a need for him to create a man to cultivate fruit trees or to cultivate well, after the fact, he could do it. Like, he could create a man to keep the upkeep, which is what it says he did. He put him there to be a groundskeeper,
Mm-hmm.
But he shouldn't have to sprout them up again if he did it already in Genesis 1. Regardless if you're saying, oh, it's the type that hasn't been cultivated yet. It's the shrubs. It's the apple trees. It's the pear trees. It's whatever fruit trees that they eat off of. Genesis 1
Mm-hmm.
takes care of that. Genesis 1 says all of those types of trees, the grass, the
Mm-hmm.
vegetation, all of that existed. I don't
Yeah.
understand how you are separating the two just by saying, oh, these are talking about agricultural plants. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, the Genesis 1 does not use Hashadah. So
I know
it's
that.
very
I already
clear.
you're stuck on that, but that does not negate the fact that the same type of trees existed. They did not need to be cultivated. You're talking about um shrubs and apple trees and all that. That's already taken care of when he sprouts forth every seed bearing tree. There was no need for
Okay.
cultivation.
No, I hear you, and I respect that purview, and I respect what you're saying, and that I believe there was no necessary need for cultivation, but He designed him to cultivate it. This is what God wanted, according to Scripture. So, if I have trees everywhere in my yard, fruit everywhere in my yard, and I'm making a garden, and I say there is no garden, there is no agriculture to cultivate in my garden, then I'm going to start with, okay, I just have a dust on the ground in my garden. So the context is you're going from creating the earth to creating a garden for man to live in. So the context is key here. And so that's why he uses hasadeh. He uses that because it is a different type of is agricultural for a specific use to till and to farm. So it's easy to say in Genesis 1, hey, I'm just creating vegetation all over the world. Even if they're agricultural and farmable type of vegetation, he's saying in the garden that he's about to make, there is that doesn't exist yet. And so he's creating it there in Genesis 2. So to read it in Hebrew is to read it accurately to say, yes, I can create the whole earth, but then I can create the Garden of Eden. And I'm going to start where I want these type of fruits to be, where there is none, where it doesn't exist yet. So context would be key here. That's why Hasadet is used in Genesis 2 and not in Genesis 1.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Because the seed bearing plants, the seed producing plants, would be used in agriculture. Even like you're saying that those that is talking about the type of plants that would be planted in a garden, and that the Genesis 2 is saying that that did not exist. He hadn't created the garden. He's outside the garden. There is no agricultural plants even outside of the garden. But Genesis 1 literally says that every seed producing plant was sprouted up. It doesn't make sense to say that, oh, when we get to Genesis 2, outside of the garden, before he even creates a garden, there is no seed bearing plants in existence, even though he sprouted them up.
Yeah, so it's not saying that. It's
That's
saying
what
there
you're
is no
saying.
Hasadeh.
That is
No,
that's
no.
the. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I don't
Oh
want
my
to
God.
frustrate you.
But you're saying
We're
that,
going in
like, yeah, you
circles.
keep saying the same thing as if I don't understand what you're saying. I understand I understand exactly what you're saying. You're talking about cultivated plants. You're talking about shrubs and like fruit trees. I know exactly what you're saying. But in order for a fruit tree to be cultivated, it starts with a seed, does it not?
Yes,
Okay.
it does
All
start
right. It
with the
starts with a
seed.
C. And Genesis 1 were the seeds for every type of tree created and sprouted up in Genesis 1.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So on the earth, your
Mm-hmm.
God sprouted up every seed
Mm-hmm.
for cultivation that would ever need to be cultivated, except Genesis 1 didn't require cultivation, but he spoke into existence every plant and every seed producing plant in Genesis 1, right?
Agreed.
Okay. Therefore, in Genesis 2, when it says there are no plants producing seed, are you following me? How do we go from the earth is filled with every seed,
Mm-hmm.
every seed producing plant and every seed producing tree? It has sprouted up all over the earth. To there are no seed producing plants yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're not saying Genesis 2:5 in Hebrew is not saying there's no seed producing plants. It is saying that they're in the garden that he's about to create. If we continue to read in verse 7 and 8, he's in the process of creating a garden. It's not saying that the seeds ain't there, and he's saying the vegetation isn't there. It's simply saying that it hasn't been made yet. And the garden that he's about to create has not been made
It
yet.
doesn't say
A
in the
cult
garden. It doesn't say that. Genesis
It
2, it
does
doesn't. It says
eventually, but it's the
it
context though.
says in the day that the Lord God made the heavens and the earth, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, not in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
It says in the earth. And so it's saying that there are no seed bearing plants, right? No cultivated
Mm-hmm.
crops yet in the earth. That is what it is saying in Genesis 2.
I know. That's exactly what I'm trying to get you to say. There was no cultivated crops yet.
In the
That's
earth.
what it means in the
On the
Hebrew.
earth. Right?
Exactly.
But
You said it
except,
yourself
listen,
earlier.
no, no,
There was
no.
no need for
No, but
cultivation.
Genesis 1 says there was. Genesis 1 says that these trees sprouted up without cultivation. This is what I'm saying. You're not understanding.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting that in Genesis 1, these trees that would normally
Mm-hmm.
require cultivation were sprouted up miscultivation. They had no cultivation. They didn't need it because the God spoke them into existence in Genesis 1
Mm-hmm.
all over the earth. But in Genesis
Yeah.
2,
Mm-hmm.
there exactly, it's two creation stories, I know. But in Genesis 2, cultivation had not happened, so these trees, these plants did not yet exist on the earth, in the earth. That's what it says. This is what I've been trying to say to you,
Yes.
is that the difference between these two, right, is that one is talking about cultivation, the other is just talking about the same type of tree, the same type of plant minus cultivation. That is the same plant, it's the same word, same roots that's used. One is
Mm-hmm.
cultivated, and the other is not.
Yeah.
That's the difference. But
That's
so if Genesis 1 is to be read simultaneously in consecutive order, then there should be fruit trees, shrubs, anything that bears seed that requires cultivation should already exist on the earth in Genesis 2 before
okay.
Adam.
Can I may I respond?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think you're saying it, maybe not, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So I'm gonna just read Genesis 2:5. And every plant of the field before was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. Key point, and the difference of these in the Hebrew text is cultivation.
I
So he's
said that.
saying, I know that's I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. So what he's talking about in Genesis 2, why it's there has not yet been any cultivated vegetation because the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. So then he goes into the garden, the creation of the garden after he creates man in verse 7. Then he's creating a garden. So he's saying there has been no cultivated vegetation. There has been, that's what the Hasadah
I
is,
said
a
that.
cultivated
I
vegetation.
already said that.
So in Genesis 1, the reason why it is different is because of what you said, and I'm agreeing with what you said. There was no need for cultivation. So we have the
Right. So
descriptor
the
of
trees
Hasadah.
existed without a man cultivating. I don't, why is this hard for you? Like, that's like saying in Genesis 1, apple trees existed without a man planting it and farming it. And Genesis 2, no apple trees yet because a man has not cultivated it. That's the contradiction. That's the issue.
It's
Why aren't you
no,
understanding that?
it's an adjective. Hasadah is an adjective, meaning it's no cultivated
I know that
ground.
cultivated means that's farming. What? I don't know any other way
Uh,
to I don't know. Kalu, can you try? I don't know if I'm saying, like, what am I saying different? I don't. I know what
but here's
cultivation
it is.
means.
I know you do.
It
I'm
means
not as
farming.
I'm
It means somebody has to
yeah.
plant it, right? It needs to be put in the soil, watered, tended to, right? Yeah, Dr.
Yes,
B,
I'm
hold on. Dr. B, can you come up here? Because I don't know any other way to say this.
well, I know
He's
what it
stuck.
is. Thinker, I'm not trying to
No,
Hold
I
on,
know,
insult you.
but
Mister.
I'm
Don't
getting
insult you
frustrated.
at
And
all.
I
Hold on,
know.
Mister
I
Neal.
know. You've been very
Um,
respectful. You've been very
yeah.
respectful. I don't
So
after repeating myself 1,000 times, and I don't know if I'm not speaking the right language for you. I don't I don't know any other way to say this, but maybe a man can say it and you get it. I don't know.
No, no, I don't
Go
think it
ahead,
would be
Kelly.
different.
hold on, Mister Neal. Hold on, because the pattern that I've seen, especially with the first conversation about the biblical text and the apocrypha, it was an endless loop until we realized we're talking about the same thing, the Bible and the apocrypha. Now he's doing this thing where he's stuck in this same loop. But instead of like talking about the order of creation, we're trying to figure out why agriculture is different from farming.
I'm I'm just like I don't get why we're doing this. Like, why can't we just go to the order of creation to show why it doesn't make sense?
He's trying
Like,
to
what are we
say
doing?
that he's trying to say that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are not talking about the same thing. So he's saying there is no different order. He's saying Genesis 1 is giving the order of things created. Genesis 2 is a summation. And he's saying Genesis 2 is talking about cultivated plants, not regular plants, not plants that don't need to be cultivated. So Genesis 2 is saying there were no cultivated shrubs or plants in the field. And then the God plants a garden, where he puts the trees, right? And every tree good for food in the garden. And there he puts the man to cultivate these trees. And what I'm trying to get him to understand is, I understand that Genesis 2 is talking about a cultivated field, right? It's talking about Esav, which Genesis 1 also uses Esav, right? I understand that. That's what I'm trying to get him to understand, is that in Genesis 1, the Esav does not need cultivation. It just sprouts up because the God said so, right? It's still the same type of fruit trees, shrubs, fruit bearing trees that the Genesis 2 narrative would need, that needs to be cultivated. So if the God sprouts these trees that normally would need cultivation up without cultivation all over the earth, then they should already exist in Genesis 2. Because in Genesis 2 it says that there were none on the earth yet. That's what I don't quite understand why we're stuck here.
Right.
Like, if an apple tree if apple trees sprouted up all over the earth in Genesis 1 without rain, without a man cultivating and planting and putting it in the soil, then an apple tree should already be in Genesis 2, despite there not being cultivation. Because it's fruit bearing trees that normally would require cultivation were sprouted up in Genesis 1.
Yeah. So what? I don't want to get into the loop again because I think I hear what you're saying and I do understand you.
I
I
do
think there's a
understand what he's
misunderstanding
saying.
of.
I do understand what he's saying. I'm saying I don't agree with it. That's what y'all don't understand in the
Oh,
fucking comments.
Because
Don't tell
I'm
me what
looking
to
at it.
do. Please do not tell me what to do in the comments. I will move forward when I'm ready to move forward. Like, I'm here for understanding. So please do not tell me when to move forward. Hey, Dr. B.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm looking at it, I'm seeing the word every, and
hmm
I'm not getting like why this is so hard for you.
well, just think we see it differently, and it's not hard. So the descriptor is very important, and there's a difference in the descriptor in Hebrew from Genesis 1 to Genesis 2. And so it's not that it's hard, it's that when they interpret it in English, it can sometimes we can gather two different meanings from it. So it
What does
doesn't
every
mean,
mean? What does every mean?
well, I understand that every means every. That means everything. I don't disagree with that. That's not the point
But
of
that's not what
contention
you
here.
said with me. Why are you saying every means every with Kalu, but with me you said
Yeah,
every doesn't mean every? This is what I mean when I say y'all need to hear it from a
no,
man. Because
no,
I
think it.
hold on, because I literally said every, I don't know how
Hmm.
many times, and you kept saying every doesn't mean every. You kept saying there were different types of trees that had not sprouted up. But now when Kalu says it, you're like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't, this is why I say y'all need men to talk to y'all. Like, I don't know if it's my voice that you just can't understand what I'm saying. I don't get it.
Can I explain?
Yes. Shut the fuck
Explain
up,
why
Weechi.
every.
Uh,
Explain why every doesn't mean every.
I didn't say that every doesn't mean every though.
You
I
did to
would disagree
me.
with
You
that.
did to me though.
Can
Hold on.
so
Hold
can
on.
I
Wait,
explain?
wait, wait. Because don't lie, okay? Please do not lie. You did say that to me. Even people in the comments recognized it. As soon as you agreed, hold on. As soon as you agreed with Kalu, the people in the comments recognized that you agreed with Kalu on every, but you did not agree with me. So please don't say you didn't say it, because you did.
Okay. So I'm not trying to deny that every doesn't mean every. Every means every. I don't so what I
Okay.
was trying to say for thinker, when you were talking about the vegetation, I was saying that the descriptor early was cultivator. We didn't get stuck on the definition of every. I said there was a generalization of summation of Genesis chapter 1, meaning everything was made. But they're talking about a garden in Genesis
Wait,
2,
wait. When I
which means
said
that even
every
though
seed bearing tree, do you remember me constantly saying that's
I do remember that.
every seed bearing tree? It doesn't matter if the tree is going in the garden. I said that I don't know how many times, and you kept telling me no. Like now
No,
you're
I
trying to
didn't
say,
say
yes, you
about,
did.
I said the meaning, hasadeh, is a cultivated
And I
tree, a
said,
cultivated
that doesn't
plant.
matter because every seed bearing tree was created in Genesis 1. It doesn't matter
I
if it was
understand that.
cultivated or not. It was every seed bearing tree was created
My,
in Genesis 1. I said that I
Is
don't
I
know how
agree
many
with you.
times.
is
I
the garden
agree
on
with you.
earth? Is the garden on
I,
earth?
the garden was on earth, yes.
Okay, so when it says, let the earth put forth vegetation, right?
Hmm.
When it says vegetation, does it specify which kinds?
Hold on, I'll be back. I'm gonna make me some coffee.
After its own kind,
Okay,
yes.
so it said
It's
plants yielding seed and fruit trees of every kind on earth. I understand that fruit trees um, need need two pair, like it needs one that pollinates and it needs the ones that bear the fruits and produce seeds. So that would mean it needs both. So that's kind of like every tree in a sense.
I never denied every
Hold on
tree. I
real
want to
quick.
be
Hold on real
okay.
quick. I'm trying to understand. And it was so the earth where the garden is located brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed of every kind, and trees of every kind,
Hmm.
bearing fruit with seed in it. And God saw that it was good.
Okay,
This is Genesis 1. And
I'm
then
aware.
Genesis 2, uh, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was no one to till the ground, but a stream of red, blah, blah, blah. Out of the ground, the Lord made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight. I don't understand what we're doing.
Me either. I never denied that every tree wasn't made or everything wasn't every in Genesis 1. What I
Okay.
was saying in Genesis 2 is hasadeh. In Hebrew, it means that no plant or vegetation existed that was cultivated. This is what it's actually saying in Hebrew. And so
Yeah, I
that's why I
think
said I
that's
read the
why
other things.
I'm getting confused. Why do you keep saying the phrase hasadeh? Do you know what that means?
Yes, I do know what it means.
Can you
Tell us.
translate it for me?
Yeah, it's herb and plants of the field, land
It no,
under
it
human.
just means the field.
Well, I
What's the
know what
ha?
hasadeh means.
Okay, what's the
The
ha part?
has the
Okay, and sadeh.
is the field.
Okay, so I don't know why
Field.
you keep translating it other ways.
Yeah, see, because in the Hebrew culture, is
What did I miss?
if I can finish, in
He's
Hebrew culture, it is specifically talking about land that has been cultivated. They don't use that same term in any other place until they're talking about land that requires cultivation. So that term,
Can you just demonstrate that for me?
yeah, it's in the text in Genesis 2 when he is describing the vegetation that is not there. In chapter 5, he also says, let me read it for you. Before any plant of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown. For the Lord God, this is the reason why, had not caused it to rain on the earth, and, which is a conjunction to that reason why, there was no man to till the ground. So specifically, when they use that term in Genesis 2:5, it is for agricultural cultivation, meaning it had not happened yet. So I'm kind of at a loss of why we're still circling this.
I'm just confused as to your definition. So you're saying that sadeh means something specific or no?
I already defined it.
He's saying
Don't know
Sadat.
how to.
He's saying it means cultivated
It is
of the field, cultivated fields.
Yeah, so what the Hebrews knew of the field re- is descriptive of land that require or vegetation that requires cultivation. They don't use it in any other sense. So in any other place you will find it when it's talking about whether it's agriculture or farming, or they're talking about trees or vegetation. If it doesn't have hasadeh, it is not alluding to cultivation or agricultural farming. But when you see it present, the context will always point towards tilling the ground or cultivation of agriculture.
Okay.
Removed
Can I?
from that is not.
May I ask where else have you seen this outside of Genesis 1 and 2?
Where else have I seen? What's this in specifically?
Sadeh.
Um, Let me see. It is in Genesis 2. Where else is it? Let me look.
If I could just make sure that I'm clear, you're saying that sadeh has to mean land that is for agriculture.
He's saying Genesis 1 doesn't talk about cultivated land, and that cultivated land was not created in Genesis 1. And that's the land that does not exist in Genesis 2 before Adam. That's what he's saying.
I think that's where I'm getting. That's where I'm
No,
getting
that's
confused.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there
Mr. Neal,
is no
Mr.
land
Neal, that
had
was a
been
side
cultivated.
conversation. Mr. Neal, that was a side
Oh,
conversation.
okay. My
Can
apologies.
you please point to where it says this outside of Genesis 1 and 2? Because you said
Yes.
normally the Hebrews blah 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 blah. So I just want to know
Yeah.
where else does it say
Okay.
that?
I think it's
Got
also
you.
interesting that when I say,
37, 37 and 7.
I'm
My
sorry, I
bad.
thought you were still looking for what you were looking for. I think it's interesting that when I say he's saying that Genesis 1, cultivated land was not created in Genesis 1, and in Genesis 2 is the land he's saying that did not exist. And then he says, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying cultivated land didn't exist. I'm confused.
Would you like me to clarify, or I can just leave it alone?
No,
Can you find that other thing, please?
Yeah, I'm typing them because I didn't want to interrupt her. So
Yeah, just
that meant to be a.
don't worry about it. Don't worry. Just focus on the thing.
Well, I am. I just didn't want to interrupt her. I was trying to be respectful. That 17 is supposed to be a 7. I'm sorry.
Okay, first one, Genesis 23:13. He said to Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, you only will listen to me. I will give the price of the field. Accept it from me. Bury my dead here. Is that a farm or a grave?
The price of the field. So they only sell the land that's worth money, or so there was a cost of a field that would be cultivated. And you'll see that synonymously within the other scriptures that it always uh, points to or alludes to a field that has crops or would have crops.
So, what do you think it means in Genesis 25 when it says that Esau was a hunter, a man of the field?
Genesis 25.
Yeah, 27.
Yeah, so it's not the same because it's ish sede.
Yeah,
It's
do
not
you know what
ha
ish
sede.
means?
No.
No, can you educate me, please?
Sorry, you don't know what ish means?
No, can you educate me, please?
Okay, so here's what I would recommend. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Please stop reading from your blue letter Bible transliteration, acting like you know Hebrew. If you don't know what
Mm-hmm.
ish means, like that's some crazy shit.
It's definitely crazy because I thought you knew Hebrew. Like you thinking that ish sadeh is a word, is one word, is crazy to me. Like I'm sitting here
The,
talking to you like you know Hebrew because that's how you were presenting yourself.
yeah, thinker actually knows Hebrew. Like, and I think it's very disingenuous of you to come up here and feign like you know this language by pronouncing these words when you don't.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to do. I
But
know what
that's
I
what you're
know,
doing. But that's what
and what
you're
I don't
doing,
know. No, no, no.
right? You're
What I
because
don't
you
know
keep
is
saying,
what I
yeah, you
don't
don't.
know.
No, 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 yeah. You keep saying, yeah, but if you understood this in the Hebrew, well, motherfucker, you don't understand this in the Hebrew.
Well, I actually do, and
You
I
No,
don't.
asked
you
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 to
don't
don't.
know what
Not
educate
if
me.
ish
you don't know what
means.
ish means.
I typed it in the comments twice now, so I was trying to see if you would tell me.
Not
No,
you looked it
what?
up.
Yeah. I'm sure that's what this was.
That like that
Racist
doesn't make any
ass.
sense.
Jesus.
Like that, there's no need for you to start lying now. And like we're not gonna. I'm not here to make fun of you, but we've been
Yeah.
going round and round, and like we've been going round and round for about a good 30,
Mm-hmm.
45 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm approaching this conversation as if you are someone who understands Hebrew. And honestly, like if you didn't understand, because your answer to Dr. B was it's not the same thing because it says ish sadeh. That just
It's
means
actually
man of the
not the same
field.
thing.
That just means man of the field. That's all that means.
Yeah, and I put man in the
But
comments when he said it.
what does field mean? That's what Dr. B is asking
S
you.
But I had already answered what
What?
field means. I said
So is
Sade
that
already.
agricultural land? Is that cultivated land? He was a man of cultivated land. Like what Dr. B is asking you to explain that, and you're being disingenuous right now when you
No,
say
what he
hold
asked
on,
me
hold
was
on,
Hold on.
hold
ish
on,
mean.
Hold
hold
on.
on. No, he didn't. He asked you if field meant the same thing there. And your response was, it's not the same thing because it says ish sadeh. That was your response, as if you think that is one word. Like you don't understand that ha sadeh is the field. I'm wondering if you don't understand that.
Yeah, I actually do, and it's still a cultivated field. And
But
like I said, I
okay, so
asked him to explain it to me.
if ish sadeh and ha sadeh is cultivated field, then your response should have just been, yeah, he was a man of cultivated field. Your response was, it's not the same.
Well, that's not what it's saying
It
because
is
the
saying
ish
that.
and ha, no, it's not. It's saying Genesis 25 and 27 is saying that he is a man of the field. He's an outdoorsman. It describes him as
What is the
such.
field?
So
What is the field there? What is the sadeh there? What's different between him being a ish sadeh versus ha sadeh, the field? What's the
it is,
difference?
um, because ish is identity. So it is describing
Ha,
he is a man of the
what
field.
type
It's
of
not
field?
describing.
The field. Never mind. Dr. B.
Is describing him as an outdoorsman. That's what it's saying. It's not saying anything different. And when I asked,
Now it's not saying
excuse me,
anything
Josh,
different.
no, it's not
What?
saying anything other than that
So
he's a
let me
man of
ask
the
you a
field.
question.
He said
And
that's what he
Hebrew
said.
is a contextual language. What part of ish sadeh is separating ha sadeh? But like which what part of that construct is making you say that the sadeh is outdoors, like a man of outdoors, versus sadeh
Hmm.
being cultivated land?
Yeah, because number one, the ha is a definite article, so
What
it's
does ha
absent
mean?
there. Ha means the,
Okay, and how does the make field mean cultivation?
because the context is what the Hebrews are talking about, which is why I gave you the other scriptures
Yeah, give me the
that
context.
were
What is
in
the
this.
linguistic context there?
The linguistic context is describing who Esau was. He is a man of the field, a man of
Oh
the
my God.
outdoors. That's what they're
Like
describing.
you just gonna keep on doing this. No, that's not how Hebrew works.
That's exactly how it
No, it's
works.
not.
And
Okay,
the reason,
so tell me this. Never mind. Never mind. Dr. B,
Hold
go
on.
ahead. I can't like you. I
Yeah.
can't do the disingenuousness. Like, and I was literally approaching our conversation from a very respectful place because, like, I thought that you know, that you were being genuine. Go
Uh,
ahead.
I was, and
hold on,
I'm
Mr.
sorry if
Man.
I missed.
Hold on, Mr.
Okay,
Man. Because I think I knew he wasn't being for real when he was trying to say the word rebuttal, but instead he said refuddle.
Oh,
And that
I
was like
didn't even
early
hear
on.
him. I
Yeah, that
didn't
was
even
like
hear.
early on. And that's how I was like, oh, he's trying to be smarter than he is. No
oh
offense to
no,
you.
man,
No offense to
it's
you.
just
No
4:13 in
offense
the
to you, Miss.
morning, brother.
No
That's
offense
all.
to you. No offense to you. You're speaking Hebrew at 4:13 in the morning, but no offense to you. Um, Dr. Joshua, can you remind me, what do you teach?
Um, I teach Thinker Hebrew.
Oh, damn. Okay. Okay.
Eric, I
Okay.
think everybody's probably feeling something similar here. Like when people come up on this stage and
Hmm.
they get what feels like backed into a bit of a corner, they will very often pull out, well, you just have to read this in the Hebrew,
Hmm.
right? And the reason that they say that most of the time is because they assume that nobody else can read it, and it's sort of a showstopper, right? It's like I don't know, it's a failsafe, it's a trump card that they can pull out, and everybody will go, oh, well, I mean, I don't really know Hebrew, so like I can't really prove them wrong with what they're saying because I don't really know Hebrew. So it ends up being this sort of trump card where you can be like, yeah,
Hmm.
you just don't understand that in the Hebrew, right? Now, the problem in this room, of course, is that Thinker knows that language, so it doesn't really work. But the way that you were presenting yourself, and actually, when I was in the comments, I tagged Thinker and I said, like, could you ask him to pronounce the phrase that he's referring to, so that I could know what the argument was that you were making. And as I typed it, you said Hasadeh, and I thought, oh, okay. I mean, he probably knows Hebrew then, because like, you know, you could pronounce that a bunch of different ways and get it wrong, and that's how it's pronounced, right? Hasadeh, the accent and everything. So when I came up here, like I had an assumption that you had some training in the language. Then when I asked you what is an ish, because it was starting to dawn on me, maybe you don't, and you didn't know what ish meant. It's like the third word that you learn when you
Hmm.
learn Hebrew. So do you understand now how it could rub people, at a minimum, rub people the wrong way?
Yeah. So, and forgive me if I came off wrong. What I did when you asked me that, I thought you were trying to be disingenuous. So when I said, no, can you tell me? And I simultaneously typed it in the chat. And when you start saying, oh, you don't even know what ish mean, I had already typed it in the chat. And I typed it twice, if you go
All right,
back and
Eric.
look.
So what you're coming back with me is that you're trained in Hebrew. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm self-taught in Hebrew, so I'm
Okay.
not trained.
Okay. So what have you used to self teach?
I had this script book that says learn the Bible in Hebrew, and it's like I had the CD in the back. It helps you learn the alphabet. It starts with the alphabet, and it starts with trying to do the certain vowels and the consonants and things like that in the new.
Okay. So if you pull up the text right now, just like if somebody pulled up some Hebrew on the screen from Safari, you could read it to us.
I could try, but I don't think I would do much good.
So
I only
like,
know the words that I've researched.
okay, so I'm trying to ascertain your level of competence here. So this
Okay.
isn't like meant to be like a gotcha or something. So like when I say the
Yeah.
PL, do you know what I mean? When I say the PL or the HIFIL or the HITPIL or the cow, like, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah. So you mean like PL like Im or the kings or the angels? Is that what you're talking about?
No, those are different verbal stems. So like the
Okay.
cow is the main stem. So like if you I don't know what you've memorized, but like usually people when they learn Hebrew, they'll learn the basic cow perfect stem,
Hmm.
conjugation of shamarti, shamarta, shamart, shamar, shamara, and so on.
Yeah,
Um,
like he did or she went or stuff like that.
right, right.
Got
So
you.
like
Okay, okay.
okay, so um, all right. So it sounds like, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you've like learned to work your way through like pronouncing the script out loud with the consonants and the vowels, and you've done some like lexicography. You've done some word studies on particular words. Like that's, just so it's clear, that's incredibly admirable, and like I applaud that. That is
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's my level. To try to say that I'm on the level in which you are, it wouldn't be accurate at all. So I'm not trying to, allude that I'm someone who I'm not. I'm saying I'm studying these scriptures, which is why I have both the English and the Hebrew text to try to learn more.
Are you
Okay.
reading Hebrew from that Basora of Yeshua book? The
No, that helps me learn it because if I'm
you're
reading,
reading it. Is it written in? Is everything in there written in Paleo Hebrew, as you said?
no, it's mostly the names and some of the descriptors of things. So, but it's helping me to translate the Hebrew and what it's saying in English, even though it's difficult to read right to
Yeah.
left. But it's
Hold on.
that's why I
Wait a
have the
minute.
Besorah though.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. So you know what level you're at. You've come into a room where you see that two people are at a higher level than you, yet you are telling them that they are wrong.
No, that's not what I did. I disagreed with the position of Genesis 2 by the context of Genesis 2 by saying that they're communicating that there was no cultivated land yet, because that's how the Hebrews would have recognized it, not saying that the trees and everything didn't exist. My argument was never I know more Hebrew than one
No,
person
no,
than
no.
the other.
It's the this is how the Hebrews would have recognized the part.
Well, according to their language.
Right. And
That's what
that you're not an expert in.
no, I'm not an expert in. Neither am I
Right.
trying to.
Right. So when you're telling other people that this is not how the Hebrews represented, who's the one saying that the other person is wrong? I'm confused.
Well, she was reading it in English at first, and so I'm not trying to say that she was wrong. I'm saying
No,
for me to better
even
understand.
when I read it in Hebrew, and I told you that the Esef is mentioned in both places. One is
Hmm.
talking about cultivated crops, but it's still the same
Hmm.
Esef that's mentioned in Genesis 1. You kept telling me, no, it's not.
No, no, I said there's no hasadeh, which means
But
it,
no, you did
it it
say that.
wasn't
But you did
cultivation.
say there. You did say it wasn't the same Esef. I said Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 both mentions Esef. It is the same fruit seed bearing plants. One is just talking about cultivation, and the other didn't need cultivation. The other one was just sprouted up. That's what I said,
Yeah,
and you said no, it's
my
not. It's not the same.
no, my only difference was that we're talking about cultivated. It had not been cultivated yet, so they didn't
I
say
said
that it
that.
didn't
I said
exist.
one.
I
I said that. I like. I don't. How are you hearing
I know you
something
said it
different?
different.
One was
I wasn't
cultivated.
saying
One
that it.
was not. And Sadeh
That's
is just the field. It's just the field. The grass. Like the. It's just the like an open field, and it's saying that it
Yeah.
didn't have any uh uh trees or fruit trees that bear seed, except Genesis 1 says that every seed bearing tree and plant sprouted up. One needed
Yeah.
cultivation, one did not. That's the difference. That's what I've been saying this whole entire time.
Yeah. And so if you remember when Son of Kalu got on and he said we would start talking about ever and existed or whatever, I never said that the trees that was in Genesis 1 didn't already exist. I said that Hasadet was an adjective. It was describing the type of
Hasadet
vegetation
is
that
a
would be
noun.
cultivated.
That just means
I
the field.
it
Field is a
but with
location. It's not an
I
adjective.
but but it's only used. It is in English when it translated
So
from Hebrew to English. It's only used in instances, even in the scriptures, where there is grant land that requires
But
cultivation
hold
is what I'm
on,
trying to say.
that isn't true because Dr. B just asked you what does Sadeh mean when it says that Esau is a man of the field. Field is not an adjective. Sadeh is not an adjective. I don't know why you're saying
So
that.
so
Hold on. Yeah, okay, English is my second language. What does adjective mean? Because you're confusing me.
so it is describing something. When I'm talking about
Okay, stop
from
right there,
Hebrew to
please.
English. Okay.
Please stop right there. An adjective describes something. Okay. Uh, to the other, sorry, to Thinker and Dr. Joshua. Is there a word for agriculture and farming in Hebrew?
I don't know, Dr. B. Is there a word for agriculture? I don't know that yet.
A
Farming?
specific word for agriculture.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, not that's coming to mind.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Certainly, field. Like, there's no question that sadek can and often does mean, land that is cultivated, right? But it doesn't have that narrow meaning. It's like, I mean, it would be akin to English land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Land could be describing, my uncle's farm where, there's a bunch of, corn stalks standing there. Or land could be like, yeah, out in the middle of that heavily wooded, forest, that land out there. We don't want to, cut all that stuff down on the land. Like, it has that range of meaning. It could apply to either.
Okay, so you can't say like the the harvested land. Can you say that?
I mean, you might be able to say like katsur, or katsir, because katsar means to cut something. And so like in the book of Ruth, when she's walking among like the bundles, the sheaves or whatever. I mean, I guess I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I mean, you could say, but you'd probably have to add another word in there about the thing that is being cut. Sorry. The answer is I'm not sure. I have to go
No,
look.
I get it.
Sorry.
What I'm getting is Asadeh means Asadeh. Field means
It
field.
does.
There is
It
no
won't.
adjective. Hold on, sir. I'm not talking to you. There is no adjective here, right? Because
Yeah.
I just want to understand what an adjective means. There's no adjective
Yeah.
here.
I mean, like if I'm being incredibly charitable, or trying to steel man the position, if Hebrew has a construction, and English does this too, where if you were to say like the man of sin, man and sin are both nouns.
Mhm.
But the man of sin, the fact that you put it in a genitive construction like that, can be translated like you could say the sinful man. And then sinful, would be adjectival.
Mhm.
So there is a construction like that, like uh, trying to think of like the God of holiness. God and holiness are both nouns, but God of holiness in that construct chain translates essentially to holy God, God of holiness, holy God.
Mhm.
So if we're trying to say that like Ish Sadeh is like, woodenly, it would be a man of a field. If we wanted to say that meant like the field man, like a, I don't know how you, then yeah, I mean, Sadeh could function as an, but it's a noun. It's part of speech as a noun. It can function in a particular construction as, and it can have an adjectival function. I don't
Okay.
know. Does that make sense? I don't know.
That makes sense. And then, but
Okay.
now to take it back to Genesis 1 and 2, can we do that there? Where we can get cultivated land from this?
No, that would have to be, and Thinker, I think you've said this a bunch. That would have to
Right.
be in like in the word itself, given the context. So like in the same way that if I say, hey, go out and till the land, it's not that land is functioning as an adjective or having some sort of an adjectival nuance. Instead, it's the fact that I said till that, would lead you to believe as an interpreter that that land either is going to be used for cultivation or currently is used for cultivation. So it would have to be that the context would have to drive whether we're going to, translate field there as a cultivated area. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I
Okay.
get you.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, I'm tracking. I appreciate you
No, thank you
walking me
for
through
being
that.
patient with my long-winded
No worries,
explanations.
no worries.
Thank you for that as well. It was very fruitful.
That was some awesome wordplay. That was nice. I don't know if it was intentional, but it was badass.
So, can you let me know if I'm saying this right? Asef Hasede, is that also, would that be used as a um, adjective in the sense of when you're translating it to English? Is it a descriptor of the type of vegetation there?
Sorry, did you say the siach? Like the
Asef,
wild. Oh,
but Sia
Asaph.
too. And yeah,
Okay, yeah.
in that case, Sia too, though.
So I think what's going on. So both siach and Asaph are describing two types of like plant life. I think that most lexicographers, but most people that are working with the text here would say that what it's trying to capture is wild plants and those that are used for food. I think that's probably what's trying to be captured here. I don't think that Asaph necessarily has to have that narrow nuance in every context. I haven't looked at all the uses of Asaph, but certainly here, I think that's what's going on. So I think when it says the Chosia Chasadeh in Genesis 2:5, it's probably talking about like the wild plants. And then, the Cholesev Hasadeh is probably talking about those that are used for food. So I think it's trying to
Hmm.
capture everything.
Yeah. And so in the rest of the text, when it's saying is using the context of it, where it says because there was no water that had yet come forth or spring forth, and no man to till the ground. Would the context there then imply, or at least say that they were trying to translate it that it was not yet a cultivated field land? Is that what it's meaning there? It defines itself as?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that part where it says, and there was no man to till the ground, like or to work the ground, whatever. Like, yeah, that's certainly referring to um, like land that's going to be utilized to grow food.
Got you.
And
Okay.
that's what I said 1,000 times.
You
I
did.
did.
You
I
did.
said that Genesis 2 is saying there is no fruit bearing trees because cultivation had not yet happened. But in Genesis 1, the trees were sprouted up from the God speaking them into existence, and there was no need for a man to cultivate. There was no need for rain. I like I said
Yeah.
that 1,000 times.
And
Yeah.
hold on. And
Sorry.
that's the loop we got stuck in because you're trying to talk about the order of things, and he got us talking about whatever this is, and that's like, what are we doing?
Well, this would affect the order because in Genesis 1, all of these trees and vegetation exist before humanity was created.
Yeah.
But in Genesis 2, there is no vegetation or fruit bearing trees before the man is created. And like the reason why we got stuck here is because he's trying to say this isn't out of order, because he's trying to say that the only plants and trees that were not created were the plants and trees that require cultivation.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying was that they did exist. I didn't doubt that they exist. When they said they was not yet here in Genesis 2, this is
Mm-hmm.
where we got stuck. Is because they were not yet
That's what I
land.
said.
Excuse me. Veget. They were not yet
I just
cultivated,
said
so there
that.
was not yet. I know, but I'm not. That doesn't negate its existing. And the example
What?
I tried to use, that
How did
doesn't,
they
it
exist
negates
if
its
they had not?
existence.
How did they exist if they had not?
Be,
If it had not yet been cultivated?
well, because it is not saying that it didn't exist, because it's saying that it wasn't cultivated,
So how
herbs
did it
and
exist if it
plants
hadn't
that
been
exist.
cultivated? Is my question. Where was it?
It was already spoken. It was already spoken into existence.
No,
What I'm saying
no.
in the
That
context of Genesis 2
right. They were sprouted
is
up. He
is
spoke them, and then they sprouted up, and it was so. He checked it
the
and gave it the ketov. Okay. So how?
yeah.
So they're sprouted up on the earth in Genesis 1. How are they in existence but not yet cultivated in Genesis 2 is what I don't understand. Shut the fuck up before
Yeah.
I boot your ass out of here. Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Because in Genesis 2, verse 5 says, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up. It doesn't exist here.
Yeah, so that's why I brought up the Hebrew. It's for that reason, because what they're saying is that there's no vegetation that had been cultivated yet.
So then it
If we're
didn't
looking at the
exist.
context,
If it hadn't been
it's
cultivated yet, then
no,
it did not exist.
What is a
it's
plant? What is a plant?
huh?
When no plant of the field was yet in the earth.
Yeah. So we're reading it in English and not
No, we're talking
understanding
about
it.
even
And
in the Hebrew.
what
Like, don't do that. The Hebrew is all it's
um
saying. Hasadeh is just the field. That's a location. Okay, that's just a location, and it's saying
yeah.
that no, it's saying no seed bearing plants, right, has yet sprouted up in the earth, in the field, right, in the earth. So if you're
hmm
saying that it existed, but it had not yet been cultivated, I'm asking you how? How does it exist in this field, but not exist in this field at the same time?
So they're describing the events when when Adam is getting about to be formed and get placed into the garden. And what they're communicating here is that
No,
there
this is
was not
not.
yet any ground.
This is not.
That's
This
what they're
doesn't have anything
describing
to
in
do
the
with the
rest of
garden
it.
because he has not created the garden yet. This says in the earth. Like we went over
Mm-hmm.
this already,
I know
right? We already talked
well,
about
I
this. This
just
says
disagree.
in the earth. It says in the earth.
I know. I know what it says. We just disagree on what it means.
What does in the
And
earth
so,
mean?
well, I know what in the earth means,
What does
but
it
when you're
mean?
saying of the field
No, no, no.
in
I'm not talking about
English,
of the
it's
What
not.
does it
field.
mean?
I am not talking about of the field. When it says that there has been no shrub of the field was yet on earth.
hmm
Whole earth.
What does on earth
Yeah.
mean?
On earth, I don't know how else to say it. In the earth, of the earth, on earth.
So on earth at all.
No, it's saying of the field though, and
On
in the
earth.
Hebrew
On
when they
earth.
use that.
On earth.
Where's the
I
field?
mean,
On
we're
Where's
gonna
the
earth.
go in a
field? Is the
You're
field
circle.
on
you're
earth?
to you of the field is plants that need to be cultivated, correct?
In the rest of the, if we read
Hold
the rest
on.
of the
Hold
context,
on.
yes.
To you the field hasadeh is plants that need to be cultivated, correct?
When they're describing plants, yes.
Oh my God. Okay, so it means plants that need to be cultivated. So if I read it your way, there were no plants that need to be cultivated on earth. That's how it reads. What does on earth mean? Because you can't say there were no plants that need to be cultivated in the field on earth if you're saying that
Well,
hasadeh means cultivated plants. You're not even
yeah.
taking
So
hasadeh to
it didn't.
mean open land or field, which is what it means. Like it does not mean plant.
Yeah. So it didn't. It didn't say need to be.
You're cutting out. I can't
It
hear
says
you.
before in verse 5. It says
You're
before.
cutting out.
I'm sorry. It said it. Well, it doesn't say there wasn't plants that needed or any plants that needed to be cultivated. It says, from what I'm seeing, it says there was no cultivated plants. So it's
On
describing
earth.
the type of plants. There was no.
Right, on
Yes,
earth.
I agree with you.
Okay, but
So
there are cultivated plants.
yes,
But
on
there
earth
are cultivated plants on earth in Genesis 1.
they were not yet cultivated.
Oh my
They
gosh.
require men to cultivate them, which is
Oh my gosh.
they
Do
were
apple
they were
tree
spoken
I'm
to
sorry, do
existence
apple
in
tree
Genesis 1.
but they're cultivated plants. Like they are literally apple trees, fruit trees, shrubs. They just did not require cultivation. They didn't require a man because the God spoke them into existence. They're the same type of trees. The same type of trees.
Um, that's not my argument, and I think we're
So,
going to go in a circular
oh my God,
because
you don't understand what I'm saying. If Genesis 1, if the God spoke apple trees, pear trees into existence without cultivation on earth, all over
hmm
the earth, right? They exist all over the earth in Genesis 1. We get to Genesis 2, and you say there were no fruit trees or apple trees because cultivation hadn't happened.
that's not. I didn't say there were no trees because
I said
cultivation happened.
fruit
There was
trees
no
are
cult.
out.
Fruit trees,
Oh my
fruit
God,
trees,
I'm gonna
fruit
fucking
trees,
scream. I'm
specifically
gonna scream.
trees that have fruit,
No,
I
so
specifically.
what
literally
I'm.
said the same type of
So
tree.
what I said.
Hold on. Apple
I
trees.
know.
Hold on. Apple trees, fruit trees, uh, trees that require, that have seed that requires to be planted, farmed, right? Soiled. Okay, hold on. Were sprouted up in Genesis 1. Okay, on
hmm
earth. These are fruit bearing trees. These are seed producing plants. Okay, these are the type of plants that require cultivation. Okay, they were sprouted up all over the earth in Genesis 1. Then we get to Genesis 2, and you say there were no apple trees, pear trees, trees that require cultivation of seed producing plants, fruit trees in Genesis 2 because cultivation had not happened.
So that's not what I'm saying.
What are you
I
saying?
didn't say that they didn't exist. I'm saying there had been none that had been cultivated. They had been spoken into exist, but they had
So they were
already
in the spirit
existed.
world?
No, I'm not denying that they were existent.
Where were
If we're
they?
reading it in context, w- if we're reading it in context, he is about to make a garden for Adam, for
Where were
man.
the
So in
trees? Where,
context,
hold on. Where were the fruit trees outside of the
they were on the
garden?
earth.
Where?
They were everywhere, all over the earth.
Okay, so in Genesis 2, when it says there were no cultivated fruit trees outside of
Yes,
the
because they
garden,
had been spoken into. They had been spoken into existence, not cultivated
Dr.
into
B, am I
existence.
hearing something? Am I the only one hearing the, like, am I hearing something different? Like, is it me?
I don't think so. So Eric, I think the confusion here is that like it sounds like you're saying they're there and but they're not actually there. And I don't think we know what that
If I
means.
can explain,
Please.
yeah, I'm trying to explain, but every time I get started, I feel like I get cut off. So I do want to explain. I'm not saying that the trees aren't there. I'm not saying that the trees don't exist. I'm not saying that the trees aren't already made. What I'm saying is that anytime when you see Hasadeh after a like a Saya or Sia, correct me if I'm wrong, or Asaph, it is a descriptor. It is describing the type of vegetation, and it is saying it has not been cultivated yet, and is saying that no man has tilled it, for there was no man had tilled the ground. So it's not that trees don't exist. It's not that vegetation don't exist. And the example that I used to try to explain this is I can have apple trees everywhere in a forest, but in my garden that I'm about to create, I can walk up to my garden and say no there has not been any cultivation of this in my garden. And so,
Ah,
But
but
Dr.
that's
B,
that's what
Dr.
I'm trying
B,
to.
we've
That's
already addressed that, and then we've addressed the fact that it says on earth. He's ignoring that, and then don't say correct me if I'm wrong, and you continue to say it is a descriptor when we've gone over that this is a noun and not an adjective. You're not gonna take the correction.
And then
no. I
also, hold on. And then also in chapter 2, it says the reason why there was no plant of the field yet is because the
hmm
Lord has not caused it to rain upon the earth.
And there was no man to till the
Don't
ground.
worry about that. I'm not talking about that part. The Lord has not caused it to rain on the earth in here. But in the other, in Genesis 1, they already existed. It didn't talk about nothing about rain. It already just existed.
Yeah. So as I said, Genesis 1 is an overview,
Hold on, Eric, because you're
and
just gonna repeat yourself. Yeah, hold on, Dr. B. What were you getting ready to say? Because I cut you off.
no, no, no. So, Eric, let me just. You correct me if I'm misrepresenting what you're saying. But I think it just dawned on me what you're saying. So, you're saying that, like, if we had a video camera and we went back to Genesis 2:5, right, and we're
hmm
like panning the camera around and we're looking at the rest of the earth, there's all this vegetation that's there.
hmm
There's everything's there. It's just nobody's gone out and done anything with. Nobody's pruned it. Nobody's like
That's not what he's saying.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's
well,
saying
that's
it was spoken into
essential.
existence. He Please don't, Eric. You literally said that it was spoken into existence in Genesis 1, but it had not come into existence in Genesis 2. Like you're saying, it
I
existed
never
because he
said that.
spoke it. Oh my God! You said it
I
existed
no,
because
I
he
never said
spoke
that.
it. Oh my fucking
No,
gosh!
no. I say I. Okay, let me state my position again. He spoken into existence in Genesis 1. I agree with that part. What
Huh?
Dr. B, he spoke it into existence in Genesis 1.
Thinker just said
Did he?
that. And you said, no, you didn't say that.
No. When she said that it would, but it was not in existence in Genesis 2. That's what she said, and
I
that's the
said,
part that I don't
but
agree with.
so were there cultivated plants in Genesis 2 yet?
There had not been any of the plants that had been cultivated. Does not mean they did not exist. I've said that several
So did
times,
they?
and I
Right,
even
he
used an
spoke them.
example.
Them existing is him speaking them into existence. Right. That's the like he spoke
Yeah,
them into
I
existence, but
never
they hadn't been
negated their
cultivated. But
existence.
they hadn't been cultivated yet.
There was no cultivated
Right. You see
plants
You
on
see
the
Dr.
ground.
B. You see what I mean when I
Well,
say
that's
he's not talking about what you're
I'm
talking about, Dr. B.
Can I just,
I'm
I, Eric? Let me. Sorry. So let me just try it this way, because I may just not be understanding. That is entirely possible.
August Laurie got it. She got it.
If if let's say uh, some apple seeds got thrown out into the woods here next to my house, and after several years, these like apple trees grew up. Now nobody knows they're there. Nobody's gone out and like tended to them. Nobody's done any replanting. None of that stuff. They haven't been worked, but they're there. Is that
hmm
what you're saying? That God said, "Let there be those apple trees out there," um, but they're not considered cultivated apple trees yet because nobody's actually gone out there and done anything to them.
That's exactly what I've been trying to say.
Okay.
So the trees were there, although it says there was none there, and he sprouts these trees up from the ground. You're saying the trees were there, the trees, that the apple trees, the pear trees, and all of that was there. That's what you're saying,
All of it existed. Yes.
and it was there when it says there was no uh esef of the Hasadeh yet on the earth,
hmm
right? You're saying there was esef in the Hasadeh. I mean, in the Sadeh, even though it says there was none.
I'm saying when we take the Hasaday and it
Hasadeh just
becomes,
means open land.
I know, but what it becomes when it's in conjunction with Asaph, or was the what was the other one, Sarah? Uh, it is a describer of the type of field. So they're talking about cultivating agricultural land. So in the context of the rest of the scripture, which is a conjunction when we were saying there was no water on the earth yet, and there was no man to till the ground. It's a conjunction. They're talking about tilling and cultivating land. So there was none that had been cultivated in the earth.
So
That's what
okay,
it's
so
saying.
Dr. B,
Yes, ma'am.
does what he is what he's saying solves this contradiction from Genesis 1 to Genesis 2?
I mean, I don't think so. I understand now I think I understand now what he's saying, which is makes this conversation make a lot more sense. Um, I think the big hang up here to sort of step back to like a 30,000 foot view is that, like, there's resistance, I think, and understandably so, to seeing or to thinking that there are two different creation accounts here. And because of that, like, we're obviously trying to reconcile the two to make it so they're not different. Eric, I think if you were to, and I like, this is a great example. The plants and the order, like, this is a great place to go to. It's a little harder. It could be a little harder to sort of sift through. But I think you're absolutely right in what your analysis is here. But Eric, I think like a really clear one that's very tough to get around, so that it will kind of set the precedent to make it maybe more comfortable to see them as two different stories, is to ask yourself, and think, or we don't have to go this direction, just say, no, Josh, I don't want to do that. But like when were they animals created in relation to humans? Because in Genesis 1, it's very, very clear, right? Animals are all created, and then humanity's created. In Genesis 2, Adam's created, then he is brought into the garden to work it, and then God says it's not good that man's by himself, so then he creates all the animals, brings them to him to see if he's going to find an Azer to help him, and there's no match there, and so then he creates woman. So, like, the order there, it's very, very difficult, I think, to try to reconcile those two. And if you can establish that in your mind, yeah, these are okay. That one's, I don't know how we'd work out of that one. That seems to then lead, like, walk into very easily, okay, like this stuff back here in Genesis 2:5, like, yeah, this is just describing, a different creation account.
And not only that, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna say the animals existed. They just, I don't know, hadn't like fucked yet and multiplied or something. I don't know. Like, in their mind, when the God speaks into existence in Genesis 1, everything exists, but in like some spiritual world or something, some different form, and then the God brings into fruition in Genesis 2. And he keeps asserting that Hasadeh is some descriptor, and it's not. And he keeps ignoring that this is saying that there was no cultivated trees on earth yet. And that's the issue. And then, Eric, what I would like to understand, I don't know, I think you have a friend in the comments named Justice. Why do believers focus so much on fucking winning debates when discussing this shit? Like, why don't y'all like to discuss for understanding? Why are y'all here to win debates?
Well, in the beginning, when I got up, the first thing I said was I was like to understand your viewpoints, and then you told me to pick one
I
of
never said anything about a
the
debate. I don't debate. Picking a
well,
topic has nothing to do with a debate. That's a discussion. But why do y'all focus on debating?
that wasn't my focus. I'm answering questions the best I know how. Like I said, when I first got up here, I didn't say that you told me to debate. I said you told me to pick a topic, and I said I'm curious to see what you all are talking about or why you believe what you believe. That's what I first said. So I never had an intent to debate you. I just followed the conversation,
But
and
my
maybe I
question
should
was
have.
about believers. I said, why do believers focus on winning debates? Whenever y'all join these conversations, it's not for understanding. Y'all, like, it's always about a win. And so you have a friend in the comments that keeps tagging you, right? Talking about a win and don't give all your information in one night. But it's like it's all like, and then like we, even Dr. B, who is a renowned biblical scholar, who, by the way, you, as you stated, you don't uh, uh, give them credit because they don't know what they're talking about or something. But like, he's a renowned biblical scholar. He has excavated in the Middle East. He's a Hebrew specialist. He also teaches and reads Sumerian as well. And Dr. B has even explained to you what Sadeh is, what Ha Sadeh means. Kalu and I both have explained to you that that's not an adjective, yet you hold to it being an adjective. We've gone through what the difference is between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, and you hold to that, and it just feels like there's not room for understanding.
It's definitely room, and that's not the impression that I got, or I'm trying to leave. What I heard, Dr. B said, as well as that. Usually there could be now and then. Please correct me, Dr. B, if I'm wrong. But in some instances, that there could be instances where they are describing something based on the subject there. So,
He didn't say
what I'm not
Hasadeh
trying.
was,
Well, uh, not necessarily. He didn't use that as the example,
but
but
that's what I'm talking
there
about.
are instances in the well
No, I'm talking about you.
if you
I'm talking
see it,
about you specifically still holding to Hasadeh being an adjective. Dr. B never told you that
but
Hasadeh was an
in
adjective.
well in this sense, and everywhere that it's used after any type of vegetation in the scriptures, it's describing a specific type of vegetation. So, and to my understanding, now I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong about that. That's not. But I'm saying in this instance where he's talking about it, it leaves you, even in English, it tells you the context clues that it is describing a specific type of herb. So it's and it's an action towards that herb, which is cultivating agricultural type. So that even if we agree to disagree, I just disagree with your stance on it. I'm okay with that, and I'm not trying to change your mind about it. But this is something that you all used and asked me these questions. So I'm trying to answer them the best that I know how.
So when let's go to Genesis 23:9. Give me just a second. And so, and Dr. B, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you tell him that anytime Hasadeh is used, it's describing some type of vegetation of the field? Is that what you said,
No,
or?
no. I mean, I think I understand when I was talking about that genitive construction and how, like, a man of sin, even though both man and sin are nouns when they're in that particular genitive construction, sin can act as, it can function as an adjective when we bring it into English. So, like, a sinful man. I think the problem, the interpretive hurdle, if we can say that here, would be um, the descriptor, the noun that is generally functioning adjectively is the absolute noun. So it's the second noun in that construction. So the problem here, I think, is that hasadeh is that absolute noun in both places, but so it would have to be saying like field, siach, whatever we're saying, like field wild grasses and field uh, cultivated, or whatever plants, food bearing plants. Like, in other words, you would expect probably. Well, I don't know. I guess it's going to depend on how the argument is going, but that's the thing that I'm struggling, maybe struggling with. I don't think that field is functioning that way here. I don't think it's functioning adjectively or. yeah, I don't think that's its function here in the syntax.
Does that make sense, Eric?
Yeah, it makes sense what he says. And I'm not trying to argue with what he's taking away. He's more versed in it than I am. But to say that it's for certain for me would have to also look at any time vegetation is used in front of Hasadeh. So in the rest of the scriptures to see that it's not always talking about cultivation or agriculture. I think that would be the tell if it was, or at least more likely than
I
not.
agree. I agree.
Wait, I'm
I
sorry.
mean
Say that
that
again. What did he say?
I think what he's saying is, in order to do sound lexicography here, we'd want to ideally go look at all the other uses of asev or siach when they stand directly, um, in this genitive construction with hasadeh, and see what they mean in all those other contexts in order to, determine what it would mean. Or, then, but yes, so I agree. I agree that's how good lexicography would be done in this case, in probably any case.
Give me just a second.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah, I think that's why I asked earlier if he could point us to other places where it talks about field. For that,
I typed them in the chat while y'all
he
were
did.
having a
He
discourse.
did.
Yeah.
Yep. But then it led us to Dr. Bowen talking about Esau being in the field and all that.
Hmm.
Good morning, everybody. I know I'm
Good.
coming in
Hi, Auntie.
Morning,
super
Fee.
late or early morning.
Mighty
Are
B.
hey, Lala. Are we trying to reconcile Genesis 1 and 2 in this conversation? That seems to be what I've gotten from it thus far. Is that the goal here?
Yeah, he's saying that
Yeah.
it's Genesis 1. Genesis 2 is talking about non-cultivated plants.
What does he mean by non-cultivated? Non-cultivated in what sense?
Not yet toiled, um, um, farmed agriculture.
Yeah. So Genesis 1 is like a summary, it's like an outline. And Genesis 2 is like when you zoom in and you get all the specifics.
Hey y'all, it's 5 a.m. here. I haven't been asleep all night, and I really hopefully think I didn't make you too frustrated. I was genuinely trying to understand and try to give my understanding. So if anything crossed the line, please forgive me. But I do have to go. My son is waiting on me. We got to go to the gym together, and I'm tired, so he's probably gonna outdo me today.
Okay, I'm still looking for, and I'm trying to understand. You're saying that anytime Esef or Siak is placed with Hasadeh, it means agriculture. Is that what you said? Or cultivated
It
land?
will be in the context. It will be in the context of agriculture, cultivated land, and scripture. You'll see Hasadeh separated, but you'll see it
Mm-hmm.
separated without a descriptor of a plant or a herb. And so that then you'll have field, things like that, like man of the field.
Uh-huh.
So when you're talking about it, if as long as this has
Right, but you
any type of
originally
plant or
right, but you
vegetation,
originally said that it does. Your original claim was that Hasadeh was the descriptor. That was your original claim.
in that context, what we were talking about in that context of Genesis 2, and it is because it's still
Hasadeh
talking about,
is a field, right? The descriptor would be the Esef of the Siak, right?
but it was the way it would be used. No, it would actually be the other way around because in that you still have vegetations, vegetations, right? And so when they're saying
What?
of the field, there
Bro,
vegetation
yo,
is
go to
still
the gym. Go to the
vegetation.
gym, bro. Go to the gym.
Well,
Go to
that's
the
what I
gym,
was about
please.
to
Please
do.
go to the gym.
I'm
Go to the
sorry.
gym, bro.
How
All right. Good
how
night, y'all.
how would
Well, good
how
morning.
would Esef or Siak not be the descriptor of the field? I'm so fucking confused. How it's field the fucking descriptor? Like I don't get it.
What?
Like that shit doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And like even with Dr. B telling him that it doesn't make sense and it doesn't solve the fucking contradiction. Like that, I don't get it. I don't get how saying "essive" would not would how that wouldn't be the fucking descriptor.
I think, and I've missed the vast majority of the conversation because, like I said, I didn't wake up until a little while ago. But it just sounds like another example of motivated reasoning, of letting your understanding of what you need these scriptures to say to guide the way you understand them, and twisting yourself into knots that you may or may not be able to get out of. But like we were saying earlier in previous conversations, even if what you're saying linguistically is accurate, which it doesn't sound like it is, and I don't speak Hebrew, so I'm not sure, but I know what an adjective is, and I know that syntax and grammar from one language to another varies wildly. But if you're trying to utilize that variation for the purpose of substantiating that these two stories are the same, that's not what happens here, because they're simply not. Like, to Dr. B's point, you still would have to resolve the difference in the order of things happening. So this one cultivate, which still don't even understand that difference. If the trees were there and then they weren't in the second story, how is that a zoom in or a zoom out? That doesn't make sense.
I don't. I kept trying to put it in layman's terms. Apple trees exist in Genesis 1. Apple trees do not exist in Genesis 2 because they have not been cultivated. Then he says, no, they exist, but they haven't been cultivated. And then Dr. B said, okay, I get what you're saying. The trees are there, but nobody's done anything with them and planted more trees or cultivated them. He's like, yeah, that's what I mean. And I'm like, well, how do you reconcile it saying that no Esef Hasadeh exists on the earth? And he just would not deal with the on the earth part. Like, he just kept ignoring that part and going to the field, the Sadeh. And I think he thinks Hasadeh, like he originally kept saying Hasadeh was the descriptor. And then he lied and said each Hasadeh is different from Hasadeh. And said that he originally didn't know what Ish mean. Then he said, well, I just said that to see if y'all were going to tell me what it means. So I think he thought that Hasadeh and Ish Hasadeh, Ish Sadeh were like one word that means something. But the descriptor of the Sadeh would be Siak Sadeh or Esif Sadeh, which would be wild plants of the field or something like that, right? Like it tells you what type of field it is. The Sadeh is field or open land or countryside, right? Like, it's saying that there was no Esef and no Siak in the field on earth. Of the field on earth. That's what it was saying in Genesis 2. So if it's saying that there was no Esef, no Siak of the field on earth, but yet Genesis 1 says every fruit-bearing tree, every fruit tree, seed-bearing tree, every fruit tree, and every vegetation sprouted up on earth, how in the hell do we go from there being trees that were cultivated to there not being? And then in his mind, they were there, but they were not cultivated. Like, what? And then to get up here and play with the Hebrew like you read Hebrew, and then deny what a Hebrew professor tells you, and then make
Right.
the claim that anytime you see Esef or Siach Sadeh in the text, it means agriculture, and then fucking run before we can verify that claim?
And I think it was probably intentional. Well, because he needs for that one very narrow perspective to be taken in order for his claim to be
Mm-hmm.
substantiated.
Mm-hmm.
But like to your point, if it says there are no trees, trees of the field, that means that they are not there. Now, if you've got to add, well, what it actually means is that they hadn't been cultivated. That's not what it says. And you calling your already accepted understanding of the harmonization of these two stories context, that's not context. That's you adding something in order to bridge the gap between these two stories that are two creation stories. No means no. If it was not there, then what was there? Meaning nothing. But they can't do that. And what they want to do is add in their dogma, add in their beliefs, and then call it context. That's not what context is. That's you adding to the story to try to reconcile two very different creation stories.
So Job 30:4 says, Ha kotefim ha luach akli siach. And what that translates to is those who pluck saltwort by the shrubs. This is plants in the desert. This is not cultivated plants. So don't type in all caps in my comments. God damn. So his claim is that anytime you see siach sadeh or esif, that it refers to agriculture. It doesn't there. He originally said hasadeh meant agriculture. If we go to Genesis 23:9, it says Baka'ah Sadeh. Bakaza Sadeh. And that means at the edge of this field, but he's talking about the field that he bought to bury his wife in. So,
No cultivation.
right, not cultivation. And so like his claim that he's making, that this automatically refers to cultivated land, it doesn't hold up in the text. That Sadeh just means field, ha just means the, and when it says esif, it's talking about what type of seed. And I kept telling him Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 both use esif. Like it both talks about these types of plants being in Genesis 1, they're in existence. Genesis 2, they're not. You were ignoring that. I said that I don't know how many times.
If I could help clear up some of the confusion. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So
You can't spell cultivate without cult. So the earth hadn't been indoctrinated into how, and that's what the.
that actually clarifies a lot for me. Thank you. So I appreciate
It
that.
does. It really does. Like, I don't know why y'all getting mad in the comments. Like, if you don't like for people to question your faith, don't fucking come in here. You don't have to be here just because you see Jesus' name and Jesus' name ain't even up there. Just because you see God on the fucking post. If it bothers you, scroll. I don't like being around whiny ass people. Goddamn.
And I also think like if people in the chat like listening to this pay attention to the difference between the way non-believers approach this text and the way believers approach this text. Non-believers we don't have a goal to protect. We don't have a position to protect. We are free enough to be able to read these words, understand English, try our very best to understand Hebrew, rely on those that do understand Hebrew, use those resources to see what those words mean. But if you have to present an understanding that's extremely narrow, and the only way to land at your conclusion is to see it through this very specific way, is to alter or kind of massage the meanings of words, even turning a noun into an adjective, chances are what you're trying to land at is not what the text is saying. You're doing all of the work that the text should be doing if that's what it was actually saying. But you can't tell me that in one story where it says that God spoke these trees and bushes and everything into existence and they sprouted up out of the land. And then in Genesis chapter 2, it says that there were none of those very things that God just spoke up out of the land. They were not in existence. You can't tell me we're talking about the same story. If in one story you have man created after animals, and then in the other story, you have it the other way around. You can't tell anybody without a motivation that those two things are the same. I don't have anything invested in this Bible being right or wrong. I don't like it. Even if you could show me, figure out a way to reconcile these two stories, which you can't if you're fluent in English and not resistant to logic. I don't lose anything, but they are protecting a position. And I think that when we engage in any of these conversations with folks that we disagree with or see things differently, listen for that motivation, because that's usually what's guiding their understanding.
We couldn't even get past this, which is crazy. I don't know. But I will say that he was respectful aside from the dishonesty with Ish. I don't feel like he was honest about that. But other than that, he was respectful during the conversation. Yeah, you, Pretty Gumbo, you're the one who typed that was a dumb question. Like, are you bothered by the conversations that we have in here?
No, I was asking if my question was a dumb question.
I
If
didn't
you
see your
scroll up,
question. I
so
didn't see a question mark either after what you said. I just
oh
saw you
my
say
bad.
that was a dumb question. That's what you wrote.
Oh,
So I didn't see a question mark after that.
no, no, no. Like I was asking if my question was a dumb question. So
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
44,
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
deconstructing.
Okay. And which of these topics did you come up to discuss?
I just wanted a little clarification on what y'all were just talking about.
I actually do not do that. I start fresh with each guest that comes on stage.
Okay, well then no, because that's really what that's all I really was having was clarification questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
All right.
It's interesting. Somebody in the comments after I said what I said, Weechi the God said that we do have a stance that we're protecting. And I don't think that he understands what I'm saying. Well, specifically, he said, Thinker, you have a stance that you're
Yeah, I'm
protecting.
protecting truth and
That
logic.
part.
Truth and logic. And if you can make it make sense and not lie, I will accept it. But y'all don't fucking do that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Like I've
Yeah.
even tasked my 20-year-old daughter to see if she can make the Adam narrative make sense. Like I've even tasked her with that. Like if you can make it fucking make sense without me having to accept bullshit, I have no choice but to accept it because I accept logical shit.
And I think that's a wonderful litmus test. I've done that with my son before because, again, I didn't raise him to be Christian. And granted, living in America, you're going to hear stories. Like, I don't think anybody can be insulated from being exposed to this belief system. But if a person who has no dog in the fight, right? Like they don't understand what that Genesis 1 and 2 are two different creation narratives from two different sources. And they also don't have a need for those stories to reconcile because of the fact that their belief system is kind of predicated on it being true. What would they get from reading these stories? Would they walk away with, oh, well, no, the cultivation meant this and then therefore it's the same? But in reality, if we were just to get someone to write down, okay, read Genesis 1 and 2 and write down the order of creation and then see what they come up with, it's not going to align.
Somebody said, "Have you heard the Adam had a baby song?"
That song is so fucking fire. I'm sorry. It is a bop. All of them are. But I was literally standing on my hotel balcony jamming. I know people downstairs thought I was crazy.
I don't know if she knows that I'm the one who wrote it, because she's asking if I've heard it. Like, you do know that. Like, are you being sarcastic right now?
I'm not even
Oh, she's
sure.
not. No, yeah, I'm the one who wrote that song. It was something that I was getting ready to say. Damn, it was something I was getting ready to say. Oh my gosh. It had to do with what you were talking about, Fee.
Oh, we were talking about our kids trying to like read it from a neutral perspective,
Oh,
trying to remove the bias when you read these stories.
that's what I was gonna say. It's like you say all the time how we're not closed minded. Like, I don't think believers understand that the reason we have these conversations, one, is because we're talking through the logic, and we're sharing with you all why we don't believe this and can't believe it, because the logic doesn't line up. The allowing believers to participate in these conversations that was originally intended specifically for people who were deconstructing or questioning their faith or did not have a belief in this, and now allowing those of you who have a belief in this, like, y'all interrupt our questioning, our discussions that we have about it, and how we see it applying to our life. Y'all interrupt that shit with y'all's fear, and that irritates the fuck out of me, because y'all have been taught not to question shit. And because you've been taught not to question, you don't understand the conversations that go on in here. And then y'all come in here with your battleground mindsets, always looking for a fucking fight and always looking for a debate. But in here, we are looking to fucking elevate. That is the goal in here. I don't give a damn about a fucking win. I don't care. I don't care how much motherfucking money you offer me. I'm not fucking debating you, because I don't give a fuck. I care about truth. I care about evidence. I care about data. And I care about fucking learning. And the more we have conversations in here, the more we can see how this shit affects our daily lives. That's what I give a damn about. And then the fact that those of you that believe in this would rather hang on to this shit and get our asses whipped by the people who are using you and your indoctrinated ass minds. I don't care if you believe in a God. The fact that you won't question what you think this God is telling you, you have allowed other humans to fucking have influence over you. And that affects all of our lives. And if you're not here to fucking elevate your thinking, even if you keep a God, if you're not here to elevate your thinking, don't fucking come in here, because we are going to challenge. We're going to ask questions, because we're doing it for us too. If we don't challenge you, then we don't know that we have actually questioned, that we have actually researched. So don't come in here if you can't fucking handle it. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, and I agree 100% because the goal is not to beat you. It's not to change your mindset. Is to understand how you reasoned through your process to see if it's something that we missed. Like, and keeping it a bean, if the previous guests were able to somehow reconcile Genesis 1 and 2, which I don't know how that could ever happen just based on the order of operations and the plants without fucking sun, all of those things that just don't comport with reality, that's not going to change the fact that this God, as he describes himself in this book, is still not something I would ever be interested in being associated with. So what does the win get for you when you approach these conversations? What is it that you walk away thinking, oh yeah, I was able to read this concordance and this is what the word means. And, this is how, if you look at it this way, then it actually does align. But if I have to turn myself upside down and close one eye to get the understanding that you're getting, the book is not giving the understanding that you're claiming. You're overlaying it on the book. And that just doesn't get any of us anywhere. Being able to honestly engage with things, even when it's uncomfortable, is important. Being able to say, oh, I didn't see it that way. Maybe that's the case. That is important. But when believers come in here with their conclusions firmly in hand, mind, and heart, it really is usually to try to score a win. But that win does nothing for them or us.
Experience isn't facts. Listen to me. We deal with facts, logic, evidence. Your experience is not facts. That's why we try to tell you, keep your personal anecdotal experiences to yourself. If you don't want it picked apart, if you share it, we're going to question it if it sounds illogical. So we try to warn y'all, keep those to yourself. We're dealing with facts. We're dealing with tangible things, empirical things. Protect your experiences if you don't want it torn apart. Like, that's just point blank. That's not hard.
And I don't think asking questions about an experience you voluntarily shared in a live that is dedicated to research is the same as us rejecting it. Like, if it's not rejecting the fact that you think or that you experienced it, it's rejecting the source that you're pointing to that caused the experience. And if you don't want that done, don't bring it up. Because we are in here to understand. We are in here. I love listening to the questions that other people ask. When a believer's up here saying something, and then like Thinker will have a question, Kalu will have a question, Selena will have a question, Oso or Lala will pop up and ask something, and all of us are asking something different from a different vantage point. That's where learning comes from. That's how you grow and expand your mind. But if what you want is for somebody to say, oh, you experienced this, therefore it must be true because you experienced it, this isn't the room for that. That we don't do that to each other. And I wouldn't want y'all to do that to if any of my friends, and y'all think y'all already know that. If there is something or perspective that I'm missing, let me know that. Share with me the fact that you disagree and why you disagree. Show me where my gaps are, because I don't want to be right. I want to get it right. I want to align myself as closely to truth and reality, because that truth and reality is not only going to help me, it's going to help the people around me, because we're all experiencing the same things.
A man came in here tonight and said he killed his father. And then he said his father was on chemo, on oxygen. He said he told God to kill him, and God killed him. And then he was reincarnated into some another child or something. Are we supposed to just take that as that's his experience, and therefore God is real?
He said what?
He said he killed his father. They told God to go and kill him, and God killed him, and then he was reincarnated into some other kid. Like, are we supposed to take that
Okay.
just because it's his experience?
Okay.
Like, y'all do realize that y'all got some wild ass beliefs. Y'all be having some wild ass experiences. Y'all, do you realize that? And then I'm gonna say this before I break up the next person. Those of you that be looking for a win, when Fee asks, "What is it that you win?" the crazy thing about it is that y'all will walk away thinking that you won a fucking debate or whatever, but the win is never that you made a person understand that your God is real, or you made a person understand your God just a little bit more. The win is your fucking ego. I don't give a fuck about that. And that's how I know. Like for me, y'all validate and solidify for me every fucking day that there's nothing to this God. And that is all about you. It is self-motivated. Because the thing that y'all claim that the reason why you gave your life to this God and the thing that you are called to do, y'all don't even fucking focus on. Even in these conversations. Y'all don't walk away hoping to have converted somebody to shit. Hoping to have made a person's day just a little bit better. Y'all don't. Y'all come in here disrespectful as fuck. And then you whine when we get disrespectful back. Like I literally have motherfuckers offering to pay me money to fucking debate. For what? Who are you hoping to help with that fucking debate? This is a different type of room. Coco. Is it Coco? Coco Chanel Chronicles? Okay. Demo Glow, are you in the box on purpose? Robert, Monica, Mo Better, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? What's up, Demo?
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, demo.
Did you see? You're not in the Discord. I tagged you. Did you hear the song?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm after. I can't even scroll up. I keep on TikTok. I always keeps like scrolling through the comments, and I end up on another page, and I have to scroll back in, and then like it just like starts. If you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard they got some new. Brian put in the Discord that they're testing some new feature where you can like auto click through lives or whatever. So that might be what's going on. But I did shout you out in the Discord and thank you for the line that you offered as we were writing the song during Oso's live.
Oh, the Adam song? No,
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm not even in the Discord. I'm talking about on TikTok. I thought you were saying you shouted me out on TikTok. How do I where's the do I just search Thinker to get in the Discord?
Ahmad would need to send you the link. So like when you get off stage, just tag Ahmad and have them send you the link.
I think somebody just did it.
Okay.
Wait, no, that was Ivy. She said something else. But yeah, I could tag him out. I could do that.
Okay. What's up?
But no, no, real quick. It's the nerds who get to come up and just get off topic, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, cool. No, I was just real quick. I'm gonna be quick. Like you were saying, you're wondering why like they're just more interested in winning a debate than actually like
Yes.
talking about the God. But like when you think about it, that's so in line with like how the religion spread in the first place. It never had to make sense. It never had to be explained. It just had to be like shoved in somebody's face and then like I win. It's like that whole like you'd like knock over the chessboard thing. So it's like it's smack in line with like that whole um culture of like just that dominance culture. Like it doesn't even matter if refutation is a thing until it comes down to like actual public progress like okay, well, we're gonna need toilets. We can't just like leave that up to God or whatever is not in the book or is in the book. So like as they see fit, like they will accept some things or reject some things. But yeah, like the whole like little debate culture, it's definitely not about like wanting to understand what you believe better or like trying to have a healthier idea about your beliefs. Like which is like the whole point of like deconstruction in a sense. It's just about it's the same way it's spread, like by the sword.
That makes sense. It's just so irritating because, like, we're dealing with an entire culture of people where education doesn't matter, like knowledge doesn't matter, and it's almost like promoting ignorance is the goal, and defending ignorance is the goal. And like it's irritating, but like I get what you're saying, and it is in line with the belief system and how it was spread. And again, I keep going back to again Celsus, and the book that Origen wrote, responding to Celsus' claims about the early followers of Jesus. But even in 248 AD, this is something that they were dealing with, and it just makes me wonder, like, are we ever going to be able to overcome this level of ignorance and willingness to be this ignorant and defend it, even violently? Like, will we ever be able to overcome this?
Yeah, it's weird. Like I don't know. I feel like yeah, I subscribe that whole like little idea of like, well, time will you can't outrun time. Time will do everything. So given enough time, a thing will be different. But like I also think like because like I believe in evolution. I think like I don't know. I've got like a couple of fringe ideas about how we probably had like ideas about a god or believed in a god or gods even before like sapiens hit the block. Like even like early hominids probably like attributed some idea. Like I feel like we evolved believing in a god. So I don't know like when it might just have to be corrected for like in some sort of like natural sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes me like, the reason I wonder is because back then they didn't have the weaponry behind the beliefs of their gods that the Abrahamic gods do. Like even Islam, right? Like all of them are imperial um, religions, like war based, and they defend their beliefs, their doctrine with military, and now they're at the nuclear level. And so I don't know. Like I really don't know.
Yeah, it might have to get like it's you ever seen like the Book of Eli
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
with Denzel? Like it may have to like it could end up being like some situation like that where like the world has to start over because of like religion, and then like from there we can like forge a new path, but it'll more or less end up the same. And I think about all like the extinction events that happen on like Earth. I mean, we haven't been through one clearly, but like it could like I don't know, it could happen and just keep happening that way until like it's either rewritten or just gone. But that doesn't really offer much. That's just me being a sci-fi
Right.
nerd.
Yeah. Like that's kind of like a God belief. Like we
Yeah.
need something like that in order to correct it. And like my hope is critical thinking, like just promoting critical thinking and questioning and inquiry might do something to correct it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that might be the thing that curves it. And then, like you said, time. And then I'm not as optimistic as Fee that we'll see it in our time, but Fee seems to think we will. Go.
I don't think we will see it go away in our time for sure. Like I
Yeah.
definitely don't think that. I do think that we're seeing more prevalent conversations. And I only say that because like y'all know for like 20 plus years, I was doing this solo, like literally in my own mind. So this community is the first time that I've had the opportunity to be able to openly have these conversations. Like I got a shit ton of journals, like things like this that I went through actual deconstructing before I even knew what it was called. So I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime per se, but I do think about the recent social experiment with the baby formula and how social media and this interconnected reality that we share now with the internet that we have not had before. I think that that waking up is going to happen a lot faster because of that. I absolutely don't think it's going to, I wish it would. If we as a society don't just annihilate ourselves, then I do think it is inevitable for beliefs like this to go away. Because think of the number of gods that are no longer worshipped because the people that believed in them have died off, right? Think of the number of religions that have changed their stance and the very foundation of their beliefs because we're learning more about the world around us. The fact that folks, thought epilepsy was demon possession. They thought thunder was this. Every single time we learn more about us, then this idea of a God gets smaller. Like I think I used this quote before. Tyson said God is the ever receding pocket of human curiosity or things that we don't know or something along those lines. So the things that are attributed to this God, we're now starting to, because education is more prevalent, literacy is more prevalent, not depending on what country you're in, but looking back over the annals of time, we see that that's becoming more accessible to people, which means that actual explanations about events in the world around us are available. People are starting to question things from an epistemological perspective. Just the simple question when you're having conversations like you were with that last guest, asking yourself, am I starting with a conclusion and working backwards to justify it? Because that's exactly what he was doing. He's already concluded that the stories are the same. So his work of justifying how or figuring out, well, this word could mean that, like that is backwards. And people are starting to realize, I think, slowly but surely how dangerous that can be. Because if you do that, you can try to do that with any belief system, no matter how harmful it is. Like I look at the dystopian movies and read books, Parable of the Sower and things like that talk about the trajectory of humankind. And we can see how evolutionarily from that perspective, that group think and that collective belief was beneficial. But we're at a moment in history now where we're seeing that shit no longer works and now it's damaging. We got to fix it. But now I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. I told Justin, we talk about it. I was like, I don't think it's going to happen in your lifetime either. I don't know how far in the future it will happen, but it's got to, because of the fact that we live in a natural world that we're starting to understand and we're growing to understand more and more every day.
But I feel like the violence, I think those other religions didn't have the willingness to, be violent to defend it and keep it alive. They didn't have people fighting to keep their gods alive the way that these Abrahamic gods do. Like people will, like there was a guy that joined the live tonight who just outright in front of 500 people said, if I saw your black ass on the street, I shoot you in the fucking head, you and your kids. Like just
Are
out
you
loud.
serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Wow.
out loud. And like, I don't think the other gods had that. And I think like that's what I mean when I say the the willful ignorance mixed with the violence is the thing that's keeping this God alive and instilling fear in people to where they will be quiet and they won't question, they won't speak out. And that's what I think they bank on, that like they
And I
have
think
this war mentality.
Yeah, and I think it's further like insulated with the political power that it brings. Like with watching that documentary, right? You say the name of Jesus, you can get anything because of the way that it is revered, if you will, around the world. So I agree. Like you didn't have that violence. I think about you haven't watched Game of Thrones, right, Thinker?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I think about Game of Thrones. You remember the scene with and I'm gonna get the names wrong, like the Red Witch lady who was married to one of the brothers, and then she, like, her belief system with the fire was put over and superimposed on their flag that represented their, like, that to me is what religion is. Like, it's, oh no, we have to believe this because my God has power. And then you see this melding and then a use of aligning it with some sort of power structure. It's the same fucking thing. But this particular brand of it, Abrahamic religion, because it is so violent and because it is so prevalent, I think sometimes we also have to remember that we live in a society where that type of violence and oppression to a lot of people means power. It means authority, and it means that you bow down to it as opposed to questioning it. And unless we can get more people comfortable with the questioning process, which is hard because that means they've got to work through their fear of the very thing that they worship. So it's a big ass ball. It's frustrating for those of us who just want to deal in reality and not do harm to other people on this planet.
Like, it's crazy because they'll sit here and they'll listen to that, right? They'll listen to somebody say, I'm going to shoot you in the head, and then come right up right after that person and say, Jesus is love, Jesus is peace, he died for your sins and he loves you, please. And just completely ignore that a person in the name of this same Jesus use violence to defend it. Like, I don't know. Oh. Go ahead, Demo.
Which is like the opposite of what they always come up here. Like they love having one like foot in and out the door. Like they'll be like, "Oh, Jesus preached love and not to turn the other cheek," and but like you just said, then they'll just like get violent in the heartbeat and it's fine as long as they're defending the God. That's the main objective, is to defend the God. And it's funny what Fee just said a second ago about like a pre-selected conclusion. I started like I started getting into these. I used to listen to a lot of battle rap while I would like do like chores and stuff like that around the house. That's why I'm always like referencing movies or like jokes or whatever in the comments. When I hear a thing, I gotta like post it. It's like that's like I'm almost like Bumblebee from Transformers, whatever. I'm talking like radio, but I was working on my roof. It started out just listening to battle rap last year. I'm working on my roof. I had to do it myself. It took me like 4 months. I started listening to battle rap. Then I started listening to debates about flat Earth, and that's when like the pre-selected conclusion thing came up because it's like I listen to it. This is dude, y'all probably know it, MC2, but like that's usually like the formula at the end of the day. As long as you have a pre-selected conclusion, any facts, any feelings, anything can get it. It can just get knocked out the way, and just as long as what I believe is that's the case. So let me go figure out how this implausible thing makes sense, and like it don't matter. I'll lie about it and it just, I don't know, it just gets kind of crazy. But then I moved on from flat Earth, and then I started listening to these, and like what you were saying, Thinker, like that's pretty much all we can do. Like, well, like Fee was saying, in our lifetime, it's probably not gonna go away. But
like that, like they'll sit here, like literally, like after everything that I just said, a dumb fuck just put in the comments, hold on, let me get my boy Elijah in here. Like I give a fuck. Like, honestly, I've been telling y'all to call his ass in here every time y'all fucking come in here. I even tagged him my fucking self in the fucking chat. I'm not fucking scared of Elijah fucking Johnson.
No, you got to call him the Honorable Elijah.
Like the honorable.
Who the fuck is he?
I don't know. Some motherfucker who claims he humble to me, and I don't even know how to act humble. Like I don't know how I'm supposed to be acting right now since I'm humbled, but I think they think that I'm scared of that name or some shit. Like I don't fucking know.
Stoic said, "Bring Yahweh too."
Right.
Like you calling on everybody but God. Like that should tell you something right there. But they don't care about that.
Like it's so fucking crazy. But like after everything that we just talked about, that's what you fucking type in the comments. This how I know. Like they don't like there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. And y'all are just interrupting people's lives for no fucking reason. Because of your fear, because you don't know how to deal with death, because you don't know you are afraid to question shit, and because you are jealous of somebody else's fucking freedom. You want to pull everybody else down because you don't have the confidence to be free yourself. You're jealous because I can't cuss a motherfucker out and not feel shame. Because you've been taught that your anger is sinful and that you have to pretend to be calm when you are fucking pissed. And y'all just interrupt other people's lives. Like, and I've said this 1,000 fucking times. If you want to believe in a late Bronze Age deity. Fucking do that, but keep that shit away from everybody else. Stop trying to interrupt everybody else's fucking life. But because y'all won't stop doing that shit, we have to have these conversations.
No, yeah, no, I don't. Elijah ain't. Which is funny because I saw like on my PC that was on YouTube. I saw his like little video scroll across my little like suggested thing. I'm like, oh, this is the video. Should be like, is this the one? But no, I only said the honorable Elijah because I was referencing it was a in Islam, right? That's
Yeah,
the
Elijah
Elijah
Muhammad.
man. Okay, yeah, all right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. But no, I started listening to a lot of like after flat earth I moved on from battle rap to flat earth to like religion and stuff. I'm like, ah, yeah, all right, I got time because like I said, I'm working on my roof, so the whole time I need stuff to listen to so I can like just zone out because like my knees is hurting. But that's when, yeah, I stumbled across like all this stuff and like some of like a lot of the stuff y'all be talking about I just never really thought about. Like I was telling my wife yesterday about the Adam belly button thing because like that honestly blew my mind. Like when you said it, I was doing my daughter's hair and getting her ready for school and you were like, did Adam have a belly button? And I was like, wait, I was like, what did she just say? I'm asking if Adam had a belly button. And I was like, why would she ask that? And then it took me like 4 seconds. And I'm like, oh, because he was never in a womb. Why would he have a belly button? Oh, yeah, it was crazy. But then like you were like, you kept asking him like, you don't know why I would ask that, and like he just couldn't piece it together. And I'm like, yeah, this is why critical thinking is important. And I did that whole little roundabout just to say like, this is the one way, like to bring it home full circle. We can't do a lot to get rid of this shit other than just promote better thinking. And so like ever since I started like watching these lives and like consuming like just these different perspectives, I've been trying to like operate like that. Like if I'm mad about something, instead of just being mad and going, "Oh, fuck that." Like I why am I mad? Let me think about it. Like what about it upsets me? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
just yeah,
That's
like
what it's
shit like that is
about.
important.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like honestly, like even applying that strategy to what my daughter just went through a heartbreak. If I didn't have the experience to teach her to even talk to herself that way, because I didn't have that experience, I didn't have nobody helping me through my heartbreaks, and if I didn't have the experience to share it with her and say, hey, here are the questions you need to ask yourself. Like if you're saying that you know he's not good, but yet you still want him, I need you to ask yourself, why do I want what's not good for me?
Mhm.
Right? That's the question you need to ask. And like she was mad at me for telling her she needed to ask herself that, but she went outside on the front porch, lit a doobie, and sat and wrote down and talked to herself, and it helped her. And now, like y'all, he messaged her and texted her, called her yesterday. It's been like 2.5 weeks. I kept telling her, I said, baby, I said, what that you have not learned yet is that you are the fucking prize. Like he's gonna make you think he is. He's gonna make you think he can live without you. But if you just hold the fuck out, you will realize that you are the prize. He's going to call. He's going to text. But what I need you to do in this meantime is you need to figure out what the fuck you want, and you need to figure out who the hell you are. And so I had her in the mirror. I had her journaling. I had her talking to herself and answering the questions. Why do I want what's bad for me? Why did I allow XYZ to take place? What potential am I seeing in him? And is the potential that I'm seeing in him, is it actually me that I'm seeing? And then I asked her, do you want to raise him? Do you want to discipline him? Do you want to do that work? And yesterday she went out with her friends, and then she came home and she said, he texted. And I said, what did he say? She said, I haven't read it yet. And then she read a part of it today, and then she was sitting over like, ah. And I said, I told you. And she still hasn't even responded because she's like, I don't even want to. She's like, I don't even think I want him no more. And I told her, like, that's like, when you start realizing who you are and you start talking to yourself and answering these questions for yourself, when it feels like motherfuckers have this authority over you, this power over you, and they hold the power to validating who you are, the moment you take that shit back, then I'm not saying you won't ever hurt or you won't go through shit, but you don't know how to get yourself through that shit to where you're not stuck in it and you're not seeking deeper and deeper and deeper into depression. You work through it. You heal through it. You fall and you get back up. And one thing that we teach in entrepreneurship is you fucking fall forward. You fall fast and fall fucking forward so that when you get back up, you're in a different place and you can just keep on moving forward. But that don't mean you ain't never gonna fall.
No,
Yeah,
and it
it's like
doesn't mean you're.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and it also doesn't mean you're not gonna experience that before. But I do think the gravity of the experience changes because you change. Like that question about, I was talking to a friend of mine, same situation, and she was like, "I just love him. I just love him." I was like, "What do you love about him?" And I'm like, and so those are the things that you loved about him before he cheated on you. What is it that you love about him now? Because is what you're feeling rooted in love, or is it in fear? Is it in fear of what it would mean if you go back, what people would think if you go back? Would he do it again? Like, you have to be able to ask yourself, we have to be able to ask ourselves those difficult questions, but those important questions to get to the root of why we do what we do and why we're feeling what we're feeling. Most every feeling we have comes from either a conscious or unconscious thought, and we have to be able to be willing to do that and engage with those things so that we can move differently accordingly and make the decisions that are best for us. So kudos to you and kudos to her. I'm glad she's feeling better.
I'm happy because I was so worried.
Be ready to swing on this
Man,
fire children.
I was seeing heads
Yeah.
as bowling balls.
I'm telling you, like the most passive of us will go toe to toe for our kids. Like, I don't know why folks don't realize that when they start playing with them like that.
And then my sons too. Like my 17-year-old got
Yeah.
his heart broke not too long ago. And I'm like he bought her flowers at school and she took the flowers and like they was talking
Man.
and he told her, "Hey,
Damn.
I don't want to take you on a date until I get my car," because he knew he was getting a car for Christmas. She couldn't wait. Now he got a fucking Benz. Now she tried to come back. But he told her, I want to wait till I get my car to take you on a date. And she couldn't fucking wait for that.
Damn. Damn, that's tough.
But it hurt his
My
heart. It
first
hurt his little
girlfriend cheated
heart.
on me, so I get it.
What about your son, Oso? Happy birthday to him, by the way.
Appreciate you. Yeah,
Preach the date.
he yeah. He you know what I'm saying? He living that celibate life.
Yeah, type shit, type shit. But
He only think about
You
procreating,
ain't
so I'm
do
trying to
what
teach him, you know what I'm
Boosie
saying?
did
Hey, look,
for his birthday.
what's that?
Boosie for his son's birthday got his son some hookers.
Yeah. That might be next birthday. I'm gonna hook him up with a Great Dane or something.
Man, also tonight we had a guest come on stage and he was a type shit, dog, saying dog gang. Man, you should have heard
Type
Kalu's
shit.
ass. The whole time Kalu is talking to him. And when I came back, I'm like, Kalu, what the fuck is wrong with your voice? And then Kalu was like, you know what I'm saying, gang? And then the dude started talking. And I'm like, oh.
good at it though. Like he's the like I was like Kalu, like because I listened to a couple of his poems. I'm like, yo, is this his evil twin? Who is this? Like, no, that was hilarious. But now, what was I saying? Nah, so like the whole. Oh man, I forgot what I was about to say. It's all good.
My fault, gang type shit.
And then I can, you know what I'm saying? And then I can come down, you know, the inky pull out that penis and ejaculate in the Tiger's River, and that's how
What?
vegetation flew up. No, he got mad at me for bringing up that story. That's what made him go off because he was claiming the Anunnaki was real, and that's the Genesis story and all of that.
Oh, okay. And now I remember what I was gonna say, and then I'm gonna hop down and let somebody else get up. But first of all, glad you're okay after that winter storm y'all just all went through. I'm over in and this ties into like why I like the community of like black atheists, because like it's so hard to find, like I'm like, oh, okay, there's atheists. Oh wait, there's black atheists. Because like, yeah, I've never in my life had a like met a black person in person that didn't believe in God. Like even I like originally I grew up in Cleveland. I live in Arizona now, but I lived in Cleveland for like 8 years, 7 or 8 years. And I remember like a couple times I went up to the church there. I'm watching like my grandpa like jiggle and shit and fall out from the Holy Spirit, and I just remember him like I'm looking at him like, what the hell? Like I was just like, I'm a little kid. I'm like, what? Why is he shaking and shit? Like I don't get it. What the hell? Like I don't feel nothing. I'm just watching everybody go crazy. Like I just want to go home.
I used to
Like
do that too.
yeah,
I
but
remember when I closed on my house, like I told you, I built my kids a mini mansion. And I remember when I closed on that house, I made myself run around the church, knowing damn well everything that I had to go through to build that house. To like, I had to pay $10,000 down. All that shit came from my ass working around the clock. Like it came from, like all of it came from me. The God didn't do nothing. But I went to church, and I had been going to church for a while, but I went to church that Sunday after closing on my house, and I literally made myself run around the church to thank God for this house.
just running, just doing laps.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Doing laps around the church. Yep.
That's
Oop,
like
oop.
that's your like
Something good just happened. I got to run a quarter mile. Hold on.
but that's like your Mama Bash story, sort of. You know how she always talks about. She said, "Oh, just send it back out," and she feels bad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like your. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you what your shit is. That's
No, I feel embarrassed.
but
I feel embarrassed. Like I used to speak in tongue. Oh, we had somebody join the live tonight too. Man, the first like 4 calls was funny as fuck. I'm sorry, like the live started out hilarious as hell. The first 4 calls was funny, but we had somebody join the live tonight. He was talking about Jesus, and I asked him about the Y chromosome. This motherfucker didn't know what the Y chromosome was, but he sounded like he might have been Arab or something. And then he started speaking in his language, so I started speaking in tongue, and we're arguing back and forth. And
just spaghetti, just verbal spaghetti. That's
that
crazy.
shit was funny.
No, but living in Arizona, I'm surrounded by there's not a whole lot of black people. And like I said, like I never met one that didn't believe in like a god. And then the most of the population is like Latino, and like I never met one of them that didn't believe in a god. And then the rest of the people are white, and uh they usually don't believe in the god, but you have all sorts of other shit to worry about. So like I don't know, I just like this community. And like that's really what we're dealing with. Like, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna land my plane, and I'm gonna crash my shit in the water, whatever. But you
I
like
like that.
you work in tech, right?
Yeah.
You were saying, like, you know what bloatware is?
Bloatware?
Yeah, bloatware.
Uh-uh.
Like bloated, like bloating and fatigue, bloated.
Bloatware?
Bloatware. Yeah, bloatware.
Uh-uh. What is that?
That's like so like when you buy a new phone or whatever, like bloatware is just like all the shit that comes pre-installed on the phone that you don't want or don't need
Oh,
and
okay.
often can't get rid of. Like, oh,
Yeah,
this
like
like this
okay, the apps and stuff on your phone.
yeah, like all the apps and shit you don't want or don't need. Like that's like what religion is like to me in my mind at this point. It's just like this shit just comes like built in, and even if you can't install it, you just have to not click on it, but it's always there to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
but yeah, I appreciate y'all indulging my Young Black Ramblings. I'm gonna go ahead and hop down.
Do you want to hear the song? Have you heard it yet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
You're gonna play it right now?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
when I release it, I'll reach out to get if you want, I need your real name so I can give you songwriting credits.
Oh no, I don't need that. You can go ahead and keep it.
Are you sure? Because like it's a pretty dope song. It's gonna do some. I think it's gonna do numbers.
Let me hear the song. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
20 years, I'm like sitting around
Right.
like mad as fuck. Like, oh shit, man, I
Yeah.
should have.
Hold on. Here we go.
Adam had a baby, baby. Yeah, I said it clear. If you read Genesis, literally that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and the name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah. Adam had a baby. C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth and explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny it, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. God told Moses man came first, dirt in his hands. No woman in the scene, just God and a man. So how was reproduction gon' work back then? With no womb in sight, new life can't begin. The story make no sense, I got reason to doubt it. How you gon' tell me he produced an indie from an Audi? Make it make sense, shit sound like a lie. Adam was a madam before his brothers died. They say be fruitful and multiply, okay cool. How we gon' do that without the proper tools? Ain't no ovaries present till the end of chapter 2. But they swear it's history, not metaphorical news. Hey, Adam had a baby, yeah I said it clear. If you read Genesis literally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and her name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby, C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth and explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. He put Adam to sleep, divine anesthesia. Opened up his side like a surgical procedure. Put Adam in the prostrate, then gave him a prostate gland. That's the place they tap the O for every man. They called her a rib, but hell nah. He had a baby, new life from his body, now she his wife. That's crazy. Is this when he get tested? That's basic class. So what came out his body? Flesh, cells, and ass. You say miracle, spiritual, when logic failed. That's not reality, that's avoiding detail. If Eve came out Adam's frame, then he had a sex change. Yeah, that's rewriting the game. I want my rib back, really? Baby back ribs? Hold up, baby back ribs? Genesis kitchen, wow, who cooking this meal? Side door surgery, barbecue, psychology. Adam on the table like this can't be biology. They said rib, I heard entree, whole human plate, somebody explain. Baby, baby, yeah I said it clear. If you read Genesis literally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and her name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby, C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth and explain how he was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. Drop blue. Da, 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 da. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, da, da, Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, da, 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 da. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, da, da. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby. Where the rib at?
It's spiritual to Lulu. Yo, no, that was crazy. That prostate bar was crazy, low key.
Kalu gave me the idea to use prostrate and prostate. Yeah.
That's where they keep the salmon at. I'm gonna have to go listen to it again.
That's where you get your orgasms. That's
Yeah,
where
that's where
men
you get your
orgasms.
like, no, that was hard. I remember, like, yeah, I was listening to, I was like in the car listening to the live while you were like trying to write it or something like that. Um, but no, I don't know how many pencils you chewed on to get that out, but that was cold.
It took me 2 days. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all y'all's help too. The ideas y'all gave me during Oso's live. I appreciate y'all. That made it easier, I will say.
Yeah, but no, I can send my. You said send it in the Discord. Send my name in the Discord.
Yeah, or you can message it on here in a private DM.
Okay, I'll probably just message you. I gotta I can't even scroll up far enough. What's the Because I don't even. The only reason I got on TikTok is because Like, I think I got on TikTok for you, like, listening to y'all lives. Cause like it was before you were uploading to YouTube. I'm like, well, if I want to catch her, I gotta go over there and catch her. So like, I don't even know, like, what's the little symbol for somebody who's a mod?
They have like a little person.
Oh,
Uh,
like a little guy with a hexagon or a.
yeah,
I see.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so just message one of them for the Discord link, and
yeah.
I can get in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
bet. Type shit. Type shit.
On God, on game, phone them. All right, Demo. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the
Great.
morning.
Yeah, yeah, y'all too, man.
Uh,
Have a great day.
all right.
Take care.
All right.
A faux shizzle. Gang, gang, gang,
Peace, bro.
bang. That song, like the last time I played it, it cleared out my guest request. There were so many men in the comments going off. One of them said Adam did not get cut open to have the rib out. And I'm like, what? How did it come out then? So I'm asking them, like, can you come up and explain this to me? Like, I really want to understand how the rib got out of his body if he didn't have a C-section. And I think this is what like really pissed them off, that picture, because I was showing the C-section. um and I want to know, like, he got a whole ass
That's
rib
really
scar.
good.
Please tell me you making this into a TikTok
It's
video.
already done. I
I
think
haven't
that's why
seen it.
people coming in here saying, have you heard Adam had a baby? It must be going viral right now.
I gotta find it. Oh my
It's
goodness.
already up. But I think that picture cleared out my guest request. But they were saying that he didn't get cut open. So if he
Well, what did he
didn't,
go to sleep for?
huh?
What did he go to sleep for? How the fuck can you access a rib without cutting open the skin?
Right. That's what I want to know. Like, did it never cross their mind that he would have had a C-section scar?
It did not. I can guarantee you it did not.
I don't know. I want them to answer that question for me. I need
And
an
it's
answer.
crazy when we were talking the other day, and what Demo said about not realizing or not thinking about the belly button thing. I had the live on speaker, and I was sitting in the house working, and Justin's dad was at the house, and when you said that, he looked at me. He was like, "Hold the fuck up!" He was like, "Wait a minute, that's a good ass question." And I'm like, "That's the thing. Like, most people who are indoctrinated into a specific belief system do not ask questions like that. If the belief system provides both the questions that are approved and the answers to those questions, some shit's being hidden. So these
No,
conversations
no.
are
1 second.
perfect for that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Fee. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say these conversations are perfect for us to think up, get our brains moving and thinking about those questions we haven't asked before. I love it.
Absolutely. She brings the healing. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your
I
age,
love
please?
the last caller. That was just wonderful.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yes.
We think we
I
think
don't
we'll
know how
keep
I
him.
got up here,
Oh, okay. No
but
worries. I can take you down.
no, but I love the panel. I love your content. And this last song, wow.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Well,
Well,
so
we
is
appreciate
that
you.
on TikTok that I could go listen to it again?
Yeah, it's on TikTok. It's the last video I posted yesterday, and then I'll probably release it with the next set of songs sometime in
Okay.
February, probably.
Okay. Just keep going, sis, because you're doing a great job
Thank
asking
you.
those questions that nobody can seem to answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Have a
You're
good one.
welcome. You
All
too.
right.
Peace.
Monica and Mo Better. Mo Better, I'm going to assume you're not in there on purpose because you've been in there for a while. But Monica, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, everybody that was in the guest requests was on the wait list. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. I am looking for someone to come up and explain to me how Adam did not have a C-section, or what appears to mimic a C-section, the same way a female human would have to give birth. And like if the rib was taken out of Adam to create another human that created life, how then is Eve not Adam's baby who turned out to be his wife? Can somebody come and explain that logic to us here in the room? And why should we look at it differently? That falls in line with Adam. The Adam and Eve story in Genesis doesn't make sense. And I think the Eric added an extra layer of don't make sense to me, because now I need to understand how cultivated trees can exist but not exist at the same time, or exist and not be there. I don't even know how to say it because he kept saying that I was saying it wrong. The way he was saying it. I don't. Kalu, are you there? Or did you fall asleep? I think Kalu might have gone to sleep, but he kept saying,
I'm sorry.
"Oh,
Yeah,
what was he
I was speaking at the
saying?
time.
What was he saying? He was saying that the trees were there, but there were no the cultivated trees were there, but there were no cultivated trees. Like they existed, but they there are no cultivated trees, but he wouldn't say they existed but they didn't exist. So I'm a little confused there. Like it just added more confusion to the Genesis narrative for me.
Absolutely.
Did you understand him saying they existed but they didn't exist as well? Did you? Is it
I heard him say that. I didn't understand it though.
okay? Yeah, but he kept saying that's not what he was saying.
Wait, so, hey, I'm back. What he was trying to say was God spoke them into existence so they didn't have to be cultivated in order to be there.
Right, which is what I've
But
always
it was still
said.
dumb.
Which is right. That's what I said from the beginning. But the Genesis 2, aside from the fact of them being there, Genesis 2 says that there was none. That there was none cultivated. And so when Dr. B asked him, was he saying that the trees were there but they were just not tended to? How does that equal to there were no cultivated plants or trees there? Because he kind of switched up when Dr. B got on the panel. Dr. B kind of gave him that out a little bit. How does that equal to no cultivated plants? Because cultivation doesn't mean tended to. Like I'm so confused. Or am I wrong?
I'm
Saying
trying.
that, oh, go ahead, Pete.
No, I guess I'm just, maybe your answer will help clarify. What does he mean by cultivation? Like, are we talking about pruning? Are we talking about weed eating? Like, what are we talking about?
He was just saying God just put them there, and I guess God was the cultivator, but it didn't need to be cultivated by man. Like God literally just placed them there already done, with nothing else done to them.
So what does
And
it
then
mean
now
when
the
it
next
says there
thing
were
has to be
no?
cultivated.
So what was
He
he
doesn't
saying?
know. He, that's as far as I got.
Because he kept
That's
saying that there
as
were
far as
no,
I got.
but saying like it.
Right.
I'm so confused because it says when no plant of the field was yet in the earth. That's what it says. No, like right. And if we read that in his way, that's saying when no cultivated plant was in the earth, and no cultivated vegetation had sprung up. So if it says it wasn't in the earth or had sprung up, how is he saying it was there but just not tended to?
He was stretching. That's it.
I mean, I would like to have had him read Genesis 1 when it said Genesis chapter 1, 10. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas, and God saw that it was good. Then God said, let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit of every kind on earth, with that bear fruit with the seeds in it. And it was so. At the end of verse 11, were there trees? Were there plants? Was there vegetation? And if the answer is yes, then Genesis 2 doesn't make
We
any
did
sense.
that. We did that. He even, when I was saying that it says every fruit producing seed of its kind, he originally said every doesn't mean every. And then when Kalu brought up the every, he agreed with Kalu. And I said, I don't know if it's my voice being a woman. Because I kept saying maybe a man needs to have this conversation with you, because I don't think you're going to understand me because I'm a woman. And then the moment Kalu brought up that it says every, he says, I agree with you. And every tree. And I'm like, what? Because
Yes.
I kept saying it says every, which means that includes plants that require cultivation, agricultural type plants. That means every. It's just saying that in Genesis 1, it did not require rain. It did not require a man to cultivate. And he kept saying, no, that's not true. But then he comes up here and he agrees with Dr. B. He agrees with Kalu, and then he changes his position to they were there, but they were just not tended to, and then ignored the they were not there in the earth. He wouldn't address the on the earth part. He just kept talking about a field. Like, I think what he's trying to say is that it's only talking about this specific field, which is where he believes the God created the garden, I think, because he kept trying to assert that this is just about the plants in the garden. And he wouldn't address the fact that Adam was made outside of the garden in Eden. And then the God planted a garden and then took Adam and put him in the garden. He wouldn't address that.
Yeah, I couldn't follow his logic. I was trying to see what he was saying, but it was a little bit too disjointed for me. And I came in at the end of the conversation.
Yeah, if you came in at the beginning, you would have heard. I don't know if we talked about it. You would have heard him say or try to explain that the Bible, that he doesn't subscribe to the Bible, the word
Yeah.
Bible, and that the text he reads from is the original text, which later, Thinker researched it. It's just a translation of the King James Bible. And he was saying something about Paleo Hebrew. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was annoyed from the start.
Yeah. He said he doesn't subscribe to the word
Also
Bible.
refuddled.
Go ahead, Selena.
Mhm.
No, I was just saying he also refuddled what you were saying.
Yeah, he had a habit of like walking shit back and apologizing and saying, "I didn't say this," or "I misspoke. That's not what I meant." He came up here and said that he does not subscribe to the word Bible, that he subscribes to the text, and he reads the original Hebrew, and he called them Yah scriptures. And I said, "What do you mean, Yah scriptures?" And he gave me the Basora of Yeshua, which is just a translation of the King James Bible, the 66 books. And it's claiming to use the Paleo Hebrew names for the creator Yahuwah and the Messiah Yahusha or Yahushua. And I asked him, like, how does this book claim that Yahuwah, that the Tetragrammaton is Yahuwah in Paleo Hebrew? And I asked him, where did the vowels come from, the A and the U, the vowels and the names? And he said I forgot what he said, but then he walked it back and said he's not saying that it's a different text. And he said he never said he reads the original Hebrew. Like he walked it back. It was disingenuous. And like I think it's that's what I be talking about when they stay calm and they seem nice and respectful, but they're doing this gaslighting. They're using this gaslighting tactic while they're calm. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I can't stand that shit.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about because it's almost like they know that they're running in circles and what they're saying is being incoherent, but they think if they say it in a certain way, it makes their argument sound more plausible, and it just doesn't.
There was another one up here. That guy that was talking in Gang Gang and Phonam, he claimed he could read Sumerian. And so I pulled up some Sumerian text and I asked him what specific words meant, and he kept ignoring it. And then he started crashing out because I asked him to demonstrate him being able to understand Sumerian. Like I don't understand the need to lie. Right? Like I don't understand all of Hebrew. Hebrew is a hard ass language to learn. And like one word doesn't necessarily mean one thing in Hebrew like it does in English. If I don't know something, I'm going to say I don't know it. If I'm wrong, shit, teach me the right thing. Like I don't understand the doubling down on incorrect shit. Especially if you call yourself looking for truth. Like if you're looking for truth, why is there no opportunity for you to be wrong? I don't understand that. Jay, are you in the request on purpose on accident? Go ahead, Fee.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was saying earlier about, the way that we approach these conversations, I think reveals so much about what our intent is. And so many times believers, instead of actually engaging with what we're saying, engaging with the logical entailments of their positions and whether or not we're discussing the same thing, it deviates from trying to identify truth to protecting a position. And they think that we're for some reason closed off or hostile to their beliefs. And that's not necessarily it. What we're hostile to is bad reasoning. And when we talk through your process of reasoning, we're like, no, that can't be the case because X, Y, Z. And we're trying to take it step by step. They're too focused on protecting the conclusion that they already have, and it doesn't make for good conversations.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't do that. I don't know how many times we try to communicate with them and let them know that we're just here for understanding. One of the my main thing is for deconstructors, those who are deconstructing, atheists, those who like information, like digging, researching, asking questions. That's what my live exists for. But if believers participate, my main goal for believers is to understand why I can't believe what you are proposing for me to believe, because it doesn't make sense in my head. It's not logical. It's not because I fucking hate you. It's not because I just don't I just want to sin or anything like that. Like the shit just don't make sense. And if it's something that I don't understand about the story or about the text, and you can make it make sense in my head, I'm not gonna just I'm telling you now, I don't have any interest in this God because of what the God stands for in the story, right? That I don't care. But understanding you and my family and those that do believe in it, that's different. And if you can make shit make sense to me, it's like, oh, okay, this is why this person thinks this way, this is why this person believes this, or why this is important to this person. That's different. But you also have to be open-minded when it comes to us, and allow yourself to understand why we don't believe And what we're saying when we say that, I don't think a lot of you believers realize just how much your belief system affects the lives of other people. I think y'all think it is innocent. I think you think your belief system is innocent. You think it's personal to you, and it's not. Even though you say it's not about religion, it's about relationship, it's not personal to you. Casey?
Yeah, hey, I was listening to your conversation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm in my car. I think what it is that a lot of people that are believers, they're not used to being challenged. And so, and then also this thing called honesty. Because one thing that I've always wanted to know is that if Jesus was a carpenter, right, what did he build? Okay. Another question that I have is this. So Jesus gave up his only begotten son, right? And Jesus supposedly sacrificed himself to wash the sins of the earth, right? If that was the case, instead of sacrificing your son, why didn't he just kill the devil? I
We've
don't get
asked
it.
that question. They always say that, some say because he has mercy, some say, oh, if he had killed the devil, he would have scared all the other angels, and all the other angels would have thought he was evil. Like, they have all kind of excuses for why he didn't just kill the devil.
Yeah, but it's funny how everybody can speak for God, but can't nobody get in contact with him, you know? And then this was another question of mine. If heaven is so great, right? How do you get kicked out of heaven if it was so great? How could you have any negativity to even get kicked out of heaven? That makes no sense.
Yeah, we've asked that question too. And why would the sons of God give up their heavenly home and their heavenly position for some punana, for some human
Right.
punana at that? And then, like, do angels procreate? Like, what did angels have reproductive organs to even have sex with humans? Like, would their reproductive organs match that of a human woman? And then, like, the baby, like, the shit just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't.
It makes, you know what? Think about this though. Think about this. If people really live their life like the Bible really says, literally they would hate their life. It would not be fun at all.
I agree. I've asked them would they prefer, the laws of the land that we have now and the culture we have now, or the laws that their God created for the Israelite culture in the Hebrew scriptures, the laws that Jesus was teaching when Jesus was on earth. But neither of them answered that question. But I agree.
Well, they
I
could
don't
never.
think they would. I don't think they would prefer it.
But this is another question. So when God come back, supposedly he's supposed to take, was it 144,000 with him? I believe. So what make you think you're going to be one of those that's going to go back if that's the case?
Yeah.
You know how many people's on this? You know how many people's on this planet?
Yep.
That makes no sense. So this was another question of mine. So the Bible only been around for 2,000 years. Okay, it's been said that we've been here for at least 850,000 years. It's been said. But this is my question. Where did people go before they found the Bible? Because they said that you have to give your heart and your life to Jesus in order to get into heaven, or God in order to get into heaven. So where those other people go before 2,000 years. It That makes no sense to me.
What do you mean? Where did they go? Like, are you talking
Well,
about heaven or
well,
hell,
because
or what? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, yes, because they said
Oh,
in order to go to heaven, you have to believe in God, and and you have to. I'm not sure if I'm saying the correct words, but um, you have to you have to believe in Him and give your life to Him in order to get to heaven, something like that, right? So think about this: if we take off 2,000 years, where do all the other people go that lived before that?
well, I think they
So they just
solved
went to
that with
hell.
Jesus going to hell and preaching for 3 days. Like, they believe that Jesus went and preached to everybody that lived before he died, and those that had faith got to go to heaven with Jesus, and those that didn't stayed in hell. But like, I
No,
asked
I was
somebody the other day, like, how was they expected to have faith in 3 days when a believer gets a whole lifetime to have their faith tried? Why did their God expect these people who were in hell to just all of a sudden have the same level of faith you have in 3 days?
yeah, and then so the thing to me that kind of scratches my head is that the Romans at that time, they were known for recording current events. Okay, now if you go outside the Bible and look at the Roman Empire and look around the same time Jesus supposedly was around at that time, they have no recordings of anything of that of, of anything going on as far as Jesus Christ, the King of Jews, and just there's nothing at all speaking of him. So that's another head scratcher to me.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
But what I was saying was, I was talking about the people that was here before Jesus.
Right. That
Where did they go? Did
they
they just
believe
went to
that,
hell?
yeah, they believe Jesus went to hell and preached to them when he died during those 3 days, and gave them a chance to come out of hell since they didn't.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what they believe.
oh, wow. And I wonder where they can
So
find that at in the Bible. Like,
It
where's
does
that
say
at?
he went to hell for 3 days in the Bible, and it does say that in the Bible.
and Jehovah's Witnesses
Okay.
teach that they will, they don't believe in hell, so nobody is conscious of anything. So they believe that after the Great Tribulation, when all non-Jehovah's Witnesses are gone from the earth, everyone who lived prior to Jesus will be resurrected and have an opportunity to either worship or die the second death. Right.
What?
So, and so, yeah. And they put together scriptures that substantiate that. So this is yet another example of how this one book can be configured in a way to support so many different beliefs about what will happen after you die, and none of it is substantiated. So you can't do that with things that are true. Like I keep saying, you're not going to have people coming up here telling us that E equals MC cubed, because that's just not what it is. You don't have that type of flexibility with things that are objectively true. So I know this belief system is not true.
Another thing I'm trying to figure out is that supposedly Jesus died for our sins. But when you read the Bible, the Romans killed him because of his religion. I'm confused.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand is that Jesus didn't die for our sins. The reason why they killed him was because of his religion, because he wasn't a Christian.
Well, he was sacrificed so that Rome wouldn't come up against the Jewish people, the Judites. They the Sanhedrin, according to, I think it's John chapter 20, maybe John 10, I can't remember. John 10:20, something like that. Um, they basically plotted against him because they said he was causing trouble in Rome, and they didn't want Rome coming up against the entire cult, the entire congregation of Israelites, because of what Jesus was doing. And in Rome, you couldn't claim to be a god, you couldn't start a new religion without permission from the Senate. And Jesus was breaking all those
Right.
laws, those Roman laws, and he was causing trouble for the Israelites. And so they basically said it's better that one man died than for the whole nation to die. So that's what it says in in John. But also, like, I think
You know what?
Jesus was a like a Roman. I think he was a sacrifice for Rome. I do think that there's a possibility that there was a man that lived that claimed to be a Jewish Messiah. Like, he was a failed apocalyptic preacher that gaslit his followers into believing that he was the Messiah, much like how we see some of these people do today when they're building these cults. And I think Rome used him as the sacrifices that they used to do, paraded them in the town to promote fear, saying this is what will happen to you if you come up against the authorities.
You know, it just seemed like to me that supposedly the character Jesus, he had to be just a regular man, because if he was that powerful, why would you betray him though? It seemed like he was betrayed because he was just a regular guy.
Yeah, the stories, like the supernatural stories written about him, definitely I think are mythology. But I do think that it's plausible that he was a regular guy who built had a small following, built a cult, and his followers just kept writing about him after he died, the same way Apollonius' followers did, and Dionysius, and
Yeah.
yeah.
But another thing too is that I believe that Jesus was married, because in the Bible it says the only time somebody can wash your feet it has to be a spouse, right? Only a spouse can
No,
wash your feet.
I'm not sure. I've never heard that, but I mean, I don't see any evidence of Jesus ever being married. I know that there's different narratives that says that he was married to Mary Magdalene. But
Yeah.
like, I mean, I don't know. There's not any like evidence that he existed to say that he was married to anybody. So I don't know.
But
Then explain something.
isn't this ironic where God says to go out to be fruitful and multiply, right? So how come his own son didn't do that?
I'm guessing because the be fruitful and multiply was for humans and not the God. If he had to multiply, he would have been creating demigods because he was apparently divine.
Right, but Jesus was supposed to be a human.
He was supposed to be human and God, like divine. So he wasn't like a you and I in the story. He would, like, had he had children, he'd have been doing what the sons of God did in Noah, creating demigods.
But he supposedly came out of a human womb, though.
Yeah, but he was
So
supposed to be God, though. That's the thing. He was supposed to be half human, half God, or fully human, fully God. So he would have been creating demigods had he had children.
is there any knowledge of anything that Jesus built though?
No,
Since he's a carpenter,
no.
that makes no sense to me. So how did it come up that he was a carpenter?
Because his father was. Joseph was. That's why they just basically said he followed in the footsteps of his father, which is what most sons did in those days.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's just the narrative. It's just the story that they wrote about him. Like they build a
Yeah.
story about him.
I think the scariest part to me is that when you read the Bible, when you open a book, it has a copyright. And as we know, a copyright, you take out and you put in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you can believe something that man wrote and it's copywritten.
Yeah, most people don't know that the Crown of England holds a letter patent over the King James Bible. I
Right.
agree. I agree.
And then King James was known to be gay. On top of that, they called him Queen James. They have memoirs of his lover that wrote letters.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So did you have anything else? Because we're kind of getting far
Oh no
away
no
from the
no!
topic,
I
but
know. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling. I'm sorry. I would yeah. I just wanted to get that off my chest, and then yeah. I can you can just kick me off the panel.
all right. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
Y'all need to start getting in this box. The only reason why I allowed that to happen is because nobody was coming up.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. All
That
right,
was a
y'all.
crazy statement.
What? The Queen James one?
Y'all need to start getting in this box. That's kind of crazy.
Oh.
No.
She brings the healings. I only let people come up once per live. I don't know. Are you coming up to talk about one of the topics? She bring the healing. I don't really allow people to ask questions that unless they are a nerd. The Unless you're coming up to talk about one of the topics. If you like the super nerds, they have the longer nerd badges next to their name. They can come up and ask off topic questions and take us off topic. Aaron, are you there? Okay. All right, y'all. There's almost 700 people in here with another 100 on YouTube. So we have almost 800 people watching the live right now. And the guest box is empty. 21 and up. You must be a believer in the God of the Bible. You don't have to be Christian. You don't have to be it's not a specific religion. You just have to be someone who believes in the God that we are discussing. You can be someone who is deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing. You may not have decided yet. Maybe you're on the fence and you're trying to figure out if deconstruction is a path for you. Or you can be an atheist. You can be an agnostic atheist, but not just agnostic. And there is a reason that I have this criteria set up. It's not because I don't like you. I don't know you not to like you. It's just we're very focused on the conversations that we have in here. But one of those three. And the topics again are the God of the Bible is the God of deception. That is the way I feel about the God. It's not a fact. It's how I feel about the God based off of reading the Bible, researching the Bible, understanding the stories. From my understanding, that's how I see the God, and that includes Jesus. And then the second topic is the Adam and Eve story in Genesis does not make sense. One of the main questions I have right now two questions that I have right now, based from the conversations that we've had tonight, it appears to me that religious men who subscribe to the Adam rib story do not think that Adam had actual surgery, that his side was cut open. Somehow they pictured Adam's rib being taken out of Adam's body without it being cut. And I would like to know how that happened. Yep, it does live rent free in my mind. Thank you. I don't have to pay to think about fucking God or this tax. This is why I do it so much. Thank you so much for recognizing that stupid shit. And then the second thing that I would like to understand is this cultivated trees existed but they didn't exist narrative. Like, now that's something new. Don't type in caps in my comments. That's what you don't have the ability to do, motherfucker. How about that? And then whine about that shit. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, what's gonna change now that you've whined and typed in all caps that thinker thinks about fucking Christianity rent free? Did that help ya? Are you gonna have a better day now, Dave? I hope you do. I hope you have a fantastic day now that you've gotten that off your chest. Like, and like, y'all do know when y'all type stuff like that, that lets me know that you are offended by what I talk about in here. And if you are offended by it, just don't come in here. Is that hard for you to do? Like, and then why does it offend you for someone to not believe what you believe? I can tell you why I talk about it, because your beliefs affect my life. You don't keep them to yourself. Had y'all kept them to yourself and not believe that you had this mission to go out and make everybody a Christian, we wouldn't have to have these conversations. But why are you offended because I don't believe? Make that shit make sense for me. Like, y'all just keep on creating these questions for me to have to ask. Thanks, Dave. Ann, are you there? They don't make sense to me because I don't have discernment. Good. Come make them make sense for the Lord. Thank you for recognizing that. Come make them make sense since you do have discernment. Is that hard? Or are you scared? Or are you too pissed to? I mean, if you're the one with the discernment, then that means you can make it make sense. Right? I mean, that's not hard. Then if it makes sense to you and it does not make sense to me because I lack discernment, then that means you can come and make it make sense. There's 700 people, actually 800 people in here who you can come and help. Are you scared? Like, y'all just like to talk shit. Put your discernment where your fucking mouth is or your fingers are.
Hello.
Oh, so I have to be a child? You want me to be a child so that I can believe it? Do I have to, like, put myself in the position of when I believed in Santa? Is that what you're saying? Blank, hi, how are you?
I'm alive. How are you doing?
I'm good. How old are you?
27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Give me just 1 second. For the Lord, I'm not going to have an entire fucking conversation about your God through chat. If you're not scared, close your YouTube app, open TikTok or download TikTok and come talk to us here. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, blank?
I'm a Christian.
All right. And which of the topics in red did you come up to discuss?
They all seem kind of intertwined. Which one do you want to start on?
I don't pick. And I promise you they're not intertwined.
We can go lie to Adam and Eve. We can start there. It seems interesting.
No, the topics are in red. Those are the reasons I feel the way about the God.
Topics.
Yeah, the topics are in red.
So the God of the Bible is the God of deception?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the topic?
That's the topic. And then where it says points, those are the reasons.
Well, yeah, that's why I was asking what point you wanted to start.
No, we don't. The points are not individual topics. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So these are the reasons. Because you're going to ask me why let me finish, okay? You're going to ask me why do I feel this way, right? Why do you think the God of the Bible is God of deception? But I'm already providing the reasons for you here, right? So these aren't individual topics. This is the main topic of discussion. And then this is a different topic. Does that make sense? Like I'm just being proactive here.
I understand. That's why I'm saying at what point, because you say lied to Adam and Eve. I obviously don't know where or what you mean by that. That's why I'm asking, what do you mean by lied to Adam?
Okay, so first address the main topic. Like, do you agree, disagree? He is the God of deception. Why or why not? Can you address
I'm a Christian,
the topic?
Obviously, I disagree.
No, there are some Christians who think he is the God of deception.
Well,
so can you just address the topic?
That seems like a crazy person. That the God of the Bible is the God of deception. I obviously disagree because I'm a Christian. I believe
so
God
the only reason
truth.
he's not the God of deception is because you're a Christian? Like, can you give me a reason, like, why you say he's not?
If I believe that God was a God of deception, would I follow that?
I don't know you. You probably would.
I don't think I understand what you're getting at.
I don't know you. There's a lot of people who follow this God knowing he lies.
Well,
hey, Blank, can you stop?
Blank,
hang on
a
second.
Lies.
Blank, can you stop speaking over Thinker? There are people who rely on captions. When you speak over her, we can't hear you or her. Just let her finish and then respond.
There are a lot of people who follow this God despite the fact that the God lies, that he does deceptive things. I don't know you, so I can't say what you would do. It's just a conversation. This is not a debate, okay? So the way you have a conversation is, I don't think he is the God of deception because he speaks, everything he says comes to pass, or he's his natural natural makeup is XYZ. I don't agree with number one because he can't lie. Like, that's how you have a conversation. And I'm just asking you to address the main topic. I know, like, every time believers come up here, the only thing they want to focus on is that. And that's fine. That's not the topic. That's what I keep trying to tell you. That is not the topic. The topic is the God of the Bible is the God of deception. Because you know what I could do with that topic? Is I could focus on the fact that he is the God of deceivers. And he would still be the God of deception. I don't have to prove to you or talk about whether he lied to Adam and Eve. Because what I'm saying is he is a deceiver. He is the God of deception. He says in Ezekiel 14:9 that he will deceive. And if a prophet speaks a word, he is the one who deceived that prophet. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Go ahead. Like you're getting ready to do the believer thing. You only want to talk about Adam and Eve? Why are y'all like this?
And then you warrant it. This is just basic debate.
This is not a debate.
The debate
I
is
said
we have disagreements and we're going
I'm
to
not
talk
debating
about
you. This
That's
is a conversation. Not debating you.
You can call it a conversation. But
okay, cool.
We disagree about the premise.
That's not a debate.
that we would talk about it.
It's not a
That is a
debate.
debate.
No, it's not.
It's not a premise either.
Not a
It's
debate.
I don't. This seems to be the only thing you guys want to do. Are you capable of engaging in a conversation with another person who sees things differently than you do? Like, explain to us
That's called
why.
a debate.
It is not a. Oh my goodness.
Why are they like this?
Well,
You
maybe
would run into this a lot.
if you want to
No, not
debate,
really.
yeah, if you want to debate blank me, then maybe you need to find a debate live, because that's not what this is. And if you aren't interested in engaging in a civil conversation where you and I or you and Thinker explain to each other why you see the things the way that you see, not for the purpose of winning, not for the purpose of scoring points, but for the purpose of understanding how the other person thinks. That's the goal of this conversation. If that's not what you're looking for, then that's fine. But you can't come in here and tell us what the space that Thinker has curated. You come in here and tell her what it is. That's extremely presumptuous of you.
Like this,
and we don't need you to do that.
This is what I mean when I say they squander any opportunity to try to get people to see their God differently because they're so focused on winning. And the win isn't to get people to see their God differently. The win is their ego. Like, that's why I said it. There's nothing to this fucking religion.
I just came here to talk. I can't convince you about God any more than I can convince you about anything else.
Did you? Because when I asked you to talk, you want to debate.
It's what I enjoy.
If you're looking for a debate, then you need to go find a debate space.
You have a page.
I mean, hey, if you're looking for a debate, I was explaining it to you, and you went on teacup. You don't remember doing that? You don't remember going on teacup while I was explaining it to you?
What?
You don't remember
no
swiping out of the app while I was explaining it to you?
Yeah, I was looking up the passage.
But when you leave the app, you're no longer here. You're on teacup.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
And it's very rude to do while someone is talking to you.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I knew what we were talking about. I don't have the Bible memorized page for
page. But you didn't say, hold on, let me look that up. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know you. You are a blank slate. I don't know ya. I don't know you. Yeah, good. God damn, why are y'all like this? Y'all supposed to be the salt of the earth, and y'all some of the most difficult people to get along with. What you say, Oso?
I was just saying it's crazy because if you had assumed he was ignorant, then that would have been a problem. But you don't know, so you didn't make any assumptions.
It's so crazy. Like, even when I try to approach the conversations like respectfully and civilly, they want to fucking fight. They always want to fight. Like, it's like they, like, I don't believe in spirits, but it's like they have a spirit of war or some shit.
But I think it shines the brightest ass flashlight possible on the fact that they don't know the difference between a discussion and a debate. And they think that a discussion with someone that you disagree with or you don't see things the same with is a debate, and it's not. A discussion is about refining understanding. It's about clarifying the thought process and the steps that a person went through to land at a conclusion. A debate is about defending a position. And once again, we don't have a position to defend. All we are doing is reading this book, seeing these words. Oh, this is how I understand that. That's not a position that needs to be defended, because the moment you say something, a believer comes up here and says something to me that, oh, I didn't realize that, I misunderstood that, my position is going to change. I don't have a position to defend. I don't have a dog in the fight of this God being right or wrong or real or not, because I already know that what I've read and what I understand about this God, I don't want shit to do with it. But the fact that they don't know the difference, I think, tells us everything we know that we need to know about this Abrahamic religion. All they want to do is defend. They don't want to understand.
And then for those of you that are confused, a debate is a structured competition with opposing ideas, pro, con, aiming to win by proving their position superior, often using formal rules. A discussion is an informal or semi formal exchange of ideas, perspectives, and information where the goal is mutual understanding, learning, or exploration, not winning. Those are the differences between a debate and a discussion. Understand? Since y'all don't know. Okay? DT.
Hello.
Hi.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm blessed, and if I could say, I love the way you guys articulate yourselves. I know we are representing the opposition of a point of view, but Faye, that was amazing. That whole explanation was so articulate and well
Ooh,
expressed. I
hey,
really
don't do
enjoyed it.
that, please, because like it sounds like you're
DT, you're
surprised that
so
we
well
speak well.
spoken.
Yeah, like that's a microaggression that is usually used against black people. It's like, oh, look at these are the smart ones. And you probably don't mean it that way, but that is so uncomfortable. Okay.
Oh, I apologize for that. That wasn't my intention. I was just actually admiring as a person to another person.
Yeah, I don't think you meant it that way. It comes off that way, and it's so uncomfortable. If it's like, oh, I didn't expect them to speak so well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I wish I spoke as eloquently as you do. How about that?
Well, thank you. So I assume
Awesome.
you are a believer. You said we're on the opposing sides. Um, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
40?
All right. And which topic in red did you want to discuss?
Let's see. God of the Bible is the God of deception. Okay, I would like to hear your view on that, I guess.
Yeah, so I try to be proactive and give my reasons, but I will. Apparently, it doesn't work, so I'll go through it. The reason I this is how I feel about the God from reading the Bible and researching and things like that. The God lies to Adam and Eve in the garden and tells them that when they eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, i.e., gaining this moral conscience, that they will die when they do. And it's not actually them eating from the tree that kills them. It's them. He makes a decision to stop their access to the tree of life because they disobeyed him, and it's actually him that kills them, not the tree, and not this moral conscience. He doesn't want them to be able to decide morality for themselves. He wants to be the only one to do that. So he commands them, not so much as a command. I know you all see it as a command, but it's more so like a warning, like don't gain wisdom or you'll die, type thing. And wisdom doesn't kill people. Actually, I think a lack of wisdom actually is what kills people. I think violence, ignorance breeds violence, and it's really less educated, uh, low critical thinking type mindsets, and no rational thinking that actually is more likely to cause harm or perpetuate harm or allow harm in society. He's also the God of deceivers. He is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all three of these people were deceivers. He we are taught that in order for sin to be atoned for or forgiven, there must be bloodshed. And we see multiple times in this text where sin is forgiven without bloodshed, whether it's animal or Jesus. Even Jesus forgives sins before he is even sacrificed. And he says that he did it because he wanted to show that he could. So I don't think, like what we were taught is that he had to die in order to forgive sin, and I don't see that to be true in the text. And then also, he is the creator of supremacy culture and supremacy ideology that causes a lot of hatred and disadvantage on the in our society. And I know he created this for the Israelites, but because of modern day belief systems that adopted this text and apply it to modern cultures, we now have supremacy culture that we have to live in and operate in on a daily basis that causes a lot of harm as well. And then we are taught that this God is the God of everyone and that he loves everyone and he died for everyone. But what we see in the text is that he prioritizes the Israelites, and he's actually Israelite supremacist. And so he deals he allows deception, uses deception in order to advance his plan, whatever believers see as the bigger picture. And he will even like forego his divine law for the chosen in order to advance his plan in deceptive ways. And so for me, this God is the God of deception, and he actually kind of matches what believers say Satan does. Like, I don't see a Satan in the Bible doing the things that believers believe that or teach that Satan wants to do. I actually see the God doing these things in the text. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Beautifully expressed. All right. So you initially talked about the outcome of what was presented with God and the tree, knowledge of good and evil, and death was the result. And we see that it wasn't the result because they ate of the tree per se. It was that God cut them off from the tree of life. So that was interesting because when I look at that, I think it's true that the end result was that. In fact, it wasn't the causation. Eating the fruit wasn't the causation of the death per se, that because they have knowledge that now they are infected with death. It was God who shuts them out and bears them from that life-giving sustenance. So that's true, what you said there. That was what was the causation. I don't know if it stipulated that one way or the other what the causation was going to be as opposed to the outcome. But I can see your frustration there. Then you also talked about how ignorance breeds violence. I definitely believe that the less you know, the more you're able to possibly trespass or transgress or fail in certain areas. But then with that, you also have the burden of responsibility that goes with that too. The more you know, the higher you're held to, the higher standard you're held to, right? Because like a child, they get a free pass; they can do whatever when they're little, when they're really little, like a toddler, right? But when you're older, you expect more. So it was almost, to me, I kind of see it like there's a good side to it as well. At some points, if God is going to say, well, you don't know better, so I'm not going to hold you to certain things. So Adam and Eve, at some point, they could set the whole garden on fire and they would have a free pass against it. You also said bloodshed, and that's true. That would definitely be something that we see a distinction between the rules that God gives us and what he conducts himself by. And I believe that tends to be something that hangs up a lot of people when it comes to God, because we say, well, wait a minute, you say you can't unalive people, but here with the case with the flood and all throughout history, we see examples of commands to take out large groups of people that are his enemies. That I can see that frustration. I also can see that I do see a distinction between what God does versus what people are allotted to do. Because it's kind of like if you're a homeowner and you invite people over to your house, there's different rules for the guests than there are for the homeowner, because the homeowner owns everything. But if the guests start to say, well, wait a minute, you said I can't eat out of the fridge, but you're eating out of the fridge. What's up with that? Or I can't sleep in the master bedroom. What's up with that? You're doing it. And that I can see how that can be frustrating as well. But there is distinction. I'm going to go next to the text about loving. You talked about how you often hear about all this love. God loves the world and all of this, and then we see in Scripture that there is a text that is placing an emphasis on the chosen, the elect, and so forth, the Israelites. Yeah, that tends to be the biggest, or one of the biggest problems within the Christian community. Is there's a lot of pop culture Christianity that's promoted based off of the feel good, pretty parts of Scripture, but the accountability or the commands that are given, like if, for example, Scripture it says, "If you keep my commands, you will remain in my love." Well, that's a very obvious conditional state, but we see what's promoted is, oh, God's love is unconditional. So there is a disparity between what we hear and what the scriptures actually depict, and that's basically my view on things in relationship to what you had expressed.
I don't quite understand the it would be better if they just didn't know that they were doing wrong. Like the analogy that you gave, if they set the garden on fire, they would get a pass. I don't understand how you're saying that's better. That's like saying if Adam had beat the shit out of Eve, and just because he didn't know it was morally evil to beat the shit out of Eve, he would have got a pass. And like, would you want to live in a society where people lack a moral conscience and they just got away with it because they didn't know any better? That doesn't make sense to me. And neither does it make sense to me that you're saying that the God would have given them a pass, because if Adam and Eve lacked this moral conscience, like they didn't know the severity of this punishment that your God would give them. They had no idea that eating from that tree would affect every human after them. They didn't know that the God would issue the punishments that it issued after. The only thing that God says to them is that the day that you eat of the tree, you would die. When you gain this moral conscience, you would die. So they lacked the full understanding of the consequences of disobeying your God, because like we don't see that being communicated to them. And so if he's such a God that would give a pass for having a lack of understanding, why don't we see this so-called pass being given to Adam and Eve when they disobey him the first time?
Excellent, excellent. All right, so let's see. Would I like to live in a society without the moral conscience? No. The only society, the only society I know, which is the fallen state, uh, you definitely wouldn't want that to be the case. We do see that there is an exceptional or at least a distinction between the pre-fall of Adam and Eve, where they don't have like that sinful inclination or that sin nature that's often depicted within Scripture. So the battle between your flesh and your spirit would not necessarily be the complications that they were challenged with prior to the fall. So the burning the forest down kind of thing, that was just me trying to make an expression that if you only have one rule you have to follow, and you can run around buck naked, that's all you're held to. So anything that you do outside of that, you're not going to be held accountable to. So that's an accommodation as far as what God is extending. Now, if they had a sinful nature coupled with that, where they wanted to go against all kinds of things of God's will, then that would be disastrous, in my opinion. You said you talked about.
let me address that right quick, because
Okay.
you said it's not making sense to me, because if they disobeyed, right, and Eve goes through this process of thinking about how it would be desirable for her or good for her to have this wisdom, right? She analyzes the fruit, and this so-called one commandment was already there. If they were spiritually connected to your God prior to this fall, then there had to be some type of wrestling with her spirit. If the spirit exists, there had to be some type of wrestling with her spirit and Adam's for them to make the decision to disobey prior to them disobeying, right? The action, the thought to do the action existed, right? The fall, according to you all, didn't happen until they ate of the tree, right? So there had to be this wrestling of the spirit prior to the sinful nature taking place. And then after they eat from the tree, what sins, they're in this sinful nature now, they're just wicked. How do we see this sinful nature actually affect Adam and Eve? Not Cain, not Abel, not everybody after them, but those that actually ate from the tree and took on this sinful nature that is responsible for everybody else's sinful nature. Like what sins do we see them just start committing because they are now this in the sinful nature, and they now wrestle with this spirit that you're saying they didn't wrestle with before this?
Again, beautiful question. So we talk about, okay, what sins did they Adam and Eve commit after the the fall? Well, when we start getting into that, we realize that we don't have a narrative following their storyline. We see that it just continues on because the main focus was the lineage and all of the events that were notable. But that would be a really good discussion. But sometimes a lot of those discussions that they don't have the actual content, there's no material to actually work with. I see a lot of people tend to focus on really reading in between scriptures where there are no material that's really tangible to utilize one way or the other. It's kind of like these blank check scriptures, like when someone says that God made man in his image, and what that means is this. And it's like, well, it doesn't say what it means. It just says he made man in his image. So to build this big discussion based off of the absence could end up, misleading a lot of people. It does happen for me. But a thing that I wanted to present was when
Well,
we talked
I don't want you
about.
to move forward. I don't want you to move forward yet, because I still want to discuss this part.
Okay.
It's exactly what Christianity is doing, though, with this extra biblical narrative of the fall of man, because Genesis 2 does not state that men fell, that there was a spiritual severance that happened, between this God and humans. It doesn't state that Adam and Eve's nature changed and they took on a sin nature. All of that is interpretation read back into the story, right? So that's reading between the lines and filling in these gaps. And so if you're going to posit that humans are evil or wicked or sinful because of these two humans in this story, then I think it's a logical question to ask, well, how did this sinful nature affect the two humans who took on the sinful nature first, that passed it down? And like, logically, if it was such a bad thing, I think that we should be able to ask the question, or expect that we see this sin taking over these two humans, right? Like, it doesn't make sense that it's quiet about these two humans who took on this sinful nature, and we don't actually see them, or have anything else written about them committing these so-called sins and being like out of control because they now have this moral conscience and have taken on this sin nature.
Yes, if we don't have any content about Adam and Eve's perpetual transgression or this or that, that would be an argument for sure to say, well, wait a minute, we don't see anything else. Why is there, or how is there a position to say that everybody is now just broken? If we don't have examples of Adam and Eve committing anything beyond that.
Or that they
We
were
don't.
broken, right? There's nothing in the narrative that says that their nature changed. It just says they
Nothing.
had their conscience changed. They had a conscious awakening, but there's nothing in the narrative that says that their nature changed and that they became sinful, unless I'm missing it.
No, you're correct. All of the narrative is stuff that is recapitulating with apostolic authority, with Paul revisiting with his perception of what's going down. Likewise, you'll have other people talking about that as well. It's difficult to separate what is coming from Scripture versus what is coming from pop culture Christianity. That is always going to be the battle. It sounds like you're well read within Scripture, so you can point out these areas and you can check when a person is just kind of talking from anywhere, and that's good. That's what we need.
I don't think it's difficult though, right? I think it only
Fee, I'll be
becomes
back.
difficult. Okay. I think it only becomes difficult when, and this has just been my experience with having these conversations, because believers approach these conversations without recognition of that fact. When the reality is that every single one of us who engage with these ancient texts have to make inferences. The question then becomes what constrains the inferences that we're making. Everyone fills in these narrative gaps. We all do. the, we have to ask ourselves, are those gaps being filled by theology? Are they being filled by dogma? Are they being filled by the religious beliefs that we were born into? Or are we utilizing consistent sound inferences that are limited by the text itself, historical context, and human behavior? I think these questions that we're asking about the Garden of Eden, because there are massive gaps in the story. But as a woman, I know what it's like to be in relation to other people. As a man, you know what it's like to be in relation to other people. We know that the not knowing what's good or bad doesn't preclude a person from doing a thing that it is experienced as good or bad towards another human being. But when we talk to believers, they paint this picture just like I did when I was a Christian. Oh no, the Garden of Eden was absolutely perfect. God provided them with absolutely everything that they needed. And then all of these extra details, if you will, that are not part of the story anywhere. The reality is this story, Genesis says nothing about Satan, absolutely nothing about a devil. It simply says a serpent, but most Christians who come up here and talk to us about this story tells us, oh, no, this is Satan. That this story doesn't say that. So I think the question is what constrains our inferences as opposed to if we're making them. Are our inferences theologically driven or are they evidence driven? I think if we want to have an honest discussion about these things, we have to start with how do we prevent how do we prevent ourselves from drawing conclusions that aren't already built into the premise, right? Like we have to separate those two things. Um, I don't think that believers are willing to acknowledge that it's a possibility that they're not doing that. It would be like me using a dictionary to give you or prove to you that this is what a word meant when I wrote the dictionary myself. If I'm looking for what's true and I want to engage in this text honestly, I have to be able to recognize those things. We all have bias, every single one of us. As a non-believer, I have bias. As a believer, you have bias. We just have to be internally honest with ourselves enough to recognize, okay, is this the book speaking? Is this what the text says? Or is this my bias pushing it in a specific direction?
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more, Faye. We all have fill-in narrative gaps. We all do that. We all have biases from our own experiences. We need to be honest and recognize that. Um, when we relate to other people, I think that's just our natural inclination as we use empathy, right? We try to understand our environment. We try to understand others by what we already know of ourselves. What's that person's motivation? That person who's looking at something that's shiny and sparkly in that other person's pocket or hand. Oh, they want it, or something, right? We write the backstory to things, and I think that that is a difficult thing to overcome. I know you initially said it wasn't difficult, but I think it's difficult to get outside of that natural way of relating to things or people or anything for that matter.
Well, I mean, I think it's difficult if you don't recognize it, right? Like I said this the other week, like you can't read the label from inside the jar, but if you don't know that you're inside the jar, then it is difficult. Like it's difficult to have the conversations. Maybe that's framing it more accurately for what I mean. It's difficult to engage in these conversations with folks who don't realize they're in the jar, and what we're doing is reading the label of what's inside that jar. That's what's difficult. And I mean, we were talking about this earlier, or maybe even yesterday, about how there's a lot of fear that's associated with approaching this text from through a critical lens, because people's identity, people's community. Oftentimes, they're the only thing that they have been taught their entire lives that brings them or gives them value or worth as a human being is their connection to this God. So I get why it is difficult from that perspective. I'm saying it's easier to engage in the conversations when both people realize that we hold bias. But if I know that I have bias and you think that you're just right, and I'm saying you in the general sense, you just think that you're right and there's no other way to see it, that's what causes a lot of the tension. But it
Yeah.
becomes a whole lot easier to clarify on both sides if that's recognized at the beginning.
Well said. Well said. Um, Now you said that there's a fear is really a motivator. It could be their identity, it could be the community or their connection. All of that is just kind of wrapped up. Could even be their relationship, their spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever, to this God. And that might be projection on your part, or it might just be your experience because you professed to be a Christian at one point. I believe fear is definitely a motivation for me, not because of ties to people, because that's, as you discover as you get older, it's kind of irrelevant. These ties to other people don't really have that much weight to them. But fear, as far as I don't want to go to hell. I'm not going to lie. That's a huge motivation on my part.
How would it be a projection on her part, though? Like,
Oh, projection. Okay, so she gave some examples of the fear. The reason behind the fear is that people have identity or their community. All of these things are factual, but to limit or to make the statement, it has to come from somewhere. It could come from statistics, that's fine. But usually it's coming from what you believe to be the case for why, or the motivation by why people are fearful. Like I said, I
I
have
know
fear.
what projection means. I'm asking, like, why are you saying that it could be a projection on her part? Like, when she's explaining to you that it's from the conversations that we have with people. Like, she's telling you that this is what people are telling us and what they're displaying, and while they're having these conversations, and a lot of the tension in the conversations comes from that place of fear. Why are you calling that projection?
Okay, I might have misunderstood what she had presented to me. I wasn't hearing that she was telling me that people were telling her this information. It was a statement that I had heard as far as the motivations behind this fear, and those are completely legitimate reasons. I know a lot of people do have those challenges because they're like, well, you know what? I kind of wanted to leave a particular cult, but my whole family is, so I got to stick with it. Otherwise, I get, exiled or ostracized or something. So it was just the way I heard the delivery, and it could have been me just mishearing what was being spoken. So I apologize if that was the case.
Yeah, because she did say, like, based on the conversations that we have, right? Like, she was letting you know that it's based on the conversations that we have. Like, we've been having these conversations for a little over 2 years. And most of the time, the conversations are not as civil as this one is right now. Most of the time, it's yelling and screaming because the believer comes in from a very defensive place, a very offended place, and from fear. And they start yelling and screaming about hell, right? Today, I had a believer threaten to shoot me and shoot my kids over the questions that I ask in here. And a lot of it is because, like, they are uncomfortable with the type of uh, digging and analyzing that we do into these so-called claims. That's what she was expressing too. And then, like, right, like, immediately afterward, you admitted that you do have fear of going to hell, right? And that's your motivator, right?
Yes, that's a huge that's a huge motivator on my part. Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to. What happens is that I lose track when people are talking, so I'm trying to write down some things. So I might miss things in between uh, because I just want to actually address all of the content that you guys provide me for. And again, I thank you for having me up here because this has been a real pleasure. So yeah, let's see. Uh, as far as the fear was concerned, yes, I fear God. I am I am terrified of God. I am terrified of of basically what's presented in Scripture. I see the Scripture as my way or the highway. I see it as incredibly inspired. I mean, it's ridiculously so. I see so many different stuff that just blows my mind when I start to study it. And it resonates deeply within me. So that's my motivation. I can't speak for other people and how they behave when they represent the faith that I claim, but I can speak for myself. And I can say, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I can represent myself, and I can say that my Christian career has walked a lot of different phases. I've been that person who was going around professing Christianity. Okay, I was a virgin till the age of 31, and I thought this virginity made me some kind of righteous person. So I was that self-righteous person for a while. And then I was a closet into adult entertainment and all kinds of stuff. So I wasn't even being true to myself or to the faith I was representing, because on the outside, I say, oh, yeah, I don't do this, I don't do that, I don't drink, I never drank, I never smoked, never did any kind of thing. And so I have this outward appearance, and I think that because I'm doing the external things, that I'm okay. But you don't realize that Scripture doesn't really give you allowances for that kind of lifestyle. And so later on, I had that
Hold
humbling
on.
experience. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry, DT. I may have missed it. My phone. What kind of lifestyle? I just want to make sure
He's talking
I'm following.
about not being a virgin.
Oh,
Doing
I'm sorry.
the sex industry. Like he was a virgin till he was 31. But there's nothing in the text that says men have to be virgins before they're married. Like I don't know why we're talking about this. Like what it sounds like from this fear that you have of this God, like you said, is his way or the highway. That it wouldn't matter to you. Like you originally came up here and you said that you would not serve a God that was deceptive. But it sounds like to me the fear that you have of the God, because you said you're terrified of it, you would worship the God even if it was a liar, because like your fear outweighs your standards for God. To me, it sounds like, because if you found out that the God was a liar, that to me seems like that would be more motivation to get from under the fear that you have, but you're too afraid to do it. So it doesn't matter to you if the God is deceptive.
I think you might be confusing me with the previous guest. I didn't say I would not serve a God who was deceptive. I don't put any conditions on my God. And that's probably going to be an aha moment for you. But
No, you're right. You're right. I am thinking about blank. I am thinking about it. So
yes,
it doesn't matter to you if the God, because we're discussing the God of deception. I don't I don't understand why we're discussing you being a sex worker. Like we're far away from whether this God is the God of deception or not. But your fear, right, outweighs whether the God is truthful. Like it wouldn't matter to you if he's the God of deception. You would worship him anyway because you're terrified of him.
oh yes, without condition. We look at
So
the
why did you
example.
choose that topic to talk about? Like it, and like when I say that he's the God of deception, why didn't you say? I mean, he maybe is like, but it doesn't matter. Like, why are we just finding out that you don't care if he's a liar?
Well, you said he was a god of deception. I didn't say he was a god of deception.
No,
I
I'm
haven't yet.
saying why didn't you like the topic is the God of the Bible is the God of deception. And the thing that you wanted to focus on was the points, right? And I explained that the topic is he is the God of deception, and the points are the reasons why I think he is. What I'm trying to understand is, why are we just finding out that it does not matter to you whether this God is honest or has integrity? Like, you would serve a deceptive God, and you might as well serve who y'all call Satan. Like, your in your belief system, y'all say that Satan is the God of lies or the deceiver. If it doesn't matter to you that your God is the deceiver because you're terrified of him, what's the difference between your God and your the Satan in your belief system who is the deceiver? I don't understand.
That's a good question. So let me explain a little bit better, because I don't think I was clear. I don't believe my God is a God of
I didn't say
deception.
you did, but you would serve him even if he was. That's what I'm
Correct.
saying, right? So what, like, it doesn't, that does, like, the fact that you would serve a God that is a deceiver because you're terrified of him, like, it, what's the difference between a God that is a deceiver that you would serve and Satan?
The difference is one is and one isn't.
No, you would serve him if he was.
Correct.
Right. So what would be the difference?
The difference is one is
But
and
you would
one
still
is not.
serve him even if he was. There,
Correct.
if exactly. So even if he was a deceiver, right? You would still serve him.
Correct.
Okay. So that means that you have no problem serving Satan. Satan does the same things that your God does in this book, according to y'all. We just have record of your God doing the things that y'all say Satan wants to do. And
The
if your God is a deceiver and Satan is a deceiver, like, there's no difference there. You would serve the God, like I don't understand. Like, it doesn't matter. What I hear you say is that the standard for your God for you is just that you fear the God. Like, you serve the God because you're terrified of it. And no matter what this God does, you would serve it anyway. Are you there?
I am. I just wanted you to come to a complete
Yeah, there was
conclusion.
silence for about 3 seconds there.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a point between there's two issues here. There's what I would do, and there's what is, regardless of what I would do. Those are two different issues. So I'm maintaining that God is good, but I also maintain that if God was not good, I would still follow him.
Right.
Those are two.
They're
Those
not.
are
You
two.
think they're different, but they're not. They're not different. You're saying
How are they different?
exactly. I don't see how he thinks that because he believes the God is good, it's okay. But even if the God wasn't good, him just saying he would serve him anyway doesn't matter. Like, he does. He. I don't know how he thinks they're different. They're not different.
It's difficult because I try to explain, but I get cut off mid sentence. So it's kind of a challenge. I have to put out the words really quick. Okay, so how I relate to God is one thing. What God is another thing. You maintain that God is deceptive. I maintain he's not deceptive, but even if he were deceptive, I would still follow him. The reason and the reason why I would still follow him is because if he holds all the cards, what does it benefit to not?
I literally said all of that. You didn't say anything different than what I said. And the fact that you would still worship this God, even if the God is a deceiver, is the same thing as you saying that you would serve Satan. That's what I'm saying. If Satan is a deceiver, if the God was a deceiver, you would still serve it. There's no difference there.
So what is the difference between Satan and God?
I don't see a difference. That's what I'm telling you. The God deceives in this book. Satan, in your belief, deceives. The God kills in this book. Satan kills in your belief. The God commands people to kill. The God influences people to kill. In your religion, you believe Satan commands and influences people to kill. The God sends evil. You believe Satan sends evil. The God destroys. You believe Satan destroys. Like that, I don't see a difference between your God and Satan, but you do. But you are saying that even if the God did all the things Satan did, you would still worship him.
Yes.
Exactly. There is no difference.
And this is why.
There's no difference.
Here's the difference. Difference is homeowner versus guest.
No, you're just giving a reason. There's no difference between your God robbing, stealing, and destroying, or commanding people to in his name, and your claim that Satan rob, steals, and destroys. Or kill,
So,
what is it? Kills, rob, kills, and destroys. There's no difference. Your God actually does it in the book and commands people to do it in the book, influences people to do it in the book. We don't have any record of a Satan doing any of the killing, robbing, or destroying. We have multiple records of your God doing that. But you call it good. To you, it's not robbing, killing, or destroying.
correct.
Exactly. But it's exactly what you claim Satan does. You have no record of Satan doing these things. You were just told Satan wants to do these things, or Satan does these things. Your God does them, and you say he's sovereign, he can do whatever he wants, despite the fact that that these are claims coming from humans saying a God said. Humans are saying, God said, go into this land and kill all the Canaanites, every man, boy, woman, and child. A human said, God said, David shouldn't die for killing Uriah or committing adultery. A human said, for the Israelites to kill Jezebel. A human is speaking for the God. And these things you say sovereign, even when it comes out of the mouth of a human on behalf of the God. But you don't have any record of a Satan doing any of these things or influencing any human to kill another human for land. You don't have any record of a Satan possessing the body of a human and helping them go kill 30 people to pay a bet. But these are things that y'all would say if somebody today went and shot a club full of people and stole all their stuff. Your believing mind would say that's Satan. But that's the same thing your God helped Samson do in this Bible, and y'all call that holy because it's your God. And so there's really no difference. You just believe that what your God does is good. You call it good. And even if it could be proven to be bad, you would still serve him. You might as well serve
And
Satan.
and it's interesting because the reason that you said you would, going back to your homeowner analogy, to me that still fails because it's a category error. A homeowner is an infinite agent that has constraints. Like according to you, your God is omniscient and perfect. There's nothing that constrains this God. So when using this homeowner analogy, you're comparing a bound authority to absolute like perfection. They're not the same category. And then when you tack on like the moral direction and guidance that believers often point to as coming from this God, I don't see it moral as a for the person in authority to establish rules that they don't follow themselves. Like that ultimately becomes a hierarchy of power, not anything ethical that's worthy of worship. So, I mean, if it's your fear of hell that's motivating you, okay. But to Thinker's point, what we're talking about is the difference between two things that are deceptive. One, for some reason, you maybe fear
more than the other, meaning you fear God more than Satan. But there, I have not heard a symmetry breaker in any of these things that we've discussed.
When we talk about the homeowner, yes, we know that analogies are scarcely going to accurately portray anything outside of a finite parameter. When we start talking about God, all bets are off. So when we talk about
Why
morality,
though? Why though? Like, before you go, why are all bets off when it comes to God?
all bets are off because God is God. That's a distinct characterization of nothing that we know. There's nothing we can compare ourselves to. If you are the creator of all things,
You should be able to talk without having to use human lips.
Exactly.
You should be
you
able,
should be.
yeah, his commands that he gives, he sends through human mouths. He's the
Uh-huh.
creator of all things, yet he has to communicate through a finite being, a being that you say is flawed. So you expect for a flawed, finite human to tell you the truth 100% that a God said a thing. That's the thing. Like, you have faith. It just sounds like you have faith in the what you're calling a sinful, flawed human to communicate the words and thoughts of your God to you, and you call that sovereign.
Well, it's about perspective. If you believe something, it's not a matter of do you desire to do this or not to do this. You recognize the reality behind what you're believing. So if I see a bridge, I might not want to go on the bridge. But if that bridge is the only way to get across from this point to that point, there you go.
I don't
Where's the
understand that. But like,
bridge?
what?
The
Yeah, because
bridge
point to the bridge.
the bridge is that it's God's way. If we don't conform to God's way, you don't get to the other side.
How do you get the directions to get to the other side?
It's communicated throughout all of the prophets.
Who? Through humans.
Yes.
And you have to trust these flawed, so-called sinful humans to communicate 100% cleanly to you with full integrity.
Yes.
And that would mean that that human would have to be perfect, right? And not fight, not wrestle with their own spirit, their own agendas, their own sinful nature.
Well, where do you get that syllogism? Why would they
Because
have to be perfect?
if for a human to communicate exactly what the God says to you, and you trust that, you would have to trust that that human has no ill intent, because you don't know, you can't verify what a God said to a human's mind. So you would have to trust that that human that's communicating to you doesn't have their own agenda for power or wealth, doesn't have a discriminatory agenda, doesn't have a desire to lie or manipulate or control you, right? That they are operating in full integrity and that they're not wrestling with this so-called sinful nature.
You would have to have all of that. Um, but there is something that we do have called the Holy Spirit, which is able to discern truth when we hear it. And that's what we have. We have Jesus Christ, who is God descended in the flesh, and he spoke, and we hear it. It just resonates to you. You recognize it for its truth. It's not something I can prove to you. That's a requirement of the atheist.
This is faith talk. I'm not talking about like you're claiming that a Holy Spirit would tell you if a prophet was lying to you.
Yes.
Except that isn't true. There is a story in this Bible in Kings where a prophet of your God told that prophet to go to Jeroboam. Do you remember that? Do you know what I'm talking
Yes.
about?
Yes.
What happened to that prophet?
He got eaten by a lion
But why?
because the other prophet told him to go and to have a meal with him.
And did your Holy Spirit tell that prophet that he was being lied to?
No, because the Holy Spirit wasn't given yet.
Did Saul get filled with your God spirit?
Saul had the Spirit abiding for a time, but not in the same capacity that we have him now as Christians after the cross.
But was the Holy Spirit there?
Yes.
Okay. And so your God sat by idling while his prophet got lied to, and then your God punished him for believing another prophet of your God lying to him.
Correct.
And so you're claiming that people who are saved today and have this Holy Spirit don't get lied to by prophets or false prophets, because the Holy Spirit warns them every time.
I believe the Holy Spirit does. The Holy Spirit is residing within you. You are actually a new creation. You're fused with the Holy Spirit. When the Holy Spirit's in you, he never stops talking. You can hear him. You can feel him. He's in every thought, every word, every deed.
So then explain to me why there are so many false pastors in these mega churches lying to, abusing, raping, false prophesying to so many believers of your God who all believe the same way you do, that they have this Holy Spirit. Why is your
I
God
believe
allowing all of these so-called false preachers, these mega pastors who have this agenda of gaining wealth? There was a pastor who was just arrested for misappropriating church funds. He was enslaving some of his church members. He was sexually abusing people in the church. Why was these people who believe in your God, who really believe they have this Holy Spirit, why didn't the Holy Spirit tell them they were under false leadership?
you have Christians and you have counterfeits.
Also, everybody that was in this man's church were all counterfeits. None of them had the Holy Spirit. They just believed they did.
I don't have the ability to say one way or the
That's what
other.
you're saying. Like I asked, why didn't the Holy Spirit tell them that they were being lied to by this prophet that claimed that he was speaking for your God?
You have Christians and you have counterfeits, you have babes in Christ and you have mature. There's a lot of different reasons behind a lot of the things that are going on. You just have prophetic fulfillment. All of this stuff was said to happen. That's why we have to stay very deep inside of Scripture to prevent this kind of thing to happen. The Holy Spirit, we see that there is growth in faith. There is this awareness. We become more mature. As we become more mature, we start to follow in such a manner that we don't really get tripped up with a lot of these prosperity type false doctrines. And we're told that we can recognize them by their fruit.
So the Holy Spirit has a hierarchy. Am I understanding? So like if you are a baby in Christ, the Holy Spirit doesn't talk to you and doesn't warn you that you're being tricked. You have to be more mature in the Holy Spirit for the Holy Spirit to tell you that you're being tricked or lied to.
Well, the Bible narrative is very complicated, to put it in that way, because
I don't think I
none.
asked about the Bible narrative. I'm asking about the Holy Spirit today. Are you saying that the Holy Spirit does not talk to or warn babies in Christ that they are being lied to, that it only talks to mature Christians? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, I understand now. No, the a babe in Christ is a person that their flesh is still.
I know what a babe in Christ is. I'm asking, are you saying that a Holy Spirit? Look, I used to be a missionary, right? I'm not novel to Christianity. My father was a pastor. My family is very religious. My little brother took over my father's church when he died. My mom is an evangelist. My sister is a missionary. My brothers are deacons. Like I am very familiar with the Holy Spirit, with the concept of the Holy Spirit. I used to preach for this God. So I don't need you to explain it to me like I've never like been in church. What I'm asking based on your what you are saying as to why the Holy Spirit does not warn people that they are under these so-called false prophets who are raping children in church, who are taking money from elderly people, misappropriating funds.
We are warned. The question is, are you listening to the warnings?
Okay, so now it's that they're not listening to the Holy Spirit.
It's not a matter of now. It's
Oh, that's not what you said earlier. Earlier, you said that you talked about the babes in Christ. Earlier, you said that the Holy Spirit talks to you the more mature you get in the Holy Spirit.
yes.
And so now you're saying it's the Holy Spirit is warning them, they're just not listening.
So the Holy Spirit is warning, and the more mature you get, the more you listen to the Holy Spirit as opposed to your flesh. So the babe in Christ and the mature person and the Holy Spirit giving warnings to both cases are both the same. But when I try to give the explanation, you cut me off because you have a very experienced background in evangelism and ministry and things of that sort.
Yeah, because right now, I think you're just gaslighting the hell out of us right now.
Gaslighting is, well, you know what gaslighting is, and
Yes.
that doesn't fit what I'm actually
Well,
doing.
Yeah, because you're
but I,
changing your narrative, right? And then trying to pretend as if this is what you were saying all along. Gaslighting is trying to change my perception of my reality. I know what gaslighting is. I'm very articulate and intelligent. Remember, you've told me like 5,000 times.
Told you initially. Now I would not say the
Of
same.
course you
How
wouldn't.
do
Of course you
how you
wouldn't.
gaslight somebody
Like
about
it's
No, you're
gaslighting?
interesting.
cutting me
Like how do
off.
you lose your articulation? How do you
Because you're
lose
cutting
your
me off.
intelligence?
I didn't say
Articulation.
that.
My articulation doesn't have anything to do with me cutting you off. And this
I
is
didn't.
why I told you from the very beginning, don't say it because it's a microaggression. And you thought that you were going to lower my defenses by constantly talking and about how well we speak. We are very intelligent black women and we can peep bullshit from the very beginning. And I don't care whether you think I'm articulate or not. I know that I know how to fucking speak. And I know how to fucking curse too.
Apparently. Now, I'm not saying that there's any issue. I didn't say anything about your intelligence. I just said that you allowed me to speak initially, and then now you're
This I
cutting me
didn't say
off.
anything about allowing you to speak. I said my articulation and my intelligence, and you said now I wouldn't say that. This is what I mean when I say the gaslighting. I listen too. I listen very well. And I know what you said, and I responded to what you said.
Well, I apologize. You seem like you're emotionally flustered right now because your voice is raising and
Okay,
you're using
now
profanity.
now you coming with that.
Yo, shut that
I knew
down.
it wasn't gonna be long. I knew it wasn't gonna be long before that started. You're emotional.
Yeah, shut
You're
that down.
emotionally flustered.
It's full of shit.
because it really doesn't.
Oh, he
Even with
left?
all of this,
What a
it.
loser.
Oh damn. Because I was gonna ask, like, he's talking about this Holy Spirit, which they already do, but what distinguishes the Holy Spirit's guidance from your personal belief? Because what he's in essence saying is that his understanding is the only right way to understand these scriptures. But every other believer up here will tell us they have the Holy Spirit leading them to something completely different, and they want to conveniently ignore that.
His initial answer to that was they're not real Christians. That's why they didn't get warned. And then when I brought that up, then he tried to go to hierarchy. And then when I brought that up, then he tried to go to it's their fault. He is talking to them. Like we can't comprehend what the hell he's doing. Like it's
Yeah,
dishonest.
yeah.
And
It's funny because. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's funny because all the posturing that you can do, all the like things that you can, I don't know, I guess in your world, you grant about the thing. At the very end of the day, complete honesty is out of the question. Like you can't be fully honest and hold this belief. It has to change, and especially when questions come up from angles that you just accepted and not really thought through. The reason why he kept changing is because he don't fucking know, and he never investigated the reason why. He doesn't care to know. That's going to lead to holes in his belief. So he's just going to keep trying to change it and pretend as though he's not. We you at a certain point, everybody that holds this belief is going to do the same thing.
If you get muted in the comments for uh, disrespecting the live rules, which is do not type in caps, you cannot bypass that mute and come on stage. I am going to back up the mods. And if they tell me, if I bring you up not knowing that you were muted, the moment they tell me that you were muted in the chat, I'm going to drop you. It's a simple rule. Don't type in caps. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. Simple as that. Sam
After that.
Sam Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking.
How old are
I
you? And
am.
are
I've
you a
just.
believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? And I'm gonna let you start off with Fee.
Sure. I am 24 years old as of now, and I am on the fence about it. And I wanted to ask you some questions because I wanted to be educated on your point of view as well.
I actually do not answer random questions from the chat unless you are a community member. If you come on stage, it is to have a discussion with us. So if you have questions about the topics we're discussing, and maybe center your questions around the topics we're already discussing, we're more than happy to have that discussion with you.
Of course, of course. From the poster that I see that you posted, says the God of the Bible is the God of deception, lying to Adam and Eve. He is the God of deceivers, can forgive with slash or sacrifice, supremacy, culture, ideology. I agree with that. Um, Personally, I, if I had to say, I identify as Zoroastrian. I don't know if you've heard of this before.
Yes.
Yes. Um, by many historians and scholars, Zoroastrians are believed to be the first monotheistic religion. And the ideology of heaven, hell, the afterlife, and the judgment day are heavily inspired by the Zoroastrian faith. Um, I always ask one of my friends, just to give you a context, one of my colleagues recently was a born again Christian. And, uh, he always came up to me and said, look, this has changed my life. And, I'm pretty much born again and I believe in Christ. And I say, look, it's good for you, good in everything. And the one thing that he always brings up is like, you need to come to church and, come with me to church and read the Bible. And the first thing that pops up in my head, and I gave him an analogy, um, and I said, if you go to a bakery and you talk to the cashier and you buy a bread, you thank the cashier, and then if you want to learn how good the bread is, you talk to the baker. Why are you praising the cashier rather than the baker? And in that analogy, he never was able to kind of give me an answer. He brushed it over. So the whole concept of the Bible was then shattered. Just to put an insert, I see a lot of comments. Cannot
Hold
read
on,
all of
don't
them.
don't 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 refer to the comments while you're on stage. I'm a little bit confused here because I don't talk about Ahura Mazda here. The conversations here are about the God of the Bible, and when I asked if you were a believer of the God of the Bible, you said that you're in the middle. Like, are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible, or are you a follower of a Honda Mazda. Um, I'm not sure what we're talking about right now.
I see. I see. No, Roger that. No, I do not believe in the God of the Bible, practically based on the facts that you have listed in your poster, which I agree with. And yeah, if we forget about Zoroastrian, yeah, I do not believe it purely also based on the facts of the poster that you have it as your display.
Okay.
The
Um,
problem is the prompt assumes like it grants the existence of the God. So I don't know how you get that it doesn't exist from the prompt.
Sorry, you were breaking out a little bit. Apologies. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I said the problem is that the prompt grants the existence of the God. So I don't know how you're getting from the prompt that it doesn't exist.
no, what are you talking about? He said the God doesn't exist?
Yeah, he said he doesn't believe in the existence of the God based on the prompt, but the prompt
Oh, he's saying that he doesn't
grants the
believe in the
existence.
biblical God based on the things that I'm saying. That's what he's saying.
Correct. Correct.
Mm,
Yeah,
Based on
he's saying
the
he agrees
Christian
with
Bible.
me about the
I
biblical God.
agree. Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
he's a follower of Zoroastrianism. So you actually wouldn't fit the conversations that we're having in here, because I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in the God of the Bible, or atheists.
I see. My mistake. I stumbled on this live quite just very I just was scrolling and I came up. But anyways, I will get off this chat because I know who's your target audience. Yeah, and I wish you all the best. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Nutty, that nutty broad. That's not. Is that? That's not. Legacy. You cannot come up. I done told you that already. I don't know why you don't request it again.
God damn it, Freaky Frank is back. Vash needs to come up here.
Who is Freaky Frank? Oh, the Franks.
Did you see? Yes.
Who?
Freaky Frank is back.
the hot dog man.
Oh, never. Coach CJ. Fee.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, good morning. How are you, Coach? What's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 30.
Can you speak up just a little bit? My volume's low. It could just be me now.
My bad. My bad. I'm 30.
Okay. And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Believer.
Okay. Which topic would you like to choose? Their topics are the ones in red.
The Adam and Eve story of Genesis doesn't make sense.
All right. Well, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I just think it's a lot of allegories in it. I think you kind of gotta read it with a understanding of biblical context, and just understand that everything in there isn't talking like they're not
Can you
talking about a
speak
literal
up? Like you
tree.
sound like you're far away from the phone. Are you able to get closer to the
Well,
phone?
I don't. My phone act like this when I don't have my headphones in. I'm sorry, I don't have my headphones, but
Okay.
I'll try to speak closer to it. Is this better?
Yeah, a little bit
Yeah,
better.
that's better.
All right. I just believe that the story is got a lot of allegories because I hear some people say, "Oh, Adam and Eve are the first humans," and it doesn't say that because in Genesis, I think the chapter before that, when they start talking about Adam and Eve, it says that God created male and female. He created them. So on that day, on that last day, he had already created mankind and humans alike. So I believe when the story gets to Adam and Eve, it's more so talking about how God chose Adam and made Eve not as like from the dirt and from ribs, but just using allegories as he brought Adam up from out of the bottom
and made Eve his wife from someone closely related to him in that sense.
So when you read that and you determine that it's allegory, and another Christian reads it and they take it literally, because I was taught that it was literal, there was nothing allegorical about it. Which one of us is right?
I was taught that as well. I was taught that it was literal, and that it was a literal snake talking to a human, and I mean it's just logically deducing that none of that stuff could possibly happen. So you just have to read it. Like once you read on in Genesis and further throughout the Bible, like the explanations that start to come to you about what Genesis 1 is, what Genesis 2 is actually talking about. But absolutely not. It's not to be taken literal. Like I think that's just low IQ to even think that.
But you don't see the problem with if you read further in Genesis, then the answers will come to you, realizing that the same answers don't come to every person that reads it.
Well, I'm of the believer. I'm of the belief that most people read like below a fifth grade level, and don't really even have the patience to stay and read and keep reading. Because when I grew up in church, most people, like most times we read the Bible, they would never read a whole chapter. Like I can't actually recall sitting in church and reading a whole chapter from beginning to end in church. So I didn't get this understanding from no level of Christianity, and I don't subscribe to Christianity. So when I say I'm a believer, I'm not saying in the sense of what everyone else follows. Like, so they probably
All
have
right,
to
I'm
like
not.
ask a different question because I'm not like the last guy that was up here.
Well, neither that's the that's that's the case for all of y'all, and I think that's the point that you're missing. But my question is, you do believe though that what your understanding of this story and this Bible and this God is the correct understanding?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know that? Because everybody else that's come up before you, and damn near every Christian that will come up after you will tell us the exact same thing with as much confidence. How do you know that?
Because I mean, I just believe I can read. Like Christians don't read the Bible. You know, I grew up in the church, and we literally did not read the Bible, a whole chapter of it. Like you stay in the same books, you stay in the same verses. Like you don't read the whole Bible in church. Never have they done that. Bible study is a waste of time. They're not studying the Bible. They're not studying the history of it. They're not even trying to. They really stay in just the New Testament and
It,
church, and
that,
barely read that. So I mean, it's
right.
just
The amount of what's being read is irrelevant to the question that I'm asking you. Ultimately, what I'm saying is that God's will seems to only ever be known through human interpretation. And that interpretation and the conclusions that are reached as a part of that interpretation vary from person to person. The God you worship, nobody knows. The God that you read about and you think about, you pray to and meditate on, absolutely no other person on this planet has access to except you. So I don't think that saying that other believers only read a verse or two or cherry pick resolves the question that I'm asking. The prompt is the Adam and Eve story in Genesis doesn't make sense. And I agree that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense literally or metaphorically. But your response to it seems to be that people need to read more chapters or more verses in the Bible before reaching their conclusions. And my point is, you're still the person reaching the conclusion. This isn't coming from God's mind, it's coming from yours. No
I mean,
message.
I wasn't speaking as if I was God. I wasn't trying to say that. I'm just saying that's what I believe my understanding would be, and I think more people would come to that understanding if they continued to read. But I know for a fact they don't, because I was once in the Christian church. So that's I wasn't speaking as like, oh, I'm God and God told me personally that this is the truth. I'm not saying that.
But you did just confirm to me that your understanding is the correct one.
I mean, yeah, that's what I believe. But
Okay, so you are.
I don't believe it's through God telling me this. Like I don't. I'm not saying that. Like I got a personal. I can call God up and be like, "Hey, yo, is this right?" And I'm not saying that.
So how are you different from what? How is your perspective different from another
I
Christian's
just,
perspective?
I, I
The
just,
only
I just,
hold on a second. The only difference is the number of verses that you read. Everything else is symmetrical.
that matters. I mean, in any case, in any subject, if I have more information on the subject, I'm going to be more knowledgeable about it in science and history and math and anything. So it's the same thing with the Bible. If you have read less of it, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
But no matter how much you read of it, you're still coming up with your own conclusions. You're in the same camp. You just read more. Like you
I
just got more punches on your library card. That doesn't mean that your understanding is correct.
mean, yeah, one can say that, but I mean, if this is coming from someone who's read less of it, how am I supposed to even consider what you're saying right now? Like, if you haven't even in any subject, I'm saying, if you're telling me right now that I have read less of it, and I know I've read more of it and studied more of it, I'm not gonna really take what you're saying seriously.
Okay, well,
Not disrespectfully, but just I gotta, you just told me that you're not researching it like I am. So,
that's
and I know that.
I didn't tell you that, coach. I've read this book. I was a Christian for over
Oh
30
no,
years of my life.
I was using
Oh,
you as an
stop.
example,
Okay,
not
well,
you
stop because
personally.
you right, but you're talking about something that I'm not talking about. You seem to be comparing your theological stance with another Christian's theological stance who may have not read more of the Bible than you have. What I am saying is that I don't see either of you doing anything different beyond the number of words that you read because ultimately you are reaching a conclusion about God that matches your preference. You are determining what is metaphorical. You are determining what is literal. You are the creator in this situation. You're the author in this situation, not the God. I've read this book, which is why I don't believe this God. I mean, I don't believe the shit in the book. But that doesn't necessarily mean that what you're talking about substantiates or makes your position on this God and what he wants, desires, or doesn't like more tenable than another Christian. It's the same process.
I sent you an invite, coach.
Hello, am I?
Hmm.
Hear me? Oh, okay, my bad. Well, again, I'm not speaking like I'm the ultimate expert, and I'm not telling people to just believe my interpretation of it because I said so. I'm saying I know from my experience in growing up in Christianity, they don't teach you the Bible in there. They're not teaching you what it actually says, and I think most people would agree with that. Who's not in Christianity, that they're not really teaching you the Bible. So I'm saying once I actually started reading, I can see that, oh, it's just a lack of context and understanding why they don't understand what Genesis is, especially because that's the topic what Adam and Eve is talking about. Because you haven't continued to read, like, context matters. So I mean, if you continue reading something out, I'm sure your understanding of it will become more clear the more you read.
Yeah, I still don't think we're talking about the same thing because you say Genesis is metaphorical, and if you continue to read it, you'll understand that based on the context of the Bible. You also mentioned that most Christians don't read the Bible before concluding the things that they conclude about the message or the God. But when you personally say God wants, God is pleased, this is metaphorical, what process are you using to make sure that those statements are not just your preferences being projected onto God and that they're actually the things that represent what the God wants or how the God wants you to understand something?
The context you got to continue to read. Like, I mean, that's literally the answer. The more you continue to read, the more your understanding will grow. So I mean, that's the only answer I can really give. I'm not going to
So,
tell you
can you
that.
give us an
Just
example? Like I heard you say in
okay.
Bars Live
I,
Hold on.
that I heard you say in Bars Live that the rib is symbolic or metaphorical for another nation, right?
no, someone closely related to Adam's
In the
nation.
same nation.
Yeah,
The
the
rib
same nation.
equals Adam, like a nation, right?
No, the rib doesn't. When it says made from his rib, I think there's I can't recall it right now, but somewhere else in the Bible, there that same reference towards a rib being like a closer relative is made for someone like I believe I know it's in the Old Testament, but I can't
Right, but
pull up what it is.
how would she be a closer relative? Like there would have to be other people, right?
There definitely were other people on the last day of creation before God rested. He created male and female. He
You do
created
realize that those are two different creation stories. They're not to be read simultaneously. Genesis 2 was
what do
written
you mean?
way before Genesis 1.
Uh, well, I've never heard that argument ever. I've never heard that.
It's not
Well,
an
now that you've heard
argument.
it,
That's
Well,
scholarship. That's scholarship. Genesis 2
what
is
can
older. Is
can you
an
pull up the
older
scholarship?
creation story than Genesis 1. They were not written by the same people. Um, they're written at two different times, and Genesis 2 is older.
Yeah. What scholarship is that?
It's biblical scholarship. Like you can read.
Okay.
Actually, I have.
Yeah.
Let me get
'Cause,
the scholars for you, the books as well.
I mean, if it's biblical
It's
scholarship, I
yeah, it's
believe there would
biblical
be.
scholarship. I just want to make sure I give you the right names. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
So
I mean,
I
you're saying
fuck
I
up
got
names
more
like a
reading to
motherfucker.
do. But,
Yeah, don't address the chat.
oh, I can't read the comments. My bad.
you can read the
You can
comments.
read them. You
Yeah.
can't address them.
Oh, okay, okay. Damn.
I also think, while I think it's pulling up that book, it's just interesting how frequently believers reference context, right? Like, context shouldn't require belief to function. Like, it shouldn't be predicated upon what I already believe. And a non-univocal text is not going to have a single controlling context. So when believers say, oh, well, you just have to keep reading to get the context, that's like saying get the context of the library downtown. And the fact that the scholarship that Thinker is about to pull up now that shows us the dating of when Genesis 2 was written compared to Genesis 1, the JEDP hypothesis that Bash refers to all the time, where you can see these patterns of the source. Is this a priestly source? Is this a Yahweh source? Like all of those things, like that's completely shifted to the side. And what they say is context is what they already believe to be true about the story.
I mean, this would be new information to me personally. I promise you, I would never have heard this. So I'm very interested in knowing where that comes from because I never heard that before.
Sorry, I had to sign in to every end, so I gotta go to 3 different fucking websites just to authenticate and all that shit. It's hard, but I'm finally in. So, there is a book by James L. Kugel called "How to Read the Bible." Richard Friedman, who wrote the Bible. These two right here go deep into the JEDP that Fee was just talking about, and they go into the scholarship behind when specific text was written, what the interpretations were, like what the ancient interpretations were, and how they morphed into modern day interpretation. Are you there?
We can't hear you when you off the app. So if you Googling whatever, and you're responding, we can't hear that.
Mr. Coach.
Are you?
Mr. Coach is a hat on a hat, right?
Someone in the comments said, "Coach, get in the Asade."
Oh my gosh. The Haasane.
You think you smart, huh?
Just a little
You
bit.
speak
Just a little
so
bit.
articulate. I cannot stand that. I remember one time I was pitching
I hate
in
it.
front of some investors, and I was the only black person pitching. It was all white men, and I'm the only woman, the only black woman, the only black person. I like after everybody pitches, like they ask them questions, like they drill into their tech, into their deck, into their plan, like they ask them questions. After I pitch, they go, "I know your family is so proud of you."
Ew.
Wow.
Yes. They start talking
Wow.
about how amazing it is to see, like, for me to be there, and like start talking about my smile. And I'm like, I just wanted to shrink in my seat, because you can't ask me questions about my marketing plan, about my tech, about my acquisition, about my traction, right? You got to talk about the fact that I'm a black woman doing this, and how important it is for my community, and how proud my parents must be of me. You didn't do that to the white boys. Like, it was so fucking belittling. Like, ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. All I ever hear is, dang, you talk good for a darkie.
Yeah. One time so an investor called me, and I'm talking to him on the phone, and he asked me, he was like, "So how did you figure all this out?" And I said, "I read books." And he was like, "You fucking read books and then figured it out just from reading books?" And I said, "Yeah." Because I'm talking to him, like, just answering questions, and he goes, "They do exist." Like, just yells out, "Ha ha, they do exist." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, what exists?" And he's like, "You're a fucking superhuman." And he's like, "Holy shit, they do exist." And I'm like, this motherfucker just called me a superhuman because I can read books and fucking learn and apply what the fuck I learned, retain what the fuck I read. I gotta be a fucking superhuman.
Has he never seen someone graduate high school?
I was thinking the same thing.
That part.
Like, honestly, I feel like it's because I'm black. Like,
I'm gonna start saying the same. Oh my goodness, you speak so. You know what? So do you. I'm surprised. Where did you learn it? Like, how did you get access to information and dictionaries? Look, if we start being just as surprised at their accomplishments, or even just who they are, stop saying that shit to us. But it just shows the underlying belief system that they have about black people and black women specifically. And it pisses me off. Like, and then the moment you call it out, oh, well, I didn't mean it like that. Then what did you mean? Sit with what you actually meant, and why the belief that you hold that caused you to mean that. Where did that come from? They don't want to do that.
I felt like just weird. Like, I didn't even answer that motherfucker's phone calls no more. Like, I felt so weird. Coach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
Did you get the names?
Did I get what? No, no, I had. I'm just coming back. You seen I put back in the chat that I'm sorry I had a phone
Oh,
call, but I didn't
um,
hear anything.
yeah. So James L. Kugel, Kugel, How to Read the Bible.
How to read the Bible?
And
Okay.
then Richard Friedman, who wrote the Bible. And both of these go into detail on ancient interpretations, the proposed dates of the text. It goes into the JEDP that Fee was talking about just a minute ago, which is a document hypothesis that biblical scholars use to identify specific writers of the text. So I said check writers of the text.
Think about that money.
Man,
Freudian slip.
I'm still thinking about the fucking investors.
I know, right?
The So the
No,
JEDP,
James.
the J would be the Yahwehist in Judah. The E represents the Elohists in the north because they were polytheists. And then the P would be the priestly writers, and then D would be the writers of the Deuteronomistic history. And so
Okay.
you can see once you learn the styles of these writers and the culture. Thank you. You can see when these writers redact, when you can see whose theology is being pushed in a specific text, when a specific writer of one of these four sect of writers would have come in and redacted or interpolated. Um,
Okay.
yeah, but like
I think
what
I think I
scholar,
actually heard of James L. Kugel. I think I have heard his
pretty
name
good
before.
writer, pretty good writer. I actually
Yeah,
read
he's
that
pretty.
book on live. uh like when I first started doing lives, I used to end the live with the hour of reading, and I actually read that book. I think I do both of them, How to Read the Bible and Who Wrote the Bible, I
Damn,
think.
I'm late. I'm late to the camp. Y'all been over here learning and educating over here.
Yeah.
I've been in the dumb people chats.
We've been doing this for 2 years and a couple of months now. But
Okay.
so Genesis 1 is according to biblical scholars and textual critics, Genesis 1 was written by the Elohists in the north. And this is their idea of how the God created. He was, divine. But also, a cool thing that I found out is that it was written after the time of David because of David was seen as like the poet king, and David turns the God into the poet God, and it's a literature. It's like the word, right? And so the writers in the North, when they're writing at this time, this whole literature God is in, what's being considered to be divine, and that's how the Elohists in the North write about how their idea of God creates the earth. And but the text of the what that the Yahweh had was going by, the monotheistic followers of this God in the South, was already in rotation, and that God is personable. Personal. It creates with its hands. It talks to the humans. It walks among them. That makes sense. Like you can see the difference in the culture. Like at the beginning of Genesis 2, there it repeats about the Sabbath, I think like 2 or 3 times. And what the scholars say is that that is an interpolation added by the priest, right? The priest wrote that in because they wanted to push the idea of the theology of the Sabbath.
Okay. But I would just, and I understand that things may have been written, out of time because a lot of
Or
stuff
written on a
was
time.
lost. Yeah, written. My bad. Was written during certain different times, and then they were placed in chronological order of what made sense. Because I understand that a lot of the books and scribes and stuff like that was lost in wars and just a lot of stuff going on back then. So there was a lot of rewriting of stuff, and then people having to use like their basically their memory because they didn't have any copies. So I know a lot of people was writing stuff off the top of the head trying to come off of it. So that makes sense.
Well, who told you that? Like, are you saying that the writers in the North told the story of from memory, like retelling a story that was previously
That it was
destroyed?
like it was like it was some sort of oral tradition. It started as some sort of oral tradition before it was written down. And
But you
when
do
it
realize that
was
these were
time,
two different kingdoms. The North was a more advanced kingdom than the South, and when the North got destroyed by Assyria, they didn't like merge
you're
with the
talking about
South.
You're talking about the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of Israel, right?
Right. When they operated as two different kingdoms. The north was more advanced, more powerful, more wealthy, more intelligent. The
They
south
had more
was, I'm
tribes.
sorry.
It was 10 tribes
You,
in the north.
that doesn't matter. Like, I'm not talking about the amount of tribes. David was in the south, and like the north, there's no archaeological evidence that these two kingdoms were ever united when David or Solomon would have lived. There's no evidence that these two kingdoms were under David. No archaeological evidence. There's no evidence in the north that they even saw David as a king that they would be subject to. Right. At the time that the North operated, the South was really small. They were still illiterate. Um, they had maybe a population of 2,000. They didn't actually start growing. Do you have another phone call or something? Because I don't want to repeat that. Yeah, I that's why I give names of books. Another book that you can read, Forgive Yourself. You can read Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel by Francesca Strapakofa novel. I don't know how to say her last name. That goes into detail about the claim of the United Kingdom. You can also read who's blocked. The person that I'm talking to got blocked.
Crash out. He's crash out.
I didn't block me. What are you talking
Oh, you can also read um, the Bible Unearthed, Archaeology's New Vision of Ancient Israel by Israel Finkelstein. Finkelstein is kind of a controversial archaeologist. There are a lot of biblical scholars who disagree with them, but he's very. I don't know. I haven't found anything that he said that seems like there's a bias. Um, Other than the fact that I think he's a little bit biased towards the North. I feel like he might be a little bit biased towards the North, but he gives the South credit where credit is due. But that's a good one to read if you want to look at like archaeology and stuff like that. He kind of tells it like it is. But what was I saying? What was my point behind this? Yeah, the kingdoms. There's no the when King Cyrus came in and destroyed the north. Assyria destroyed the north and deported the 10 tribes. Only a few of them escaped into the south. Not a lot of them escaped into the south. And so this idea that they had to like rewrite their traditions because they lost them, that doesn't quite make sense, because the north and the south were like, they weren't one kingdom even after they were destroyed.
Well, I thought we were talking about Adam and Eve, and you were bringing up
Yeah,
the
yeah, because they wrote the north are the writers of
the
Genesis
writer.
1, and you brought up Genesis 1 to say that that the story is saying that there were other humans on earth before Adam and Eve. Did you forget
Yeah,
that?
but I mean, logically speaking, that would have to be the case, and just because something was written before doesn't mean
That, not logically
now it
speaking,
can.
we're talking about what the story says. Your claim is that Eve comes from the story is saying that Eve is from the same nation as Adam. But the
Right.
story is saying that Adam was created first and then Eve was created after the animals. You're making a claim based on Genesis 1 being read synonymously. And what I'm saying is it does not compute, because Genesis 1 is a completely different narrative that was written centuries later than Genesis 2. They're
Yeah,
not meant
and
to be read in chronological order, is what I'm saying.
I mean, And what I would say is it was a reason that the people who combine the Bible today put it in that order, because it just makes logical sense to believe that humans were created first and then came, you know, the
Except
Genesis
that's
one.
not
It
what
just
they're
makes
saying. That's not why they did that. That's what, okay.
It's the only way it makes
That's
sense.
what you are interpreting it to mean, and what I'm doing is, I'm questioning your interpretation. This is what Fee was asking you, right? Like as far as your whole context thing. And I asked you to give us an example because I remember you saying in Bar's live or Easy's live, I can't remember whose live you were in. I remember you saying that Eve represented, that the rib was a nation, and that what the story is saying, that Eve came from the same nation as Adam. And then you said Adam was a nation, Eve was a nation. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that, but I wasn't saying that Eve was a nation. I was saying Eve was from Adam's nation, like she was a close relative to him, because it's my understanding that they placed Genesis 1 first because there were already humans created, like Genesis 1 says. Then it goes into Genesis 2 about how Adam was rose from the dust, like coming from the bottom, started from the bottom. Now he's here. And that's the allegory to it. The trees represent nations and people. The fruit represent doctrine. It's not talking about an actual fruit, an actual snake. That's my understanding.
The fruit and the,
What?
yeah, like again, you're making, this is, I don't like talking to teacups. Like I can't do this. Like, are you able to be present in this conversation?
Yeah, yeah. No, I am. I gotta use my phone for work, so I'm listening to everything, and I can just click back over to
Okay.
respond. But I
Uh,
may need to look up something right quick. But I'm hearing everything.
okay. Um, in the Hebrew, the fruit represents um a moral conscience awakening, them eating that fruit. It doesn't represent doctrine. That isn't true. And we can see that because we have the Hebrew text, which is a contextual language, right? And we can look at the Hebrew language and understand, and we'll get some sense of understanding of what the writer was trying to convey when they wrote that. So it is an etiological tale. It's not meant to be read literally. I agree with you there. But the fruit doesn't represent doctrine. That isn't true. The trees do not represent family lines. Is that what you said?
Yeah, nations, and
It
and
doesn't.
I think you kind of explained the fruit better than I did, because I didn't really mean doctrine. I kind of meant more what you said, like different. What did you say again? Can you, like, morality is or
Yeah,
something?
it
You said?
represents
Yeah.
like when they ate from the tree, they had a moral consciousness awakening, like a somewhat similar
Right.
to like a
Right.
spiritual awakening.
Right. Right.
Hmm.
And yeah, and that's basically what I mean. It was like a philosophy, almost like the fruit represent philosophy. So trees, let me just get
Wisdom.
this off so you understand what I'm saying exactly. And trees do represent wisdom, but I believe in the case of Genesis 2, I think is representing like different, and maybe you could be. I think maybe yours could be sound. I think it makes a little more sense if it does. If the trees represent wisdom in what you're saying. So I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it more and do some more studying. But for sure, we both agree that it's not literal. That a literal tree and a literal snake is, we agree on that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get an understanding of what you were talking to Fee about, right? And how you are applying this so-called context to get your interpretation. And what it sounds like to me is you're not actually using literary context. You're kind of applying your modern knowledge and reading it back into the text and saying this would make sense if it was this. Like you're kind of doing, you're not really using the text, you're not using the Hebrew language, you're not using history or archaeology. You're using your modern knowledge.
Wait, but I mean, but we both agree that it's not talking about a
I
literal
don't
fruit. Like
agree
we
that the
would, yeah.
trees are nations. I don't agree that the rib is a nation. I don't agree that Adam represents a nation and that Eve is just somebody in his tribe or nation within his family. I don't agree with that. That's
So
what you're reading into the text. The text doesn't represent any of that, not even in the Hebrew. Like, I don't agree with that.
okay, so what understanding do you have of Genesis 2 with Adam and Eve?
Again, it's an etiological tale that talks about the from the this writer's perspective, their God is a monotheistic God that created man from dust, and he built a garden, an enclosure in Mesopotamia. He saw that the man was alone, and he created animals next. Then he created a helper for him, an Azer, which was a strong opposite to him, not a companion, not a wife. He created a opposite for him. They were naked, and this represents a time where humans did not wear clothes. They lacked prudence in their mind. The writer uses a play on the word aram, which means to be wise and prudent and have rational thinking, which is what the word that is used to describe the serpent's wisdom, the serpent being cunning. The serpent was aram. He was wise. He or she was wise, was a prudent thinker, cynical, or rational thinker. The writer is saying that Adam and Eve lacked the wisdom that the serpent had, and they were not ashamed. But at the same time, it's kind of like doing a double work. At the same time, it's saying this is at a time frame where humans didn't wear clothes and there was no shame, right? Then as they gain this wisdom, is explaining why humans have to decide morality and why there isn't this outside source that automatically tells us what's right or what's morally good and what's morally bad. Humans just took this on and took on the place of God and put themselves in the place of God to decide morality, right? It's describing that. It's explaining why snakes don't have legs. It's explaining why women have pain through childbirth. It also explains the switch from matriarchal societies to patriarchal societies, and where the mother goddess worship begins to be stomped out because men now have to rule over the Azer, because the Azer caused man to fall, and it is women who cause society to fall, so men have to take the place of a ruling. So it's the switch from matriarchal to patriarchal societies. Then they go from wearing leaves as clothes to wearing animal skin as clothes. They go from eating trees and vegetables in agriculture to using the millstone to make outside the garden. They will work and use the millstone to make bread. The author says this is why man has to leave his mother and his father and cleave to his wife. At this time when the writer is writing, marriage is already a thing, right? And the working is already a thing, and the author is like, this is why we have to work by the sweat of our brow, right? Like it's explaining why. It's answering the why of things from this author's perspective. Does that make sense?
Because I had
I mean,
never thought about this before, thinking until you just read that. Who the fuck would be the mother to leave at that time? Like, that
Right.
it's not literal, because they didn't have that. Eve hadn't had children at that point.
yeah, Tinker, you said a lot there. I don't agree with a lot of what you said, but
The
I,
thing is that
but
I
we
can back mine up with textual criticism, with reading the Hebrew and pointing to all of it in
so
Hebrew.
can I.
Hold on. But what I'm asking you to do, which you have failed to do, is show us how you get yours. And all we hear is you're using your modern language. Like, you aren't able to point to the text and say this word means family. like this for tree means family. You aren't able to point to historical or cultural context. You'll just say, I think it's this, or this is what it means, and expecting us to just be like, okay. I'm asking you to show us, give us an example of what you were telling Fee.
With all due respect, Thinker, you haven't showed me anything either. You just repeated.
I gave you the definition of words in Hebrew, like, and I gave you two books. I can't show you because I'm on my phone. I can't pull up anything on the screen. You're just saying you disagree, right? Without giving any reason for disagreeing. And again, you have not shown us or proven to us. One second. You have not or proven to us what you are saying as far as a tree equals a nation, right? Like you would have to point to the Hebrew and say this word right here means family. That for tree, it means nation, right? This word for rib right here means nation, or Adam means nation. Adamah means can mean humanity. It can also mean ground, but it doesn't mean nation. It doesn't mean tribe. So you would have to point to the literary text, right? And show us that. And then, but you also, with your disagreeing and the things that I share with you, you would also have to like explain using textual criticism why you disagree.
Okay, so let me just say that I'm not saying that the Hebrew word for tree in Genesis 2 says family. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that even in Hebrew, they were speaking in metaphors and allegories, and you would still have to read in context what they mean by tree in Hebrew. You would still have to read it in context, because it doesn't mean, just because it says tree in Hebrew as well, it still doesn't mean they're talking about a literal tree.
It Hebrew, does in this context. It does in Genesis 2.
So in Genesis 2, the context means a literal tree.
Yes.
But you just said it didn't.
I did not say that. I did not say. I said the fruit represents a moral conscience. I did not say tree.
So moral conscience come from trees?
No, the fruit. There is a difference between the word pre. The word pre, like you're about to make me start cussing your ass out like I did the other day.
I know, because you're cut right
now. No, because you're fucking stupid. In Hebrew, the word for fruit is pre, you dumb fuck. And the word for tree is eitz, you dumb fuck. Those are two different fucking words. And you're so fucking stupid and so egotistical that you cannot fucking learn shit.
This is again a
this is
perfect.
We
pathetic.
agree that it's not a tree, right?
Fruit isn't a tree. Fruit grows on a tree, you dumb fuck. But it also isn't a fucking rib.
No, I'm asking you, what do you, is it a literal tree it's talking about?
The tree in the garden is a tree. The fucking fruit on the tree represents a moral consciousness. Goddamn, the tree isn't the fruit. The fruit isn't the tree. They're two fucking different things.
I know that.
No, evidently you fucking don't. And then like this whole motherfucking stupid shit, as like I'm sitting here having a, shut the fuck up. I'm sitting here wasting my motherfucking time on you, having a civil conversation with you. And then the moment you think that you got some fucking gotcha, you start acting like some misogynist ass bitch. This is why women don't want to waste their time. Like I actually, if I was Eve in the fucking garden, shut the fuck up. If I was Eve in the fucking garden, I'd have left y'all bitch asses in that motherfucker dumb as fuck. I wouldn't have turned around and shared knowledge with y'all for shit. Because this doesn't make any fucking sense for me to sit here and share information with you, talk to you like you can actually comprehend, and then you turn around and try to turn this shit into a fucking competition. That shit is fucking stupid.
You started the competition type shit.
What the fuck you did when you started all this? You got got. You did.
I did.
Yes, the fuck you did, you dumb motherfucker. Now I've lost all motherfucking respect for your ass. There's no point in me approaching this conversation with you from an intellectual point. You want to fucking box? We can box, you dumb fuck. the rib
You
and
can't.
the Azair in this
You can't
fucking the
box.
Azair in this motherfucking story means that she was your fucking supervisor, bitch. It means that she was exactly to your ass what the God was supposed to be. You wasn't created special, motherfucker. You were a motherfucking mud bot. The God looked at your ass and said, I can't do anything with this motherfucker. Let me create an Azair to help this piece of shit out. Because the only
And y'all
motherfucking
see how
thing that y'all motherfuckers was supposed to do in that goddamn garden is prune some trees, and you couldn't even
y'all see how
fucking
she
do that shit by your motherfucking
then y'all see
self.
how she
Your God needed to create a motherfucking woman to help you prune trees. And then you turn y'all the story is just talking about why you motherfuckers deserve to leave because you have a dick. And your dick doesn't do shit. Like even now, women satisfy themselves without your dick. Now, I didn't want to have to talk bad to your dumbass. I sat here and I tried. Like, I tried to approach you, even forgetting the
you ain't
fact that
hurt
you
my
called.
feelings.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, the fuck I did. That's why your
You ain't
dumbass
hurt
started
shit.
all that. That's why your dumbass started all that. Oh, you
You
gotcha.
dumb as hell.
I gotcha. Because you can't explain the dumb shit that you're fucking
You
sitting
heard.
here saying about
You heard.
Adam being a fucking nation and the real being a fucking nation. You don't know how to approach this shit. And you got offended because I said you're using your modern day language, your modern day knowledge and reading back into this shit. You're fucking jealous that a woman knows this shit and you gotta sit at my fucking feet and not the other way around. You dumb fuck. Y'all get on my motherfucking nerves and then y'all wonder why don't nobody want y'all asses.
Yeah,
It
this is
is.
real life pathetic.
And the only thing that I was trying to say earlier before like he started acting like that is the approach is very different. When you read this text, you already know what it must mean before you read it. So your conclusion or the story that you're trying to fit these details into have to match it. So that's gonna guide how you interpret it. And all thinker is saying that we don't have that preconceived idea. So what we are able to do is say, okay, what is this word in Hebrew? What was the original word? How was it used? What does scholarship say? What does the evidence say? And we can allow the evidence to speak for itself. You're not doing that. And when asked to say, okay, well, so walk us through how you got to this as a nation. Explain that thought process to us so we can see what we're missing. You just resort to acting like you were doing for the last 10 minutes, which is absolutely unproductive.
A waste of motherfucking time because all this motherfucker want to do is try to validate the dumb shit he know. He don't want to fucking learn. He don't want to learn shit. He thinks he's a fucking Israelite. Motherfucker ain't Aramaean. He ain't this motherfucker will literally try to say that he's from fucking Iraq or Mesopotamia, sitting there with a whole ass big ass nose from Africa. You ain't Iranian. You are not Iraqi.
Who was
You're
Africa
not
named after?
fucking Sumerian. You're not a fucking Israelite. The story says these people in this book are from Syria, motherfucker. And then your dumbass think that Syria was Africa and the fucking Levant area. You didn't even know what the fuck the Levant area was until Barr had to tell you that shit. Talking about you a fucking Israelite. And then try to say that you from the fucking tribe of Judah. Judah was a fucking great granddaddy at 30 years old. So how the fuck are you going to say that your lineage comes from a compressed motherfucking made up ass lineage in this fucking book? His entire lineage is made the fuck up. No one is a great granddaddy when they're fucking 30. He was already a fucking granddaddy when they went to Egypt. The shit is fucking fake. You ain't from no fucking tribe of Judah.
Ha ha.
I mean, so what's the point of the prop? Is the book fake? You could have just said that and did it.
Do you know what an internal critique is? I
I
mean,
mean, this is
we've said
that's
this a
not
million.
different.
No, no, it is. Like we've said this a million times to every single one of y'all that have come up here. If y'all kept y'all's beliefs to yourself, as well as your purple shirts and megaphones and your fists, then maybe we wouldn't have to have conversations about your belief systems if they remained private, which is where they should stay. But unfortunately, we are subjected as women to being told by men that we shouldn't speak. Our children have to have the fucking 10 commandments and prayer led at school because y'all don't realize that your beliefs can be yours, but they don't have to be ours. I don't know why that's a difficult concept for you guys to grasp.
And like this whole fucking
Let me ask a
attitude
question.
of I like this y'all can't learn for shit because y'all always trying to compete with some motherfucking body. Like that's why you and I think you were on Bars Live talking about how the black community need to come together, motherfucker. You had an opportunity to fucking learn and you squandered that bullshit because of your fucking ego. I can't stand motherfuckers like you. You cannot
It's a
learn
lot of it.
shit. You can't learn shit because you always in fucking competition. You the type of motherfucker that's intimidated by intelligent women. You the same motherfucker that was on this live the other day calling the woman that you
But I'm
plan
here.
on marrying a bitch. You the same motherfucker that was on this live the other day talking about how you tell your woman she can't dress a certain way because you fucking insecure. You would probably beat her in her fucking brain if she talked like me. If she thought like me because you fucking insecure.
Nah, we just wouldn't be together.
Cause you insecure.
Cause I don't want you. The hell?
No,
That's
motherfucker,
crazy.
you don't want
What?
any intelligent woman. You don't
What?
want any confident woman. You too
I
fucking
can
insecure.
I can guarantee you, my girl's smarter than you. I can guarantee.
Not if What? she was your dumb man. Come on
I
now.
can guarantee
Come
you.
on now. Y'all don't even logically
Then what
follow
the
that.
fuck
It
is your bitch
there
ass
is
doing
shit.
sitting here talking to me then? Go fucking sit at her
We
fucking
was
feet,
having a problem.
bitch.
What?
I did
Block
not
his dumb
realize you were the
ass.
same person.
Block his dumb ass.
He, I was about to say he's in competition with women because he's the world's oldest girl. He he has a problem because when he was in bars live, that's why he goes on his crash out page, but he can't really help it. He started off this exact same way in bars live with black people ought to come together and blah 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 blah, and then it devolved into exactly what this devolved into.
Remember the other
He's
day
the
he was in
exact
here.
same
I
way.
fuck with you though, thinker. I fuck with you.
Mm-hmm.
Now all
Mm-hmm.
of a sudden, like you in fucking intimidated, insecure motherfucker. I don't have time for that
Yeah.
shit. I don't. I can't
Like
stand whiny ass motherfuckers.
like how do you go from having a conversation about books that thinker is giving you and and Hebrew names and meanings to I won.
That shit crazy. That's what I'm like. They've been ever since. Like these motherfuckers, for some odd reason, want a humble thinker. Y'all motherfuckers wanna humble me so motherfucking bad. For fucking what? You can't be a man if there's intelligent women out here. Somebody, one person commented, "Man, I've never seen your face. Wow, a woman with a brain. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? That like you think that's a compliment? Like you ain't never talked to a woman who's intelligent?
That
No,
just mean he never
no,
listened.
no, you're right. Also, it's not that they never talk to an intelligent woman. They don't listen to women, intelligent or not. They don't listen to women, intelligent or not. The only women they listen to is their mama, and that's because their mama treat them like children. They they don't listen to women. He's sitting up here, cause my girl know I got other girls. No, that girl don't. You a lie and the truth ain't in you. No, she don't.
Y'all get up here every fucking day and prove to us the same way believers get up here every fucking day and solidify why we don't believe in this belief system. Y'all get up here every fucking day and solidify why our asses are voluntarily choosing to be celibate 7, 10, 11 in 15 fucking years. And you think it's because we can't get a man. We are fucking choosing it. I don't want one of you motherfuckers in my space because you gonna drain that shit. You gonna drain every bit of joy that I have built for myself. You gonna steal it. I don't want you here. That's what y'all don't fucking understand.
Think I was watching uh they since COVID now you can find almost every court proceeding online. And I was watching one last night, and this girl bought a house in her name, let a man move in, they broke up, and now he is living in her house that she owns. She moved out of her own house. He living in her house that she owns. She's still paying the mortgage. She had to bring him to court to evict him from the house that she owns. That she owns. And and I think there was somewhere in Georgia, right? She sent him an eviction notice. It was posted on the door. She had to hire an eviction company to evict him. She's paying the mortgage. She's paying the utilities. She doing everything, and he won't get out of her house.
This is
Like they will tear you down. They will tear you down. She's having to short sell the house because she can't afford the mortgage she paying, plus the mortgage on that house, and it's affecting her credit. And he like, well, I just me and my mama was trying to buy the house from her, but he's just staying there, not paying rent, not doing anything.
that's crazy. That is crazy.
You know, the word bum is an acronym. Broke, underpaid man.
And no shame. And still hollering, we was Canes. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm an Israelite. And when the Anunnaki come and crack open the sky, we gonna own all this shit.
The acronym is actually bum.
Mm.
Actually.
Thank you for the correction.
And that's and
What would I
that's
do
the
without you?
thing, right? And that's the thing. They really just want to be in power, right? It has nothing to do with anything. They just want to do to other people what was done to them. That's it. That's why they want a submissive woman. And they want and I need a woman to listen to me. That's y'all problem. Y'all don't listen. Why do you need somebody to listen to you?
Somebody commented and asked why the Adam C-section um, photos only have a white
Yes.
woman. They said no black woman. I said it's intentional. It's intentional, and if you don't know why, I can't help you. But that's because they want to be this without us. They want this because they have this. They want to take their place. That's all they want to do. That's why we talking about white supremacy. We're going to Obadiah. The God, Jesus gonna crack open the sky and he gonna help us take down the white man and then we gonna take over. Like the only thing they want to take down is the white man because they want what the white man has. That's why
That's
it was
crazy.
intentional.
Tinkerbell said hobo having obvious broke obsessions.
That was good. That's a good one. That shit crazy. Like that just pissed me off because I just wasted so much time with his dumb ass.
And the thing about it is, listen, even if you even if you don't believe it, go read it. Go read the book. Right? Even if you don't believe nothing the man says, the least you could do is go read the shit.
He
That's
don't
the
want
least
to
you
because
could do.
he's
Even
scared to learn that what the fuck he been telling himself ain't true. He don't want to. He ain't gonna read now one of them books. He wants to hold on to what he's already told himself. Y'all, the guest request is open. He's very closed minded. He's a
they
waste
so
of
busy.
fucking space, huh?
I said they so busy. I guess worshiping a baby in Bellingham that you know, I don't know.
Drea, they're
Mhm.
actually in my bio and the link tree. Go to the Amazon book list. There's a shitload of them there, and then if you're on the Discord, there's a shitload of free PDFs that I've uploaded there. In the Discord of some of the books that I recommend. You're welcome. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, y'all don't forget today at Yep. Hold on. Let me see what time, because I will give y'all the wrong fucking time. Uh, Hold on.
Say it in military time.
Uh,
At 1300 hours, sir.
it will be 7 p.m. Central. Yep. 7 p.m. Central. I'll be on Truth Wanted. And I'm gonna post they sent me the link and I'm gonna post a video about it, but I'm gonna also put the link on YouTube as well as in my link tree so that y'all can easily find it. But 7 p.m. Central tonight.
Uh, Madam, I'm so sorry. I don't understand civilian time.
I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I just know 7 p.m. Central. What hour is that? 1900?
Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, it
Okay. I
is
get that. Okay.
19? I just fucking, it's 1900?
Yeah, you just got to add to and put a
Oh,
10.
okay. That's the easy way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did learn something from a dick. No, I'm joking.
First of all, you are what you eat. First of all.
Damn. Damn. That's crazy. At least you better than Crash Out.
Yeah, I only crash for noble causes.
I'll never get over it. Men being intimidated by
Oh,
smart women. That shit crazy.
speaking of crash out, look at him.
What? Oh, he came back?
Yeah.
Motherfucker probably got a third account too. That shit's crazy.
What's so funny is that he says that we're traumatized, that you have to make backup accounts to come fuck with us. I think you get blocked. That's crazy.
Cause how you come up here and act all respectful and then like you just turn like in the middle of the conversation you just change.
Well, because
It's
that's what
almost
it
like he
is,
was
thinker.
influenced by a power of deception.
Mm.
Hmm.
It's an act.
Hmm.
That's all it is. Right? And they can't hold it. They can't hold it for long. They can't hold it for long. But they be fucking smiling like a chess cat when they go get them. They work assignments from them white folks. Yes, sir, boss. I'll put it on the back of my truck and I'll go. They be smiling like a fucking chess cat. But as soon as they see a black woman, all this shit they've been holding in that they want to tell their mamas, they come and tell you.
He got embarrassed by thinking a tree and fruit are the same damn thing, and he started crashing the fuck out. That's what triggered him.
Straw hat and no shoes is such a perfect description. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
Robert. That will
Yeah.
be added.
Yes, sir. I'll deliver these cokes. Let's get on it, boss. Yes, sir.
There are two subscribers, Sheik and Roy's my mama in the request. Are y'all in there on purpose, on accident? Keep in mind, if you are a new subscriber, if I see subscriber by your name, I won't automatically bring you up because TikTok be throwing y'all in there without y'all requesting. And so if you are a subscriber and you ever want to come on stage, just put in the comments on purpose so that I know you're in the request on purpose. You do get stage priority. You get pulled up before anybody else. So that I don't leave you in the request, I need to know that you're in there on purpose, okay? K Pinay?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm like sitting here. Uh, I have my AirPod in, and it's not working. It connected to my car. I'm just okay. I'm
Give
sorry.
me just a second. Mike, why are you lying on us? Your Jesus won't let you up. You don't have enough followers. Like, we told you why you can't come up. We told you that if you go to Jesus and ask Jesus to give you enough followers to bypass TikTok's rules, then we will bring you up. We've tried to send you invites. We've tried everything to help you and Jesus get you on stage, and now you gonna come in here and lie on us? That's crazy. Sorry about that, K Panay. How old are you?
Okay, I'm sorry. It connected to my AirPod finally. Are you talking to me?
Yes. How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I am 53.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
Okay. And which of the topics in red did you come up to discuss?
Um, I guess I really should have already decided that, huh? Um, Adam and Eve.
Okay. The Adam and
So,
Eve story in Genesis doesn't make sense.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So you were mentioning the books. Did you say that you did have like links of those books?
Yeah, they're in my bio.
Okay, okay. I will definitely go and check that out. Um, I'm 53 years old. I am also a pastor's kid. Um, Married a pastor, not now,
Ooh.
but I was married to a uh-huh. I graduated from Bible college, and so I have a minor in Bible. All of that, and still never made the connections of all this stuff because it's so ingrained in you when you're brought up that way.
Yeah.
And I'm just floored. So I heard your Job song that you did about Job's wife, and I was like, okay, I'm going to read it. So I read the whole thing, and you're not wrong. And I'm just, I have several, obviously, Christian friends, my parents. I've tried to ask questions, and you're just shut down. Like, because it says in the Bible, oh, well, don't waste your time on these people and this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, how they expect to keep people. Not that I'm wanting to be kept. I'm just saying, does that make sense? Like, I
Yeah,
feel
it
like the
does.
people that I have learned from the most about the Bible are atheists. And I'm just kind of floored. And I'm in the position right now where my parents are old. They're late 70s, early 80s. And I think it would literally kill them
Yeah.
for me to come out and say, oh, by the way,
I don't even recommend
my,
that. I don't recommend that at all.
no,
Yeah.
like I can't. Like it literally, and so my husband and I have not even gone to church for a year and a half. And of course, my parents, I think they are kind of realizing some things because they keep saying, you really need to, for a long time, you really need to get in church. You really need to get in church. And I'm just like, no, I'm like, I'm actually studying the Bible now more than I ever have in my life. And digging into it is what has caused me to question it. So I have one friend who went to seminary specifically for this. She actually deconstructed, completely was out and went back to it. And so I actually went to her to ask questions, and she and for instance on the Genesis account, like she has all these answers. And what she tells me though is all you need is the Bible. But yet she needed more than just the Bible. I, I'm just
Most of them that say all you need is the Bible don't even read the Bible.
exactly.
Yeah, I guarantee you, like if you were to talk to her about the story of David, she doesn't know the whole story. She doesn't know the story of the concubine in Judges 19.
She went to seminary and she said she deep dove and she literally is talking to me about everything. And I asked her specifically about David. And I was like, I'm confused. Why? Because of his sin. And it literally says, the Lord forgave you of your sin, but you will be punished through, the killing of others and the raping of others and all that. And she was like, but how would you have done it? Well, not that way.
Right, like if the God had killed Uriah for sleeping with David's wife, she would have thought that that was the right thing to do because the law says adultery equals death. Why is it
Right.
that she thinks that it should be done a different way because it was David?
Exactly. And so I guess my struggle is, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to convince her. I'm not trying not to convince her. It's just justification in her mind after she deconstructed. And now she's like back on board 100%. She is all apologetics. And I'm going, why does there need to be apologetics?
I think when people decide to take up apologetics, those are the most dishonest ones because they know that the text doesn't line up. They know that it doesn't make sense. And so they make a conscious decision to apologize for the shit that don't make sense. And those are to me are the most dishonest ones. Like I can, you know, have empathy for believers like my mom, right? Who right now 100% believes in this. This is all she's known her whole life. And again, like she asked me not to share any information with her that I find, and I respect that boundary of hers, and I won't do it. But like believers like her, there was another young lady that we were talking to on Zena's live the other day. Sweet person. She just wants to believe what she wants to believe. I can have empathy for people like that. And she wasn't willing to lie to us about what the text says and what we know. And she was very honest with, I just want to believe it. My mom told me not to question it. She's like 40. And she's like, my mom told me not to question, so I'm not going to question it. I can respect that 100%. And she says, I'm not going to push it on y'all either because I understand what y'all are saying, that you have researched it, that it doesn't line up logically for you. And I don't condemn you. I don't judge you for that. Like if believers could approach shit that way, I think that we would have a lot less families breaking up, a lot less contention, but they don't.
Right.
And when they go into
And
these apologetics, they've made a conscious decision to take a scalpel to the minds of other humans in order to save their belief. Because apologetics isn't about proving that the stories are true. Apologetics is about saving the belief, saving the faith.
right. It's just hard to know like how to handle the parent situation. I don't have to worry about my kids. My kids were awake on this before me.
Honestly, at the age that they are, what would it benefit them for you to take it away from them now?
Right. And that's where I'm at, but I'm like trying to be true to myself, but also respect them. And I feel like the questions are going to come. So I'm not trying to be deceiving, but like I say so many times, like my mom is like, oh, we just got out of church. And I'm like, oh, that's good. I just sat here and read my Bible for 5 hours.
Well, and then that's
But
good because you.
she doesn't know the reason
And
that I'm
she
reading
doesn't
it.
have
So,
to though, does she? Does she have to know? Like
no.
let her think. Oh, my baby's such a good old Christian reading her Bible. Like let her think that. Like
Right.
she
And
doesn't need to
that's kind
know.
of where I'm at. I guess my fear is the question is going to be point blank asked. I'm worried about you. Are you a Christian?
And then
And I don't want to lie.
and you don't have to lie, but you could ask like, why are you asking that? Like, I feel like that's a very personal question. It's between me and God. That they always teach is relationship, not religion. Like you can let her know that that's something you don't want to discuss. That is personal. And you be like, Mom, when I die, like it's just gonna be me there, right? Like you don't have anything to do with that, right? Like when
Right.
I die alone, and when you die alone. So my relationship with God or whatever God is my relationship, and I don't have to share that with you. Just know that I'm okay, and if you're okay with your mom still praying for you, she's like, just you just trust your prayers, you know,
Right.
and leave it at that. Like we don't have to share every piece of us with our
I was
parents.
just curious how, how you dealt with that with obviously your family.
Oh, I told
That
my
is,
mom that. That's exactly what I told my mom. I told her she wasn't
yeah.
invited into that part of my life and that it has nothing to do with her. Like I love her, but that part of my life, she's not invited to. She don't get to call me and ask me if I blasphemed, which she did, and that's when I told her like you don't. That's none of your business. Like you don't have anything to do with that. You're not invited into that part of my life. It has nothing to
Right.
do with you, and it doesn't change the way I feel about you as my mom. I love you to pieces.
Right. Right. And I think the thing that bothers me the most is the um the judgmental part is just beyond. Like the Bible literally has a handful of scriptures about homosexuality. And my thoughts have always been, oh, well, it's not natural. I have friends that are. I don't really care, but the Bible says, well, the Bible also says don't have a Christmas tree.
But the Bible doesn't talk about homosexuality at all.
No, I know. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. That's what we've always been taught.
yeah.
And then people just go with that. And the judgmental, it's like, how do you not see this? I, how, I don't know.
They
It's
don't
just so
want to see
hard.
it. Like
No.
there is a guy. I showed him how David and Jonathan had like a special covenant that mimicked marriage, and showed him the words in Hebrew that give the context of an intimate relationship, and then showed him how Leviticus 18 isn't talking about man sleeping with women as man sleeping with men as with the woman. And he literally said he doesn't care. He said he said I am choosing to be a bigot. Like he doesn't he said he does not care what the Bible says. He's choosing to be a bigot. And so sometimes they will just let you know that it's not, that they're not against it because of God. Like they've hid behind the God. But once that understanding comes, or they're show that what they've been taught all along about this is not biblically true, they will just flat out say, I just don't like it. And you'll realize that it's really them, you know.
Right.
Yeah. And at that point, you got to take a different approach, um, or leave them the fuck alone, and just keep advocating for the safetyness and the freedoms and rights of the LGBTQIA community.
Right. Yeah, it just floors me, the judgmental justification. It's
Yeah.
it's insane. So, I do have a question that's not on your list. Am I allowed to ask?
Yeah, since you've addressed the topic, go ahead.
Okay. So, Moses wrote the first 5 books, correct?
No.
No? I mean,
That's
no,
the
that's
that's
what
the
they say.
teaching. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
teaching.
that's the teaching. So, how do apologetics justify that he wrote his own death?
They say that another writer wrote it. They say that somebody finished it.
So, but he wrote it, but he didn't write
Play
it.
tag team with the with the words.
Yeah, somebody came
Right.
in later and added that.
I It is mental gymnastics.
Yeah. A lot of manipulation and gaslighting. And that's why I will cuss a motherfucker out, because mental abuse is the gaslighting tactics that they use is abuse. And that they are not thinking about you when they're making the conscious decision to try to change your perception. Like they'll say one thing and they'll try to change your reality and what you just experienced, and try to convince you that you heard wrong.
Right.
And that's abuse. And if you're gonna abuse
Absolutely.
me, I'm going to get violent with you. Like I'm going to get aggressive with you. Not, I shouldn't have said violent, but it feels violent to me when you make that decision to mind fuck me, like to take that scalpel to my mind and just try to change my perception. And so when I tell you, when I acknowledge it and I said you're gaslighting, and you continue, I'm gonna cuss you out, because at that point you've let me know that you're going to continue to abuse. You're going to continue to cross boundaries. So sometimes you got to get aggressive to let them know I'm not going to put up with this type of behavior towards me. And if you're going to continue, you can't talk to me.
Right. I have a friend who constantly posts about conspiracy theorists, which I'm a conspiracy theorist for sure. And I wasn't until about a year and a half ago. And then I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? But if all of this is lies, then we cannot say that the Bible is not messed with. And so that's what led me down that path. Well, she posts constantly on Facebook about all these conspiracies, and I agree with her. But then she turns right around and says, but God, but God, but God, but God. And I'm like, um, so you can see all the other ones, but I'm 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 just floored.
Sometimes they just need to feel like there's somebody watching over them with all of the shit that's going on in the world, and the like they've not yet drawn the conclusion or the line from the text to the people that they are creating these conspiracy theories about, or believing these conspiracy theories about. They've not drawn the connection.
Right.
Yeah. And so
Yeah, and what am
they can
oh, sorry.
they can see that it's out of control and it's bigger than their small hands can handle. And so a lot of times they just need to hang on to the God to feel safe, you know,
Right.
and to get through another day. And that's why I say I don't care. Like for me, I don't give a damn if a person believes in a God. I care about what you believe that God is telling you. You know, what you believe that God wants you to allow in society, or
Right.
do in society, and how that's affecting my quality of life and other people's quality of life. That's what I care about. And I'm not here to
Right.
take away people's safety net or their hope. But as like Fee says, who is this other person on stage that's on Tico? Do y'all see somebody else on stage on Tico?
Slorts.
Oh,
Lords.
that's Lord.
Yeah.
I'm like, who the hell is Belthy? What's her name right now? Belthy
Belton.
Hale?
I don't even.
like,
I was gonna ask later, thinking where it came from.
because
Like
what happened was
Bethlehem.
last night we were in Be Easy's live, and this guy was talking. He kept saying because he was born in Bellingham, right?
Oh my
And we were
God.
like, "What are you saying?" And he said, "Beltingham," and then he spelled it Belthyh. I said, "Are you saying Bethlehem?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how I say it."
Oh
He just
wow.
kept
And he
saying
doubled
Beltingham.
down on it. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, that sounds like Cam Newton with eclectic.
yeah. He just kept, and we couldn't for the life of us. And he had an accent, so initially I was like, well, maybe he's saying something else. But then when he said, no, that's where Jesus was born in Beltingham, Belthy. I'm like, Bethlehem?
Wow.
He's like, that's how I say it, Beltingham.
That is. I thought we had another guest on stage that was just up there chilling. But
Well,
yeah.
my part of my problem is, full belief. Um, Now, I definitely have not lived a perfect life. I'm on my third marriage. I think I finally got it right, though. He's amazing.
I hope so, honey. And I hope after this, the bear might be next. You'll
But
find.
listen, right? Listen, is my sister. Like I said, I'm 53 years old. My sister was 3.5 years older than me. She also was a pastor's wife. Um,
Wait, is your current one a
like,
pastor too?
oh
Oh,
no,
okay. Okay. Is he an
oh no,
atheist?
no. Well, we are deconstructing together.
Oh, okay. I love that.
So
Okay.
yeah, yeah. It all happened at the same time, and we were like, wait, what? And so, but my sister passed away at 44 from colon cancer. She was a pastor's wife. When I look at somebody who is an amazing witness for God, for Jesus, that was her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she constantly posted, you know what? She posted about all the things that she believed in, and she had faith in. She first had brain surgery because she had a meningioma tumor, lost sight, had a brain surgery, lost sight in one of her eyes, and then um she got colon cancer a year later. And we sat around her with hospice. They sent her home. We sat around her when she literally died from drowning because she couldn't breathe. But we prayed. And I'm going, that Bible verse that says that you can lay hands on and anyone can heal the sick, heal the dead, heal the whatever. How about that? Oh, well, it was God's will. So then not free will.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. That
And
that that is that's tough. Especially when you see them love this God and do all the things that they believe that they're supposed to do for the God and have faith, and the faith just doesn't seem to be enough.
yeah, yeah. I will say, when she did pass, she had a little bit of a smile on her face, and I saw it with my own eyes. But I don't know what that means, and that's the thing, is we have this Bible that tells us all this stuff, but yet the afterlife is unclear.
Yeah, and it could mean she just had peace and um,
Right,
accepted, and then the hope that she had, that she
right,
was gonna go on to the next life. And I would
right.
I would focus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I won't take up more of your time. I really appreciate you bringing me up and answering some of my questions. And I've learned a lot.
You're so welcome. I look forward to having more conversations with you. I hope you have a great rest of the morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Are you saying something also? I can't hear you, friend. Are you talking?
Anti-dog.
Huh?
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just telling K-Fan.
Tiger?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Hi. First of all, I want to say to the panel, you guys are the best human beings on the planet. And I love the truth in you guys, and I've been following you for a long time. But I think I'm going to set up a way to actually support you. I got to get my account straight. I'm 60 years old. I am an atheist, thanks to the panel and you, thinker. I wanted to comment on the first topic.
Okay. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate you. And like I tell everyone I if you can I appreciate any monetary gifts that y'all do. I appreciate y'all, but don't send yourselves out. Um like I don't want anybody doing that, but if you can, uh gifts are welcome and appreciated. Um and congratulations. How long has it been since you've been an atheist?
Probably a year now.
Okay.
I separated myself from the church about 16 years ago, just for asking questions, and I was kind of like a rebel and kind of like an outcast because things weren't adding up with what was taught and what they was actually doing. So anyway, that's kind of where I am right now. The I'll comment on the first topic whenever you're done with whatever questions
Yeah,
you
I
might
just want to
have.
say congratulations on making that huge step. And go ahead, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, I was banned from Facebook because I was bullying the pastors and all the elders and everybody. So I was banned from Facebook.
Oh,
What?
So there's
What was you
platforms.
saying?
There's platforms I can't really get on. I was being gaslit when I started asking questions to the leaders about real quick. I know this off topic, but they don't like to hear the word "lied" with Jesus in the same sentence. So one guy gets on there and said, "My life depends on it. Don't say all these things about my Jesus, and well, he's going to be Captain Save-A-Hole." So he jumps on there, and I say, so I say, okay, what did I say wrong about Jesus? And then they came about some other stuff and everything. And I gave them passages. And so I said, well, I tell you, since you can't tell me what I said wrong about Jesus, let me give you one of them that I said. I said, he lied to his disciples right in their face. And I said, he said, some of you will not see death until I return in the clouds and judge the earth and everything like that. So I said, are they still alive? And he said, no. I said, okay, good. I said, so that means you guys touch and agree that you're waiting for Jesus to come back, right? So that answers the question to say he ain't back yet. So I kind of rest my case since since I said lie. How about I say stretch the truth, didn't tell the truth, however you want to say it. But either there's 2,000-year-old men walking around the earth waiting for Jesus like you are. I would say lied is the perfect word. Well, anyway, let me get to the first topic. Everybody is focusing on the actors and not the actual script writer, the writer of the script. The script was written before the actors actually took place, and there's Adam, Eve, the serpent, and all that. You got to go back to the original before the earth was created. Revelation 13:8. God had to have the world with sin in it. He had to not forgive Adam and Eve. So it was the deception before the earth was even created. He had to unalive his own son, even though he prayed 3 times, cried, and he sweat blood and everything else to try to get out of it. The script had to follow out what he already said would happen. So the deception was not, as we're reading and talking about it, it was before the earth was put here. He couldn't forgive Adam and Eve, and that tree of life, he put cherubims and fire and whatever he did to keep them from it. So the question would be, well, why he didn't do that with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Because he had to make that tree available to carry out his original plan, and he didn't care if he forgave Adam and Eve or he unalived his own son, because that what he already said before the foundation of the earth.
I agree. I actually kind of talked about something similar on the Atheist Experience this past Sunday. That if the God decreed that Jesus would die before the foundation of the world, then he put the conditions in place for there to be a reason for Jesus to die. He sent Jesus here to die and set that in motion. And that means that he intentionally killed his son. And so the or as he could have chosen a different option, right? And so humans are have been deceived into believing that they are the cause of the so-called evil that's happening on the earth, and that they need this God to stop it. But the same thing that they're praying to help them and rescue them is the same thing that's actually influencing people to do the so-called sin or wickedness. And to me, that's the ultimate deception. I
Yes.
agree.
And I think that out of all the gods that do exist, he's got to be the dumbest god of all the aliens gods. He got to be the dumbest one out of the family. Because I mean, not only did he carry out and unalive his own son, he even showed us in his word that you didn't have to shed blood to forgive sin. You know, with the flower and with the man with palsy, you know, he literally put in his word that you don't have to shed blood to ever forgive sin. But yet his dumb ass still went throughout with his son. And then the thing about it too is, I think he's a dumbass because he used his son as not a sacrifice, but actually the definition of Jesus' sacrifice was an scapegoat. The scapegoat was alive with the sins wandering around the desert. Jesus still alive right now, wandering around with these so-called dying for people's sins. It was like writing a check to pay all your bills, and then Sunday midnight, he put a stop payment on it.
You said he put a stop payment on
Yeah.
it.
What?
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging about how he's going to pay all your bills. You don't have to worry about a thing. Friday night, he get his checkbook out. He start writing the check. He post dated for Monday, but then Sunday about midnight, he put a stop payment on the check. But he's taking credit for paying all your bills. But you're still in debt. That's what the story of Jesus actually ended up as. He said, "Okay, I'm gonna have my son die for you. Psych, he's with me. Okay, that's an scapegoat. That's not a sacrifice. The sacrifice, the blood was burned, the sacrifice was put to death, then come back. None of that happened with Jesus. I mean, it was just a smoke screen to make you feel like he was dying for your sins, that he actually didn't.
Yep, absolutely.
So he gets, you know what? The God of the Bible was born in Damascus.
Oh my days.
This
I
is why
like
your ass got
Tiger.
banned right here.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like Tiger.
When did you get banned? How long you been banned off of the other platforms?
Well, Facebook didn't actually ban me. My wife begged and pleaded me to get off of Facebook because of what it looks like, and that nobody would like me, and and it looks like we in it together, and it was a spousal. It was a
Okay.
spousal. It was a spouse. So I had to, either live with zero temperatures in the house or give up warm Facebook. I had to choose. I had to choose between the two, but I chose peace.
He chose peace.
Smart man, smart man.
Well, I mean, I'll be married 40 years next year, so
Wow.
I'm not new to the marriage game.
You said you learned you learned already. You know how to keep it rolling.
Yeah, I don't mind being wrong because being right at the end of the week don't feel too good. I'd rather be wrong and feel good than to be right and you'll have a different color, body parts. But anyway, I try to I want to apologize, Thinker, because all week I had my raggedy ass phone and I've been requesting up, and you always say, Tiger, you on purpose or you know. And I like, hey, can you hear me? Hey. So I had to get my iPad out just to talk to you today. And I'm like, man, at the end of the day, the other day, you're like, hold on, we got Tiger. I'm like, hold on, hey, I'm thinking, no. And you're like, well, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll see you later. No, don't go.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
But
Okay.
anyway, I do want to say to everybody that's listening, everybody that's in the chat, the I always call it the law firm of Thinker, Rhea, and Fee. And no, no disrespect to Mama Vash or or Lala or Zena Mae or my boy also. I mean, I'm not excluding people, but I'm just saying the law firm include those other associates. I mean, you guys got an undefeated record right now, and then you got people that's in therapy thinking about coming up here.
No offense taken. I'm a junior partner trying to work my way up.
That's what I
Same.
meant. That's what I meant. You a junior part. I love all the junior partners, but I do love the law firm, the ones that actually, I mean, the giant slayers. The ones that actually cut to the actual. Now, Fee. I mean, Rhea, she cuts to the bone and marrow till they just cripple. They can't
Yes.
even. I mean, you ever seen a surgeon come in and talk real nice to you before they start taking parts out your body?
Yes. Yes. That is
That's
real.
that's real. She said, you know what? This heart is no good anymore. I love you, and your heart.
That is definitely real.
Oh man, I love you guys, man. I've been following you forever. And like I said, you guys are. And the thing about Facebook too, I had receipts. I always give them passages. I always tell them where I got it from. Then they come back with me with gaslight instead of giving me passages to say, you know what, this didn't happen, that didn't happen. And like I said, with the receipts, and then after they do all the gaslighting, I say, okay, like I said, my question is, answer the question. And the thing is, they normally don't come back because I'm using scripture, not something that I made up. But and one thing too, before I go, I don't want to take up too much more time. With the reason I praise Thinker, Rear, and Feed so much is because a guy like me who had a hard time listening, you guys taught me that 2 ears and 1 mouth, the ratio, and to actually initiate a conversation and listen and actually speak when you not speak over people. And it just gives men who are, those assholes that have been raised as, to actually get into a civil conversation and actually listen and not talk over people. That's what I learned listening to you guys.
Oh, I love that, Tiger. Listen up, youngins. And it makes for a better life, doesn't it? Like less
Yes,
arguing and better
yes.
understanding. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Thinker? All you got to do is go to another live. If you don't, if y'all, you guys listen to me right now, and don't understand what I'm saying, just go to another live and listen to all the different voices, and you try to figure out who's saying what and what's being said, and then you try to. After all of that, you're very confused because you really can't hear one person. Try that one time. Just go to another live and see the chaos that's on other lives, and you'll see the difference.
I appreciate that. I really do. It's hard. Jarian asked me uh, when she was interviewing me for her magazine, and she asked me about like why I'm so strict on the boundaries, and that was one of the reasons. Like we're in here to learn, and the only way to be able to keep this order and this structure is I have to sometimes get real strict to enforce the boundaries so people can hear and people can learn because people are really trying to figure some shit out. Like for
Yes,
some people, this is life or death, and they're trying to learn, they're trying to hear, and we can't do that if everybody's talking at one time.
absolutely. They think I was telling Oso. Remember me and Oso? We was competing for your love back then, and I told him I had a bigger ring, and I told him I
Oh, that
still
was
got my
you.
ring. Yeah, I said I still got my ring on layaway. Matter of fact, you just mentioned some earlier, and I said, well, I'm still paying on that ring. You might not want me right now, but I still got the ring I'm paying for, so it'll be paid for when you change your mind. Me and Oso was going back and forth back in there. We was competing with each other back and forth on who actually going to marry you first or get you first. And they also said, well, I'm a nerd. And I said, well, you know what? I said, that ain't no problem. I said, I can become a nerd right now. So that you don't have that much advantage over me. I can become a nerd right now. I said, what else you got on? So,
I can't tell you everything, you know what I'm saying? Then you might try to copy the whole swag.
well, yeah, you had me though. Also, you had me. You had me.
And then he left me for Terilyn.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
Yes,
we try
yeah.
not to remember that part,
Huh?
and
You should have
honestly,
just
let's
let
just go ahead and
Tiger
rewrite
win.
history. It never happened.
No, I
Well,
got
let Tiger
discouraged
win.
too.
It's crazy.
I left. When Oso left, I left you for Christina.
Oh, yeah.
That
We
take a
both
minute,
did.
shit, huh?
I know. Look, it never changes.
I found a surrogate wife for a minute. I said, I'm gonna marry Christina to think already. Yeah, Christina. I forgot her too. I follow her all the time too. You guys are a great bunch of guys.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You pretty cool yourself. Getting
Well,
you would have to be cool getting banned off of social media fucking with the believers over there.
yeah, it was bad. I mean, yeah, I had some people really nervous. One of the ministers got up and said, "Well, Tony, what you talking about? Well, where are these people going to go? You know, to have what they? I guess he was concerned about his actual attendance and his money and everything like that." I said, "Well, God's all knowing. He will actually direct these people into a place they really need to go. I mean, you believe in that God has this power, right? I mean, you talking about crickets in the daytime."
What was he expecting him to go, like a different church?
Well, to leave the church altogether.
Oh, okay.
To have somewhere to follow, to have somewhere to go, to have this church, and he wants me to provide a place for them if I'm giving them information about to take them away from the church. And I said, I'm just providing, just truth. It's just the truth I'm providing. Because I told him if you give me one prophecy Jesus fulfilled, I would get off Facebook and never show my face again. Well, I'm still on Facebook. This was a couple years ago.
The Somebody asked the other day in one of the lives I was in, it was either bars or easies, I can't remember, but they were in the comments saying, well, tell us what we're supposed to believe in. And I asked them, like, why do you need somebody to tell you how to use your mind? Like, you're telling us, you're asking us to tell you how to think or what to think. Not like it's different when you say, well, teach me how to think critically, or help me, you know deconstruct my mind so I can think critically. But we're not in here to tell you what to think. We're in here to encourage you and try to teach you how to think, right? And just raise the awareness to let you know that you have a brain and that you should think. But we're not here to tell you what to believe.
Yeah, because believing is saying that you know, okay. Let me just put it like this because I usually use common sense stuff with people and it kind of hit hard. I say now, if someone came to your door and they were selling a vacuum cleaner and they say it's the best vacuum cleaner, the most powerful vacuum cleaner on the earth, it'll literally suck the carpet off your floor. And the person say, "Hey, well, can I see that air conditioner?" And I mean, that vacuum cleaner. You say, "Wait a minute, just believe me." And when I say this vacuum cleaner is powerful, just believe me. Now, nobody would buy an actual vacuum cleaner they couldn't see. Just because you say it's value, you say it's powerful, you say it's the best. There's not a believer, nobody on the planet that would buy a car without test driving it or want to see the vacuum cleaner. But like I said, whoever came up with religion are geniuses because in order to sell an invisible product and have people to buy it without seeing it or testing it or actually see if it actually works, that's genius. So whoever came up with religion, they're geniuses.
Absolutely. And their retention plan, their um, uh, customer acquisition and their retention plan on 10. Like their churn rate ain't that damn high, especially in the black community. 97% believe in this Abrahamic God, and over 70 something percent in America alone believe in the Christian God. That's a high ass retention rate.
Well, fear cripples you.
Hmm.
I mean, if you, like I said, you use fear, people use fear to control, I mean, even, animals. I mean, to keep a animal 5 times, 100 times stronger than you to make them actually take you somewhere. I mean, that little whip thing hurts. And fear is one of the crippling agents for this whole thing. And then if they actually realize that this whole hell that they're afraid of, that their Bible, if they read it, doesn't even support it, don't even teach it. I think a lot of them would be actually free if they knew that existed. That hell is it's a concept of actually. Uh, I think when it was taught or the parable, they didn't look at it as a temporary place. They're looking at it as a eternal torture punishment. And I like what Justin always say because he's the goat, by the way. He
Yeah.
says that he's the beginning of my deconstruction. Is that he was my initial teacher, and hats off, hands up to Justin right now. But he always taught that it was a temporary place, and the punishment doesn't fit the crime. And there's a lot of teaching on that Justin did. Just brings everything to a head.
Yeah, absolutely. I was telling Justin the other day that people in the comments was calling us the mom and dad of deconstruction, and then
Yeah.
and then somebody put a picture. Let me see if I got it because I texted to him. Um, I might have just copied it. I don't know. Yeah, they put a picture of me and him with both of those cowboy hats on. Here it is. But yeah,
That's
I've
good.
learned a lot from Justin too.
Yes.
So. Did you have anything else, Tiger? I enjoyed talking to you.
Well, I enjoy talking to you too, and I want to say welcome back, Lala. I always pray to my ancestors when I want results. I've been praying to my ancestors about you, and they deliver just like they did in the past for us. I'm glad to see you back, and I hope you're well. We miss you. That's all I want to say is welcome Lala back.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, Tiger, I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Don't get in no more trouble before the next live.
I
You got to
try
go
not to.
all weekend. You better be here on Sunday night.
Yeah, I'm always here. I can't go to Facebook. They're not ready for me. I realize that I am a chosen one to be that narrow path that all of us are on. And I'm gonna say this before I go. Those family members, I don't want them to get a hold of me, call me, or mess with me, or anything. I just give them Bible passages to read. And I don't hear anything else from them. Like I think it was Fee that said that the Bible with the scriptures were like kryptonite to Christians. I think Fee said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I had a great time talking to you guys, man. I'm gonna continue to listen. I'll be in the comments. And you guys have a wonderful, great day.
Thank you. You
You too,
too.
Tiger.
All right.
Yeah, be easy, huh?
Let's see. What would be a TikTok non-Hebrew Israelite, but like Tiger said he the chosen, like the chosen one that be like doing the punch down on him. So what would be a name for Tiger? Like the tick brew. Ooh, we gotta think of a name for you. Um,
What words are we using?
I'm
Are we pulling from?
Hebrew Israelite. Like okay, he said
Mm-hmm.
he's the chosen one, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's on TikTok. He can't go to
Mm-hmm.
Facebook, but a play on Hebrew Israelite. What would it be?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta come up with something. Um,
Yeah, I might have to get elevated.
yeah.
Put my peak creativity in.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let me go do that right now.
Type shit.
The breaker of the bruise. I like that. Breaker of the bruise. Tick. Uh, damn. I want it.
He brews.
What is it?
Bruise.
Say that again.
He
Uh
brews.
huh.
Bruise.
Oh, yeah.
Miserable life.
Ah, there we go. I knew your ass was gonna come up with it. I like it. I like it.
Sober. Completely sober. You're welcome.
Hebrews, like BRUISE. ISC Miserableites. I fucking love it. That's who you are, Tiger. That's who you are. All right, Tiger. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good one, okay?
All right.
All right, have a good one.
Thinker, really quickly, because I keep forgetting. If you could please reveal our community gift,
Don't know how.
you
I've been
can find
trying.
it.
Where is it?
Um,
I keep clicking on
um,
live gifts,
mhm.
and all I see is to update the super fan goal and the regular goal and the gallery. I don't see the community gift.
Maybe you have to go into like the gift goals and
Solicit gifts. Is it in there?
That's where I'm at. The gift goal.
I see
do
something
you do
that's
you see
called the
the
community gift.
Where?
yeah, it's called the it's literally called community gift or
Hmm.
community gift. It
Where?
looks like a heart with like I don't know where where it would be. I have to
What? I see the heart
go
Yeah,
live
hand.
and
it's
I
in
try to
there
see
for
the
me to
connect with
heart
it.
see.
hands. I see the heart hands. So y'all talking about
You can
that?
get it from
I
the regular
might.
gifts one too, though.
Huh? Huh?
Is it?
Do what now?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, Lala was talking about how it's in the exclusives tab, but I was saying that it's also in like the just general gifts tab as well. So I don't know that if I don't know. Unfortunately, like the instructions are so fucking unclear because why is it quoting an ellipses? What does that mean?
I don't like. I can't see what y'all see because it's not showing me any exclusive tab when I update the live
Yeah,
goal.
yeah. Please reveal it. You can find it by tapping. Oh, is it saying tapping? Oh, that's telling you how to pull up the live gifts. Yeah,
I
it just shows you.
It's saying that I have to reveal the
Uh huh.
Yeah, you do.
that
It's
doesn't.
like that message that you keep saying is automatic. Whenever somebody tries to send that gift, it automatically like populates the chat bar with that for you to send.
I don't fucking. What the fuck does it look like? I don't
I
know,
may have
y'all. I
to
can't. I've been
play
trying the
around with it and
whole
figure it out.
live. I don't see anything that say community gift in the gallery. Um, and I've been trying to find it for y'all the whole live. I don't know where it's at.
Yeah.
So I do apologize. I don't know.
Reveal my gift is crazy. When you gonna change your name to Integrity?
My bad. I'll consider. I had to change my flight again, y'all. My sister texted me. She's like, "It's supposed to start snowing in Atlanta tomorrow." I'm like, "Let me get the fuck out of Florida today."
Are you leaving today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had changed yesterday. I changed it from Sunday to Saturday, and then when I saw the updated forecast, I was like, I'm getting out of here today."
Yeah, it's supposed to start. It's supposed to start again for us on Sunday. We was like, damn, not again. And then there's still 89,000 people without electricity here,
Oh my goodness.
including my son, my ex-husband. He's still without electricity, going on 5 days. You sent a picture in Discord. I'll let me see it. Follow, follow, follow. Okay. These dumb motherfuckers thinking that me cussing a motherfucker out means that they have won an argument is crazy as fuck. Elijah Johnson is not the first motherfucker that I have called a dumb fuck.
And won't be the last.
Exactly. And then like claiming being called a dumb fuck or me cussing your ass out, making that your claim to fame is stupid as fuck. Because like it's just dumb. Like I do that on a fucking daily. It's just dumb. You aren't special. If that's the case, then Crash Out just fucking humbled my ass.
It's interesting though, because like, especially with regard to men, y'all see a coach yelling and cussing at grown men to little boys, and you think it's character building. But then y'all get in these conversations and they're acting like getting cussed out is victory and not just character building. Because I mean, it's not like she's lying. You are a dumb fuck, and
Exactly.
you haven't realized it, so you just have to hear it. And if you listen to it, but none of y'all niggas is coachable. That's why I ain't make it to the league. Dumb fuck. Got him.
I don't, and the crazy thing is, I don't give a fuck about y'all dumb fucks going around talking about you. You cooked me. I could give less than two fucks. Stranger,
Yes,
hi. How old are you? What? Wait,
I'm
wait, wait. Why was he arrested?
Yeah,
I'm
because of that
I'm
church
18
thing.
years old.
Cause of the
You know,
church
I'm
he's a
18
thing?
years.
teenager. You remember when he was reporting on
Yeah.
that church that
Yeah.
found out in Minneapolis that one of their pastors was an ICE agent, and the people showed up. He was reporting on that, and Trump had said that he was going to have him arrested, and they arrested him at the Grammys.
For just reporting on it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That is crazy. I didn't. Why are you saying I got him arrested? That's crazy. Um, I think PT is talking about
Oh,
because of what
PT
old
being
dude.
funny.
Yeah, because of what old dude kept saying the other day. About Don Lemon, because Don Lemon hates Jesus. We do too. Um, that is crazy.
Can I be a Christian?
God, you're in the wrong room. We're not Christians, okay?
Can you be patient?
We're not. He said, "Can I be a Christian?" We're
No,
not Christians. You're in the wrong room. I don't like when motherfuckers go in Christian lives just to fucking troll.
no, no.
He said, "Can I be a Christian?" That is in fucking insane. So, is he like gonna like the charges are gonna be dropped, right?
I mean, they're going to have to
More
be
than
because
likely, because the judge said that, a career prosecutors are saying they don't have enough to charge him, which they don't. He was just reporting the news, and what he did wasn't illegal.
What was he? What did he charge him
Yeah. What
with?
was the charge? Right.
I don't know if under domestic word or
Mm. You breaking up,
go
Loma?
yeah, he
double
can.
check. It was either insurrection or domestic T word.
Oh, it says in connection with the
He
coordinated
was
attack on
Mm.
City's church. Um, let me see what he was charged with. Uh, this is insane.
if I was done, this is all over, I would sue this shit out of him.
Oh, they're keeping the charges secret.
Then he's full of shit.
I think it's all performative anyway because they see
It
more people
is,
being more vocal about standing up to the bullshit that they're doing, and I think they're trying to discourage people from continuing to talk.
but it's not gonna work.
Not at all.
Yeah, three. I see three other journalists were arrested too. They also arrested some protesters, but they were released after a federal judge found the Trump administration. Huh? Huh? Oh, but the protesters were released after a federal judge found the Trump administration offered no factual legal support to justify two of the arrests. That's crazy.
I hate this nigga so much.
Who? Trump?
No, diabiblical stupid.
Oh, what did he say?
He said they got Ron Orange too.
Mm-mm.
You fucking
Oh God.
stupid.
Mm-mm.
Um, yeah, sure he is. He wouldn't have to send y'all motherfuckers in here riding his dick every goddamn day. Like, if this motherfucker actually cooked me, like, if he was that motherfucking good, you would be on to somebody motherfucking else because he's somewhere cooking somebody else. But you motherfuckers come in my live and know, and whoever's live I'm in, to fucking type about Elijah Johnson. Like, sure, he's the fucking goat. Um, No say, are you in the request on purpose? Roy's my mama. Are you in the request on purpose?
Oh, that's an interesting sentence. Nobody's blowing Elijah. That works both ways.
His claim to fame is Thinker didn't know that irony was rhetorical, which isn't fucking true, but that's your claim to fucking fame. That's what he's claiming to have cooked me on. Is when he said irony is rhetorical and I said no it's not. Irony isn't always rhetorical. That's his claim to fucking fame. Like, y'all are just dumb fucks.
What a non-consequential thing to hang your hat on.
It's just anything.
Who
They
gives
just
a
want.
fuck? To be
It's
honest,
kind of like how they just believe whatever the God says. Like, they're just dumb fucks. And then, like, I don't know. Like, it's just, I don't know, just gross. Just gross. But, like, why don't, if I'm just such a an easy fucking what is it? What is it? Uh
W,
huh? Yeah, an easy W. Why don't you come
easy
up here,
W.
nobody? You and Alex and all of y'all. Why don't you come up here? Unless, but do you need Elijah to speak for you? Yeah, if I'm an easy W, bring your ass up here.
Let Elijah see, feel your
Yeah,
mouth.
yeah. Oh, nope. I see two women in the guest request. Are you scared, Elijah? I mean, nobody. I know Elijah ass is scared to bring his motherfucking ass back in here. I've been calling for him. But are you? Are you scared, nobody?
I'm convinced that he just keep coming in on a bunch of different accounts. To be
I
honest,
don't know. Well, then come up here then. Like, are you scared? Come up here and convert all of us. You don't have a name.
their name is Uranus.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Last call for alcohol. If you are a believer in the God of deconstructing or an atheist or nobody, the guest box is open. And you must be 21 and up.
Your mic cut out, so you
Soon as I
said
said
it sounded like
nobody.
you said. Well, no. As soon as you said if you're a believer in the God, it cut out, and then it sounded like you said the God of deconstruction.
Oh. If you're a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or nobody, the guest box is open. I'm not bringing you up without a name. Put a name on your profile if you want to come up. Your profile looks like a troll account right now. Who's going
They
live
used the
after this?
KKK Act against Donald.
The what?
What?
Huh?
Yep. I'm on his friends on his page doing a they're listening to the press. It's from the
No, I just told you. Add a name to your profile, then you can come up.
Thinker, I have that person blocked. I can't exactly remember why, but I'm almost certain it's for a phenomenal reason.
I'm pretty sure it is. Like when they just do that shit for their username, like I'm pretty sure. And no, I'm
Might be
not.
one of those fancy type people.
Is Zena going live?
I recall her saying that she would.
Is she live now, or does she go live at 11? What time does she go live?
She isn't live right now. Zena, if you can hear me,
Can
write in the
somebody send
comments.
nobody an invite? Can somebody send
Sure.
them? Can a mod send them an invite? Thank
Zena, if you can hear me, let us know.
you. Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please save us.
Did you reject the invite? Nobody.
Just nobody.
Did y'all send it?
Yeah, I
I
sent
definitely
it.
did.
Did you
I sent one.
reject it? I don't think Elijah would like that, would he? Like you're in here representing him, and you're a pussyfoot. You're scared.
Damn. Damn. She called you ovary ankles, boy. That's crazy.
That's Elijah, and that's nobody. Twinning. Adam and Eve. Elijah cooked me on the Adam story. I no longer believe that Adam had a C-section. I didn't write a song about that shit because Elijah humbled me on Genesis 3:22, and now I am converted. This shit wasn't created by
Hallelujah.
me. Huh?
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yep, I got cooked. I got cooked by Elijah Johnson, and I no longer believe Jesus. Yahweh lied in the garden. I now believe that he was being sarcastic and talking rhetorical and speaking irony when he said, man has become like one of us, wink, wink, knowing good and evil.
So was the blocking of the tree of life rhetorical as well?
I don't know. I can't remember because my mind is humbled. I can't think.
Oh, it was cooked. My bad.
Yeah. It's fried, dyed, and laid to the side.
Sauteed cerebellum. There we go. Got a hold for applause with that one.
I got so fucking fried. Elijah, I wrote a song about it. I want to hear. Here it go.
Yeah, I said it clear. If you're rich and this is literally that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and the name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby. C-section kinda shady, but you say men can't give birth and explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and a sex change too. Cause if you deny it, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual delulu. God told Moses man came first, dirt in his hands. No woman in the scene, just God and a man. So how was reproduction gonna work back then? With no womb in sight, new life can't begin. The story make no sense, I got reason to doubt it. How you gonna tell me he produced an indie from an Audi? Make it make sense, shit sound like a lie. Adam was a madam before his brothers died. They say be fruitful and multiply, okay cool. How we gonna do that without the proper tools? Ain't no ovaries present till the end of chapter attitude, but they swear it's history, not metaphorical news. Yeah, Adam had a baby. Yeah, I said it clear. If you rich and this is liberally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and her name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby. C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth, then explain how Eve was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual, the Lulu. He put Adam to sleep, divine anesthesia. Opened up his side like a surgical procedure. Put Adam in the prostrate, then gave him a prostate gland. That's the place they tap the O for every man. They called her a rib, but hell nah. He had a baby, new life from his body, now she his wife. That's crazy. Is this when he gets tested? That's basic class. So what came out his body? Flesh, cells, and ass. You say miracle, spiritual, when logic failed. That's not reality, that's avoiding detail. If Eve came out Adam's frame, then he had a sex change. Yeah, that's rewriting the game. I want my rib back, really? Baby back ribs? Hold up, baby back ribs? Genesis kitchen, wow, who cooking this meal? Side door surgery, barbecue psychology. Adam on the table like this can't be biology. They said rib, I heard entree, whole human plate, somebody explain. Baby, baby, yeah, I said it clear. If you read Genesis literally, that conclusion's right there. Adam had a baby, and her name was Eve. That's what Moses wrote, so why you looking crazy? Yeah, Adam had a baby, C-section kinda shady, but you say man can't give birth, then explain how he was made. Adam had a baby, and the sex changed too. Cause if you deny, you gotta admit Genesis 2 is spiritual, the Lulu. Drop blue, dot, 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 dot. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, dot, dot, Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, dot, 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 dot. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby, dot, dot. Adam had a baby, baby. Adam had a baby. Where the rib at? What?
That is dedicated to you, nobody, and Elijah Johnson. Thank you for humbling me. Creativity on 10. Since nobody is a pussy and he don't want to come on stage, Ty Walker, I don't know, are you, is that Ty?
Can I say, I really think it's super funny that white God made black Adam, who gave birth to a white Eve.
That's what they want. That's what they want. These fucking religious motherfuckers. They want what white supremacy had. All right, y'all. Wait, there's Zena live. Who's live right now?
Taharka and Quan are live right now. That's all I see.
All right, let's go say what's up to Taharka and Quan. Go where you want to go. I will see y'all on. Oh, so are you going live tomorrow
I'm
night?
sick of being white. It's crazy.
Who said that?
Relaxing and
Relaxing.
Yo.
Relaxing. I love you, relaxing.
That's so funny though.
Don't forget. So we'll be back on Sunday. Also, are you going live tomorrow?
I am not, but special treat. We're gonna do a little Friday night joint.
Oh, okay, cool. After Truth Wanted.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. I hope to see y'all in the comments. Also, though, are you gonna call in?
No.
Hey, we gonna do something.
I'm gonna take a fat cat nap. Wake up for
Uche. Okay, and then as a EJ, IJ, us and J.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I will see y'all. Love y'all so much. Have a great weekend. See y'all tomorrow for sub only. Don't forget, y'all, the homework. It looked like a lot. Please, y'all. I hope some of y'all did it, because I think it's gonna be really interesting to see what y'all find. If you have not, check the Discord. It's in the interactive section. It is optional, but I think it'd be pretty interesting. I will see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all. Hope y'all have a great weekend. Thank y'all for the likes, the gifts, the shares, and the comments. Thank you to the YouTube fam and all of the super chats over there. Hope to see y'all during the Truth Wanted episode tonight as well. I will be posting it in the link tree. Also posting on TikTok. They are streaming to TikTok as well, y'all. So love y'all so much. Y'all have a great one. Bye,
Love
y'all.
y'all. See
Later.
y'all.
Bye.
Bye.